Next Li Feng. In Chaoxiong City at Chaoxiong Comprehensive No. 1 high school, a middle-aged man with a square face, short cropped hair, and a formal suit stood on the raised platform above the sports field. His sonorous voice rang out over the entire grounds. At the call, a teenage boy stepped out from the formation on the field and quickly made his way toward the middle-aged man. His skin was fair with a faint flush, his features finely shaped, and his eyes clear as water shimmered with quiet light. The moment he appeared, he immediately drew the admiration of many girls below and the envy of many boys. The middle-aged man glanced at Li Feng, then down at the roster in his hand. After confirming the name, he stepped aside to clear the way. Behind the middle-aged man, a silver crystal sphere the size of a human head hung, suspended in midair, gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. "Just place your hand on the origin crystal," he said. "Good luck." The middle-aged man spoke in a softer tone. Li Feng stepped up to the origin crystal. At last, ripples stirred in his eyes that had been as calm as a still lake. At last the day had come. He was a traveler from another world. 16 years earlier, because of an accident, he had crossed over into this world as an infant. This world was an era where everyone could become a lord. Everyone could become a lord and enter the endless continent, build their own territory, and let their lands and themselves grow ever stronger. In the end, they could become gods and ancestors. After understanding the era he lived in, there was not a single day when Li Feng did not dream of becoming a lord. However, to awaken an initial troop type and become a lord, one's soul strength had to reach a certain standard. After countless years of experience, this world had reached a conclusion. The success rate of ordinary people awakening their lord origin after the age of 16 was 100%. Li Feng's soul had crossed over from another world. In that other life, he had long since been an adult. By rights, his soul strength should more than meet the requirement. Yet he dared not reveal that he was a traveler from another world, otherwise he would surely be taken away as a test subject. So he had waited in silence. 2.5 days earlier, he had finally turned 16. Only then did he register for this year's Lord Festival and obtain the qualification to touch the origin crystal. As the name suggested, the Lord Festival was a day of celebration when great numbers of young people across the world became lords. Each year on this day, high schools and cities around the globe held awakening ceremonies, allowing every eligible candidate to touch the origin crystal and awaken their initial troop type, thus becoming a lord. Gazing at the origin crystal before him, the corners of Li Feng's mouth curled slightly. "I hope I can get a Zerg troop type," he thought. Even the weakest giant needle bee would be fine. Just the day before, he had awakened his talent. In this era where everyone could become a lord, only a very few could awaken a talent. Ordinarily, a lord who awakened a talent would find the path to godhood easier than others. And the talent Li Feng awakened was in grade talent, said to stand at the very peak of the pyramid. Talent quality from lowest to highest was ranked as grade, grade, A grade, grade, S grade, and SS grade. Across the ages, countless lords had arisen, many awakening talents of various qualities. Yet in all of history, among billions upon billions of lords, only 8 had ever awakened in grade talent. Any lord who awakened in grade talent was destined to shine among the stars and become a supreme divine lord. His talent was called Zerg Cataclysm. It was of SS grade quality. Effect 1, he could summon any Zerg troop type without waiting for cooldowns. Effect 2, any troop blueprint he obtained could be converted into a Zerg troop type of the same tier. With such a powerful talent, even a pig could one day become a god and ancestor. However, this talent was bound to Zerg troop types, so Li Feng longed all the more to obtain a Zerg troop type. Filled with expectation, Li Feng placed his hand upon the origin crystal. Li Feng, initial troop type, tier 1 giant needle bee. A few seconds later, the middle-aged man announced in a loud voice that carried across the field. In an instant, a murmur rose from the students on the field. A tier 1 giant needle bee, one of the 3 infamous trash troop types alongside skeleton soldiers and slimes. Tier 1 giant needle bee is arguably the weakest initial troop type. With that kind of start, most people can't even clear the novice trial. So what if he can't clear it? Li Feng is so handsome. I'd support him for a lifetime, someone exclaimed. "You took the words right out of my mouth," another girl replied. A group of boys and girls looked at Li Feng with all manner of expressions: mockery, regret, schadenfreude, and starry-eyed admiration. Li Feng's face froze for a moment, then he could only smile wryly. He had not expected his words to become a self-fulfilling prophecy. He really had awakened a giant needle bee. I only said a giant needle bee would be acceptable. There was no need to be quite so literal, he thought drily. Li Feng's expression made the middle-aged man think he was terribly disappointed. The man spoke to comfort him. "Young man, do not lose heart, do not be discouraged." Li Feng nodded and said thank you. The other party was, after all, kindly offering comfort, but Li Feng had no intention of spurning his goodwill. After Li Feng stepped down from the platform, the middle-aged man continued, "Next, Zhang San." Li Feng returned to the crowd, paying no attention to the strange looks from his classmates. At that moment, his mood was light. The giant needle bee might be weak, but he possessed the most formidable talent. If he could not win in a duel, then he would simply mass-produce troops and overwhelm his enemies with sheer numbers. In this moment, Li Feng was completely immersed in his own world. The calamity talent he possessed contained 2 major abilities, each of them crucial. The first effect, put simply, was unlimited troop production with no cooldown. In the Lord's World, troop ranks rose from 1st tier, 2nd tier, 3rd tier, all the way up to 12th tier, and beyond the 12th tier lay the legendary mythic rank. Take a 1st tier troop as an example. It required 4 hours to summon once, and could only be summoned 10 times a day. The higher the troop tier, the longer the cooldown would be after each summoning. As for the mythical troops spoken of in legends, their cooldowns were said to stretch on for hundreds of years. This ability would only grow more important as time went on. The first effect alone was enough to utterly crush any other lord. When other lords were still anxiously waiting for the cooldown of their second troop, Li Feng would already command hundreds, or even thousands of units. When other lords were still waiting for the cooldown on their 100th troop, he would already command an ocean of units. At a single raised arm, countless troops would surge forward, overwhelming the enemy in an endless tide like a swarm of insects. Perhaps one day in the future, Li Feng's troops would become so numerous that they could fill the entire universe. That would be truly astonishing. Then there was the second effect, just as important as the first. Any lord besides their awakened initial troop could obtain blueprints for other troops, thereby gaining a second, third, and even more types of units. If Li Feng obtained a top-tier blueprint for a non-insectoid troop, he would be unable to enjoy the blessing of the first effect. But as long as he used the second effect to convert it into an insectoid troop of the same tier, the problem would vanish. In short, the two effects of the insectoid calamity complemented each other perfectly, allowing Li Feng to become a true master of calamities. With the aid of the insectoid calamity, I am destined to walk a path of brilliance. My radiance will spill across every corner of the starry sky. Even if I become a god, or an ancestor, I will become the strongest of them all. Li Feng silently set this goal in his heart. Wang Chun, initial troop, 5th tier subdragon. The deep voice boomed across the training field like a nuclear bomb dropped into the ocean, stirring up towering waves. The crowd reacted in shock, realizing it was a 5th tier troop, and a subdragon at that. Though not quite 6th tier, it was already frighteningly close. Some students quietly compared themselves, feeling crushed. Those who had only awakened 3rd tier troops felt like failures. Others who had only gained 2nd tier troops wished they could reset their lives and start over. Someone muttered about wanting Wang Chen's contact information so they could cling to his success. The entire training field buzzed with heated discussion. The noise snapped Li Feng out of his thoughts. He looked up at the confident young man on the platform, his own face calm. A novice lord could at most awaken a 6th tier troop. The stronger one's initial troop, the greater their future achievements were likely to be. Most people, however, only awakened 1st, 2nd, or 3rd tier troops. Those who awakened 4th or 5th tier troops were rare enough to be called geniuses favored by heaven. As for those who awakened 6th tier troops, they were as rare as phoenix feathers, perhaps 1 in a million. That Wang Chun being able to awaken a 5th tier troop was enough to call him a true, favored child of heaven. Before his own talent had awakened, Li Feng had spent more than 10 years fantasizing that he might awaken a 5th, or even 6th tier troop. In past years after the Lord Festival, Li Feng would always watch short videos about those lucky ones who had awakened high-tier troops, quietly envying them. But now his heart remained calm. A mere 5th tier troop. So what if it were even a 6th tier? Each year many people awaken high-tier troops. But as for SS strength talents, counting Li Feng, there had only ever been 9 throughout history. The awakening ceremony continued. After Wang Chun, several thousand more students went up to the stage one after another. Almost all of them awakened 1st, 2nd, or 3rd tier troops. Only a dozen or so gained 4th tier troops, and not a single 5th or 6th tier appeared. Sun Yun, initial troop, 6th tier water, elemental spirit. At this announcement, not only the students below, but even the middle-aged man hosting the ceremony changed expression for the first time. Water elemental spirits were an extraordinarily rare troop. Li Feng looked at Sun Yun, surprise flickering across his face. Sun Yun was his classmate, not only the class beauty, but also the school's acknowledged beauty. Her pure and lovely appearance combined with a top-tier initial troop made Sun Yun instantly the center of everyone's attention. Startled like a frightened rabbit, she ran quickly down from the platform and slipped back into her class's formation. Sun Yun belonged to the final batch. Once she stepped down, the awakening ceremony soon came to an end. At last, the middle-aged man presiding over the ceremony stepped forward to give a concluding speech. He announced that in this year's awakening ceremony for Chaoxiong City 8659 had registered and 8659 had participated. He congratulated all 8659 of them on becoming novice lords about to enter the magnificent Endless Continent. He acknowledged that many were dissatisfied with the troops they had awakened, yet reminded them that history had never lacked those who began in mediocrity, but ended by astonishing the world. With the outcome still undecided, any one of them could become a dark horse. He went on to say that he would soon open the teleportation channel to the Endless Continent, and that everyone was to enter in orderly fashion according to the list, beginning a 1-month novice assessment. He explained only the most crucial part of the novice assessment. Every night a wave of assessment monsters would invade their territories, and if they failed to repel them, they would be eliminated early. He urged everyone to take this novice assessment seriously. Whether they would sprint far ahead, overtake others on the curve, or quietly withdraw in defeat, all possibilities lay within this assessment. Finally, he revealed an inside piece of news. According to a prediction from Mount Longhu, the reward for first place in this novice assessment was likely to be a mythic-grade building blueprint. At those words, everyone could not help but draw in a sharp breath. A sound of gasping filled the air. Upon hearing the last words of the middle-aged man, even the distinguished guests present couldn't help but raise their expressions heavy with concern. The quality of blueprints ranges from low to high, ordinary, elite, legendary, epic, and mythic. In previous years, the first-place winner was only awarded an epic-level blueprint. Of course, similar events have occurred in history before. Generally speaking, if the reward for first place is a mythic-level blueprint, it signifies a significant increase in the difficulty of the assessment. In past years, even a lord who awakened a Tier 1 unit could successfully pass the assessment if they approached it with caution and developed steadily. However, whenever a new assessment featured a mythic-level blueprint, lords with Tier 1 units have always been completely annihilated with almost no exceptions. In an instant, all lords who had awakened Tier 1 units were labeled as failures by the distinguished guests. From the observation platform, the usually silent mayor of Superhero City softly spoke. It is time. Fate. Destiny. To think it's a mythic-level architectural blueprint, I want it so badly. Brother, it's still broad daylight. What kind of dream are you having? How can a Tier 3 unit compete with those destined ones of Tier 6? Don't think too much, let's get through this new assessment first. This time the difficulty is tenfold, or even dozens of times greater than usual. If we can't pull through, there won't even be a lord to be. Speaking of which, God, his son Yun awakened a Tier 6 unit, while the esteemed Wang Chun is close to Tier 6 with his Tier 5 unit. They might have a chance at taking first place. It's tough. Each new assessment zone has 1,000,000 lords. With so many lords, there's bound to be a destined one who awakens a Tier 6 unit. It's incredibly difficult to secure first place. Upon hearing this, students nearby nodded in agreement. Each new assessment divides into various zones, each with at least 100,000 participants. To stand out among so many is akin to a hellish challenge. Li Feng stood in the crowd, silently listening to the discussions around him. He remained silent, but he was determined to secure first place, unless someone else in his zone awakened an SS-level talent. But how could that be possible? Over the course of thousands of years, countless lords have been born, yet only 8 have awakened the SS-level talent. Even counting himself, there would be only 9. First place is his for the taking. The mythic-level architectural blueprint shall also be his. With that thought, Li Feng was eager to enter the endless continent and create his own glory. On the high platform, the middle-aged man reiterated some important points before taking out a silver small sword from his pocket. Once infused with energy, the silver sword instantly transformed into a 3-foot-long blade radiating light. Open! The middle-aged man held the sword with both hands and swung it vigorously at the sky. Boom! A massive tear was ripped into the void, eventually transforming into a gigantic spatial wormhole. Now those whose names I call step forward in an orderly fashion and enter the teleportation passage. Sun Yun Wang, Chun Lu Tao. One by one the students' names were called, and they entered the teleportation passage in an orderly manner. This time the calling was based on the tier of their units, and Li Feng, as the weakest unit present, was destined to be the based on the estimated speed by the time it was his turn, it would at least be an hour later. He quietly left the line, and outside the school a crowd of parents surrounded the entrance. Li Feng scanned the crowd, and quickly spotted a middle-aged man in a well-fitted suit. Uncle! Li Feng quickly approached the middle-aged man, and called out softly, Xiao Feng. Li Wuchang looked at the handsome youth before him, his expression complex. Although he couldn't enter the school, the middle-aged man's voice was loud enough for him to hear outside. He clearly heard that the unit Li Feng awakened was the one famously known as one of the 3 useless units, the Big Needle Bee. He had 1,000 words to say, but ultimately condensed it into a simple line. I wish you success in passing the new assessment, and when you return, Uncle will prepare a feast for you. Though he said this, Li Wuchang did not have high hopes for Li Feng. He had once been a lord himself, and naturally understood what the emergence of a mythic-level blueprint represented. However, he refrained from saying anything disheartening that would undermine Li Feng's confidence. Li Feng nodded, earnestly feeling moved as he looked at Li Wuchang's somewhat worn face. His parents had both gone missing in the endless continent when he was less than a year old, and he had been raised by Li Wuchang. Li Wuchang had once been a high-tier lord. However, due to offending a second-generation lord, his territory was invaded, and he was subsequently expelled from the endless continent, becoming an ordinary person. Nevertheless, having once been a high-tier lord, he possessed considerable theoretical knowledge. Now he was employed by a large company as a unit expert, specifically tailoring unit combinations and formations for clients, and was living quite comfortably. Yet these experiences could never compare to being a lord. Uncle, I will definitely bring you back to the endless continent, I promise. Li Feng silently vowed. He said nothing further. Before achieving success, any words felt empty and powerless. Li Wuchang carefully reiterated many details to Li Feng, even more meticulously than the middle-aged man's instructions. Unbeknownst to them, over an hour had passed. Under Li Wuchang's worried gaze, Li Feng returned to the school. The playground was nearly empty, and it was soon Li Feng's turn. As expected, he was the last one. Endless continent, here I come. Li Feng took a deep breath and stepped into the teleportation passage. In the endless continent amidst towering green mountains and ancient trees deep within a secluded valley, a circular altar with a diameter of 3 meters suddenly appeared on an open patch of land. A protective energy shield 1 kilometer in circumference emerged around the altar. Any creature within this shield was instantly teleported outside of it. Whoosh! A flash of white light appeared, and Li Feng's figure materialized on the altar. Is this my territory? The environment seems quite nice. Li Feng nodded after surveying the area. At least his luck wasn't so bad as to land in a treacherous environment. He took out a white light orb from his backpack. It was the source of the Lord. This was an essential item for every new Lord to establish their territory. He infused the Lord's source into the altar beneath him. Territory construction successful. Please name your Lord title. A mechanical prompt suddenly rang out. Li Feng remained calm. This was the voice of the heavenly Daos will. The reason humans from Earth could enter the endless continent was precisely due to being chosen by the heavenly Tao. These details were recorded in textbooks. Master of Natural Disasters. After awakening his talent, he decided to name it this way. Naming successful. Congratulations on becoming a new Lord. Please develop quickly. Only 22 hours and 22 minutes remain until the first day's monster siege. Your territory information has been generated and can be viewed. Lord Li Feng. Title Controller of Calamity. Rank None. Unit Quantity 0. Unit Type First Order Giant Hornet. Wood 1000. Stone 1000. Iron Block 1000. Food 1000. Gold 1000. Upgrade requirement, First Order Gem 100. Any new Lord entering the Endless Continent for the first time will possess these initial resources. If you wish to acquire more, you must strive for it yourself. The Novice Trial, although set in the Endless Continent, features each competition area as a temporary independent entity. Even with the most extraordinary background, one cannot receive any support from family and must rely solely on personal effort. This is also why Li Feng is determined to secure the top position in the assessment. Otherwise, some lords with extraordinary backgrounds can start off with vast resources or even overwhelmingly powerful units. Ordinary lords would find it impossible to compete. Closing the information panel, Li Feng stepped down from the Lord altar. He found an empty space and took out his initial unit altar from his backpack, placing it down. In the Endless Continent, any lord's initial unit altar can be constructed without spending any resources. It is completely free. You have successfully constructed the Giant Hornet altar. A mechanical prompt sounded. In the next moment, a 1-meter high hive appeared in the empty space. Each unit altar will have a corresponding appearance based on the type of unit. Li Feng began to check the attributes of the Giant Hornet altar. Giant Hornet altar. Rank First Order. Level 110. Production cooldown none. Production cost 1 gold unit. Upgrade requirement wood 100 stone 100 iron block 100 First Order gem 1. The Giant Hornet altar is only at level 1. Under normal circumstances, it can produce 1 unit every 2 hours. Upgrading the altar level can reduce the cooldown time. However, Li Feng's situation is not normal. His insect-type unit altars do not have any cooldown time. He can produce units as long as he is gold. The difficulty of this novice assessment is greater than ever. As a first-order unit lord, he can obtain a maximum of 10 units in a day. With so many lords likely to be ruthlessly eliminated, not even making it through the first day is a real possibility. If he doesn't awaken the insect-type calamity, Li Feng is destined for a onity trip in the Endless Continent. But for now, all in is a wisdom of life. Li Feng invested all 1,000 gold coins into the Giant Hornet altar in one breath. You have produced Giant Hornets 1,000, consuming a total of 1,000 gold. As soon as the mechanical prompt finished, the massive hive in front of him began to gently sway. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A large number of fist-sized giant hornets flew out of the hive, neatly arranged in front of Li Feng. They looked like soldiers awaiting inspection by their commander. Flapping their wings, they filled the space in front of Li Feng. This is just the beginning. In the future, his unit numbers will grow even more, filling the sky and even the stars. Li Feng began to check the attributes of the giant hornets. Giant Hornet. Race Insect. Rank First Order. Level 1. Health 50. Attack Power 8. Defense 2. Skill Poison Needle. The giant hornet uses its sharp poison needle to attack enemies, dealing penetrating damage with a small chance to poison the target. Li Feng shook his head. The giant hornet truly deserves its title as the most useless unit. Normally, a first-order unit would have 100 health points, 10 attack points, and 5 defense points. The Giant Hornet does not possess any attribute that reaches a normal standard. Fortunately, Li Feng has 1,000 of these useless units, and more will come with time. So what if they are useless? What I play is quantity overpowering the few with the many. Starting off with 1,000 units, I am far ahead. The units have been summoned, now the main event should begin. Looking at the units before him, Li Feng smirked. In the Endless Continent, the main event naturally involves exploring maps, gathering resources, and hunting monsters. All troops, advance. Li Feng waved his hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. All units quickly moved under Li Feng's command. Although the Giant Hornet is called a useless unit, it is still a flying unit, a natural scout. Li Feng ordered all Giant Hornets to fly into the sky simultaneously, observing their surroundings. As a lord, he can share the vision of his units as long as they do not exceed 100 meters from himself. A mighty team departed, leaving only the Lord Altar and a few unit altars behind. For the first 3 days of the novice period, there is an absolute protection mechanism. A 1-kilometer radius around the Lord Altar is a complete safe zone. Aside from assessment monsters, other monsters or lords cannot approach this area. Thus, he does not need to leave any force. As Li Feng's insect army stepped out of the protection zone, a giant hornet noticed the situation. He chose one giant hornet to share its vision. As the vision changed, he looked down from above. He discovered a Malayan bear 20 meters ahead of the main force. Its fur was almost entirely black except for a patch of brown fur on its chest. About the size of a human with a short round head, from a distance, it resembled a hairy human. This is a very cunning type of bear. Li Feng had heard that in the hidden regions of Long Country Malayan bears reside. They mimic humans in poor light to lure passersby. In the vision of the giant hornet, this Malayan bear was merely bait. Behind it in the shadows hid hundreds of Malayan. Understanding the art of baiting is indeed a sign of a cunning creature. Hundreds of Malayan bears. Li Feng was taken aback. If he were just an ordinary first-order unit lord, that would be a stroke of bad luck. Even if he managed to survive the 3-day assessment trial by sheer luck. Upon the 4th day, when the novice protection disappears, his territory would surely be targeted by this group of Malayan bears destined to be overwhelmed. After all, the assessment at midnight lasts only half an hour. As long as he can endure, it counts as a victory. But these Malayan bears wouldn't wait just half an hour. These creatures are a threat. They must be eliminated. Li Feng decisively commanded, sending the entire army forward to wipe out this group of Malayan bears. One mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. No threats like this are allowed around his territory. If other lords were to hear of Li Feng's decision, they would surely curse him as a madman. At this stage, even a genius who has awakened a 6th-order unit would not dare to go head-to-head with this group of Malayan bears. Although a 6th-order unit can fight against 100, it would still sustain injuries, and one misstep could cost a life, making it not worth the risk. But Li Feng was not afraid. In terms of quantity, he had 1,000 units, nearly 10 times the number of Malayan bears. Soon Li Feng's units surrounded this group of Malayan bears completely. Roar, roar. The tranquil valley was disturbed by the echoes of beastly roars. Suddenly, countless birds flapped their wings and quickly fled the area. In a corner deep within the valley, a fierce battle was unfolding. Swarms of large needle bees surrounded over 100 Malayan bears, launching frenzied attacks. Malayan bear. Race beast race. Rank first rank. Level 1. Health 130. Attack power 12. Defense 6. Skill heavy strike. The Malayan bear is indeed exceptional among first-rank monsters. In an unknown duel, the large needle bees could easily overpower it. Unfortunately, this world is most lacking in ifs. The combat prowess of the Malayan bear is indeed formidable, but in the face of nearly 10 times its number, it was quite insufficient. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. The Malayan bear angrily swung its paw, attempting to annihilate the damned large needle bees. However, the large needle bees were not ordinary bees, but rather first-rank warriors. Even if their individual strength was weaker than the Malayan bear, they were not weak enough to be instantly killed. All the warriors surged forward. Your troops have slain the Malayan bear. Your troops gained a small amount of experience. You have received 1 gold coin. You have received 1 gold coin. Killing troops not only grants experience, but also drops gold. After a dozen minutes, all the Malayan bears had fallen. It must be said the power of the Malayan bear was indeed formidable. Even with an absolute numerical disadvantage, they fought to the death, and still managed to kill 50 large needle bees. However, it wasn't a significant issue. Each Malayan bear brought him 1 gold coin, and once he returned, he could summon over 100 more troops. Li Feng quickly approached the corpse of a Malayan bear. A virtual interface appeared in his eyes. Monster corpse detected. Do you wish to collect? Collect. Collection successful. You have obtained bear meat 10, a bear skin 1. After the successful collection, the corpse of a Malayan bear vanished. In its place were the gathered resources. This is quite convenient. Li Feng smiled slightly, storing all these resources into his backpack. He hastily made his way to the next Malayan bear corpse and repeated the collection process. Collection successful. You have obtained bear meat 10, bear claw 10. Collection successful. You have obtained bear meat 10, a bear claw 10. A few minutes later, 100 Malayan bears had entirely turned into materials in Li Feng's backpack. Oh, a cave. Some large needle bees discovered a massive cave nearby. Let's go take a look. There might be some Malayan bears left behind. Oh, a cave. Some large needle bees discovered a massive cave nearby. Let's go take a look. There might. He had a premonition that he might discover something unexpected here. Roar. Sure enough, as soon as he stepped into the cave, he saw a group of Malayan bears, at least a dozen of them. The cave was large enough to accommodate several Malayan bears charging in unison. They roared and surged forward, only to quickly fall down. Your troops have slain the Malayan bear. Your troops gained a small amount of experience. You have received 1 gold coin. Li Feng's troops also suffered considerable losses, leaving only 900 large needle bees at this point. Surrounded by the large needle bees, he arrived at the deepest part of the cave. Human, you dare disturb my slumber, you seek death. At the deepest part of the cave, a druid towering 3 meters slowly stood up, gazing at Li Feng with piercing eyes. Druids are a peculiar race. They are all first rank when born. However, they can metamorphose into other forms, and with each transformation their rank increases. At the highest, they can reach the 9th rank. Druid bear form race nature race rank 3 rank elite level 3 health 1040 attack power 96 defense 48 skills nature summon thorn technique heavy strike. Unexpectedly, an elite monster was hidden deep within this cave. Within the Lord's world, besides ordinary monsters, there are also elite monsters and boss. 3 rank elite monsters are significantly stronger than 3 rank monsters. Generally 4 rank troops are not a match for 3 rank elite monsters. Only 5 rank troops can contend with them. As for first rank troops, they can only fill in with massive casualties. In the Endless Continent, defense is defense. There's no concept of forced 1-point damage as an online game. However, there is also no concept of defense never decreasing. After taking multiple attacks, the defense on the surface naturally declines. Yet with the damage from first rank troops, it would require hundreds of attacks to reach this point. On the other hand, a 3 rank elite can kill a first rank troop with just 1 or 2 attacks. It indeed requires filling in with massive casualties. Roar. The druid resembling the Malayan bear let out an enraged roar to intimidate Li Feng. Although the large needle bees were merely useless troops, their numbers gave the druid a sense of unease. Silence. Destroy him. Li Feng had no intention of retreating today. He would slay this druid. Not only because of the confidence given by the numbers of large needle bees. The skill of the large needle bee's poison needle is one of the few skills that possess penetrating damage. Penetrating damage means ignoring defense. With Li Feng's command, all the large needle bees flapped their wings and charged at the druid. Roar. The druid furiously slammed its massive paw onto the ground. Immediately a summoning array appeared on the ground, and 10 Malayan bears sprang forth at once. Simultaneously, the druid also unleashed the thorn technique. Thorns erupted from the ground, easily ensnaring dozens of large needle bees and instantly killing them. Yet more large needle bees had already surged to confront the druid and the Malayan bears. The 10 Malayan bears struggled slightly before being annihilated. Your troops have slain the Malayan bear. Your troops gained a small amount of experience. You have received 1 gold coin. Only the druid continued to roar incessantly, wildly flailing its massive paws. Each attack claimed dozens of large needle bees. Yet it was also constantly assaulted by the large needle bees. Hundreds of large needle bees surrounded it from all directions and relentlessly launched their attacks, causing its health to plummet rapidly. The size advantage of the small large needle bees was vividly showcased at this moment. Each time dozens of their attacks could land on the druid. Up. Accompanied by the final scream, the massive body of the druid collapsed, kicking up a cloud of dust. Your troops have slain the druid elite. Your troops gained a large amount of experience. You have received 40 gold coins. You have received a 3-rank treasure chest 1. In front of Li Feng, a wooden treasure chest, half his height, materialized. Chests of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd tiers are all made of wood. He rubbed his hands together and opened the chest. You have opened a 3rd tier treasure chest and received rewards 100 gold coins, 1 3rd tier gemstone, and 1 3rd tier troop blueprint. Li Feng's eyes lit up, astonished to have obtained the 3rd tier troop blueprint so quickly. He picked up the blueprint and saw that it was for the 3rd tier blue armored wolf troop. The blue armored wolf belongs to the beast race. Although Li Feng could summon it as well. However, non-insect troops cannot benefit from the effects of the insect race's calamity. Li Feng immediately activated his talent to convert it into an insect troop. You have obtained 1 iron armored ant troop blueprint. Iron armored ant. Race insect. Tier 3rd. Construction requirements 400 wood, 400 stone, 400 iron blocks, 1 3rd tier gemstone. Adding it all up, the number of his great needle bees lost has already exceeded 300. Yet Li Feng felt it was worth it. This treasure chest replenished all his losses and even allowed him to profit significantly. He approached the druid's corpse and began gathering resources. Gathering successful, you have received 100 food and 1 3rd tier druid's heart. The druid's corpse vanished. In Li Feng's hand, a crystal radiating a green glow appeared. This was the 3rd tier druid's heart. It held no value for other lords. But if someone awakened with a 1st tier druid as their initial troop, they could immediately elevate their troops tier to 3rd by merging this 3rd tier druid's heart. Li Feng smiled as he stored it in his backpack. This haul was substantial enough to disrupt his original plans. He initially intended to explore the surrounding map extensively, and then return to his territory with the spoils. But now his gains were too significant. He was eager to return to his territory, organize his loot, and recruit new troops. With this in mind, he led the remaining great needle bees out of the cave and back towards his territory. On the way back, feeling bored, he opened the competition channel. At that moment, the competition channel was bustling with, "I'm doomed, someone help me. There's a 3rd tier blue armored wolf outside my territory. My 2nd tier troops had just left the territory when they were ambushed and devoured alive. I saw a 1st tier Malay bear outside my territory and sent in my 3rd tier troops to kill it, but suddenly over a dozen Malay bears sprang from the bushes behind it, and my 3rd tier troops were overwhelmed and killed. Haha, my 4th tier troops just killed over a dozen 1st tier big-eared rabbits, and even obtained a first-tier troop blueprint. There are millions of lords in the competition area. Even if only a small fraction are chatting, it makes the competition channel incredibly lively with information refreshing at an astonishing speed. Li Feng did not join in the conversation, but quietly observed. Just as he was engrossed, he had already returned to his territory. He closed the competition channel and first took out the iron-armored ant troop blueprint. You have successfully constructed the iron-armored ant altar consuming 400 wood, 400 stone, 400 iron blocks, and 1 third-tier gemstone. A new altar appeared beside the Great Needle Bee altar. It was a massive mound of earth with a large opening at its base. Iron-armored ant altar. Tier 3rd. Level 110. Production cooldown none. Production cost 10 gold coins each. Upgrade requirements 400 wood, 400 stone, 400 iron blocks, 1 third-tier gemstone. Summoning a first-tier troop only requires 1 gold coin, summoning a second-tier requires 5 gold coins, and summoning a third-tier costs 10 gold coins. Of course, this excludes initial troops. Even a 6th-tier initial troop only requires 1 gold coin to summon. Otherwise, they could not be called the chosen ones. Li Feng glanced at his gold coins. After killing monsters and opening treasure chests, he had gained a total of 330 gold coins. He could choose to summon 330 Great Needle Bees, or he could summon 33 iron-armored ants. Li Feng had already made his decision. He chose the latter. The Great Needle Bee has a fatal weakness: its body is too fragile. Even with a tenfold numerical advantage facing over 100 Malay bears, they still lost more than 50 due to their frail bodies. The iron-armored ant, on the other hand, is characterized by its sturdy physique. You have produced 33 iron-armored ants consuming 330 gold coins. Soon 33 iron-armored ants, each over a meter long, emerged from the altar, lining up before Li Feng. Their shells gleamed like steel, reflecting a cold light in the sun. Li Feng nodded in satisfaction and began to check the information about the iron-armored ant. Iron-armored ant. Race insect. Tier 3rd. Level 1. Health points 480. Attack power 34. Defense power 28. Skill bite. The iron-armored ant possesses strong biting power capable of dealing significant damage to enemies. Generally, the standard health points for a third-tier troop are 400, with a defense of 20. This shows just how sturdy the iron-armored ant's body is. Though there are only 33, their combat power is definitely stronger than 330 Great Needle Bees. Li Feng murmured, then decisively waved his hand, ready to strike again. With the addition of these 33 iron-armored ants, his confidence surged, and he resolved to thoroughly explore the nearby terrain. It would be best to eliminate all nearby threats. Li Feng's territory is located in the deepest part of the valley, surrounded by mountains on 2 sides, and facing water on the other, thus sparing him the trouble of exploring other directions. He led the insect army along the path just taken. After crossing the territory of the Malayan bear, Li Feng encountered a third type of monster. They were colorful jelly-like spheres. Slimes. Like his big needle bees, they are the most useless of creatures. Slime. Race nature race. Rank 1st rank. Level 2. Health 60. Attack 6. Defense 6. Skill corrosive slime. Slimes can spray a corrosive slime that deals damage and slows down targets. This group of slimes is not small, with more than 30 of them. Li Feng waved his hand, sending some big needle bees to harass the slimes. Once they finished using their skills, he commanded all the iron ants to charge. Upon receiving the order, the iron ants rushed towards the slimes. Soon the 2 armies clashed. It was evident that the battle was one-sided. The slimes could not inflict any damage on the iron ants, while the iron ants easily killed the slimes. Your troops killed a slime. Your troops gained a small amount of experience. You gained 1 gold coin. Your troops killed a slime. Your troops gained a small amount of experience. You gained 1 gold coin. The battle ended almost as soon as it began. On Li Feng's side, the casualties were 0. Even the iron ants, who were the main damage dealers, did not take a single hit, while easily exterminating the group of slimes. Only a few unfortunate big needle bees were hit by the slime's skills, losing a small amount of health. Approaching the slime's corpses, Li Feng began to gather resources. Gathering successful, you obtained slime liquid 1. Gathering successful, you obtained slime liquid 1. Slimes only produce one type of item, which is slime liquid. From what Li Feng knew, slime liquid had numerous uses. The most common use was to create slime bombs. These slime bombs are not very powerful, but they cover a large area and can slow down targets. Even 6th rank troops would be slowed if hit. A portion of slime liquid is worth 1 gold coin, and having killed more than 30 slimes, it equates to earning over 60 gold coins. Just like the Malayan bears. After gathering the slimes, corpses disappeared. During this time, Li Feng also ordered the big needle bees to scout the surroundings. Once he finished gathering, all the big needle bees returned with no other findings. Li Feng waved his hand, and the insect army set off once more. After advancing for a short distance, he spotted another wave of monsters. They were gray wolves, numbering around 40 to 50. Gray wolves are also first-rank troops, slightly weaker than the Malayan bears, but faster and more agile. Of course, facing a massive army, even agility is of little use. In the air, hundreds of big needle bees surrounded them. On the ground, the iron ants pierced through the wolf pack, like wherever they passed, the gray wolves howled in agony. Minutes later, the entire pack of gray wolves was annihilated. The iron ants, as the main attackers, suffered no losses, while several big needle bees perished. However, the gains far outweighed the losses. Just in gold coins, he earned around 40 to 50 coins and gathered a substantial amount of food and resources. If sold, these resources could also fetch several dozen coins. And the cost? Merely a few big needle bees lost. This was an absolute profit. Continue. Li Feng was addicted. The thrill of harvesting was simply exhilarating. The subsequent battles continued in the same style. First, the big needle bees would surround the monsters, then the iron ants would act as sharp blades, harvesting relentlessly. Li Feng wasn't sure about the abundance of other resources in this valley, but there were certainly plenty of monsters. Over the course of more than 10 hours, he encountered over 1,000 monsters, all of whom became the prey of his insects. Just the gold coins dropped exceeded 1,000. Not to mention, he also gathered a large amount of food and resources. However, his big needle bees suffered heavy losses. From an initial count of 1,000, only over 400 remained, losing nearly 60%. Li Feng the insect troops could be summoned without cooldown, and as long as he wanted, he could instantly summon 1,000 big needle bees upon returning to his territory. In the midst of this frenzied slaughter, all of Li Feng's big needle bees leveled up. The least gained a level, while Li Feng casually opened the information panel of a big needle bee. Big needle bee. Race insect race. Rank first rank. Level 2. Health 55. Attack 9. Defense 2. Each level up increases all attributes by 10 based on the previous level. If they reach the maximum level of 10, all attributes will double. Let's advance a bit more before heading back. Li Feng felt a bit tired. Even though he didn't have to do anything but watch his troops fight from the back. But after walking for over 10 hours on such a rugged path, even an athlete would feel fatigued, let alone Li Feng, who was just an ordinary person. What is that? After advancing another kilometer, Li Feng stopped in his tracks. He shared the vision of a big needle bee and saw a gold mine shimmering with a faint golden light. Gold mine. Rank first rank. Yield 100 gold coins day. In the infinite continent, mineral resources are virtually inexhaustible and can be mined endlessly. Of course, its rank also determines the daily mining limit. A first-rank gold mine can only yield 100 gold. Li Feng observed carefully and noticed that near the gold mine there was a group of slimes guarding it, numbering about 100. Among them there were over 20 large slimes and one giant slime. The former is a second-rank monster while the latter is a third-rank monster. Even though they are useless slimes, such a large scale is quite terrifying for any novice lord at this stage. Even those with awakened 6th-rank troops, the fated ones, would hesitate to challenge this group of monsters at this stage. Li Feng turned to glance behind him. Over 400 big needle bees were arrayed behind him, along with 33 iron ants glowing with a chilling light. He felt exceptionally confident. Charge, annihilate them. Li Feng waved his hand, and the entire army surged forward. The slimes immediately detected Li Feng's insect army. In the next moment, the monster army clashed with the insect army, leading to an intense battle. Both the big needle bees and slimes were worthless first-rank creatures. For the moment, neither could gain the upper hand. But the iron ants were third-rank troops crashing through with no restraint. Even the second-rank large slimes could not withstand their attacks. In contrast, the iron ants could easily withstand the attacks from the large slimes. Only the giant slime posed any threat to them. But the disparity in numbers was too great. Faced with the assault of a dozen iron ants, the giant slime struggled for only a moment before collapsing. Your troops killed a slime. Your troops gained a small amount of experience. You gained 1 gold coin. Your troops killed a large slime. Your troops gained a small amount of experience. You gained 5 gold coins. Your troops killed a giant slime. Your troops gained a small amount of experience. You gained 10 gold coins. Gathering successful. You obtained slime liquid 1. Gathering successful. You obtained large slime liquid 1. Gathering successful. You obtained giant slime liquid 1. After losing over 30 big needle bees, Li Feng successfully exterminated the slimes and occupied the gold mine. Compared to the losses, his rewards this time were substantial. The gold coins dropped along with the gathered slime liquid, and this first-rank gold mine totaled over 500 gold coins. Li Feng dispatched 100 big needle bees to mine. In the infinite continent, the speed at which troops gather resources is closely linked to their rank. The higher the rank, the faster the resource gathering speed. First-rank troops can gather 1 unit of resources per minute. With 100 big needle bees gathering simultaneously, the gold mine was fully exhausted in 1 minute. This area is vast. Li Feng explored around the gold mine and quickly discovered several other mineral veins. Wood mine. Though called a wood mine, it is essentially a regenerating tree. Although ordinary trees also yield wood, when felled, their quantity and regenerative properties cannot compare to a wood mine. The wood mines Li Feng discovered were all first rank, yielding 100 units of wood daily. Directly gathering. 10 minutes later, he discovered several stone mines and extracted several hundred units of stone. Iron mines, wood mines, stone mines. This area turned out to be a rich mining district. Li Feng extracted from over 300 mineral veins. After thoroughly searching for mineral veins, he finally returned home. He marked this area on the map so that troops could be dispatched to mine in the future. During his return, Li Feng received a private message. Upon opening it, he found it was a link sent by a member of the student council from Chaoshiong Comprehensive High School. Clicking the link allows one to join an exclusive chat channel. After signing up for the Lord Festival, the school would require students to draw blood. Then the blood sample would be handed over to another student council member who also signed up for the Lord Festival in order to establish contact with fellow students. This was in accordance with the school's leadership's intentions. Everyone is a classmate and should help each other out navigating the beginner's assessment together. Since the other party had personally approached him, Li Feng naturally would not refuse them. He clicked the link and entered the school's chat channel. First year class 1, Lu Ying, welcome new members, please change the group name to match my format. The speaker was Lu Ying, Li Feng's class monitor, and also a member of the student council who awakened a Tier 5 initial class. Her words immediately shattered the tranquility of the group. First year class 1, Zhou Xian, how is everyone developing so far? First year class 1, Lu Yang, I only awakened a Tier 2 class. Although it's slightly stronger than Tier 1, it might still fail. I'm doing my best to build a safe haven, hoping to survive the night. First year class 3, Wang Chen, haha, my luck is quite good. I discovered a Tier 1 gold mine near my territory, but there are over 100 monsters guarding it. Once I summon a few more classes, I'll go and crush them. Triple X brother Wang is indeed the chosen one. I've explored my territory thoroughly and haven't found a single woo. I envy brother Wang every day. Upon seeing this, Li Feng directly closed the chat channel. The remaining content was all about Wang Chen's various commercial boasts. He was not interested in joining the discussion. Calculating the time, he realized that once he returned to his territory, the first wave of monster sieges would soon arrive. During the novice trial, every night, there would be a wave of monster sieges lasting for half an hour. It wasn't necessary to kill all the monsters, as long as one could endure for half an hour, the monsters would automatically retreat. However, what Li Feng wanted was not just to endure, but to decisively eliminate the assessment monsters. Not only to kill them, but to do so with utmost speed. Killing a single assessment monster would yield 1 point, and the fastest to kill all assessment monsters would receive an additional 100 points. The final ranking of the novice trial would depend on who had the most points. Li Feng's goal had never changed from the beginning. He aimed to be the first in the novice assessment. And also, a blueprint for a mythical building. Compared to his arrival, Li Feng's return speed had significantly improved, mainly because he had to kill monsters and gather resources along the way upon arriving. Thus he consumed quite a bit of time. However, since the monsters had been cleared out, the return process was very smooth, and he encountered no monsters at all. The Lord's altar remained unchanged. It was still the novice protection period, and without Li Feng's consent, outsiders and monsters could not enter his territory. After returning to his territory, Li Feng began to check his haul. First were the gold coins totaling 1511 coins. Without hesitation, he summoned troops using all of them. Of these, 1500 coins were used to summon 150 iron ants. The remaining 11 coins were used to summon 11 giant hornets. Next were wood, stone, and iron blocks. These were obtained through mining, with each resource totaling 1200 units, 1100 units, and 8000 units. Food could only be collected from monsters, and he harvested a total of 11200 units. Additionally, various resources and blueprints could also be collected from the monsters. For example, the Tier 3 Druid's Heart, which has a market price of at least 1,000 gold coins. If sold at a higher price, it could even reach 15002000 gold coins. He also collected 193 portions of slime gel, 21 portions of large slime gel, and 1 portion of giant slime gel. All these together had a market value of 308 gold coins. As for resources like bear claws and bear pelts, neither he nor his lord had any immediate use for them, so Li Feng did not account for them. In addition, there were various blueprints. Warehouses, wooden houses, wooden beds, stone tables, stone stools. In short, Li Feng was exceedingly wealthy. If the resources he currently possessed were revealed, countless lords would surely seek to attack him and plunder his resources. Li Feng first took out a warehouse blueprint. Wooden warehouse, quality, ordinary health, 4,000, defense, 20, storage capacity, 40,000, required materials for construction, wood 400, stone 40. An ordinary quality warehouse can store 40,000 units of resources. Li Feng did not want to carry resources with him every time he went out. With a wave of his hand, he constructed a warehouse and stored a large quantity of resources within. Next, he took out the wooden house blueprint. As a proper lord, he could not sleep under the sky and rest on the ground. This basic building could be completed without a blueprint, but it would require some mental effort to construct. Using the blueprint made it much easier. Resources could be consumed directly for construction. Simple wooden house, tier, ordinary health, 4,000, defense 20, a required materials for construction, wood 400, stone 40. Soon a simple wooden house appeared. It wasn't very spacious, only about 10 square meters, but at least it provided Li Feng with a place to shield him from the wind and rain. Subsequently, he also built a wooden bed, a stone table, and a stone stool one by one. He even built a swing chair outside the wooden house. Time quietly passed. The first day ended amidst the bustling activities of the various lords. Suddenly, a mournful horn echoed. At the same time, a notification sound resounded in the minds of all the novice lords. Monster Siege begins. Initial number 50. The mechanical voice echoed in the minds of the novice lords. 50. Hearing this number, many novice lords were frightened and anxious. In the usual novice trials, the initial number of monsters on the first day was only 20. Even if the initial troops were only first year, they could resist with makeshift shelters and preset traps. As long as they didn't act foolishly, they had a 99 chance of surviving. But now that the number soared to 50, many novice lords lost their confidence. Even some lords with second and third tier troops looked grave, fully alert. Even if the initial troops were only first year, they could resist with makeshift shelters and preset traps. As long as they didn't act foolishly, they had a 9. He sat on the swing chair outside the wooden house, gently swaying, while calmly gazing into the distance. A thick fog rose, enveloping the area around the territory. He peered through the mist and noticed numerous shadows approaching the territory. Moments later, he finally discerned the true forms of these shadows. They were green-skinned goblins, each only a little over a meter tall, with pointed ears and long noses. They grinned wickedly as they slowly approached Li Feng's territory. Each of them wielded a crude wooden stick. Goblin race, Goblin tribe, tier 1st tier, level 1 health, 100 attack, 10 defense, 5 skill club. Goblins. Li Feng nodded. This matched the information in the books. Every novice assessment had goblins as the monsters. Goblins are also first tier troops, and they possess a balanced set of attributes. Soon the first goblin approached Li Feng's territory. Its eyes sparkled with malicious light as it screeched toward a group of armored ants. Zhizhizhi. The armored ants did not show it mercy. Several armored ants struck simultaneously, slamming their forelimbs onto the goblin's head. Your troops have slain a goblin. Your troops gained a small amount of experience. You gained 1 gold coin. Assessment points 1. Li Xian leisurely swung on the swing chair, suddenly snapping his fingers. Go! As soon as he finished speaking, 183 armored ants simultaneously charged toward the remaining goblins. Accompanied by piercing screams, the remaining 49 goblins fell one after another. Your troops have slain a goblin. Your troops gained a small amount of experience. You gained 1 gold coin. Assessment points 1. Your troops have slain a goblin. Your troops gained a small amount of experience. You gained 1 gold coin. Assessment points 1. This is really easy. Li Feng yawned and stretched. Congratulations, you have become the first lord among all lords in this competition to slay all assessment monsters, taking 2.5 minutes. Assessment points 100. You have received rewards: 1,000 gold coins, 1 4th tier gem, 1 4th tier troop blueprint, 1 hero recruitment order. Your glorious deeds will be announced across the competition area. Would you like to remain anonymous? Not anonymous. Competition announcement. Congratulations to Lord Li Feng, Master of Catastrophe, for being the first to slay all assessment monsters, taking 2.5 minutes. Assessment points 100. The competition leaderboard is open and all lords can check it. Rewards will be distributed based on the leaderboard rankings after the novice assessment ends. A panel appeared in front of Li Feng. Novice assessment leaderboard: first place, Li Feng, Master of Catastrophe, points 150. Second place, Fong Song, Earth Bear God, points 38. Third place, Sun Yun, Super Cute Elf, points 33. Li Feng noticed a familiar name on the leaderboard. It was his classmate Sun Yun, who had awakened the 6th tier water element elf. To his surprise, that seemingly introverted and delicate girl was actually in 3rd place among a million competitors. On a certain island, Fong Song stood on the Lord's altar, arms crossed, as he gazed ahead. He hailed from the Fong family, in Yulin, whose ancestor was a top-tier lord, just a step away from becoming an immortal deity lord. In other words, he was a top-tier 2nd-generation lord. Families like the Fong family in Yulin could invest a certain cost to help their descendants awaken high-quality initial troops. With the help of his family, he awakened the 6th tier Earth Bear, which even among 6th tier troops was considered a top tier. At this moment, his Earth Bear rampaged through the goblin horde like a terrifying war machine. Any goblin attacked by the Earth Bear would be sent flying far away, already lifeless before reaching the ground. Seeing this, Fong Song wore a satisfied expression. Having contacted the heirs of the top tier families through special means, none of them have clashed with me, so the first place in this assessment must be mine. Watching the goblins dwindle to just a few, Fong Song exuded immense confidence. Just then the competition announcement suddenly sounded in all lords' ears. Naturally, this included Fong Song. Instantly, Fong Song froze in place. Li Feng. Could it be the Baiyu Li family? No, the heirs of the Baiyu Li family are 2 years older than me and already participated in the novice assessment 2 years ago. Who could this person be? Fong Song frowned. Just then his Earth Bear also finished off the last few goblins, making him the 2nd lord to slay all goblins, earning an extra 90 points. Forget it only took him half a minute less than me, and he leads me by just 10 points. There's still a month left. First place is destined to be mine. The 2nd place reward is 5 initial troop recruitment orders. While not as good as the hero recruitment order, I will have 7 troops by tomorrow, allowing me to take down that boss. Fong Song relaxed his brow once again, wearing a confident expression. For the vast majority of lords, the first day's assessment has just begun. But for Li Feng, today has already come to an end. The fog gradually dissipated, and all the goblin corpses vanished as well. These were merely assessment monsters, not truly existent, so they naturally left no bodies behind. Li Feng did not mind. He began to count his gains. First and foremost, of course, were the crucial assessment points which determined whether he could obtain the mythic building blueprint a month later. He earned 50 points for killing the goblins, and an additional 100 points for being the first to kill all the assessment monsters. Li Feng now had a total of 150 points, ranking first on the leaderboard. The second place was a lord named Fong Song, with a total of 140 points. Based on the name of the territory, Li Feng guessed that the initial unit he awakened was most likely the 6th tier unit Earth Violent Bear. There are many bear-type units, but the one related to the Earth is solely this Earth Violent Bear. The third place has 130 points. The fourth place has 120 points. The fifth place has 110 points. The gap does not seem large. Li Feng's first place could easily change hands on any given day in the future. Almost all the lords felt this way, but only Li Feng knew how terrifying his talent was. The first day was the slowest day of his development. If these lords couldn't even match him on his first day, they could forget about surpassing him afterward. His first place was as stable as a mountain. Next is the reward for being first. Just in gold coins alone, there were a total of 1,000 pieces. For other players, even if they obtained this much gold, they could not consume it in the short term, and would have to trade with other lords for different resources. But for Li Feng, he could use this gold to summon units in no time. He also took out a 4th tier unit blueprint, which was the reward for being first. This is the Cursed Demon of the Demon race. Upon dying, it inflicts a rebounding curse on the killer, causing real damage equal to its maximum health. I must say this is a very tempting unit. Even Li Feng hesitated a bit to transform it into a swarm unit. Forget it, without the enhancement of talent, a 4th tier unit can only summon 4 in a day, which is simply too few. Shaking his head, Li Feng ultimately activated the Swarm Disaster, transforming the Cursed Demon into a swarm unit. You have obtained a self-destructing Firefly unit blueprint 1. Self-destructing Firefly. Li Feng was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. Discussing the strongest 4th tier units, at least a dozen opinions would arise among 100 people. But if we talk about the highest single attack damage among 4th tier units, then the self-destructing Firefly is undoubtedly the first. Li Feng waved his hand and consumed a large amount of resources to create the self-destructing Firefly altar. Self-destructing Firefly altar. Rank 4th tier. Level 110. Production cooldown none. Production cost 50 gold coins each. Upgrade requirements with 2,000 stone, 2,000 iron block, 2,000 4th tier gem 1. This is a cluster of grass as tall as a person, emitting a faint firefly glow. After a moment of thought, Li Feng waved his hand, spending 5,000 gold coins to summon 100 self-destructing fireflies. In the next moment, a large number of green glowing self-destructing fireflies flew out from the unit altar. Li Feng extended his fingers, with 5 self-destructing fireflies landing on his fingernails, flapping their wings. In that moment, it felt as if he had adorned himself with glowing nail art. He then checked the information on the self-destructing fireflies. Self-destructing fireflies. Race Swarm. Rank 4th tier unit. Health 400. Attack power 400. Defense 0. Skill Self-Destruct. Self-destructing fireflies unleash their hidden capabilities, executing a terrifying self-detonation that causes massive damage to the target and significantly reduces defense for a short time. The attributes of the self-destructing fireflies are quite peculiar. Their health only corresponds to that of a 3rd tier unit, and they have 0 defense. However, their attack power is sufficient to rival that of a 5th tier unit. Authoritative institutions have derived data through extensive experiments. The self-detonation of the self-destructing fireflies can deal 510 times their attack power and damage to the target. As for the decrease in defense, it reaches an astonishing 90. Of course, this is limited to 6th tier units and below. For units above the 6th tier, the drop in defense becomes negligible. Even the weakest 5 times damage far surpasses that of 6th tier units. If it could reach 10 times damage, it would almost compare to the regular damage of 7th tier units. It is important to note that the self-destructing fireflies are just 4th tier units. Of course, high damage comes at the cost of life. A self-destructing firefly has only one chance to shine in its life. You have successfully built the self-destructing firefly altar, consuming with 2,000 stone, 2,000 iron block, 2,000 4th tier gem 1. Li Feng jumped down from the swing chair and established the self-destructing firefly altar. The iron-armored ants are only 3rd tier units, and their attacks do not possess penetrating effects. When encountering high-tier monsters, especially those with high defense, they become quite passive. Although relying on numbers can gradually wear down the opponent's defense and lead to kills, this would undoubtedly cause a lot of iron-armored ants to die in vain. However, with the self-destructing fireflies, Li Feng would no longer be afraid of high-tier monsters. When encountering high-tier monsters, he would directly send the self-destructing fireflies to perform a fireworks show and blow them to smithereens. You will be my trump card from now on. Li Feng smiled slightly and withdrew his hand. The remaining 5,050 gold coins, with the extra 50 coins being from the goblin kills. Of this, 5,000 gold coins summoned 500 iron-armored ants, and 50 gold coins summoned 50 big needle bees. For him, the big needle bees indeed have little combat power left. But as low-cost flying units, they can serve as excellent scouts due to their small size, capable of exploring Thus his gold coins were completely consumed, and he became a pauper once again. The last and most precious reward for being first is the hero recruitment order. Regardless of quality, no unit possesses intelligence, that most high-tier units have a bit of combat awareness. At the beginning, when the Lord has few units, they can still manage everything well. However, as the number of units increases, especially when it surpasses 10,000 or more, it becomes impossible for the Lord alone to control everything. At this point, it is time for heroes to play their roles. The quality of heroes ranges from low to high, common, elite, legendary, epic, and mythical. Any quality of hero possesses intelligence and can command units. Li Feng took out the hero recruitment order and used it. In the next moment, a panel appeared before his eyes. You used the hero recruitment order and can summon heroes of any race. Please select the race you want to summon: human, beast, orc, goblin, swarm, undead, dragon, and elf. Without a moment's thought, Li Feng directly chose the swarm. Although heroes can command units of any race, if they lead the same race, heroes can enhance the power of those units. Since all of Li Feng's units are swarm, he naturally chose a swarm hero. In the empty space before him, a summoning array appeared, and a silver beam of light shot into the sky. As the light dispersed, a massive figure revealed itself. It was a purple scorpion the size of a car. Generally, scorpions have 4 pairs of eyes. But this scorpion only had 1 pair of eyes on the front, 2 sides appearing dark purple. If stared at for too long, it can induce a feeling of dizziness. Demon Eye Scorpion. Name: Skarner. Race: Swarm. Quality: Epic Hero. Rank: First Tier. Health: 80000. Attack Power: 800. Defense: 500. Skill: Name: Scanna. Race: Insectoid. Quality: Epic Hero. Rank: First Rank. Health points: 80000. Attack Power: 800. Defense Power: 500. Skill: Glaring Eye. Scanna gazes at enemies, stunning all enemies within sight. The more enemies there are, the weaker the stun effect. Death Ray. A death ray is unleashed from Scanna's magic eye, dealing massive damage upon hitting the enemy. Insectoid Aura. As an epic insectoid hero, Scanna can amplify all insectoid troops with a maximum number of 80000. Upon seeing Li Feng, the glaring eye insect scorpion Scanna immediately knelt down, making continuous chirping sounds in reverence. As an insectoid hero, although Scanna possesses considerable intelligence, he cannot speak human language. Li Feng understood Scanna's intent. He slightly raised his hand and said, "Get up." Upon hearing this, Scanna slowly stood up. Li Feng was quite satisfied with this hero. It was not Scanna's innate strength that pleased him, but rather Scanna's skill, insectoid aura. As a hero, the greatest highlight is not his own strength, but the ability to amplify troops of the same race. As an epic hero, Scanna can amplify 800 insectoid troops. This means that at this stage, all of Li Feng's troops can benefit from Scanna's amplification. He learned from textbooks that the amplification by epic heroes for troops is typically around 50. This is enough to elevate Li Feng's overall strength to a new level. Go rest for now, we will conquer tomorrow. Upon hearing the word conquer, Scanna's eyes brightened, and the insect blood within him surged. Half an hour passed quickly. The first day's monster siege finally came to an end. In the regional channel, one could view the total number of lords. Li Feng glanced at it, and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Just on the first night, over 100 novice lords had been eliminated. Now the number displayed in the regional channel had fallen below 900. With the monster siege finally over, the remaining lords sighed in relief and began to chat enthusiastically. Some bragged about their achievements. Some boasted about how exquisite their shelters were. Others exchanged experiences in hopes of surviving the next monster siege. As they chatted, it was inevitable that the conversation turned to Li Feng. After all, to wipe out 50 goblins in just 2.5 minutes and emerge as the top lord among 1,000,000 was truly a remarkable feat. What do you think? The great Li Feng awakened as a troop type. His territory title is Plague Controller. I guess it might be the 6th rank troop Plague Knight. It could also be the 6th rank troop Plague Beast, which is recognized as a top-tier 6th rank troop, significantly stronger than Plague Knight. No matter how we guess, the great Li Feng must be a 6th rank troop. There's no doubt about it. Great Li Feng, do you need a leg to lean on? I'm a 2nd rank troop. You up there, go to sleep? How could someone at the pinnacle like the great Li Feng care for a mere 2nd rank troop? Great Li Feng, look here, I'm a 3rd rank troop, seeking a leg to lean on. You up there, you go to sleep too. When Li Feng opened his friend channel, he was almost overwhelmed by the incessant notification sounds. Due to a regional announcement, he received a large number of friend requests. With no other choice, he could only reject all friend requests with one click and set his account to private. I guess I've indirectly experienced what it feels like to be a celebrity or internet influencer. Li Feng chuckled helplessly. He also noticed that in the school's chat channel, many were tagging him madly. First year class 1, Lu Mu. First year class 1, Li Feng, don't tell me the person ranked first is you. First year class 9, Shun Yong, what the heck is this for real? Did our school produce such a powerhouse? Can I get a leg to lean on? First year class 1, Wang Shin, you don't know. Li Feng awakened the worthless troop Big Needle B. How could he trigger a regional announcement? Yeah, it must be a common name. With 1,000,000 lords, it's normal to have a few named Li Feng. Although some classmates were certain it was a common name, many students still tagged Li Feng, wanting him to clarify. However, Li Feng merely glanced at the chat channel before closing it and setting it to do not disturb. He wasn't interested in clarifying things for a bunch of strangers. Although many of them were classmates, they had only been in school for a few months and weren't that familiar yet. Li Feng's prolonged absence brought some relief to Wang Chun. As long as it's not this Li Feng, that's fine. In the class, whether in academics or popularity, he had always been overshadowed by Li Feng. On the surface he was amicable, but secretly he couldn't help but feel envious of Li Feng. If it turned out that the Li Feng who triggered the regional announcement was indeed him, he would lose sleep over it. First year class 1, Wang Chun. Alright everyone, let's not tag Li Feng anymore. He already awakened a worthless troop, and is probably feeling down, so let's not provoke him. Seeing that Li Feng hadn't appeared for a long time, everyone had no choice but to give up. For many, tonight would inevitably be a sleepless night. On the first day as a lord, having witnessed this grand world, most people fell into an excited state. Li Feng's heart was somewhat excited too. Arriving in this magnificent world for the first time, he was deeply captivated. Moreover, on the first day his gains were plentiful. He even secured first place in the monster siege. The excitement in his heart far surpassed that of anyone else. The end result was that he couldn't sleep. Oh right, how did I forget this? Suddenly Li Feng thought of someone, or rather an insect. He summoned Scanna and inquired whether there were any side effects from the stun after using Glaring Eye. After receiving a negative answer, he immediately had Scanna use Glaring Eye on him. In the next moment he felt the world spinning, surrounded by a chaotic vortex filled with countless dark red eyes. Then, there was nothing more. He fell asleep immediately. Scanna was an epic hero while he was just an ordinary person. The stun effect of this skill was remarkable, directly putting him to sleep. When he woke up again, it was already the next day. In the early morning, Li Feng climbed out of bed, stretching languidly. A new day has begun. The red sun cast its rays upon Li Feng's face, making him appear radiant. Assemble! With his command, all troops instantly gathered before him, arrayed into an army of 3 distinct colors. Leading them was the epic hero Scanna. The sun had just revealed a corner, and the faint morning light spilled across the land. On the island, Fong Song set off with his 5 earth-violent bears. It was evident that his eyes were slightly darkened, clearly indicating a sleepless night. On the first day as a novice lord, everyone was exhilarated. Few could fall asleep at night. Obviously Fong Song was one of those excited lords who couldn't sleep. He waited until dawn was approaching, immediately setting off with his troops. As for why he didn't set off at night, he was still an ordinary person lacking night vision, but departing at night would be akin to delivering himself to death. Now although the sky was still dark, at least it was not completely pitch black. Having lost first place last night, he felt extremely unwilling. He was determined to make up for it elsewhere. For instance, the first kill of a boss. Yesterday, while exploring the map, he discovered a 5-color spotted deer, which was a boss. However, at that time, he only had 1 6th tier troop and had no confidence in defeating it, so he did not alert it. Today he set off early, determined to slay it. Though he narrowly missed the first place for the monster siege, the reward for second place was equally generous. He would receive 5 initial troop recruitment orders, which could instantly summon 5 initial troops. Now he possessed a total of 7 6th tier troops, more than enough to deal with the 5-color spotted deer. Who could compete with him for the first kill in this competition? As long as I kill this boss, I can secure the first kill in this competition, not only earning a substantial first kill reward, but also gaining 100 assessment points, allowing me to surpass that guy immediately. With that thought, Fong Song's lips curled into a confident smile. In his speculation, Li Feng had also awakened a top-tier 6th tier troop, making him Fong Song's greatest rival in this competition. However, in the endless continent, strength does not represent everything. Sometimes luck is just as important. Just like this boss, its spawn location is quite random. Some individuals, despite possessing formidable strength, may go several days without encountering a boss. Ultimately, the first kill naturally falls to others. In Fong Song's view, discovering the boss's trace on the first day made him the chosen one, destined for first place in the assessment. After racing with his troops for 2 hours, when the sun had fully risen, he finally spotted the boss. Charge! After a brief rest, Fong Song waved his hand, commanding the 7 earth-violent bears to launch an attack on the boss. Just as Fong Song arrived at the boss's location, Li Feng was counting his troops. Currently his total troop strength was approximately 1,200. Among them, first-tier Great Needle Bees around 450. Third-tier Iron Armored Ants 683. Fourth-tier Self-Exploding Fireflies 100. Plus an epic hero, the Ghost-Eyed Scorpion Scanna. The quantity of troops was not much different from when he had just started yesterday. But in terms of quality, it was like heaven and earth. Even if faced with 10,000 first-tier monsters, he could easily crush through with these troops. Let's go. After finishing the count, Li Feng raised his arm and called out. In the next moment, all troops shifted direction and slowly departed. Li Feng stepped onto Scanna's tail, walked up the hard and wide shell, and sat down. Now that he had a hero, he could completely take a back seat, letting Scanna lead the troops into battle while he enjoyed the achievements within his territory. However, he wanted to personally lead his troops into battle and see more of this magnificent world. Not long after leaving his territory, Li Feng suddenly received a warning from the Great Needle Bees. So soon monsters are respawning. Li Feng muttered. The so-called respawn actually means that after a portion of the area's monsters have been wiped out by the Lord, the will of the Heavenly Tao sends a batch of monsters from the wilderness to refill the area. He immediately shared the vision of one great needle bee. He saw several great needle bees circling around a cave, sensing a powerful aura within causing them to panic. Isn't this the cave of the druid? Li Feng raised an eyebrow, clearly remembering this cave. Here he had annihilated over 100 Malay bears and a third-tier druid. His iron-armored ant troop blueprint had dropped here. Let's take a look. Li Feng focused his thoughts, sending the great needle bee towards the cave. Receiving Li Feng's command, the great needle bee immediately flapped its wings and flew out of the formation. It dove into the cave, delving deeper along the passage. The cave was large, but not very deep, only a few dozen meters in length. It quickly reached the innermost part of the cave, which was a vast space. Through the vision of the great needle bee, Li Feng saw the source of the aura that frightened the great needle bees. It was a Malay bear over 5 meters long, currently lying on the ground in deep sleep. It was indeed a boss. Yesterday there was only a bear-shaped druid here. After killing the druid, Li Feng had specifically let his troops search, confirming there was nothing before leaving. It was clear that this boss had been teleported here by the will of the heavenly Tao after he had left. Malay Bear King race, Beastman quality, normal boss, level 1 health, 100 attack, 240 defense, 120 skills, heavy strike, Bear King's roar, war trample. The quality of the boss is the same as that of a hero. From low to high they are normal, elite, legendary, epic, and mythical. This was the lowest level normal BOSS, but its health was still a staggering 1 million. Its attack and defense were comparable to a powerful 4th-tier troop. This terrifying strength was enough to dominate the vast majority of novice lords at this stage. Had it been before he obtained the self-exploding fireflies, Li Feng would have certainly avoided this encounter. But now, Li Feng cut off the shared vision, directing his troops to enter the cave. As he advanced, he had already devised a specific attack strategy in his mind. First, use the self-exploding fireflies to significantly reduce its defense, then let the iron-armored ants launch the main attack with the great needle bees providing support. Boom. Soon a violent explosion echoed from the deepest part of the cave. Roar. Immediately the boss emitted an angry roar. It had been sleeping soundly when suddenly jolted awake by the explosion of the self-exploding fireflies. Although the damage wasn't high, it filled him with rage. Li Feng sat on Scanna's back, checking the boss's attributes. Indeed, the skill of the self-exploding fireflies had taken effect. The boss's health had not decreased much, but its defense was now reduced to just 12 points. Dear readers, please reply uniformly. This is a world boss. If one person cannot defeat it, many can. High health is natural, but I missed a step in notifying the coordinates of the world spawn. That was my oversight. However, I have already written up to 200 chapters, so I won't change it now. The self-explosion effect of the fireflies won't last for long. To avoid wasting time, Li Feng hurriedly commanded his troops to surround and attack the boss. A fierce assault unfolded within the cave. The iron-armored ants took the lead in the attack, while the giant needle bees assisted from the air. With their defense greatly reduced Moreover, given the small size of the iron-armored ants compared to the BOSS, each attack saw numerous iron-armored ants landing hits on the boss. Although the normal damage from the giant needle bees was insufficient, their skills dealt penetrating damage, allowing them to roar. The boss roared incessantly, lifting its leg and trampling the iron-armored ants on the ground. The self-exploding fireflies could only reduce the boss's defense, while its attack power remained at 240 points. An iron-armored ant would die instantly if trampled 3 times. In just half a minute, over 10 iron-armored ants had perished. Not only that, the boss continued to swing its massive paws, attacking the giant needle bees that flew close. The giant needle bees were far less durable than the iron-armored ants. Anyone hit by the boss's attack would instantly meet their demise. At that moment, the self-explosion effect of the fireflies came to an end. However, Li Feng was keenly timing it, and as the effect was about to end, he immediately sent out a self-exploding firefly. Roar! Just as the boss let out an angry roar, the self-exploding firefly quickly flew into its mouth. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted from the boss's head. The boss instantly fell into a state of dizziness, standing dazedly in place as Li Feng's troops continued their assault. This is possible too. Li Feng's eyes brightened. A random operation led him to discover new possibilities. Indeed, the self-exploding fireflies pack quite a punch. Exploding directly in the head to stun the target is completely reasonable. Li Feng nodded. His uncle Li Wuchang had taught him long ago that the knowledge in books was ultimately just theoretical. With countless troops and an array of skills, there could be billions of outcomes. These details could never be fully enumerated in books. It required the Lord to explore and discover gradually. The self-exploding firefly is tiny, about the size of an ordinary firefly. I can fully utilize its size advantage, letting it sneak in through the target's eyes, ears, mouth, and even the rear to explode inside, the effect of which would definitely surpass an explosion on the surface. With an idea forming in his mind, Li Feng saw the boss in a dazed state and immediately ordered Skarner to join. He had refrained from letting Skarner intervene earlier to prevent the boss from becoming desperate and attacking him. This scenario was not uncommon in the books. Too many rookie lords had perished due to negligence. Therefore, Li Feng preferred to let his troops suffer some losses rather than risk Skarner's safety. However, now that the boss was in a dazed state, and unable to move, Li Feng no longer needed Skarner's protection. With Skarner's involvement, the boss's health began to plummet. Half a minute later, the boss's defense restored, but it remained in a dazed state. The power of the self-exploding fireflies had been too overwhelming for it to recover. With defense restored, the iron-armored ants could no longer penetrate it. Li Feng promptly waved his hand and sent another self-exploding firefly flying toward the boss. It drilled into its ear and into its brain. Boom! An explosion rang out. The boss's body shook violently, its defense dropping once more. After cycling through this several times, and using up 5 self-exploding fireflies, the boss perished in its... Your troops have killed the Malay Bear King BOSS. Your troops gained massive experience, and you received 100 gold coins and 1 level 6 treasure chest. Li Feng estimated that this boss must be the most pitiful boss in the history of the novice assessment. It had initially killed a few of Li Feng's troops, but thereafter remained in a dazed state until its death. Congratulations, you are the first lord in this competition zone to kill a BOSS, gaining 100 assessment points. You have received rewards: resource chest x10, level 1 gem x100, level 1 war artifact x1. Your glorious deed will be announced throughout the competition zone. Do you wish to remain anonymous? Not anonymous. Competition zone announcement. Congratulations to Lord Li Feng, the Master of Disasters, for becoming the first lord to kill a BOSS, gaining 100 assessment points. As the competition zone announcement concluded, nearly 900,000 novice lords in this zone were left in shock. On an island far away from Li Xianfang Song was commanding his troops to assault the boss. Just as the boss was about to be worn down, he suddenly heard the competition zone announcement of Li Feng's first boss kill. He was momentarily frozen in place. Just as the boss was about to be worn down, he suddenly heard the competition zone announcement of Li Feng's first boss kill. Before long, this 5-colored spotted deer also crashed to the ground, killed by his troops. Yet there was no smile. He could hardly believe the competition zone announcement he had just heard. He had been surpassed yet again, this time by half a minute. Damn it. Even with his high level of self-restraint, he couldn't help but curse. Before dawn, he had rushed here with his troops to seeing the boss's health nearly depleted and the first kill reward within reach, he was suddenly intercepted by Li Feng. Not only that, but it was also exactly half a minute earlier, like the previous night. He even started to suspect that Li Feng was targeting him. Equally shocked by this first kill announcement were the top students from Chaoxiong Comprehensive High School. XYX, wow, amazing. Who exactly is this Li Feng? Not only did he top the monster siege yesterday, but now he's also secured the first boss kill. It seems our competition zone's first place is already locked in. YXY. Yeah, it's incredible. By the way, don't we have a Li Feng at our school too? Could it be that he's the big shot? ZZY, Li Feng from class 1 grade 1. Li Feng, come out and say hi, is that you? Since waking up, Wang Chun had been active in the school's chat channel, or rather showing off. Originally the chat was centered around him and his classmates were buttering him up, making him feel quite elated. But suddenly the announcement of Li Feng's first boss kill rang out. In an instant the wind changed direction. Everyone ignored him and began talking about Li Feng. If that weren't enough, many even tagged the class Li Feng, thinking this Li Feng was that Li Feng. This made Wang Chun very displeased, extremely displeased. He found himself growing increasingly annoyed with Li Feng. Wang Chun from class 1 grade 1. Didn't I say before that the troops Li Feng awakened are the useless giant needle bees? Just surviving the first night of Monster Siege is already quite an achievement. He couldn't possibly be the one to get the first kill on the boss. Wang Chun's words fell flat, making no waves. Hundreds of students were frantically tagging Li Feng, the screen scrolling rapidly. His message was barely sent before it was instantly buried. This caused his face to darken, and he could only close the chat channel and choose to vent his frustrations by killing monsters. Li Feng had already set his messages to do not disturb. He was unaware that his school chat channel was buzzing with mentions of him. At this moment he was examining his gains. The first kill of the boss was indeed a great harvest. The terrifying experience points from defeating the boss raised the levels of all his troops. First were the level 1 Great Needle Bees. The 400 that survived were all raised to level 10. The third-year Iron Arm Ants lost 23, leaving 560, all raised to level 3. The fourth-tier self-destructing Fireflies had no levels, and since all that participated self-destructed, they did not gain any levels. Skarner, being an epic hero, found it difficult to level up. If it had been a solo kill of the BOSS, it would have been sufficient to level up. However, the experience points distributed evenly were far from enough for an upgrade. Great Needle Bee. Health 5095. Attack 817. Defense 211. Iron Arm Ant. Health 480,576. Attack 3,441. Defense 2,834. The increase may seem small, but considering their numbers the boost was terrifying. In addition to the experience, the boss dropped 100 gold coins upon death. During the siege of the BOSS, Li Feng's losses were around 500 gold coins. From the gold alone, he earned 9500 coins, which was quite a windfall. Not to mention, there was also the first kill reward granted by the will of the heavens. The first reward was a resource chest. Each chest could yield 1 unit of basic resources, wood, stone, iron, or Li Feng pondered. The area he was in was a valley rich in wood and stone resources, but iron was relatively scarce. As for food, the monsters in this area were abundant, making food the resource Li Feng currently had the most of. You have obtained wood 2,000, stone 2,000, iron 6,000. In addition to the basic resources, the first kill reward also included 100 level 1 gems, which were rare resources. Whether for upgrading the troop altar or for Li Feng's own leveling, level 1 gems were essential. With the Zerg disaster present, Li Feng could forego upgrading the troop altar. However, for his own upgrade, level 1 gems were indispensable. The 100 gems were just enough to elevate him. With this thought, Li Feng decisively consumed all the gems to elevate his level. In the next moment, he felt a surge of powerful energy flooding into his body, filling every part of him. This energy nourished his body, causing his physical attributes to continuously improve. The sensation of rapidly growing stronger was intoxicating. No wonder so many people, after becoming lords, almost all lingered in the endless continent, reluctant to return to Earth. After a few minutes, this pleasant sensation gradually faded. Li Feng felt that his physical attributes had improved tremendously. Even the former world champion boxer would probably struggle to withstand a punch from him now. Lord Li Feng, Title Master of Disaster. Rank Level 1. Strength 10. Spirit 10. Constitution 10. Agility 10. Troop Count 1057. Troop Types Level 1 Great Needle Bees, Level 3 Iron Arm Ants, Level 4 Self-Destructing Fireflies. Wood 8,150. Stone 7,950. Iron 7,000. Food 11,029. Gold 10,000. Upgrade required Level 2 Gem 100. After breaking through Level 1, new dimensional attributes appeared on Li Feng's information panel. Strength is linked to physical power. The greater the strength, the greater the power. Spirit is linked to soul strength, and in the future, if Li Feng can acquire magical skills, their power will be tied to his spirit. Constitution is linked to one's vitality and defense. The higher the constitution, the more resilient one is, and the harder it is to perish. Agility naturally pertains to nimbleness and speed, and Li Feng felt as swift as the wind. From this moment on, Li Feng was no longer an ordinary person. Even if his Lord Altar were destroyed, forcing him back to the real world with his current physical attributes, he could certainly handle heavy labor without issue. After moving his body a bit, Li Feng felt unprecedentedly relaxed. After all, he had been an ordinary person who over time his body must have accumulated various bacteria and viruses. After breaking through Level 1, all those impurities were purified. It felt as if he had returned to the womb. Touching his belly, what was once flat now boasted 8 abdominal muscles. This delighted Li Feng. What boy wouldn't want abs? Exercising is too grueling, and obtaining 8 abs through leveling up was simply too enticing. The last reward for the first kill was a Level 1 war treasure. In the Endless Continent, when it comes to top-tier treasures, war treasures undoubtedly occupy a significant place. The classification of war treasures is the same as that of troops, ranging from Level 1 to Level 12, including the legendary war artifacts. It is said that 20 years ago a war artifact appeared, causing a massive catastrophe. At that time, even several divine lords fell. As for that war artifact, it vanished during the catastrophe and has been missing ever since. Although a Level 1 war treasure cannot be compared to legendary war artifacts, it is still an invaluable treasure for novice lords. There is a saying in the Endless Continent, a lord with a war treasure is on a completely different level from one without. Li Feng took out the war treasure he had just obtained. It was a blood-stained, ghostly knife with the blood appearing a sinister dark purple, even emanating a faint glow. It gave the impression that its blood owner had suffered from radiation. Ghost Blood Knife. Rank Level 1 War Treasure. Level 110. Effect 1, all troops attack power 20. Effect 2, all troops gain the skill Bloodthirst. Description, a magical knife, tainted with bizarre blood. Upgrade required with 10,000 stone, 10,000, iron 10,000, war gem 1. This truly is a top-tier treasure. The increase may seem small, but it boosts all troops. Li Feng immediately equipped it. In the next moment, all his troops receive the enhancement. The Ghost Bloodblade has 2 effects. The first effect increases the attack power of all units by 20. The attack power of the Big Needle Bee rises from 17 to 37. The attack power of the Iron Arm Ant rises from 41 to 61. The self-destructing Firefly's attack power increases from 400 to 420. Among these, this war treasure has the greatest enhancement for the Big Needle Bee and Iron Arm Ant. Especially for the Big Needle Bee, its attack power is directly elevated to the level of an ordinary Tier 3 unit. The increase for the Iron Arm Ant is not as significant, but its attack power has also increased by around 50. Moreover, this enhancement is not limited to just 1 or 2 units. Rather, it applies to the thousands of units under Li Feng's command. Not only that, the Ghost Bloodblade has a second effect. All units also gain an additional skill called Bloodthirsty. Li Feng clicks on the Big Needle Bee's panel to check the skill effect. Bloodthirsty, the Big Needle Bee becomes extremely bloodthirsty, and after dealing damage to enemies, it will absorb a portion of the damage's health. This is a lifesteal skill that can enhance sustainability. Li Feng has several Big Needle Bees attack each other. By observing their health, he estimates the specific values. After several comparisons, Li Feng finally concludes that the bloodthirsty skill can absorb 15 to 20 of damage. Li Feng is very satisfied with this skill. The sustainability of all his units has increased, making them harder to kill. This is just a tier 1 war treasure. If I can obtain the legendary war artifact in the future, the enhancements will be truly terrifying. Li Feng murmurs to himself, his eyes filled with longing. After all, that is a treasure that even divine lords would envy, who wouldn't yearn for it. He then approaches the boss's corpse. Here lies a bronze treasure chest, half a person tall, dropped after the boss's death. Tier 1, 2, and 3 are wooden chests, while Tier 4, 5, and 6 are bronze chests. Ordinary bosses drop at least a Tier 4 chest upon death, with a maximum drop of a Tier 6 chest. Li Feng is quite lucky to have dropped a Tier 6 chest. He stretches out his hand, and gently pushes open the lid of the chest. You have opened a Tier 6 chest. You receive the following rewards with 2,000 stone, 2,000 iron, 2,000 gold, 2,000 Tier 6, gem, 1, basic castle blueprint 1. Basic castle health, 8,000,000. Defense 400. Effect with the castle as the core, the territory extends 10 kilometers in all directions. Within this territory, all units gain 50 to all attributes, health recovery, speed 100, and all buildings within the territory have a cooldown reduction of 50 unique priority. Materials required for construction: wood 1,000, stone 1,000, iron 1,000. Looking at the blueprint in his hand, a radiant smile appeared on Li Feng's face. This blueprint is of immense value. The castle is the most crucial building within the territory. There is a saying among lords: a lord without a castle is incomplete. Before building a castle, even if one claims to be a lord, they are merely small chiefs with a few units lacking a true territory. Only after constructing a castle can one officially possess a territory and truly become a lord. Castles are divided into 5 qualities ranked from low to high: basic castle, intermediate castle, advanced castle, top castle, and divine temple. The ultimate evolution of the castle is the divine core structure. The divine temple, one can imagine how important it is. Now regarding its effects. The castle will enhance all units within the territory, including the lord and heroes. Moreover, all buildings within the territory have a cooldown reduction of 50, with unique priority. For example, the cooldown time for a Tier 1 unit altar is 2. For hours. Once the castle is built, it will be reduced to 2 hours. Furthermore, this cooldown reduction time enjoys priority. In the future, if the lord acquires some cooldown reduction items, it will be based on the 2 hours for further cooldown reduction. Only the castle has such an effect. Generally speaking, during the novice trial period, very few players can obtain a castle. Even if someone does, it is usually towards the end of the assessment. Unexpectedly, Li Feng's luck is so extraordinary that he managed to obtain a castle on the second day. By the way, I remember that the first novice lord to build a castle will trigger a district announcement and receive a reward. Thinking of this, Li Feng's expression became peculiar. It seems that he has monopolized the district announcements, leaving nothing for others. Although there will still be 29 monster sieges ahead, the first place will trigger the district announcement. However, Li Feng does not believe anyone can compete with him for first place. Shaking his head, he returns to reality. Let it be monopolized. Once he awakened the Zerg calamity, it was destined to be this way. He puts away the castle blueprint and begins to gather resources from the boss. Gathering successful, you obtain food, moonlight grass 10. Moonlight grass. Li Feng furrows his brows, feeling a bit of familiarity. His brain spins rapidly, and after a moment of thought he remembers. In the Endless Continent, there are thousands of spiritual herbs, and moonlight grass is one of them. The quality of spiritual herbs is akin to that of units. Moonlight grass is a Tier 1 spiritual herb. Although it is only Tier 1, it is quite rare and seldom circulated in the market. Because of its rarity, most books do not include it. Li Feng knows about moonlight grass thanks to his uncle Li Wuchang. In Li Wuchang's study, there are various books about the Endless Continent, including an encyclopedia of rare spiritual herbs. Li Feng saw moonlight grass in that book. Consuming moonlight grass allows a creature to increase their spirit value by 1 point and gain 1 point of moonlight shield. Authoritative institutions have tested that 1 point of moonlight shield can negate 100 points of damage. Once the moonlight shield is depleted, it can be replenished by bathing in moonlight overnight. However, a creature can consume a maximum of 10 moonlight grass. Consuming more than 10 has no effect. Good stuff. With only 10 moonlight grass, Li Feng naturally took the initiative to consume them. Moonlight grass resembles the grass by the roadside, just emitting a faint moonlight. Chewing it in his mouth is not unpleasant, instead it has a subtle fragrant taste. Soon all 10 moonlight grasses have been consumed by Li Feng. Spirit 1020. At the same time, Li Feng feels a gentle power hidden within him. That must be the moonlight shield, capable of negating 100 points of damage, making him even harder to kill. This is a good place that has yielded great rewards for 2 consecutive days. Li Feng looks at the cave, smiling slightly. He then leaves a big needle bee behind to monitor the area. As soon as another monster or boss respawns, he will know immediately. After completing all this, he takes his units and leaves the cave. Outside the cave, he instructs Skarner to rush him back to the territory. Li Feng arrived beside the Lord's altar, preparing to construct a castle. Unlike other buildings, as the most critical structure, the castle must be built reliant on the Lord's altar. You have built the castle consuming a total of wood 100 stone, 100 iron blocks, 1000. In an instant, over half of the resources Li Feng painstakingly gathered were depleted. Boom. The earth began to shift with the Lord's altar at its center, quickly forming a massive foundation. Following that, the structure of the castle took shape and started to be erected. Li Feng watched in awe, as if invisible workers were laboring at a speed thousands of times greater. In reality, a grand castle was being constructed. Even with the aid of technology, it would take several years from the start to completion. Yet only an hour had passed. His castle was completed. As for him and the Lord's altar, they were located in the castle's basement. Congratulations, you are the first Lord in this region to construct a castle, earning 100 assessment points. You have received rewards: gold coins 100, epic spirit, field 1, a 6th order gem 1, a 6th order unit blueprint 1. Your glorious achievement will be announced throughout the region. Would you like to remain anonymous? Not anonymous. Regional announcement. Congratulations to Lord Li Feng, the disaster controller, for being the first Lord to build a castle, earning 100 assessment points. As soon as the regional announcement was released, all the lords were in an uproar. Damn, it's only the second day, and someone has already built a castle. That's outrageous. Does anyone understand? I'm still living like a caveman. Woe is me, I regret not studying harder back then. Without blueprints, I can't even build a house, living like a wild person under the sky and on the ground. Lord Li Feng is without a house. The world chat was buzzing while Li Feng was admiring his castle. This was a retro Gothic-style castle exuding a sense of marble texture, spacious enough to comfortably accommodate over 1,000 people. The castle had 3 levels with only one passage for entry and exit, making it easy to deploy troops for defense. Beneath the 3-level castle there were 2 layers of underground space. The first underground layer consisted of rows of dungeons, which could be used to imprison creatures. Once trapped there, creatures of level 3 and below would have their combat power instantly reduced by 100%. In simple terms, they would be rendered incapacitated. The second underground layer was a vast space covering 1 million square meters. 1 million square meters is equivalent to 1 square kilometer, roughly the size of 2 of the world's smallest countries. Both underground layers were part of the castle's attached space and did not exist within the main space of the endless continent. Li Feng's Lord's altar and unit altar were all located here. Previously, his altar was exposed to the open air. If a creature possessed the ability to hide, it could potentially destroy his Lord's altar without him noticing. However, with the protection of the castle, unless one had the power to directly destroy all his units, sneaking in was absolutely impossible. These were merely the attached values of the castle. Its inherent effects could enhance the strength of units' heroes. After the castle was completed, all units, including Li Feng, felt a surge of energy, their overall strength significantly enhanced. As a beginner castle, its influence extended up to a diameter of 10 kilometers. The enhancement to his overall strength was remarkably evident. In the future, the more units Li Feng had, the more exaggerated the enhancements would be. One could say the importance of the castle was hardly inferior to that of war artifacts, perhaps even surpassing them. After touring around, Li Feng returned to the second underground layer. In the vast underground space, there were only a few altars, a wooden house, and a warehouse, creating a rather lonely atmosphere. To prevent them from appearing so solitary, he decided to place the recently acquired epic spirit field in this area as well. Spirit field. Quality epic. Effect: crop growth speed 500, crop yield 500. When talking about lords and territories, people inevitably think of farming. Spirit field is used for farming. All food harvested from monsters is meat. Although meat is delicious, eating too much can become monotonous. At such times, people would crave some refreshing vegetables and fruits. In the endless continent, various rules naturally accompany. For instance, farming. Lords cannot simply cultivate fertile land like the natives of the endless continent. To farm, a lord must rely on spirit fields. Li Feng waved his hand, placing the spirit field. Before him, a vast area of land began to soften, ultimately transforming into a seemingly fertile field. This spirit field was a standard square with a side length of 100 meters, covering an area of 100 square meters, quite expansive. The soil within the spirit field was loose and radiated a faint golden glow. Crops could grow rapidly and yields would increase thanks to this golden glow. The higher the tier of the spirit field, the more golden glow it emitted, leading to greater enhancements. Li Feng had learned from books that even mythic-grade spirit fields had soil that radiated golden light, increasing growth speed by 1,000 and yield by 1,000. Although I have the spirit field, I lack crop seeds to plant. I hope to gather some from monsters in the future, he murmured. From monsters, one could not only gather food and monster materials, but also had a chance to collect crop seeds, and even medicinal herb seeds. However, it was difficult to collect from low-tier monsters. Li Feng searched the trading market, but found no lords selling crop seeds, or medicinal herb seeds. Closing the trading market, he took out a blueprint, which was a 6th order unit blueprint. To his surprise, the unit blueprint he obtained this time was for the insect race, and he wouldn't even need to activate his talent. Flying mantis. Race insect. Level 6th order. Construction requirements would 800 stone, 800 iron blocks, 800 6th order gem 1. I didn't expect my luck to be this good. A flying mantis, a flying unit. Li Feng was enamored with the blueprint for the flying mantis. Even among 6th order units, they were top tier. Not only because they had powerful attributes, but also because they were one of the few flying units. At the beginning of a Lord's Journey, flying units had a tremendous advantage over ground units. All my resources went into building the castle, the remaining resources aren't enough. Although Li Feng wanted to construct the flying mantis altar, he currently lacked sufficient resources and could only set this idea aside for the time being. Li Feng stored away the blueprint of the flying mantis and strode towards the iron-armored ant troop altar. By defeating the boss and building his first castle, he had earned a total of 200 gold coins. After a moment of contemplation, he invested all the gold coins into the iron-armored ant altar. All in a gamble is a wisdom of life. Gold coins won't reproduce if kept on hand. However, summoning all troops could significantly enhance Li Feng's strength, allowing him to acquire more gold and resources. Before long, 200 iron-armored ants appeared before him. Seeing the vast swarm of iron-armored ants, a smile spread across his face. This is the visual effect I wanted. He left the castle with all the iron-armored ants and joined forces with the troops stationed outside the castle. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Li Feng led over 300 troops forward in a grand procession. He was once again immensely satisfied with Skarner. He sat comfortably on Skarner's back, letting Skarner carry him as they moved effortlessly. This time Li Feng did not follow the same path as yesterday. The monsters along that route had all been cleared, and they wouldn't respawn in the short term. The direction we advanced yesterday was due east. This time, we head southeast. With that thought, Li Feng commanded the army to turn and advance to the right front. Minutes later, he spotted a dense cluster of green figures. There were over 100 goblins guarding a first-tier gold mine behind them. This route is good. There's a gold mine right at... Li Feng smiled slightly and ordered all the Great Needle Bees to charge at the group of goblins. Currently, all his Great Needle Bees were level 10 units with a base attack power of 17. Combined with the enhancements from the Ghost Bloodblade Skarner and the castle, their attack power soared to 51, far exceeding the regular attack power of a 3rd-tier unit. Dealing with this group of goblins was almost too easy. Indeed, as soon as they clashed, the goblins were utterly defeated. Your troops killed a goblin. Your troops gained a small amount of experience. You received 1 gold coin. Your troops killed a goblin. Your troops gained a small amount of experience. You received 1 gold coin. Just a few minutes later, over 100 goblins were annihilated. Li Feng then sent the self-exploding fireflies to collect the first-tier gold mine. 4th-tier units can gather 20 units per minute. Dozens of self-exploding fireflies collected the gold mine in mere seconds. Li Feng didn't even pause the army's march. The self-exploding fireflies had already returned to the ranks. As for the goblin corpses, they were carried by the Great Needle Bees to Li Feng's side. Despite their small size, the Great Needle Bees were fully leveled first-tier units strong enough to lift the goblin bodies, with ease, cooperating 2 by 2. Collection successful. You received goblin meat X5 at goblin bones X1. Collection successful. You received goblin meat X5, goblin bones X1. Although Li Feng felt a bit uneasy about the flesh of these humanoid monsters, the insects were not picky and could be saved for the troops. As for the goblin bones, like the bear skins and claws collected yesterday, they were used for forging equipment. In this endless continent, enhancing troop strength wasn't solely reliant on war treasures. Self-forged equipment could also enhance troop strength. However, each piece of equipment could only be used by 1 unit. During the rookie phase with few troops, this was manageable. But once the number of troops increased, how much equipment would he need to prepare? Moreover, if any troops died in the wild, their equipment could be confiscated by enemies. That's why war treasures are regarded as top-tier treasures. Li Feng stored the goblin bones, planning to sell them along with the monster materials collected yesterday to other lords. He had too many troops and would continue to acquire more. No amount of materials would suffice. Thus, selling materials for resources was the right path. Next, his troop squad advanced mercilessly like a bulldozer, rampaging down this road. Any monsters encountered were effortlessly pushed aside. In contrast, even the weakest Great Needle Bee had suffered no losses. Compared to yesterday, his strength had increased dramatically. As the second day drew to a close, he returned to his territory with the troops. The second day yielded abundant rewards. Upon returning to the castle, Li Feng began his customary inventory. First, the gold coins. From killing monsters and mining gold, he had amassed a total of 100 gold coins, equivalent to defeating a boss. Next were wood, stone, and iron blocks. This time he did not encounter any rich or areas, so the collection of these 3 resources was not substantial. Adding the remaining amounts, he now had reserves of 9750 units of wood, 90 units of stone, and 650 units of iron. After counting, Li Feng frowned slightly. He had originally hoped to gather enough resources today to construct the flying mantis altar. Now he had sufficient wood and stone, but there was still a significant shortfall in iron. He'll check the trading market later. After whispering that, he began to count the food. In this area, monsters were most abundant, and Li Feng had also gathered the most food. Including what he had previously, his current food reserves stood at 21080 units. Even with 3000 troops, such a large amount of food would be impossible to consume. Finally, there were various monster materials. All these materials were used for forging equipment. Bones, claws, and similar materials could be utilized to forge weapons. Materials like furs and scales were used for forging armor. Naturally, there were also special materials like slime. Li Feng had already returned late, and now after counting resources the second day quickly passed. Suddenly a desolate horn sounded. Simultaneously a notification echoed in the minds of all rookie lords. Monster Siege begins. Number of monsters 100. A mechanical voice resonated in all rookie lords' minds. The number for the second day was 100, and the difficulty had increased by more than double compared to yesterday. The number of monsters had exactly doubled, so logically the difficulty should have increased twofold. However, any lord who had studied diligently would know. The monsters on the first day were just ordinary goblins. The monsters on the second day were still goblins, but half were goblin throwers. Goblin throwers were still first-tier monsters, but with slightly improved attributes. Moreover, goblin throwers were, compared to the monster siege on the first day, the difficulty of the second day had increased significantly. The expressions of most lords turned grave. On an unnamed island, Fong Song stood on the lord's altar, his gaze intense, as the fighting spirit within him burned fiercely. On the first day, I only had 1 Earthstorm Bear, losing to you was acceptable. But today I have 7 Earthstorm Bears, and 8 second-tier Goblin Archers. The first place tonight is mine for the take. At that moment mist began to rise. From behind the mist shadowy figures approached Fong Song's territory. You lot kill them quickly. Fong Song shouted loudly. With his command, all the Goblin Archers immediately drew their bows. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A series of arrows shot into the war fog, causing the goblins behind the mist to scream in agony. Roar, roar, roar. The Earthstorm Bears roared continuously. They took the initiative to attack, charging into the war fog. As top-tier 6th-level units, their every strike could easily annihilate goblins and goblin throwers. With 7 Earthstorm Bears launching their attacks simultaneously, the number of goblins vanished at an alarming rate. In just about a minute, this group of goblins had been nearly wiped out. Seeing this scene, a smile crept across Fong Song's lips. Just as that smile began to widen, an announcement from the competition zone rang out. Competition announcement. Congratulations to Lord Li Feng, the Disaster Controller, for becoming the first Lord to kill all examination monsters, taking 1 minute and 3 seconds, earning 100 examination points. Fong Song's smile froze on his face. He was a highly competitive person, otherwise he wouldn't have been secretly competing with Li Feng. But now he felt deeply struck. Twice during monster sieges and boss kills, and as the first to establish a castle, he had never surpassed Li Feng, always trailing behind. Who exactly is he? It can't possibly be from the Bayou Li family. Their heir entered the endless continent. Li Feng. Li Feng. Could it be he is from the Chang'an Li family? Fong Song's body trembled violently as he seemed to realize something. The Chang'an Li family is the most prestigious noble family in the Dragon Kingdom, known for having a divine lord, and strictly speaking the Bayou Li family is actually a branch of the Chang'an Li family, but they have been separated for many years. Yes, he must be from the Chang'an Li family, a descendant of that colossal family. If that's the case, I can't complain about. Fong Song wildly speculated about Li Feng's identity, ultimately labeling him as a descendant of a divine family. To him, only such a figure could consistently overshadow him. As for ordinary families, he didn't even consider them. It was simply impossible. 1 minute earlier, Li Feng stood on the castle's watchtower, gazing out, surveying everything from above. The war fog slowly rose, ultimately shrouding his entire territory. From behind the mist, shadowy figures emerged. Those were the examination monsters. Charge, everyone! Li Feng shouted loudly. As soon as his command fell, all the giant needle bees and iron ants rushed forward madly. As the two armies clashed, all the goblins fell without exception. Your units have killed a goblin, gaining a small amount of experience. You received 1 gold coin, 1 examination points. Your units have killed a goblin, gaining a small amount of experience. You received 1 gold coin, 1 examination points. Your units have killed a goblin thrower, gaining a small amount of experience. You received 1 gold coin, 1 examination points. Your units have killed a goblin thrower, gaining a small amount of experience. You received 1 gold coin, 1 examination points. It took 1 minute and 3 seconds, with more than half of that time spent traveling. The actual combat time was less than 20 seconds. Congratulations, you have become the first lord among all lords in this competition zone to kill all examination monsters, taking 1 minute and 3 seconds, earning 100 examination points. You received rewards: 1000 gold coins, 1 4th-tier gem, 1 4th-tier unit blueprint, 1 hero recruitment order. The rewards were the same as the first day. After that, he opened the leaderboard again. His rank remained first on Newbie Examination Leaderboard. First place, Li Feng, the Disaster Controller, points 550. Second place, Fong Song, the Earth Bear God, points 330. Third place, Sun Yun, the Adorable Elf, points 310. On the first day, the gap between Li Feng and second place Fong Song was only 10 points. Now, however, the gap had widened to a staggering 220 points. Moving forward, as long as he maintained stable performance, first place would be as solid as a mountain. He glanced at others and found that the top 10 on the leaderboard had barely changed. It was still the same people. Shaking his head, he closed the leaderboard. He descended to the second underground level and retrieved the 4th-tier unit blueprint rewarded by the Heavenly Tao. Fire Mage. This is a human unit, magical and ranged, a rather rare type of unit. Unfortunately, the Insectoid Disaster's effect is ineffective against human units. A 4th tier unit altar can summon only 4 units per day. Although Li Feng has a castle which reduces cooldown by 50, he can summon at most 5 units in a day. There are countless insectoid units, and Li Feng couldn't possibly remember them all. However, he still had some impressions of certain outstanding ones. There are countless insectoid units, and Li Feng couldn't possibly remember them all. However, he still had some impressions of certain outstanding ones. The Fire Centipede was one of them. Like the Fire Mage, the Fire Centipede is also a magical and ranged unit. Moreover, the Fire Centipede is one of the few units that can evolve. If luck is sufficient, the Fire Centipede can evolve into a 7th tier unit, the Burning Centipede. It seems that the Insectoid Disaster's transformation of blueprints is not random at all. Combining the recent transformations of unit blueprints, Li Feng gained a deeper understanding of his talent. The first time was transforming the 3rd tier unit, the Blue Armored Wolf, into an Iron Ant. Both of these units excel in defense. The second time was transforming the 4th tier unit, the Cursed Demon, into a self-destruct Firefly. Both of these units are special units that can inflict damage on enemies even after death. The third time, which is this instance, was transforming the 4th tier unit Fire Mage into Fire Centipede. Both of these units are magical units. From this, it can be seen that the Insectoid Disaster's transformations of units contain some inherent rules and are not entirely random. You have successfully constructed the Flame Scorcher Centipede altar, consuming 200 units of wood, 200 units of stone, 200 units of iron ingots, and 1 tier 4 gemstone. A new altar now stands beside the self-detonating Firefly altar. It is a small earthen mound half a man's height, perpetually ablaze with flickering flames. Countless narrow apertures densely pockmark its surface, each exhaling roaring tongues of fire. Flame Scorcher Centipede altar. Tier 4. Level 110. Production cooldown none. Production cost 50 gold coins per unit. Upgrade requirements 200 with 200 stone, 200 iron ingots, 1 tier 4 gemstone. Li Feng currently commands 3 distinct infantry units, all melee-oriented. The emergence of the Flame Scorcher Centipedes perfectly fills the critical gap in ranged offensive capability. Glancing at his treasury, he finds over 20,000 gold coins amassed. Without hesitation, Li Feng spends 10,000 gold coins to summon 200 Flame Scorcher Centipedes. You have produced 200 Flame Scorcher Centipedes, consuming 100 gold coins. In the next instant, dozens of Tumterlong centipedes crawl forth from the fiery apertures, lining up before Li Feng in perfect formation, each gleaming crimson from head to tail. Unlike ordinary centipedes, they habitually rear their upper bodies upright, like cobras. Their heads are flattened and broad, resembling miniature crimson cobras, shrunk to scale. Flame Scorcher Centipede. Race Arthropod Clan. Tier 4 Infantry Unit. Health 3600-1800. Attack 580 I-300. Defense 180-90. Skill. Fireball. The centipede condenses searing flame energy and launches a blazing projectile at enemies, inflicting massive damage and potentially igniting them. Bloodlust. The centipede enters a ravenous state. Upon dealing damage, it siphons a portion of that damage as life force to restore its own health. Like other arcane infantry, Flame Scorcher centipedes possess relatively fragile physiques, but compensate with exceptionally high offensive power. Amplified thrice by war artifacts, heroes, and the castle itself. Their attack output surpasses standard Tier V units. They rival even elite Tier V combatants in raw destructive capacity. Li Feng orders them to march independently toward the castle and assume defensive duties. After constructing the Flame Scorcher Centipede altar, my reserves of wood and stone have fallen below 8,000 each. Time to visit the trade market. With that thought, Li Feng opens the trade market interface. A remote trading platform where lords freely exchange resources. One may even click on another lord's profile to enter their personal storefront for precise, targeted transactions. Within the trade market interface lies an exclusive chat channel, designed specifically for lords to communicate, negotiate, and coordinate resource trades. Brothers, help. My spawn point lies deep within the desert where monsters are scarce beyond measure. My food stores are nearly depleted. Anyone willing to sell me provisions? Wah wah wah. I spawned amid a wasteland of jagged boulders. Every monster here is carved from stone. No food to be gathered whatsoever. Please, sell me food. My troops are starving to death. Across the market channel, a chorus of lords pleads for sustenance. Li Feng's entire army consists of arthropod clan units, a race distinguished by compact, diminutive frames. Smaller size means drastically reduced consumption. Coupled with his spawn location, teeming with monstrous life, he has never once worried about famine. Yet many lords command far larger units, and spawn in desolate regions. Though such zones may yield rare and exotic resources, they almost invariably lack edible supplies. 2 days have passed since the Heavenly Tao bestowed its initial gift of 1,000 units of food, now nearly exhausted if not entirely gone. Consequently, numerous lords flood the market channel seeking provisions. Having assessed the situation, Li Feng smiles. He holds a staggering 20,000 units of food. This is his chance to reap immense profit. He scans the listings. Many lords offer food for sale, yet their combined stock falls short of 10,000 units. Little wonder, few possess Li Feng's prowess to dominate hordes of monsters and harvest vast quantities of sustenance. After brief deliberation, he posts in the market channel massive food surplus available. Exchange rate 100 units of food for 500 units of wood, or 500 units of stone, or 500 units of iron ingots. First come first served. He appends a direct link to the message. Any lord clicking it is instantly redirected to his personal storefront. The moment the message appears, the market channel erupts. Holy hell, price gouger. The standard exchange ratio for food and raw materials is 1:10. You're demanding 1:5. You might as well rob us blind, but at least you've had the decency to toss us a crumb. I solemnly urge all lords, this predatory conduct must not go unchallenged. Resist, refuse to buy. Anyone who does is a fool. Absolutely. Refuse to purchase. Keep it rotting in your vault. Li Feng sees none of these messages. He has already entered his own storefront. He lists the food in batches of 100 units totaling 20,000 units. Only a modest reserve remains, just enough to sustain him through tomorrow morning. Transaction confirmed 500 wood. Transaction confirmed 500 stone. Transaction confirmed 500 iron ingots. The full 20,000 units vanish almost instantly, snatched up by eager lords. The speed leaves Li Feng momentarily stunned. The market channel explodes anew. What the? Where did all the food go? You lot moved faster than lightning. I blinked and missed every single batch. Shameless. We vowed to boycott this profiteer. We swore we'd never buy, yet you raced each other to snap it up? That's called strategic deception, brother. Clearly you're still green. Ha ha ha. I secured one batch. Finally, no more hunger pangs. Though their lips rail against price gouging and vow eternal resistance, their actions betray them. Every last unit vanishes in seconds. Seizing the momentum, Li Feng swiftly lists all previously acquired monster materials, save for one rare. He retains only the Tier 3 Druidic Heart, a rarity whose value could soar into the tens of thousands of gold coins, if sold to the right buyer. Monster materials are non-essential commodities. Li Feng prices them fairly, adhering strictly to prevailing. Transaction confirmed 1 gold coin. Transaction confirmed 1 gold coin. Leveraging the food frenzy, Li Feng sells out his entire inventory of monster materials, netting 3589 gold coins. Then come the resources acquired from food trades: 2500 units of wood, 2500 units of stone, and 500 units of iron ingots. Such abundance more than suffices to construct the sky-reaping mantis altar. Tier VI units represent the highest attainable quality during the novice assessment phase. And yet, within 3 days, Li Feng stands on the cusp of commanding his first Tier VI unit. Truly, the arthropod plague is nothing short of transcendent. You have successfully built the flying mantis altar, consuming a total of 8,000 wood, 8,000 stone, 8,000 iron blocks, and 160 gemstone. The altar of the flying mantis is not much different from that of the self-exploding firefly, surrounded by patches of grass. Many insectoid species share similar living habits. They either reside in grass on trees, or burrow. Flying mantis altar. Tier 6. Level 110. Production cooldown none. Production cost 200 gold coins each. Upgrade requirements: 8,000 wood, 8,000 stone, 8,000 iron blocks, and 160 gemstone. After summoning the fire centipede, Li Feng has over 12,000 gold coins remaining. Having sold a large amount of monster materials, Li Feng's total gold now exceeds 16,000 coins. Li Feng has always considered himself quite wise. He summoned 80 flying mantises in one go, while the remaining 100 coins were used to summon over 100 giant hornets. You produced 80 flying mantises, consuming a total of 1600 gold coins. Greenish mantises appeared before Li Feng. They have 2 pairs of wings, and their forelimbs resembling sides are large and conspicuous, glimmering with a chilling light. They could easily cut through iron and sever hair with a breath. The flying mantises are not small. Each stands over 2 meters tall. When upright, they tower over Li Feng by 2 heads. They are currently his largest troop. They stand silently before Li Feng, making an effort to minimize their presence. In the Endless Continent, there are also wild flying mantis monsters. They are born killers, quietly hiding in the shadows, waiting for their prey to approach before striking, suddenly delivering a fatal blow. Flying mantis. Race insectoid. Tier 6. Health 1600, 8000. Attack 2420, 1220. Defense 800, 400. Skill Steel Blade. The forelimbs of the flying mantis transform into steel blades, dealing massive damage to enemies. Speed Burst. The flying mantis unleashes incredible speed, rapidly closing in on enemies, causing massive damage with the next attack. Bloodthirsty. The flying mantis becomes extremely bloodthirsty, absorbing a portion of the damage dealt to enemies. The attributes of the flying mantis are quite excellent among 6-tier troops, though they are not top tier. However, being a flying unit is a significant advantage. This elevates them to the ranks of top-tier 6-tier troops. Currently, Li Feng possesses a total of 5 types of troops. In terms of numbers, the flying mantis is the least numerous. Yet they can effortlessly wipe out all of Li Feng's other troops, as if slicing through vegetables. Now the gap between me and the destined ones has been completely bridged, and not only that, I am now far ahead. Li Feng's lips curled into a pleased smile. Just take Fong Song, who was second in both monster siege attacks, as an example. The reward for second place is 5 initial troop recruitment orders, and he has received a total of 10. Moreover, the 60-year troop altar can summon once a day. Now on the third day, he has summoned 3 types of troops. In total, that makes 13 60-year troops. In contrast, not counting other troops, Li Feng has 80 60-year troops. This is definitely a significant lead. I have grown stronger, but my wealth has diminished. Li Feng looked at his bare gold balance and couldn't help but sigh. If this were to get out, it would surely attract the ire of many lords. After entering the Endless Continent, every new lord is gifted 100 gold coins by the will of heaven. At this stage, apart from Li Feng, no one else has spent all of theirs. In fact, as they continue to develop, the amount of gold they hold only increases. This is also why Li Feng's non-hard currency monster materials were quickly sold out, not merely due to the rising demand. Moreover, the lords truly have no place to spend their money. When they finally see someone selling monster materials at a fair price, they can't resist and buy them all up. Among them, only a very small number of lords possess a magical forge for crafting equipment. The rest are just consuming for the sake of consumption. Bringing his thoughts back, Li Feng took out his final reward, which was the hero recruitment order. You have used a hero recruitment order and can summon a hero of any race. Please select the race you wish to summon: human, beast, orc, goblin, insectoid, undead, dragonkin, elf. It was still the insectoid. In the next moment, a summoning circle appeared on the empty ground before him, with a silver beam of light shooting into the sky. The light dissipated. A 2-meter tall purple locust flapped its wings, hovering in midair, shimmering with a faint purple glow under. Windblade locust. Name: Kazik. Race: insectoid. Quality: epic hero. Tier 1. Health: 112500, 37500. Attack: 1370, 470. Defense: 705, 235. Skill: Windblade. Kazik is favored by the wind. Each of its attacks releases a wind blade, dealing damage upon hitting the target. Gale Blade. Kazik gathers the power of wind to unleash a gale blade attack on enemies, causing massive damage. Insectoid aura. As an epic insectoid hero, Kazik can amplify all insectoid troops with a maximum limit of 8000. Bloodthirsty. Kazik becomes extremely bloodthirsty, absorbing a portion of the damage dealt to enemies as health. Another epic hero. A look of surprise appeared on Li Feng's face. Although the hero recruitment order can summon heroes of any quality, the higher the quality, the lower the probability of recruitment. The probability of summoning a mythic hero is 1 in a million. The chance for an epic hero is slightly better, but still only 1 in 10,000. Li Feng has summoned twice in a row, both resulting in epic heroes. His luck is simply outstanding. Speaking of which, aside from the initial troops being a bit lacking, my luck and everything else has been great. What does that mean? Li Feng recalled and shook his head in amused disbelief. Chirp, chirp. Kazik frantically flapped its wings behind it, making sounds to indicate its submission. I understand, please be quiet. Li Feng waved his hand, signaling Kazik to keep it down. The noise from this creature alone could rival the chirping of cicadas throughout an entire neighborhood in summer. It was too loud. Upon receiving the command, Kazik immediately landed on the ground, lying flat and motionless. Li Feng was checking Kazik's information. Compared to Skarner, Kazik is considerably more fragile, but its attack power is significantly higher. Looking at the first 2 skills, it's clear that Kazik is a spell-based hero. However, unlike the fire-based abilities of the fire centipede, Kazik's attributes are wind-based. Sigh. Then Li Feng looked at the last skill, letting out a slight sigh of regret. What a pity each type of unit can only receive the bonus from one hero's aura. Otherwise, with thousands of heroes stacked together, even the Great Needle Bee could contend with 6th-tier units. All heroes possess aura skills, and Kazik's is no exception. However, at this stage, Li Feng's unit count has not exceeded 800, preventing him from fully benefiting from the enhancements of 2 epic heroes. Leading Kazik's outside the castle, Li Feng pointed towards a large tree about several dozen meters ahead, and said, Kazik's Blade of the Wind. Upon receiving the command, Kazik's immediately swung its scythe-like forelimbs and unleashed 2 blades of wind in one go. After advancing to the first tier, Li Feng's vision had significantly improved. Though he still lacked night vision capabilities, he could see fairly well in the gentle moonlight. The 2 blades of wind were both faint purple and crescent-shaped, each half a meter long. Bang! The large tree ahead toppled with a resounding crash. Li Feng quickly switched to several other targets. He concluded that Kazik's Blade of the Wind had an effective range of 80 meters. Beyond that, its power diminished sharply, and over 160 meters the Blade of the Wind became ineffective. Then he had Kazik's test the Gale Blade. The Gale Blade resembled the Blade of the Wind, differing only in that it reached a length of 1 meter. Its effective range was the same as the Blade of the Wind, but it dealt significantly greater damage. Not bad, a range of 80 to 160 meters is sufficient. Li Feng nodded in satisfaction, pleased with Kazik's. He let Kazik's find a place to rest, and returned to the main bedroom of the castle. He didn't need to build basic furnishings like beds and tables, they were included with the castle's construction. After a day of battles, Li Feng felt somewhat fatigued. As soon as he lay down on the soft bed, he slipped into slumber. Time flowed like a river, calm on the surface, yet quietly passing. The third day arrived as expected. As dawn broke, Li Feng got out of bed and summoned all units, and the two heroes. Following the routine established yesterday, he chose to count his units every morning. Currently, his total military strength was 3456. Among them, first-tier Great Needle Bees 407 at level 10 and 112 at level 1. Third-tier Iron Arm Ants 560 at level 3 and 2000 at level 1. Fourth-tier Self-Destructing Fireflies 95. Fourth-tier Fire Centipedes 200. Sixth-tier Flying Mantis 80. Heroes 2 Epic Heroes Skarner and Kha'Zix. Compared to yesterday, their strength had qualitatively improved. At this stage, he could single-handedly contend with tens of thousands of ordinary lords. Today is the last day of the protection period. Starting tomorrow, the number of eliminated lords will likely increase significantly. Li Feng murmured as he looked into the distant sky. Without the protective shield, powerful lords would inevitably attack the territories of weaker lords. Defeating other lords would allow him to destroy their altars. He could fully obtain the assessment points from the defeated lords. Moreover, destroying their unit altars would surely yield resources, and there was a small chance of obtaining unit blueprints. In the Endless Continent, the most terrifying foes were not the monsters, but the other lords. Come on, let the storm rage even fiercer. Li Feng murmured. He then began to deploy his forces, dividing all units into two groups, each led by Skarner. As for himself, the lord, he naturally rested in the castle, reaping the rewards. As a lord, it was one thing to take action when his forces were insufficient. As for himself, the lord, he naturally rested in the castle, reaping the rewards. As a lord, it was one thing to take action when his forces were insufficient. Nonsense scenery. Just trees upon trees. He would grow tired of it in a couple of days. All units move out. With Li Feng's command, the army set forth. After leaving the castle, they split into two paths to explore. During this time, heroes could initiate mental communication with the lord at any moment, and Li Feng could share the hero's vision for temporary command. Units shared vision with the lord, but could not exceed 100 meters from him. However, heroes had no such limitation. They could share vision even if separated by 100 kilometers. Your unit has killed a goblin. Your unit gained a small amount of experience. You received 1 gold. Your unit has killed a slime. Your unit gained a small amount of experience. You received 1 gold. Your unit. Soon the sounds of monsters being killed echoed in Li Feng's ears. Heroes also had the advantage of sharing the Lord's gathering function, allowing for rapid collection of monster resources. Before long, various monster resources continuously appeared in Li Feng's personal backpack. A few hours later, Kha'Zix's team discovered a rich mining area, greatly supplementing Li Feng's basic resource. Oh, there's even an elite monster hidden here. Li Feng, lying on his soft bed, shared Kha'Zix's vision. Suddenly the ground near a 4th-tier gold mine cracked, and a cloud of deep gray mist erupted from within. From the cracked ground emerged a fist-sized ant with the deep gray mist spewing forth from its body. Mist Ant Race, Insectoid Tier 4th Tier Elite, Level 1 Health, 4000 Attack Power, 400 Defense, 200 Skills, Mist Bite, High-Speed Movement. As soon as the mist ant appeared, its already red eyes glowed even brighter. Upon awakening, it found all its minions dead, lying cold on the ground. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It emitted an angry shriek and swiftly charged at the nearest iron arm ant. It didn't care whether they were of the same kind, launching a furious attack. The mist ant had high attack power and swift speed, and in no time one iron arm ant met its demise. Kill it. They dare kill my units. This cannot be tolerated. Li Feng decisively ordered Kha'Zix. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Kha'Zix immediately took action, swinging its forelimbs and releasing a flurry of purple wind blades. This was Li Feng's second encounter with an elite monster, and it was a 4th-tier elite, significantly stronger than the previous druid. But this time Li Feng didn't need to sacrifice the Great Needle Bees. Moreover, in front of Kha'Zix, the mist ant didn't even get a chance to retaliate, only able to endure the onslaught. As Kha'Zix unleashed its powerful attacks, the mist ant's health plummeted. The intense pain caused it to let out a heart-wrenching scream. Sensing its life was in danger, it attempted to turn and flee back to its cave. But Kha'Zix gave it no chance. It harnessed the power of the wind-purple currents swirling around it, ultimately forming a massive purple wind blade. Whoosh! The purple wind blade flew out, striking the mist ant at an even faster speed. Your hero has killed the mist ant elite. Your hero gained a large amount of experience. You received 200 gold, and you obtained a 4th-tier treasure chest. Because it was a solo kill of the Misty Land ant, all the experience points were awarded to Kha'Zix. The experience from a Tier 4 elite monster is exceedingly rich. However, as an epic hero, the difficulty for Kha'Zix to level up is immense. Even with the experience from the Tier 4 elite monster, it is still insufficient to elevate him to Tier 2. In this regard, Li Feng did not care much. Even if he reached Tier 2, it would merely double his power. For other lords, they would do everything possible to elevate their epic heroes' tiers, as this would significantly enhance their overall strength. But for him, it holds little significance. His advantage lies in the sheer number of his troops. A Tier 2 epic hero is still not enough to surpass the numerical superiority of his current forces. Kha'Zix opened the treasure chest. Li Feng commanded Kha'Zix in his heart. After receiving the order, Kha'Zix hurried to the corpse of the boss. Beside it there stood a bronze treasure chest half the height of a person. Kha'Zix's powerful forelimbs easily pushed open the chest lid. You have opened a Tier 4 treasure chest. You have received rewards gold 2000 Tier 4 War Artifact 1. What is this? Li Feng suddenly sat up, his face displaying an expression of disbelief. He actually opened a war artifact. Although treasure chests can indeed yield war artifacts, the probability is astoundingly low. This time, even authoritative institutions had no corresponding experiments. They could only summarize a shocking statistic through numerous rewarded questionnaires to lords. The probability of obtaining a war artifact from a treasure chest is 1 in a million. This means that on average, only one war artifact is likely to appear in 1 million treasure chests. Damn, have I slept with the goddess of luck. When did I become this fortunate? Li Feng couldn't help but exclaim. He clearly remembered how unlucky he was in his past life. In a certain game, pulling crystals guaranteed a bottom line. Playing the lottery for several years, winning $5 was considered a jackpot. They say that extremes lead to reversals, and that bad luck can turn to good. It seems my poor luck from before has resulted in this current stroke of fortune. Li Feng nodded, deeply agreeing with his own speculation. These things no longer mattered. The rewards from the treasure chests opened by heroes would automatically be placed into their personal inventory. He quickly retrieved the war artifact he had just acquired. Revenge Compass. Tier 4 War Artifact. Level 110. Effect 1. You can locate the coordinates of any lord who has attacked you within a straight line distance of 2,000 kilometers. Effect 2. Consume 2,000 gold to construct a fast teleportation channel leading to the enemy's territory. It takes 1 minute per 100 kilometers. Description: a gentleman takes revenge. Oh, a day is too late. Materials needed for upgrading: wood 500000, stone 500000, iron block 500000, war gem 50. In his hand appeared a palm-sized round compass glowing with an eerie red light. This is an auxiliary type of war artifact. In the hands of other novice lords it currently seems a bit useless. Not to mention that each use requires consuming 2,000 gold. Even if he locates the coordinates of his enemies, it doesn't guarantee he can defeat them. But for Li Feng, this revenge compass is very important. He is not a bleeding heart. Once the novice protection period ends, any lord daring to attack him will pay the... As for whether he can defeat them, that's a joke. He isn't afraid of anyone in this competition zone. Across all competition zones he fears no novice lord. Good thing. Li Feng stroked the revenge compass and placed it into his personal inventory. This compass cannot enhance the combat power of troops, so it cannot be equipped, only stored in the inventory. Your hero Kha'Zix has successfully gathered resources. You have received food 2,000 Misty Tower Blue. At that moment a prompt sounded in Li Feng's mind. Misty Tower. Quality Elite. Health 20,000. Defense 0. Effect creates a mist barrier that can cover a diameter of 2,000 meters. Within the barrier, enemy's vision is reduced by 90, which can negate any long-range reconnaissance or locking methods below Tier 6. Materials needed for construction: wood 8,000, stone 8,000, iron block 8,000. This is the Misty Tower does not possess offensive or defensive capabilities. Its primary function is to interfere with enemy's vision and negate long-range reconnaissance methods. Li Feng recalled a military commentary program he had seen in his past life. In it, a general said that when the Continental Army landed on the island, they would get lost, rendering it impossible to engage them in battle. Of course, that general was purely talking nonsense. But this indirectly proves the importance of having vision and accurate direction. If you don't even know where I am, how can... In contrast, for Li Feng, as the master of the Misty Tower, his troops would not be affected by the mist, and their vision would remain clear. Looking at his inventory, he recalled that he had sold a large amount of food yesterday, exchanging it for a total of 100 units of basic resources. Although constructing the Flying Mantis altar consumed some, he still had plenty left. Building this Tier 4 Misty Tower was more than sufficient. While thinking, Li Feng began constructing the Misty Tower, placing it in a vacant area near the castle. You have successfully constructed the Misty Tower, consuming wood 8,000, stone 8,000, iron block 8,000. In the next moment, a 10-meter-high gray stone tower rose from the ground. Creating mist requires energy. It consumes 200 gold per day. For Li Feng, that's just a trivial amount. He does not intend to wait until the war begins to use it. Just 200 gold a day is something he can easily afford. He simply waved his hand and consumed 2,000 gold, allowing the Misty Tower to operate for 10 days. After consuming the gold, the Misty Tower immediately activated. Mysterious symbols flickered on the tower, radiating magical light. The mist it produced is not a physical mist, but a magical one. This mist only interferes with reconnaissance methods and enemies' vision. As for sunlight and moonlight, it has no effect whatsoever. Li Feng can bask in the sun or enjoy the moon as he pleases. Soon a thick gray mist spread out, centered on the Misty Tower, enveloping a radius of 2,000 meters. At first Li Feng could see the mist, but after a moment he could no longer see it. It wasn't that the mist had disappeared, but rather that it simply did not affect him. Time passed swiftly, and a day had gone by. Throughout this day, Li Feng stayed within the castle, occasionally feeling bored and anonymously chatting in the regional channel, where he would go to the lookout tower to gaze at the scenery nearby. Alternatively, he would share visions with Skarner and Kha'Zix. As night approached, Skarner and Kha'Zix returned to the castle with their troops. The mist surrounding the castle had no effect on them, allowing them to reach the castle gates without obstruction. Squeak! The two great heroes knelt on the ground paying their respects to Li Feng at the lookout tower. The troops behind them followed suit, also kneeling and making their respective sounds. It must be said that noise is a common trait among the insectoid troops. When thousands of them chirped simultaneously, it left Li Feng's ears and head aching. Alright, enough. You don't have to salute me anymore, I just want to be a quiet lord. No insect dared to defy Li Feng's command, and fell silent instantly. Li Feng scanned the surroundings. Compared to before they set off in the morning, there were fewer great needlebees and armored ants, but the losses were minimal. The self-exploding fireflies, fire centipedes, and flying mantis were still at full capacity. Today the fire centipedes, as ranged troops, played a significant role in the team's damage output. From a distance, they rained fireballs upon the enemies, ending their lives. Thus the experience points gained today were primarily attributed to them. With 200 fire centipedes, over 100 of them had reached level 3, while the rest had attained level 2. Their overall strength had increased slightly. Next came today's harvest. Since they split into two groups, the rewards naturally increased. Moreover, Kha'Zix stumbled upon a rich mineral area, yielding even more. First were the gold coins, totaling 8,124 pieces. Only a small portion was gained from monster kills, the majority came from mining. The rich mineral area discovered by Kha'Zix contained 2 4th-tier gold mines. Each 4th-tier gold mine could produce 2,000 gold coins. Not to mention, there were also numerous 1st, 2nd, and 3rd-tier gold mines aside from the 4th-tier ones. Originally, there were also 2,000 gold coins obtained from treasure chests. However, Li Feng used them on the Mist Tower, otherwise he would have exceeded 1,000 gold coins from today's harvest. Then came the 3 basic resources: wood, stone, and iron. Specifically 3 200 units of wood, 300 units of stone, and 2 500 units of iron. Together with the original stock, his castle's warehouse was now overflowing with resources. Although it looked like a lot, Li Feng felt it was still far from enough. Now that he had become a lord, he also harbored ambitions of building a city within his territory. Even a small city would require resources in the millions. Lastly, there was food. He harvested a total of 22250 units, surpassing the total from the previous 2 days. Among them were rabbit meat, wolf meat, hyena meat, bear meat, and so on. With such a rich variety, Li Feng decided to prepare a grand meat feast tonight to treat himself. There were also quite a few monster resources. Li Feng roughly estimated that the total value of these monster resources was around 3,000 gold coins. Another day of abundant wealth. Li Feng was pleased with today's harvest and took out a large amount of food for his troops and heroes to consume. While it was a considerable amount, it wasn't that much in reality. Only the 2 heroes had larger appetites and consumed. The other troops consumed very little food. Li Feng personally took to the kitchen, preparing a sumptuous meat feast for himself and indulging to his heart's content. After eating, looking at the mess on the table, Li Feng sighed. Cleaning up the dishes felt like humanity's Achilles heel, and he had no desire to do it. It seems I still need to get some humanoid troops, though otherwise as a lord I'll have to clean up, cook, and wash dishes myself, which is quite unrefined. Full and satisfied, Li Feng opened the trading market, preparing to trade food. It wasn't that he had forgotten earlier, but rather it was intentional. After all, he had already been scolded by the other lords as a profiteer, so he might as well be one to the end. The later it got, the hungrier those lords without food would become, and they would frantically snatch up his food. Upon opening the market channel, the chat content made him pause slightly. I finally had a full meal. Mom doesn't have to worry about me going hungry anymore. Praise the goddess Sun Yun, I love you, goddess. Affordable food tastes great. That profiteer from yesterday deserves to be dragged out and beaten. Yes, I must say we need to resist profiteers. After scrolling through the chat records, Li Feng understood. Someone was selling food in large quantities, and it was one of his classmates. Is it Sun Yun? Li Feng immediately pictured the image of the frail girl in his mind. The troop she awakened was a water elemental spirit. This troop absorbs water elements from the world and does not need to eat. Moreover, being a powerful 6th-tier troop, their speed in hunting monsters for food is naturally very fast. This girl, so honest in this cannibalistic world, is actually trading over 10,000 units of food at fair prices. Li Feng shook his head. Honest people tend to suffer losses. If Sun Yun doesn't change her personality, even a fated individual can easily face great losses. With bad luck, she might even get kicked out during the novice assessment, becoming one of the few fated individuals nailed to the pillar of shame. Such cases have indeed happened in history. Still, the saying goes, in the endless continent, the most dangerous thing is not the monsters, but the other lords. Then he spoke in the market channel, selling food in large quantities as usual, 100 units for 500 units of basic resources, or 500 gold coins. Hurry if you wish to purchase. Sun Yun is an honest person, but he is not. He continued to list food at 5 times the market price. There were still 8,000 lords remaining in this competition. At least half of the lords were lacking food. The 1,000 units of food Sun Yun listed could not meet. Sure enough, his statement immediately caused a sensation. Countless lords who were still hungry clicked into Li Feng's showcase without hesitation to buy food. In just a moment, the 2,000 units of food he listed were sold out. Transaction successful, you gained 500 gold coins. Transaction successful, you gained 500 gold coins. This time Li Feng did not limit the resources traded and added gold coin transactions. This resulted in the overwhelming majority of lords trading food using gold coins. Consequently, the monster materials he listed were also sold out. Alarm! Alarm! Merchants are attacking. Lords, put aside your dignity and grab your national treasures. Hey, let us crush them. Li Feng, ahaha, the merchants are here. Let's resolutely resist the merchants. By the way, this gray wolf meat smells so good it's making me and the troops drool. I scoff, you said you'd resist the merchants, yet as soon as they went on sale you cleared the shelves. I look down on you. Hey upstairs, why are you opening the showcase? I'm too embarrassed to call you out. The market channel buzzed with activity after Li Feng's remark. Although everyone was condemning Li Feng's actions as a merchant, inside they were also grateful. Grateful for Li Feng's existence. Throughout history, many novice lords were eliminated due to insufficient food. Thanks to Li Feng, many lords were able to eat and avoid starvation. Moreover, the food Li Feng offered had restrictions. Each lord could only purchase one portion. Although this was Li Feng's marketing strategy to prevent any lord from buying a large quantity, at once resulting in a spike in the number of eliminated lords, it also reduced potential customers. However, it was precisely because of this marketing strategy that more lords survived. In summary, many lords were both pained and pleased. Li Feng closed the showcase and entered the trading market interface. His current gold balance was nearly 4,000 coins, and he wanted to make some purchases. Of course, he mainly wanted to see if anyone was selling blueprints for humanoid troops. He clicked into the category for troop blueprints and found quite a few first-tier troop blueprints available. Out of 8,000 novice lords, some lucky ones indeed dropped first-tier troop blueprints. The lords who chose to sell these blueprints must have awakened to a higher-tier initial troop, thus looking down on first-tier troops. Li Feng glanced over and was secretly astonished. He saw the blueprint for the Great Needlebee troop. This useless troop would normally not even be taken for free. But now it was astonishingly listed for a staggering 500 coins. Li Feng searched the trading records and found that there were indeed successful transactions. After a brief surprise, Li Feng quickly understood. The difficulty of this novice assessment was far greater than usual. Those lords who awakened first-tier troops would be eliminated unless they accumulated more strength. Historically, during every novice assessment featuring mythic-level blueprints, 99 of lords who awakened first-tier troops were eliminated, with several instances resulting in complete annihilation. All of this was documented in books. Any lord who had seriously read the books understood the severity of this novice assessment. Thus, even if they had to play the fool, they would still purchase the Great Needlebee troop blueprint just to add a bit of hope for passing. In the moment that Li Feng was lost and thought the Great Needlebee troop blueprint he had just seen was already sold, there were still over 10 first-tier troop blueprints left. There was only one humanoid troop, which happened to be a human troop. Human Priest. This was a support-type troop that could restore a small amount of health, but its combat power was very weak. In fact, all the remaining dozen or so troops on this interface were those with little combat power. Not every lord could earn tens of thousands of coins like Li Feng so casually. For many lords, spending hundreds of coins on a first-tier troop was already a loss. If they bought a troop with no combat power, it would be an even bigger loss. Just like this Human Priest. Although it could restore health, it was still just a first-tier troop with a pitifully low recovery, spending hundreds of coins to purchase it. That's not just foolish. In fact, even the lord who listed it felt it was impossible to sell. Transaction successful, you gained 800 coins. Somewhere on the prairie. Wang Chun was slightly taken aback upon hearing the prompt sound in his mind. Someone actually bought the Human Priest. After a moment of surprise, he quickly felt happy. Who cares about that? A worthless blueprint exchanged for 800 coins, that's a huge profit. On the other side, Li Feng spent another 500 coins to purchase a first-tier gem. He descended to the second underground level and began constructing the altar for the Human Priest. You successfully built the Human Priest altar, consuming 100 wood, 100 stone, 100 iron, and 1 first-tier gem. A white cross about the height of a person appeared out of thin air. Li Feng spent 1 coin to summon a Human Priest. This was not a Zerg troop. He could not summon them infinitely. Even with a 50 cooldown from the castle, it still required 2 hours to summon one. The Human Priest walked out from the cross, kneeling silently before Li Feng, mechanically saying, "Greetings, Lord." Troops lack intelligence. This cannot be visually discerned in Zerg troops, but it can be seen at a glance in human. Not having intelligence is better. If they were intelligent, sending them to their deaths would be akin to committing a crime. Li Feng brought the Human Priest to the dining table, teaching him step by step how to wash dishes. This Human Priest was destined to wash dishes in the future. He planned to summon a few more. Cleaning, washing clothes, cooking, massaging. While Li Feng was lost and thought the third day quietly came to an end. Monster Siege begins. Number of monsters 150. A mechanical voice echoed in the minds of all novice lords. Li Feng arrived at the castle's watchtower. He could see that his territory was shrouded in a layer of war fog. Vague silhouettes slowly appeared. However, this time, they did not head straight for Li Feng like they did in the previous 2 days. They were like headless flies aimlessly wandering within Li Feng's territory. All of this was naturally thanks to the Tower of Mist. Swish, swish, swish. The moment the war fog appeared, all flying mantises had already set off. They rushed into the war fog wielding their sickle-like forelimbs. Any goblin hit by them would fall instantly. The gap between 6th tier and 1st tier troops was simply too vast. Your troop killed a goblin. Your troop gained a small amount of experience. You earned 1 coin assessment points 1. Your troop killed a goblin slinger. Your troop gained a small amount of experience. You earned 1 coin assessment points 1. Your troop killed a goblin axeman. Your troop gained a small amount of experience. You earned 1 coin assessment points 1. This time a new monster was added, the goblin axeman. Its attributes had a slight improvement over the goblin slinger. But in front of a 6th tier troop, what use is that? 1 hit, and they were done. Congratulations, you have become the first lord among all lords in this division to kill all assessment monsters, taking 21 seconds, assessment points 100. The ranking of the novice assessment: first place, Li Feng the Master of Calamity with 800 points. Second place, Fong Song the Earth Bear God with 570 points. Third place, Sun Yun the Adorable Elf with 540 points. Li Feng remains unshakable in first place. Even the top 10 positions showed no changes. Announcement from the competition area: the novice protection period has officially ended, and the true competition is about to begin. Destroying the altars of other lords will grant you all their assessment points. On the third day, the voice of the heavenly Tao echoed in the minds of all novice lords. Li Feng stood on the look. In the moonlight, he could see the protective shield located a kilometer away gradually dimming until it completely vanished after a minute. This meant that entry no longer required Li Feng's consent. Any creature could now step into his territory. Most lords found this outcome unacceptable, their faces revealed. Even the chosen ones who awakened tier 4 and 5 units looked extremely serious. After all, while their units were strong, they were not at the pinnacle of the pyramid. If they were targeted by a powerful figure, it would be very dangerous. In no time, the lords began to become active in private channels, eager to form alliances and seek comfort in numbers. Li Feng noticed that the school's chat channel was unusually lively at this moment. User XXX, is there any powerful figure in the plains area? The main monsters here are the Grey Shadows, Brown Hounds, and Goblins. User YYY help. There are over 100 Grey Dwarfs hiding near my territory, and now that the protective shield is gone, they have surrounded me. My coordinates are XXXYYY. Any kind-hearted powerful figure, please save me. User Yang Lin from Class 7, Grade 1. Students in the plains area can private message me to compare coordinates. If close enough, we can form an alliance. My awakened unit is a Tier 4 Fire Mage. User Wang Chun from Class 1, Grade 1. Students near the mountains can private message me. I don't need to introduce my unit further. Li Feng glanced at the chat for a moment before silently closing the channel. Almost everyone was huddling together for warmth, even the chosen ones who had awakened Tier 4 and 5 units. No matter how powerful their units were, they couldn't endure the siege of dozens or hundreds of lords. Such is the nature of the novice assessment. Lords must face not only the monsters in the wild, but also guard against other lords. Without absolute power, forming alliances is the best option. Li Feng did not speak up. This time he had no intention of forming alliances during the novice assessment. He possessed absolute strength and had the fog tower to disrupt the enemy's vision. Even if hundreds or thousands of lords besieged his territory at the same time, he could manage it without difficulty. Then he glanced at his gold balance. He still had around 500 gold coins, enough for him to summon units in bulk. Li Feng did not rush to summon units. Instead, he took out the reward for being first in the monster siege. Just like the previous 2 days, he received 100 gold coins, 1 tier 4 gem, 1 unit blueprint, and 1 hero recruitment order. This time the unit blueprint was for the Beast Clan's Rock Bear, a magical tank. Its skill is rock armor, making it difficult for even tier 5 units to inflict damage, thus making it a highly sought-after frontline unit. According to the patterns he had previously summarized, if he converted the Rock Bear into an insectoid unit, it should also serve as a frontline unit. Li Feng pondered over his current units. He only had a tier 3 iron armored ant as a frontline unit, which was too low tier to withstand much damage. During the day, the fog ground ant easily took it down. If he replaced it with the Rock Bear, it could stand still and let the fog ground ant attack for a long time without any issue. With this thought, Li Feng directly converted it into an insectoid unit blueprint. You have obtained the blueprint for the Explosive Muscle Mosquito X1. You successfully built the Explosive Muscle Mosquito altar, consuming 2,000 wood, 2,000 stone, 2,000 iron blocks, and 1 tier 4 gem. The altar for the Explosive Muscle Mosquito is peculiar, resembling a 2-meter high spatial wormhole. You produced 200 Explosive Muscle Mosquitoes, consuming 1,000 gold coins. From the spatial wormhole, explosive muscle mosquitoes with bodies like steel and muscles comparable to bodybuilders flew out. This group of explosive muscle mosquitoes stood upright, towering half a head taller than Li Feng, who stood at 1.8 meters. Their steel-like red bodies gave off a sense of a mechanical beast. Explosive muscle mosquito race, insectoid, tier 4 health, 6,000, 3,000 attack, 420, 220 defense, 1,200, 600. Skill explosive muscle. The explosive muscle mosquito possesses explosive muscles, being entirely muscle with no fat, which doubles its defense. Bloodthirsty, the explosive muscle mosquito becomes extremely bloodthirsty, and after inflicting damage on enemies, it will absorb a portion of the damage as health for itself. Looking at the information of the explosive muscle mosquito, Li Feng was dumbfounded. This was an overwhelming sense of security. The most astonishing aspect of the explosive muscle mosquito was its defense. Its base defense reached 300 points already at the ceiling for Tier 4 units. With the enhancement from its passive skill explosive muscle, it surged to 600 points comparable to top Tier 5 units. And that's not all. With the dual boost from the castle and an epic hero, its defense completely skyrocketed. 1200 points of defense, and even regular Tier 6 units would struggle to penetrate it. No wonder this unit transformed from the rock bear, it has truly reached the pinnacle of tanking. Li Feng couldn't help but exclaim, patting the explosive muscles of the explosive muscle mosquito, producing a sound like striking steel. Feeling secure, he still had 4,000 gold coins left, which Li Feng planned to split in half. One half would be used to summon the flying mantis, and the other half for the fire centipede. The flying mantis is currently his most powerful unit, so it must be summoned first. The fire centipede, being his only ranged unit, also requires priority in summoning. In his past life, a professor once said, "Truth only lies within the range of cannons." This saying applies equally in the Endless Continent. Ranged units, especially powerful ranged units, are like cannons. You produced 400 fire centipedes consuming 2,000 gold coins. You produced 100 flying mantises consuming 2,000 gold coins. You produced 150 great needle bees consuming 150 gold coins. At this point, Li Feng's gold was nearly depleted with only a few dozen coins remaining. Simultaneously, a swarm of units appeared before him. Very good, I am increasingly looking forward to the days ahead. Li Feng's lips curled into a meaningful smile. He was not afraid of other lords attacking him, but rather feared that no one would come. Attacking other lords would allow him to gain their points. He believed that those who awakened Tier 6 units would certainly attack other lords vigorously to plunder points. If he merely relied on monsters attacking cities to earn points adhering to the routine, he would definitely be overtaken. Therefore, he hoped that more lords would attack him. A silver beam of light vanished. A bug-type hero appeared. It was a deep gray ant hero. Giant force ant. Name Mint. Race bug. Quality common hero. Rank 1st tier. Health 1875, 625. Attack 225, 75. Defense 90, 30. Skills giant charge, brutal, bite, bug, aura, bloodthirst. Unfortunately, it seems that Li Feng's good luck has run out. This ant hero is merely a common hero. However, this is the normal probability. Generally speaking, among 10 hero recruitment orders, 8 will mostly be common heroes. Li Feng had already summoned 2 epic heroes in succession. He was indeed lucky. Now he was merely returning to common heroes can enhance 100 troop types with an attribute boost of 6. However, a single troop type can only benefit from one hero's enhancement. Currently, Li Feng's number of troop types has not exceeded 16000, so there is no need for Mint to help him enhance his troops. Mint, from now on you will be the steward of my castle, responsible for managing all the trivial matters in my castle. Li Feng issued his first command to Mint. Just a common hero lacking in combat power and enhancement capability, Li Feng simply made him the logistics officer. Chirp chirp. Mint made a sound to indicate compliance. Following that, Li Feng gave Mint a series of instructions. Don't underestimate the position of logistics officer. In ancient times, the chancellor of various countries was essentially a logistics officer of the state, a very important position. After giving the instructions, Li Feng invested the last few gold coins into the altar of the human priest. By placing the coins in advance, the troop altar would automatically summon troops once the time was up. This also indirectly saves the lord's time. After all, it's fine at the beginning. As the number of troop altars increases, how many lords can afford to wait by the side for the cooldown to finish? Having completed all this, Li Feng left the underground level 2 with his troops and Mint. Once back in his bedroom, Li Feng fell asleep immediately. That night, dark currents surged, destined to be anything but peaceful. For example, dozens of kilometers away from Li Feng, a cruel slaughter was unfolding in a basin. This basin had almost no vegetation. One could easily see from the easternmost edge to the westernmost edge. Although there was no basin, there were several mineral veins. There were 1st to 3rd tier mineral veins everywhere, and even the numbers of 4th and 5th tier veins were not few. 6th tier veins could also be seen. This basin was indeed a rich mineral area. The 2 rich mineral areas Li Feng discovered earlier were nothing compared to this place, which was like a poor land. In the novice assessment, the lord's teleportation was quite random. There were those like Li Feng who could not see a second lord within a radius of several kilometers. And there were places like this basin where as many as 18 lords descended into this area. Chuan, who having awakened the 5th tier troop, the Azure Flame Tiger, was the strongest lord of this basin. At this moment, his Azure Flame Tiger unleashed its might, spewing forth blue flames that instantly killed several 1st tier troops. Witnessing this scene, a cruel smile crept across Chun Hu's otherwise handsome face. Boss Chun, why are you doing this to me? Wasn't it agreed that we would form an alliance? The 1st tier troop lord trembled, half in anger and half in fear. That was merely to placate you useless ones, allowing you to help me mine for free. Now that the protection period is over, you can withdraw. Ooh, I have no need for useless people under my command. Shenhu scoffed dismissively. Shenhu, I won't let you off. I am from the XX family in XX city, and I will definitely use my family's connections to make you pay the price. The first-tier lord in a fit of rage could only threaten with his background, hoping to intimidate Shenhu. You dare to threaten me? Don't think I don't know that your noble family lords are numerous and won't care about a little useless person like you. Just withdraw in peace. Shenhu's expression darkened, then he laughed coldly. I am furious. The lord was filled with rage, but utterly powerless. Even if his troops were several times that of Chun-Hus, it was of no consequence. His troops didn't even qualify to touch Chun-Hu, being easily incinerated by a single blue flame. In just a moment, all of his troops were annihilated. With a look of despair, the lord exited the endless continent. Boom. A massive claw of the azure flame tiger smashed down, destroying the lord's altar and troop altar. Chun-Hu heard the sound of the heavenly Daos notification in his mind, having successfully plundered all the points from this lord. Half an hour later, the war in the basin subsided, and all lords with first-tier troops were expelled from the endless continent. Boss Chun-Hu. Boss Chun-Hu. The remaining lords numbered only 12, but all their awakened troops were above the second tier. Among them, only Chun, who had awakened a fifth-tier troop. There were a total of 2 who had awakened fourth-tier troops. 5 had awakened third-tier troops. The rest were all lords who had awakened second-tier troops. At this moment, everyone looked at Chun-Hu with awe. There was no doubt that Chun-Hu's strength was the strongest among them. The Azure Flame Tiger was also considered a top-tier troop among fifth-tier troops. As long as Chun-Hu wanted, he could single-handedly wipe out all the remaining ones. To preserve their lord status, these young men, who should have been full of vigor, learned to restrain their tempers. They behaved respectfully in front of Chun-Hu. Very well, from now on our Azure Tiger Alliance will be officially established. Our goal is simple: to help me secure the first place in this district's novice assessment. Of course I won't treat you unfairly. I will do my best to help you develop. After all, the endless continent is not just this short month of novice assessment, the future is still long. Chun-Hu spoke eloquently, enjoying the future, while casually painting a grand vision for everyone. It must be said that young people are easily swayed. In just a short while, the other 11 lords began to breathe heavily, their blood boiling. Seeing this, Chun-Hu nodded, and this is the effect he desired. Good, very well said. Boss Chun-Hu is mighty. He will certainly lead us to the peak, trampling that Li Feng Fong Song Sun in all underfoot. A relatively older-faced lord took the lead in applauding. The others followed suit, clapping as well. Chun-Hu cast a satisfied glance at the older-faced lord. Chun-Hu raised his hand to silence the applause, and after sweeping his gaze around, announced that he would take advantage of the night to strike several territories. The assembly fell into astonished silence. One elder-looking lord hesitated, and asked whether traveling in such darkness would be unsafe. Chun-Hu sneered that there was nothing to fear, precisely because it was late. The other lords would be lax, and would not expect anyone to act under the cover of darkness. He argued that tonight, under the shroud of night, they should seize a few lords to gain points and resources, and thus strengthen themselves. The others exchanged glances, and then nodded in agreement. Indeed, as Chun-Hu said, acting tonight offered the greatest chance of success. After tonight, the remaining lords would surely rush to form alliances, and it would become much harder to deal with them. A lord asked which target they should assault. Chun-Hu produced a crude map he had drawn with several points marked upon it. According to Zhang Chang's detection, there were living signatures in several directions: 5 lords to the east, 7 due south, 7 to the northeast, and only 3 in the southwest. He pointed to one spot on the map. The Zhang Chang he mentioned was the elder-looking lord among them. Although his unit was only a third-rank Zhongxiong, he had been fortunate to awaken a crank talent, Shengming Buodong life fluctuation, which allowed him to analyze residual life particles in the air. This ability could also synchronize to all units under his command. After 3 days of surveying, he had already detected remnants of life particles in the air in several directions. However, the talent could only detect living beings. Heroes and lords counted as living, but soldier units did not. Heroes and lords were true beings, wills of the Tao transmitted from across the cosmos to the Wujin continent. Soldier units, by contrast, were artificially created biological weapons, and therefore carried no life particles. Otherwise, Zhang Chang would have detected that the southwest held the most life particles. So they proposed taking those 3 lords in the southwest first tonight. A lord's eyes gleamed. He compared the plan to picking the softest persimmon. Take the easy prey first, then deal with the rest in turn. Chun-Hu nodded and declared that since there were no objections, they would depart. He clenched his right fist and struck it into those without suitable mounts rode upon other lords' units. After all, they were still ordinary people, and those without suitable mounts rode upon other lords' units. After all, they were still ordinary people, and to travel dozens of kilometers on foot by night would be unbearable. With more than a dozen lords moving together, their units exceeded 200 in number, an imposing force, and any wild beast that drew near was spotted early by Qing Yanhu and slain with ease. Even the slowest units were second rank, so the column moved swiftly. The several dozen kilometers were covered in just Suddenly Zhang Chang announced that their destination was close, but his scans had detected another type of life particle clustered together ahead. Chunhu raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, and dismissed it as nothing more than one extra lord asking what real difference there was between 3 and 4. He snarled that killing one more lord would yield more points, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. The others fell silent, and stared ahead with grim expressions. The jungle opened into a wide valley, moonlight spilled across it, finally revealing the scene before the assembled. One lord frowned at the deep gray fog drifting across the valley, and found it strange that such thick mist would rise at this hour. Someone shrugged it off, and urged them to charge, and noting that the fog would obscure both their sight and the enemies. Another argued that the fog favored them. Zhang Chong had awakened the Chiwei Tianfu scent talent, so he would be able to perform even better within the mist. Chunhu smiled faintly, treating the fog as no concern, and Zhang Chong chuckled when his name was mentioned. They stepped into the haze, and in an instant most of the units lost the majority of their vision, able only to see a few meters ahead. Fortunately, Zhang Chong served as their guide, and no one panicked. All the lords maintained control of their units, and pressed forward steadily. At that moment several Dajunfeng flew in from a distance, and charged. Ai Chunhu's party had blurred vision, but the Dajunfeng were unaffected by the mist. They had been patrolling on Li Feng's orders, and had spotted Chunhu's group from afar. Even facing over 200 units, these Dajunfeng showed no fear and dove straight in. A 5th-rank unit Qingyan who possessed the keenest sight. When the Dajunfeng were still several meters away, one Qingyan who let out a low warning roar. In the next instant, it opened its jaws and expelled a roll of azure flame, effortlessly annihilating several incoming Dajunfeng. Even with heroes and fortifications bolstering their toughness, by several tiers the bees were no match for the supreme 5th-rank Qingyan who. Despite their buffs, the attackers were outclassed. A system prompt rang in Chunhu's mind. Your unit killed a Dajunfeng unit. Your unit gained a small amount of experience. You received 1 gold coin. As the master of Qingyan, Chunhu immediately heard the heavenly Dao prompt and laughed aloud, exclaiming that one of the lord's units was the infamous Dajunfeng, counted among the 3 worthless unit types, so they had the advantage. Chunhu seized upon the words Dajunfeng unit and laughed heartily. The others followed suit, and broke in a laugh. Their minds leapt to conclusions. To be allied with a lord who fielded Dajunfeng units meant the other 3 lords could hardly be formidable. Earlier, they had been uneasy, afraid that among the 4 lords someone might possess 5th or even 6th rank units. If that were the case, even a victory would cost them dearly. But now all the lords silently breathed a collective sense of relief, convinced that the situation was firmly in the main bedroom of the castle. Li Feng awoke from his slumber. In his mind the sound of the heavenly Daos notification echoed. Notification: your great Needlebee unit has been killed by another lord. In just a short moment a small squad of 5 insects was annihilated. Li Feng had a restful sleep today, having already been in a light slumber. The continuous notification sounds instantly jolted him awake. He quickly dressed and hurried to the watchtower. By the light of the moon, he saw everything. A troop of over 200 units was marching towards his castle in great. So soon a dozen lords have allied and are invading my territory. Li Feng spotted the dozen lords among the troop and displayed a look of astonishment. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At that moment the insect heroes Skarner Kha'Zix and Mintar arrived behind Li Feng, emitting sharp insect cries. They requested to engage in battle. There's no rush, let them come. I need the coordinates of all of them. A meaningful smile crept onto Li Feng's lips. He was still unaware that the territories of these lords were almost adjacent. Otherwise he would have simply ordered to annihilate. Let the exploding muscle mosquitoes be dispatched. Li Feng issued the command. In the next moment, one by one, the exploding muscle mosquitoes flew out from the castle. Compared to their exaggerated bodies, the wings behind the exploding muscle mosquitoes seemed a bit small, yet they were still a flying unit. In this world there were no strict adherence to physical laws. There's movement. Chunhu heard the sound of wings flapping and instantly became alert. Roar. The Qingyan tiger reacted first, spewing forth a ball of blue flame. Boom. The blue flame struck the exploding muscle mosquito. The damage that could easily obliterate the great Needlebee had no effect on the exploding muscle mosquito. Its explosive red muscles remained pristine. With 1,200 points of defense, it was no laughing matter. Even regular 6th-tier units would find it hard to harm the exploding muscle mosquito. Not to mention the Qingyan tiger, a 5th-tier unit, even if it was a top-tier 5th-tier unit. The exploding muscle mosquito quickly flew close to everyone. It's actually a 4th-tier unit, the exploding muscle mosquito, a unit with very high defense, serving as a meat shield. A knowledgeable lord immediately recognized it. Just a meat shield unit. If we can't kill it a few times, then well, just kill it a few more times. Everyone attack. Hearing it was just a meat shield unit, Chunhu immediately felt relieved and ordered everyone to attack. In the next moment all units launched an assault on the exploding muscle mosquito. This was exactly the effect Li Feng desired. He stood on the watchtower checking the coordinates displayed on the revenge compass. All 12 coordinates have appeared, but they seem quite close together. No wonder they formed an alliance so quickly, now it makes sense. After reviewing all the coordinates, Li Feng felt a bit speechless. Had he known, he wouldn't have wasted his effort. Just as he was about to send out the flying mantis, Chunhu on the opposing side had already spoken up. I know there are 4 lords in front of you, surrender and don't resist. Given that you possess the exploding muscle mosquito unit, I can't allow you to join my Qinghu alliance. If you stubbornly refuse, you shall bear the consequences. Consequences? Li Feng smiled. A wicked thought suddenly surged in his mind. Snap! He snapped his fingers, closing the tower of mist. The gray mist gradually faded and soon dissipated entirely. The mist is gone. Heaven is assisting me, ha! Chunhu was about to burst into laughter when he suddenly choked, unable to continue. How is this possible? A lord echoed, Chen Hu's disbelief exclaiming. At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded, their scalps tingling. Approximately 100 meters in front of them stood a massive castle, classical and noble. Of course, what truly shocked them was the units. At this moment, thousands of units surrounded them. Great needle bees, ironclad ants, exploding muscle mosquitoes. And on the castle walls not far away, numerous fire centipedes were eyeing them hungrily. Everyone was horrified and terrified. Some were so frightened that their legs went weak, tumbling off their units, landing in a disheveled heap. This isn't right. It shouldn't be like this. They were told there were only 4 lords here. Why were there so many units? Just the 4th-tier exploding muscle mosquitoes alone numbered 200, nearly matching their total count. Not to mention there were over 2,000 third-tier ironclad ants densely surrounding them. There were also hundreds of first-tier great needle bees. Not bad, not bad. How brave of you to attack my territory. Li Feng wore a radiant smile on the watchtower. Chen Hu's heart sank, but he spoke loudly. Friend, we merely stumbled into your territory by accident. We mean no offense. Please have mercy, and let us go. Li Feng shook his head. I believe you came for me. Of course that doesn't matter. Since you've encountered me, consider it your Chen Hu's expression turned cold. Friend, do you truly want to perish together? Li Feng teased with a smile. Only the fish will die, the net will not break. Chen Hu shouted, arrogant. He then turned to the others behind him. Everyone charge. He only has more units. They are no match for my Qingyan tigers. Today we shall destroy him and tear down this castle. If luck is on our side, we might even obtain the castle blueprint and possess a castle ourselves. Upon hearing Chen Hu's words, the remaining lords nodded in agreement. Indeed, Li Feng's number of units was indeed exaggerated, but the exploding muscle mosquitoes were merely a meat shield unit. The ironclad ants were numerous, but they were nothing but fodder in front of the Qingyan tiger. This guy, though a hard nut to crack, was not impossible to defeat. Charge! All together, kill him! The lords shouted enthusiastically. In the next moment, they commanded all their units to charge. The Qingyan tiger spewed blue flames that landed on the ironclad ants. But then something that made Chen Hu's heart sink occurred. A mere 3rd-tier unit was actually able to withstand the attack of a 5th-tier unit, and it seemed to suffer minimal damage. Flying mantis deal with them. Li Feng's smile grew even brighter. In the next moment, a total of 12 flying mantises flew out from the castle, rapidly heading towards Chen Hu and the others. 6th-tier units. Damn, how does this guy have 6th-tier units too? Run, quickly escape. The moment the flying mantises appeared, the lords panicked. Even Chen, who had been relatively calm, showed a look of terror. 12 6th-tier units were simply beyond what they could. This was something that even doubling their numbers wouldn't allow them to contend against. The flying mantises flapped their wings as they approached, their scythe-like forearms shimmering with a cold light under the moon's illumination, sending shivers down the spines of the lords. Up! In an instant, screams filled the air. The flying mantises had triple enhancements. Their attack power was terrifying. Even the 5th-tier Qingyan tiger couldn't withstand a few hits. Your units have killed the Qingyan tiger unit. Your units have gained a small amount of experience. You have gained 1 gold coin. Your units have killed the brown bear unit. Your units have gained a small amount of experience. You have gained 1 gold coin. On the back of the Qingyan tiger, Chen Hu's expression was extremely grim. He rode the Qingyan tiger, moving at the fastest speed. The massive tiger body easily crashed through the iron-armored ants, and it seemed he was about to break free from the encirclement. Damn it, could there be some kind of relic here? Once I return, I will definitely gather more people to crush him. Chen Hu gritted his teeth in secret, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Almost there, soon I will break free from the encirclement. Seeing the Qingyan tiger about to escape, Chen Hu felt a sigh of relief in his heart. Once he broke free, he could use the item Xinxing Fu. This was an item he had accidentally obtained after defeating an elite monster of elite quality. It could not be used in battle. He had to be out of combat for 5 seconds before he could activate it. Once used, it would double the speed of all his troops for 1 hour. Suddenly his expression stiffened and his heart was filled with terror again. A flying mantis had already circled. The Qingyan tiger was only a tier 5 unit, and its speed was inherently inferior to that of a flying mantis. Not to mention that the flying mantis also had the dual enhancement of the castle and hero, making it even faster, easily catching up to Chen Hu. It severed Chen Hu's last hope. The next moment the flying mantis struck. The Qingyan tiger roared repeatedly, spewing blue flames in a final desperate struggle. But all of this was in vain. In the last moment, Chen Hu turned with a resentful gaze towards Li Feng. Damn you, I will come back. Next time I will make you pay with blood for offending me, Chen Hu. Whoosh! A cold blade of light cut through the air, and time froze at that moment. Chen Hu's expression, filled with resentment, was frozen, and his head rolled to the ground. Bang! Chen Hu's headless corpse fell to the ground, dissipating into dots of light with his head. The Lord in this world was protected by rules, and would not die completely. After death, he would eventually revive at the Lord's altar. Of course, death was not without cost. If one possessed a rank, they would lose that rank upon death. At the same time, upon death, one would certainly lose their resources, and whether it was more or less depended on personal luck. Good luck might yield a unit of basic resources. Bad luck could mean losing all resources. However, what terrified the lords the most was that the feeling of death was, for instance, when Chun-Hu was beheaded, he would still feel the pain in his neck upon revival, as if he had truly experienced that moment. This psychological side effect would accompany the lord for life. Li Feng was checking his gains. First, he would receive 50 of the gold consumed for summoning troops upon killing them. For example, summoning a tier 5 unit required 100 gold coins. Other lords would receive 50, which is 50 gold coins. However, this group of lords clearly did not have access to other troop altars. All these troops were initial units requiring only 1 gold coin to summon. This meant that after killing them, Li Feng would at most gain 1 gold coin, with a probability of 50. Chun-Hu and the others brought a total of 229 units, allowing Li Feng to acquire 115 gold coins. Killing Chun-Hu and the other lords also yielded a total of 3,859 gold coins. The total amount of basic resources exceeded 10,000 units. Moreover, there was an unexpected surprise from killing Chun-Hu. Xinxing Fu quality elite effect after use all troops movement speed is increased by 200, lasting. Note cannot be used in battle, can only be used after being out of combat for 5 seconds. Description: troops can move 1,000 miles divine movement across the world. This is indeed an unexpected surprise. Li Feng smiled slightly, placing the Xinxing Fu into his backpack. Next it was the main event. With a command, all flying mantises flew to the front of the watchtower, arraying themselves before him. This time there were not 12, but a full 180. This was an exceedingly terrifying power, enough to make any novice lord tremble in fear. With these 180 flying mantises, Li Feng could even push through the entire competition zone, killing all novice lords one by one. Of course, the premise was that he could find the coordinates of other lords, and that he had enough time. Are you threatening me? Li Feng recalled Chun-Hu's last harsh words, and smiled coldly. He did not accept any threats. Therefore, he would uproot Chun-Hu and the others, sending them away from this cruel world. Then he took out the revenge compass and located Chun-Hu's coordinates. The coordinates of these people were almost clustered together, allowing Li Feng to save a large amount of gold. After all, using the revenge compass required 2,000 gold coins. A palm-sized red compass appeared in his hand, shimmering with an eerie red light. You used the revenge compass, consuming a total of 2,000 gold coins. A massive spatial wormhole appeared. Skarn! Li Feng shouted loudly. Upon hearing the call, Skarn immediately stepped forward. It lowered its body and set down its scorpion tail, allowing Li Feng to step onto its back. The war has begun. March the entire army and completely annihilate the enemy. Li Feng shouted. In the next moment, all flying mantises immediately flapped their wings and flew into the spatial wormhole. Skarn followed closely behind, carrying Li Feng into the spatial wormhole. The remaining troops and heroes stayed behind to guard the castle. In a basin several dozen kilometers away from Li Feng, Chun-Hu and the others revived. At this moment, everyone was gathered together, their expressions bitter. With all their troops annihilated, let alone conquering the competition zone, it was uncertain whether they could withstand tomorrow's monster siege, especially for lords whose initial troops were tier 2 or 3. Boss Chun-Hu, what should we do next? A lord asked, looking worried. They were only a few dozen kilometers from Li Feng. What if he came looking for them tomorrow? Don't worry, let me develop for a couple more days and increase the number of troops. I will unite with all the surrounding lords and definitely break that castle. I have a feeling they may have discovered a relic, which is why they have so many troops with only 4 people. Chun-Hu said with a face full of resentment. He vowed in his heart that he would never let Li Feng die easily, making him endure the most brutal torment before sending him on his way. Everyone, don't worry. We are still dozens of kilometers away from him. There is absolutely no problem in the short term. By the time he discovers us, we will have already regrouped, and we will surely annihilate him then. One must say Chun-Hu had considerable potential as a speaker. With just a few words, he reassured the lords and rekindled their fighting spirit. Really? Just then a cold voice suddenly rang in Chun-Hu and the others' ears. In an instant, the previously ignited fighting spirit of the crowd was extinguished. They looked in terror towards the source of the sound. Not far away, a spatial wormhole appeared. In the next moment, a multitude of flying mantises emerged from it. They formed 2 square formations, leaving a massive passage in between. Finally, a gigantic scorpion walked out, standing at the end of the passage. On its back stood Li Feng, hands clasped behind him. Everyone, we meet again, he said with a faint smile, his tone filled. You? Over 100, nearly 206 tier troops caused panic among the crowd, making them feel as if their breath had stopped. Fire the arrows, kill him. Chun-Hu was the first to react, shouting loudly. His words were like a thunderclap, awakening all the lords. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, a barrage of arrows flew towards Li Feng. The speed of the arrows was fast, but the flying mantises were even faster. They quickly shielded Li Feng, forming an impenetrable wall of insects. These arrows were shot from the arrow towers of Chun-Hu and the others. However, their quality was not high, being merely of ordinary grade, and they could not inflict any harm on the flying mantises. Seeing this scene, everyone fell into despair. You have quite the luck, haven't you? You managed to spawn over 20 arrow towers while I've killed so many monsters without even getting one to spawn. Li Feng was not angered by their actions and maintained a smile. Would a tiger get angry with a few ants? Kill them. He did not wish to waste words and signaled his troops to attack. In the next moment, a dozen flying mantises shot out from the wall of insects. They had a clear target, first attacking the arrow towers that posed a threat to Li Feng's safety. You destroyed other lords' arrow towers. You gained with 200 stone, 200, iron 200. You destroyed other lords' arrow towers. You gained with 200 stone, 200, iron 200, arrow tower. In front of the 6th tier troops, these arrow towers were like toys, easily destroyed. Li Feng gained a substantial amount of basic resources. After destroying over 20 arrow towers, he obtained a total of 10 arrow tower blueprints. When he returned, he could construct them, slightly enhancing the castle's defensive capabilities. You cannot destroy my altar. My brother is Chun Long, who awakened the 6th tier troop, the triangular earth dragon, the top scorer of the novice assessment, 2 years ago. He will definitely not let you off. Chun, who was frightened and threatened Li Feng in the tone of the lord he had just expelled from the endless continent. It truly exemplified the saying, the cycle of heaven is just. I do not accept any threats. Li Feng scoffed, commanding the flying mantises to slice Chun Hu in half, and then proceeded to destroy his lord's altar. You destroyed another lord's lord altar. You gained with 21,000 stone, 20,000, iron, 18,000, food, 1,800 gold, 35,000, assessment points, 677. You destroyed another lord's troop altar. You gained 5th tier troop, Qingyan Tiger Blueprint 1. Chun Hu would not die, he would resurrect on the Earth Star. However, after losing the lord's altar, unless there was a significant opportunity in the future, he would only be an ordinary person for the rest of his life. Li Feng's eyes brightened. He did not expect the other party to possess so many resources. However, upon noticing the abundant mineral veins all around, he quickly realized. 677 points. It seems that before me, he had also destroyed other lords' altars. This is quite an unexpected surprise. Meanwhile, the flying mantises were swiftly acting, killing one lord after another and destroying their lord altars and troop altars. Without troops and without arrow towers, this group of lords was merely a bunch of ordinary people. Let alone facing flying mantises, even a random 1st tier troop could easily kill them. Big shot, I surrender. Don't kill me. At this moment, a lord knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. Li Feng looked over, momentarily stunned. He was a lord with a very mature appearance, clearly 16 years old, yet he bore the weariness of a 30-year-old. Li Feng stood atop Scanna, looking down at him from a height, his tone concise. Big shot, I am useful. I awakened a crade talent called Life Wave, which allows me to detect life particles in the air. I can use my talent to help you find other lords' territories. Zhang Chong prostrated himself, fully speaking rapidly, fearing that if he spoke too slowly, Li Feng would kill him. Upon hearing this, Li Feng looked at the kneeling Zhang Chong in surprise. Out of 10,000 lords, there might not even be one who awakened a talent. The rarity of this was no less than that of awakening a 6th tier troop. Are you telling the truth? Absolutely true. The reason we ambushed you is that I detected 4 types of life particles in your territory, believing that there were only 4 lords' soft targets, so we targeted you first. In order not to be expelled from the endless continent, Zhang Chong was very honest, telling Li Feng everything about the situation. Moreover, Zhang Chong proved he was not just lucky, explaining in detail. Earlier that day, he had detected only 3 types of life particles, but suddenly one more appeared at night. Hearing this, Li Feng nodded, confirming that Zhang Chong was not lying. Good, you indeed have some use. I can spare your life. Li Feng nodded, deciding to let Zhang Chong live. Upon hearing that Li Feng did not plan to kill him, Zhang Chong immediately sighed in relief. The other lords all wanted to follow Zhang Chong's example to surrender, but none of them had awakened any talents, so Li Feng naturally had no reason to spare them, killing them all and destroying their lord altars. These lords did not possess many resources, as most had already been paid to Chen Hu. However, what Li Feng primarily sought were not these basic resources. Rather, it was the assessment points. Adding them all together, Li Feng gained a total of 3,007 assessment points from this group of lords. This was far more than the points he had painstakingly earned himself. At the same time, he also obtained several troop blueprints. 1 5th tier troop blueprint, 1 4th tier troop blueprint, 3 3rd tier troop blueprints, and 2 2nd tier troop blueprints. This night made Li Feng immensely rich. Not only did he discover a treasure trove filled with resources, but he also gained a large amount of basic resources, assessment points, and several troop blueprints. He even captured a lord who had awakened a talent. This was what one would call striking it rich overnight. Li Feng did not trust Zhang Chong, so he naturally wouldn't let him stay here, instead bringing him back to his castle through the passage created by the Revenge Compass. The passage created by the Revenge Compass was bidirectional and could be used twice. After the second use, it would automatically disappear. To reassure Zhang Chong, Li Feng left 10 flying mantises to guard his lord altar. 10 6th-tier troops outclassed the combined strength of their 12 lords, so Zhang Chong, naturally, had no further. Even so, he was profoundly grateful to Li Feng. Zhang Chong initially thought he had experienced enough for the night, feeling numb inside, and no longer capable of being shocked. However, upon arriving at Li Feng's castle, he was still taken aback. It turned out that the 4 types of life particles he had detected earlier were not 4 lords, but rather Li Feng and his 3 heroes along with a castle and terrifyingly powerful strength. In an instant, Zhang Chang realized Li Feng's true identity. Master, you can't possibly be the Li Feng who ranks first on the leaderboard, can you? Zhang Chang stammered. Li Feng said nothing, merely standing on the observation platform, calmly gazing into the night. The more silent Li Feng remained, the more mysterious and imposing he appeared in Zhang Chang's eyes, making him too afraid to breathe. You previously mentioned that you detected life particles in 3 directions near your territory, totaling 19 individuals. After a long pause, Li Feng finally spoke to inquire. Yes, master. Zhang Chang nodded repeatedly. You can rest now. Feel free to find a room on the 2nd floor of the castle. By the way, you better not try to pull any tricks on me. If I discover even the slightest anomaly, I will order the destruction of your lord's altar immediately. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chang shuddered and hurriedly waved his hands to indicate he dared not. Rest assured, following me will naturally bring you benefits. As long as you work diligently for me, I guarantee you will receive ample rewards, including blueprints for Tier 5 and even Tier 6 units, which are not just dreams. Indeed, after hearing Li Feng's words, Zhang Chang became excited and hastened to pledge his loyalty. Subsequently, Li Feng dismissed him. Of course, he did not fully trust Zhang Chang. 2 flying mantises remained close by him, one to ensure his safety, and the other to monitor his every move. Li Feng issued orders allowing Zhang Chang to move freely on the 1st and 2nd floors of the castle. However, without his command, if Zhang Chang dared to leave this area, he would be killed immediately, and Li Feng would be the first to destroy Zhang Chang's lord's altar. Afterward, Li Feng consumed resources to build 10 arrow towers around the castle. These were blueprints obtained from the recently destroyed arrow towers of Chun, Hu, and other lords. Each of the 10 arrow towers stood 8 meters tall and had a diameter of over 3 meters. At the top of each tower was a massive iron crossbow. With just a thought from the lord, they could attack enemies within range. Ordinary quality arrow towers could attack once per second, dealing 100 points of armor-piercing damage that ignored defenses with a range of 100 meters. For an ordinary novice lord, the damage provided by the arrow towers was quite substantial, significantly enhancing the defensive strength of their territory. However, for Li Feng, the damage from these arrow towers was negligible. They primarily served a decorative function. A dignified Tier 6 castle without any offensive defensive structures would only serve to invite ridicule. Looking at the 10 towering arrow towers, Li Feng nodded in satisfaction. After the construction of the towers, he proceeded to the 2nd basement level. This time he headed straight for the spirit field. After destroying the lord's altars of Chun, Hu, and others, Li Feng acquired all of their resources. Among them were many vegetable seeds from one lord's resources. These included seeds for a vegetable known as the ogre potato. Ogre potatoes are quite common vegetables in the Endless Continent, as recorded in books. Ogre potato 1 seed can yield 100 units of ogre potatoes, typically maturing in 1 month, with a rich and sweet taste. Long-term consumption can even enhance the strength of the units. Li Feng inwardly recited the information recorded in the books. I've always heard my uncle say that the vegetables in the Endless Continent are far tastier than those on Earth. I must see for myself if that's true. Li Feng immediately summoned all the giant needle bees to plant the ogre potato seeds. Currently, he had a total of 200 ogre potato seeds in hand. The spirit field had a total of 100 plots, with each plot capable of planting 1 seed. This was an underground space devoid of sunlight and moisture. However, this was not an ordinary field, but a spirit field. Even without sunlight or moisture, seeds could thrive within it, and there was no need to worry about pests. An epic-level spirit field could accelerate crop growth at 5 times the normal rate. Originally, an ogre potato that took 1 month to mature would only require 6 days in a Tier 6 spirit field. Moreover, since the spirit field was also a building, it benefited from the castle's enhancements. Ultimately, it would only take 3 days for the ogre potatoes to reach a consumable state. Additionally, the epic-level spirit field could increase crop yield. Originally, 1 seed could yield 100 units of ogre potatoes. Within the epic level spirit field, 1 seed could yield 500 units of ogre potatoes, a 5-fold increase. If I can get some spirit spring, it would further accelerate the maturation of the ogre potatoes. After planting the ogre potatoes, Li Feng murmured, "The spirit spring is a special spring water of the Endless Continent. It has no other use except to accelerate the growth of crops." Retracting his gaze, Li Feng took out several unit blueprints. These were blueprints dropped after destroying the unit altars of Chun, Hu, and others. The probability of obtaining blueprints from destroying unit altars was around 50. Li Feng obtained a total of 7 blueprints, especially fortunate to have 1 Tier 5 unit blueprint among them. Retracting his gaze, Li Feng took out several unit blueprints. These were blueprints dropped after destroying the unit altars of Chun, Hu, and others. For Tier 1, 2, and 3 units, unless they were exceptionally special, he did not intend to create altars for them at this time. The novice assessment phase does not benefit from having too many units. He now needed to concentrate his limited resources on higher tier units, summoning enough high tier units. As for the lower tier units, he could create altars after the novice assessment was over, and once he became a formal lord. Li Feng still had 2 unit blueprints left in hand, one for Tier 4 and one for Tier 5. He activated his talent to convert both blueprints into insectoid units. You have obtained the Steel Armored Insect Unit Blueprint 1. You have obtained the Dripping Spider Unit Blueprint 1. The Tier 4 Steel Armored Insect overlaps with the attributes of the Exploding Muscle Mosquito, both serving as frontline tanks. In response, Li Feng had no choice but to put it away, not intending to build a unit altar at this time. Of course, even if he wanted to build it, he couldn't as he lacked Tier 4 gems. Li Feng held in his hand the last blueprint for a troop type. It was the blueprint for the 5th tier troop, the Qingyan Tiger transformed into a troop diagram. Dripping Spider. Gazing at the troop blueprint in his hand, Li Feng displayed a look of astonishment. The Qingyan Tiger belonged to the Fire Element troop type, while the Dripping Spider belonged to the Water Element troop type. Though both were magical type troops, their attributes were entirely opposite. It seems my previous assumptions were not entirely accurate. The transformation of troop types does not necessarily yield identical results. Li Feng silently mused. The Dripping Spider is an amphibious insectoid troop. With its azure body and 6 green spider legs, it has a large head that is perpetually topped with a bubble. Primarily residing in water, the bubble on its head allows it to survive on land as well. Just north of Li Feng's territory lies a vast and boundless lake. The resources in the water are surely not less than those on land. He previously had no troop capable of operating in water, so he had given little thought to that lake. Now that he had obtained the Dripping Spider troop blueprint, Li Feng's heart stirred with excitement. However, he currently did not possess any 5th tier gems, and was unable to construct the Dripping Spider's troop altar. He opened the trading market, but reluctantly closed it after a search. Gems are undoubtedly one of the top resources at this stage. Even if players obtained them, they would keep them for themselves, and would never sell them. In the trading market, there weren't even any 5th tier gems. Not even a single 1st tier gem could be found in quantities exceeding 10. With no other option, Li Feng had to post a message. 3 3rd tier troop blueprints for 1 5th tier gem. Interested parties, please message me privately. At this stage, troop blueprints are definitely rare items. The normal market price is that 1 5th tier gem is worth 1,000 gold coins. 1 3rd tier troop blueprint is valued at 3,000 to 4,000 gold coins. Trading 3 3rd tier troop blueprints for 1 5th tier gem is indeed a fair exchange. Though it was late at night, the beginner protection period had just ended, and almost no lord could sleep. The number of lords bubbling in the market channel was certainly not few. As soon as Li Feng's message was posted, it immediately attracted countless responses. In no time, a large number of lords began messaging Li Feng privately. Not long after, Li Feng disappointedly closed the market channel. Among the hundreds of private messages, not a single lord was willing to sell him a 5th tier gem. After all, the beginner assessment had only just passed 3 days. In such a short time, any lord who could obtain a 5th tier gem must have powerful troops. In such circumstances, they naturally looked down on 3rd tier troop blueprints. Unless Li Feng was willing to offer more precious items, there would definitely be no one willing to trade with him at this stage. Forget it, there is plenty of time ahead. I have only explored the tip of the iceberg in this area. Underwater exploration will proceed naturally. Saying this, he put away the Dripping Spider troop blueprint. Zhang Chong said there are a total of 19 lords in this nearby area. Back at the lookout tower, Li Feng gazed into the distance, his eyes sparkling. He resolved in his heart that as long as the other lords did not provoke him, he would not attack them. It was not because he was overly merciful letting go of the meat right before him. Rather, he intended to fatten up the pig before slaughtering it. Monster sieges occurred daily. As long as those lords remained, they could earn assessment points every day. If he were to slaughter them now, he would indeed maximize short-term benefits. But in the long term, it would definitely lead. As for imprisoning these lords and letting his troops take over their lord altars, Li Feng never even considered it. Only the assessment monsters killed by his own troops would count towards his assessment points. Take Zhang Chong as an example. His lord altar had already been taken over by Li Feng. The assessment monsters that refreshed every night would be dealt with by Li Feng, but neither Li Feng nor Zhang Chong would earn a single point. If it weren't for Chun Hu and the others attacking his territory, he would not have acted forcefully to eliminate them all. Regarding this, Li Feng felt no regret. The other party had already discovered his territory and engaged in battle. If he let them go this time, when they came back next time, they would be better prepared. If things went poorly, Li Feng could also face a setback. After all, although his SS level talent was powerful, it had not yet reached the point of being invincible in the world. Li Feng murmured, a peculiar smile appearing on his face. Time passed swiftly, and the daytime of the 4th day approached as expected. Unlike the 3rd day, Li Feng murmured, a peculiar smile appearing on his face. Time passed swiftly, and the daytime of the 4th day approached as expected. Unlike the 3rd day, Li Feng had a clear goal this time. He instructed Kazik to lead 100 flying mantises to rush to Zhang Chong's Lord Altar area at the fastest speed. That place was a rich mining zone with many unharvested veins, and Li Feng needed the resources there. Li Feng also instructed Skarner to lead a portion of the troops to explore the map. The rest stayed in the castle, responsible for guarding its safety. Though the troops were divided into 3 groups, his territory remained as solid as a fortress. Not to mention, he still had tens of thousands of gold coins yet to be used. He could unleash a large number of troops at any time. In the nearby area, there were only 19 lords. These troops were more than enough to ensure the safety of Li Feng's territory. With Kha'Zix and the flying mantises operating at full power, they reached that basin in just over 10 minutes. Through shared vision, with Kha'Zix, Li Feng saw the ground covered with veins. Initially, nearly 20 lords had descended in this area. They had teamed up to harvest for 3 days, and had only managed to collect a small portion of the veins, with many still unharvested. All of these resources were now Li Feng's to claim. With a command from Li Feng, all the flying mantises immediately flew to the veins and began gathering resources. There was no prompt sound for gathering the veins. Yet Li Feng could check his total resources. He watched as his resources steadily increased every moment. The process of watching resources grow continuously was very pleasing to the eye. After watching for several minutes, Li Feng finally withdrew his gaze. The 4th day of the beginner assessment is often the most brutal day. On this day, all protective shields will vanish. If one's own strength is not strong enough, and they are unfortunately located near a powerful lord, it would basically be. In the competition channel, there were hardly any lords left who felt like chatting. The vast majority of lords were either forming urgent alliances engaged in battles, or had already had their lord altars destroyed. The monster siege on the night of the 3rd day had merely eliminated over 10,000 lords. By the end of the 3rd day, the number of lords was still approaching 8,000, but by the evening of the 4th day, that number plummeted to 7,500. A full 5,000 lords had been eliminated from the Endless Continent. Li Feng was evidently very lucky. In the area he descended upon, there were no other lords within dozens of kilometers. Until the night of the 4th day, descended Li Feng's territory remained tranquil, untouched by the ravages of war. If it weren't for Zhang Chong awakening a Surge-type talent, Chun Hu and the others would not have discovered and attacked him so quickly. Time flew by, and 4 days had passed. In just 7 days, the number of lords in this competition zone had dwindled to just over 6,000. Nearly 40% of the lords had been ruthlessly eliminated. During these few days, almost all the lords were anxious, fearing they might also be eliminated. The remaining lords formed one alliance after another. When one side is in trouble, the others would come to their aid. Otherwise, at least another 1,000 lords would be eliminated. In previous beginner assessments, in over 90% of the competition zones by the 7th day, only about 2/3 of the lords remained. After 7 days, the situation gradually stabilized. Though many lords continued to be eliminated each day, the battles were nowhere near as brutal as in the previous days. Especially as time progressed, the lords began to acquire various blueprints for other troops and items. Even lords with initial troops of just 2nd or 3rd tier could suddenly experience a surge in power, defeating those with initial troops of 4th or 5th tier. Over these 4 days, Li Feng's gains were quite substantial. The basin where Zhang Chong descended was filled with mineral. Although it only took him a little over 2 hours to finish harvesting, it yielded him over 1 million units of basic resources and 1,500 gold coins, making Li Feng suddenly wealthy. Additionally, from the explorations over these past few days, he had killed various monsters and collected food monster materials and items. Each day, Li Feng gathered over 10,000 units of food. However, since summoning the muscle mosquitoes, Li Feng's food had become scarce, reserved solely for his own use, and no longer for sale. Though there were only 200 muscle mosquitoes, each was quite large. Li Feng consumed over 10 units of food each day. The food consumption of the muscle mosquitoes was several times that of Li Feng. With 200 muscle mosquitoes combined, the food consumption was unimaginable. Nevertheless, even if Li Feng wanted to sell, the market conditions were not as favorable as in the first 3 days. Starting from the 4th day, the lords began collaborating to explore the map and hunt monsters. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. When a certain number of lords joined forces, their strength significantly increased, easily overpowering monsters and harvesting large amounts of food. From the 4th day onward, food was no longer a scarce commodity, and the prices were quickly brought back to normal market rates within a day. This left many lords who wished to emulate Li Feng's cunning business moves lamenting that they had missed their opportunity. Finally, the last half hour of the assessment arrived on the 7th day. This left many lords who wished to emulate Li Feng's cunning business moves lamenting that they had missed their opportunity. Finally, the last half hour of the... However, the quality had significantly improved. All 50 monsters were first-tier elite monsters. Although the quantity plummeted from 250 on the 5th day to 50 for most lords, this was undoubtedly a nightmare of an enhancement. The attack and defense of first-tier elite monsters could rival second-tier monsters, and their health was 10 times that of first-tier monsters. If each monster siege merely increased in number, then over time, lords who awakened first-tier troops could enhance their shelter levels and tower defense capabilities, ultimately enduring in large numbers. However, historically, during every instance when a mythical blueprint appeared in the beginner assessments, those lords who awakened first-tier troops were eliminated 99% of the time. Only a few lucky ones could survive. Li Feng arrived at the castle's observation deck, calmly gazing ahead. Over these past few days, he merely replenished the number of his giant hornets to 100 and his armored ants to 300 without summoning many more troops. After all, he was not an undead or elemental troop. The consumption of food became the greatest obstacle to his unlimited troop summoning. However, as time passed, the food issue would gradually resolve itself. Li Feng could exchange the monster materials he didn't need with other players for food, just not at the moment. At this stage, the players' strength had not yet officially improved. The food they obtained was barely enough for their own use, with very few able to be sold. A fog of war quietly enveloped Li Feng's territory. Within the mist, figures began to appear silently. Goblin Warrior. Race Goblin. Tier 1st Tier Elite. Level 2. Health 1100. Attack 22. Defense 11. Skills/block. The 100 monsters that appeared were still Goblin Warriors, just like yesterday. The difference was that yesterday's 50 Goblin Warriors were all level 1, while today's Goblin Warriors were all level 2, showing a slight increase in strength. With the fog tower present, this group of Goblin Warriors floundered like headless flies, unable to find Li Feng's territory. Swish swish swish. 100 flying mantises simultaneously took action, landing near the Goblin Warriors. In the next moment, they all swung their scythe-like forelimbs. With damage exceeding 2,000, they instantly annihilated all the Goblin Warriors. Your troops have killed a Goblin Warrior. Your troops gained a large amount of experience. You received 10 gold coins assessment. Your troops have killed a Goblin Warrior. Your troops gained a large amount of experience. You received 10 gold coins assessment. Congratulations, you have become the first lord among all lords in this competition zone to kill all assessment monsters, taking 20 seconds, assessment points 100. You have received rewards 1000 gold coins, 1 4th tier gem, 1 4th tier troop, blueprint, 1 hero recruitment order. Beginner assessment leaderboard. First place, Feng Song Earth Bear God points 10021. Second place, Xiao Lin Troll Lord points 10006. Third place, Wang Yin Blazing Fire points 9958. 36th place, Li Feng Disaster Controller points 7657. By the end of the 4th day, Li Feng's ranking was still first. Starting from the 5th day, he began to be outpaced by others. Now he had fallen to 36th place. The 37th place was only a few points behind him in assessment points. The leaderboard recorded the top 100 lords by points, and over 90% of these lords were destined individuals who awakened 6th tier troops. Only a few individuals awakened 5th tier troops. As for those below 5th tier aside from Li Feng, it was likely that no one else could make the leaderboard. Li Feng glanced over and noticed that Sun Yun, who had consistently ranked 3rd for the first 3 days, had now fallen out of the top 50. From the points, it could be inferred that the young girl still hadn't destroyed any Lord Altars by today. All her points were from the standard kills of assessment monsters. In response, Li Feng could only shake his head inwardly. In this world of survival of the fittest, kindness was not a virtue, but rather a foolish path to self-destruction. Meanwhile, on a certain island, upon hearing the familiar announcement from the competition, Feng Song felt a rush of numbness wash over him. He did not understand. He was perplexed. Where exactly did the script go wrong? As of today, the number of earthquake bears under his command had surpassed 50, and even the other troop types had exceeded 200. Yet despite this, he had never managed to seize the first place in quick kills. It was always monopolized by Li Feng. This was not right. It was unacceptable. The reward for the first place in quick kills had always been a hero recruitment order. The second place reward, on the other hand, consisted of 5 initial troop recruitment orders. Unless he summoned an epic level hero each time, his accumulation of strength would be quickly outpaced by the second place. By the next evening's monster siege, the second place would overtake him and claim the first position in quick kills. Thus the cycle continued. This was how it was written in the books of those who came before him. The elders at home had told him this, but damn it, could someone tell him why this rule did not apply to Li Feng? What the hell? Can we not have fun anymore? Feng Song roared in anguish within his heart. Even though he was currently ranked first on the leaderboard, he could not find happiness. He knew that this first place was not stable. Don't be fooled by the fact that Li Xian started to drop in rank after the 4th day. Feng Song, who had calculated the points, knew that it was simply because Li Xian had not destroyed any Lord Altars since the 4th day. He did not believe that Li Feng was a benevolent person. He could think of 2 possibilities. One was that Li Feng's starting point was very remote, so isolated that there were no other lords in a large area. The second possibility was that Li Feng was intentionally keeping nearby lords alive with the straightforward aim of fattening them up before slaughtering them. Feng Song leaned more towards the second guess. If I can't seize the quick kill from you, so be it, I will not let go of the first place in the novice assessment. Feng Song clenched his fist tightly, then slowly relaxed. Not only was Li Feng fattening up other lords, but he was doing the same. Speaking of which, the dungeon should open tomorrow. Let me see who can secure the first clear Li Feng. Feng Song's gaze became resolute once again. He was not someone easily defeated by setbacks. Far away, Li Feng, unaware, was engaged in a silent competition with him. At this moment, he was enjoying a massage. Over the past few days, the number of human priests under his command had exceeded 80. He had entrusted all the miscellaneous tasks in the castle to these non-competent human priests. For example, doing laundry, cooking, serving tea, giving massages. In short, Li Feng's life had been quite comfortable. Just as he was enjoying himself, the last half hour of the 7th day came to an end. Competition announcement: the Mechanical Beast Tide event has officially started. Click for details competition announcement. The evil dragon has made a shocking appearance. Click for details competition announcement. The extreme evil mountain stronghold has randomly refreshed. In the clash of justice and evil, whose victory will it be? Click for details. On the 7th day, 3 competition announcements were made in quick succession. Li Feng was not surprised. It was exactly as his uncle had told him. On the 8th day of the novice assessment, the difficulty would rise again. This day would refresh 3 new contents. First was the monster tide. Each monster tide is different. It can be a beast tide, a plague of insects, or a sea of people. This time, it would be a mechanical beast tide, indicating that all monsters would be mechanical beasts. Although it was called a monster tide, it was not the conventional type. This monster tide would cause the number of wild monsters. The surge would range from 3 to 10 times. In other words, a location that originally had only 10 monsters might spawn 30 or even 100 mechanical beasts. This would greatly increase the difficulty for players exploring the map. Of course, with the rise in difficulty, it also meant that more resources could be obtained. The only thing that Li Feng was dissatisfied with was that this monster tide happened to be mechanical beasts. This meant that he would not be able to gather food. He needed to consume a large amount of food every day. Fortunately, Li Feng had recently stockpiled quite a bit of food, which would suffice in the short term. Moreover, his ogre potatoes had already matured, and 200 seeds had brought Li Feng a total of 100 units of ogre potatoes. Li Feng had once tasted the ogre potatoes. Their texture was dense and sweet. Even without any seasoning, their flavor rivaled that of certain mashed potatoes. The main point was that these were purely natural and added to Vefri, allowing him to eat with confidence. In the short term, with the previously stockpiled food and ogre potatoes, he would not experience a shortage. The second competition announcement was about the evil dragon. This would randomly spawn a dragon in a certain area, serving as a world boss, and defeating it would yield generous rewards. The last one was the extreme evil mountain stronghold. This was a dungeon, and clearing it would also yield a large amount of rewards. Additionally, the first clear of the dungeon would bring a competition announcement and a heavenly reward. The dungeon also refreshes randomly, and I don't know where it will spawn. It seems I will have to lead a team to search tomorrow. Li Feng murmured, his eyes gleaming with determination. Then he took out a token, which was naturally the hero recruitment order awarded for being first in quick kills. Since Kazik, it seemed that Li Feng's luck had been nearly exhausted, as the 4 heroes he had recruited afterward were all of ordinary quality. With a thought, the hero recruitment order was used. The token in his hand vanished, replaced by a summoning array that appeared. As a silver light faded, a basketball-sized giant needle bee appeared before Li Feng. Li Feng's expression slightly froze. The ordinary giant needle bee had 4 antennae, with the top 2 having evolved into sharp needle forms. However, this giant needle bee before him had all 4 antennae evolved into sharp needle forms, and was significantly larger, measuring a full 3 meters in length. Super giant needle bee named Bill, race insectoid, quality epic hero, rank level 1, health 1, attack 1, 400 defense 600, 200 skills. Super poison needle Bill attacks enemies with sharp poison needles, dealing piercing damage and guaranteeing that the enemy becomes poisoned. Honey trap Bill sprays honey, causing the target to fall into a state of absolute subservience to Bill, with the duration of subservience determined by the power difference between the two. Insectoid aura as an epic insectoid hero, Bill can amplify all insectoid troops with a maximum number of 8000. Bloodthirsty Bill becomes extremely bloodthirsty, and after dealing damage to enemies will absorb a portion of the damage's health and convert it into his own health. Li Feng directly bound Bill and his 1000 giant hornets. The enhancement to the same race's troops is doubled. An epic hero can grant a 50 boost to all attributes of the troops under him. Bill's enhancement to the giant hornets results in a 100 boost to all attributes. Li Feng waved his hand, signaling Bill to go. Just as Bill stepped out of Li Feng's territory, he found himself in the realm of the giant hornets. Although the giant hornets lack intelligence and are merely biological weapons, they instinctively gathered around Bill, fluttering in the air. Seeing this, the other heroes couldn't help but show envy in their eyes. Among Li Feng's troops, there were none of their race. Usually everyone accepted this without a second thought. However, with Bill's appearance, an uncomfortable feeling crept into their hearts. Especially Skarner and Karthus, who silently vowed to themselves, tomorrow's exploration must be doubly diligent. They understood that killing other monsters could yield troop blueprints. What if they obtained blueprints for their own race? Li Feng was unaware of the psychological activities of his heroes. At this moment, he was already asleep, served by several human priests. On the 8th day, as promised, Li Feng began to deploy his forces early in the morning. He assigned all 1000 giant hornets to Bill to explore the map to the west of their territory. To the west of their territory lies a cliff. Li Feng had never explored this area before, and this time, he hoped Bill and the giant hornets would uncover some unexpected discoveries. Upon receiving the order, Bill immediately flapped his wings, leading all the giant hornets towards the cliff. The remaining troops were divided into 3 groups by Li Feng. One group would naturally stay behind to guard, as he didn't want to return only to find his base robbed. Another group was led by Karthus to explore in one direction. The final group was to be led by him and Skarner, exploring another direction. Li Feng sat on Skarner's back as their army set off. Soon the army split into 2 sections, each marching in their own direction. Li Feng's army marched straight towards the east. This was also the map he had explored on his first day leading. His army consisted of 100 exploding muscle mosquitoes and 100 flying mantis. The numbers were not large, totaling only 200 troops. But it was enough to push through everything. Since all were at least tier 4 troops, Li Feng's marching speed was quite fast. In no time, they covered several kilometers. Soon Li Feng encountered the first wave of monsters. It was a horde of Malaysian bears numbering more than 500. However, unlike the usual Malaysian bears, this group had silver-gray metallic skin that shimmered coldly in the sun. Mechanical Malaysian bear race. Mechanical race tier 1, level 1 health, 130 attack, 12 defense, 6 skill laser cannon. The mechanical Malaysian bears also noticed Li Feng and opened their massive mouths. Without making any sound, small silver-gray cannon tubes emerged. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, beams of laser shot out from their mouths, overwhelming Li Feng. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Skarner immediately issued a command. In the next moment, a group of exploding muscle mosquitoes flew in front of Li Feng, forming an impenetrable wall of insects. The flying mantises received their orders as well. Theirs was to attack. Their wings beat furiously, activating their high-speed movement skill. In the next moment, they became afterimages, quickly closing in on the mechanical Malaysian bears. Swish, swish, swish. Cold blades of light flashed past. The mere tier 1 monsters, the mechanical Malaysian bears, were instantly obliterated. The light in their eyes faded as their technologically advanced bodies fell heavily to the ground. In just a few minutes, all 500 mechanical Malaysian bears were annihilated, leaving only a field of metallic. Your troops have killed a mechanical Malaysian bear. Your troops gained a small amount of experience, and you earned 1 gold coin. Your troops have killed a mechanical Malaysian bear. Your troops gained a small amount of experience. You earned 1 gold coin. Your troops. Just stepping out, he earned over 500 gold coins, which was quite a good start. Li Feng, standing still on Skarner's back, naturally had the flying mantises bring the mechanical Malaysian bear's corpses to him. Collection successful. You obtained tier 1 mechanical heart 1. Collection successful. You obtained tier 1 mechanical heart 1. Mechanical race troops differ from standard troops. Standard troops can be summoned by investing gold once the altar cooldown is over. Mechanical race troops require not only gold, but also an equivalent tier mechanical heart. Although the cost of summoning has increased, mechanical race troops are still one of the most sought-after types by all lords, because as long as there is enough gold and mechanical hearts, one can create as many mechanical race troops as desired without needing cooldown time. If one were to insist on cooldown time, it could be said to be present. On average, summoning 1 mechanical race troop takes about 1 second. However, the mechanical heart is not a free item. Typically, summoning a mechanical race troop of the same tier costs double the gold. It's manageable for lower tier troops, but the cost for higher tier troops is quite significant. For Li Feng, summoning mechanical race troops is not worth the trouble. He can summon insect troops without cooldown time. The mechanical hearts he collected are intended for sale in the trading market to other lords. He believes that soon some lord will find mechanical race troop blueprints, and the mechanical hearts will surely be in high demand. After collecting all the corpses, Li Feng instructed his troops to continue on their journey. Any monsters encountered along the way were completely cleared. Mechanical Malaysian bears, mechanical goblins, mechanical slimes, mechanical gray wolves. Any monsters Li Feng came across, whether in groups of 100 or 1,000, were all wiped out. As for Li Feng himself, not only did no troops die, but even the monsters' attacks didn't breach his defenses. His troops had yet to suffer any damage. Along the way, he also spotted some resource points. However, Li Feng did not stop merely marking the coordinates. His goal in personally leading the exploration was not to kill monsters or gather resources. At the same time that Li Feng led his troops forward with great momentum within the Great Canyon, ahead of him, a dozen lords gathered here, both male and female, accompanied by numerous troops. The types of troops present were quite diverse, including humans, beastmen, and insectoids. It had been a week since the novice assessment concluded. The remaining lords each had a number of troop altars, enriching the variety of troops they commanded. At this moment, their gazes turned toward the front. Following their line of sight, one could see a spatial wormhole several dozen meters high with the space around it. Beside this spatial wormhole, 4 golden characters, Extreme Evil Mountain Stronghold, were visible. This wormhole was unmistakably the entrance to the dungeon. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the spatial wormhole. Immediately after, a figure stumbled out from within, closely followed by over 100 troops of different races. Upon seeing the figure, the dozen or so lords immediately surrounded him. Pang Tao, how is it? Do you have any hope? Pang Tao shook his head helplessly and replied, "It's too difficult. Unless I have more time to develop, there's no hope." After speaking, he scanned the crowd and inquired, "Is Wei Ge still in the dungeon?" Hearing Pang Tao's previous statement, everyone sighed. Then they heard Pang Tao's question. A young man in a yellow tracksuit answered, "Yes, only Wei Ge is still in the dungeon, and he should have no problem clearing it. Now it just depends on luck. If no one else enters the dungeon before us, the first clear will definitely be Wei Ge's." Upon hearing this, Pang Tao nodded, not surprised. He took out a water bottle from his backpack, took a sip of sweet spring water, and said, "The announcement in the competition area is very detailed. The dungeon resets at 6 a.m. on the 8th day, and we discovered it at 6:23. If all goes well, we should be one of the earliest teams." Wei Gu is very likely to secure the first clear of this dungeon, and his strength will surely surge significantly as a result. Hearing this, the other lords nodded in agreement and began to discuss animatedly. I truly envy Wei Gu. Not only did he awaken a 6th tier troop, but he also awakened a grade talent. As long as he secures the first clear of this dungeon, the top spot in this competition's novice assessment will definitely be his. That's right, all we need to do now is wait quietly for Wei Gu to clear the dungeon and achieve the first clear. Once Wei Gu becomes stronger, we can explore that misty area we discovered a few days ago. However, even 4th tier troops were easily defeated there, which is why we temporarily shelved the exploration. Indeed, that misty area is very likely a special map, and it might hold great opportunities. Once obtained, all of us might squeeze into the top 20 of this competition area, and that would be fantastic. The Wei Gu mentioned by this group of lords is named He Wei. Currently, he ranks 67th on the leaderboard. Is linked to strength, but does not entirely represent it. He Wei not only awakened a 6th tier troop, but also a grade talent. Had it been in previous years' novice assessments, he would undoubtedly be a top contender. While this group was engaged in grand discussions and envisioning a bright future, Li Feng had already pushed through to the entrance of the canyon. There are footprints. Li Feng's gaze sharpened as he quickly spotted a patch of footprints. The footprints here were quite chaotic, and there were numerous traces left behind, clearly not from the same race. Have lords? Li Feng murmured to himself as he looked ahead. Then with a wave of his hand, he led his troops onward. For some reason, he had a vague premonition that there would be gains ahead. After advancing for a kilometer, Li Feng saw the entrance to the dungeon and the dozen lords standing before it. As Li Feng discovered this group of lords, they also noticed him at the same time. Because it was at the bend of the canyon, they could only see Li Feng and Scanna. Seeing this, one of the young men immediately shouted, "This area has already been claimed by our Diamond Alliance. Oh, outsiders, hurry and leave." Although he could tell that Scanna was not easy to deal with, the young man showed no fear. They had more than a dozen people, while Li Feng was alone. Even a destined person who awakened a 6th tier troop could be dealt with by them. The others also looked at Li Feng with cautious expressions, and the air was filled with a tense atmosphere. At this moment, the last person to exit the dungeon, Pang Tao, stepped forward and calmly said, "Friend, it's not impossible for you to enter this dungeon, but you'll have to wait until our alliance's leader clears it first." By the way, our leader's name is He Wei, currently ranked 67th on the leaderboard. I imagine you wouldn't want to oppose it. Pang Tao wore a friendly smile, his tone sounding amicable, but he secretly used He Wei as a threat. At the same time, this was also a kind of test. If Li Feng showed signs of fear, he would immediately strike him down. If Li Feng merely felt apprehensive, but was not afraid, then he would coexist peacefully with him. Li Feng calmly looked at the people before him. He could not hear the thoughts of others, and was unaware of Pang Tao's inner calculations. If he had known, he would have told Pang Tao that there was a third possibility. Either leave or die. Li Feng had no intention of being courteous to the few of them, as he spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Pang Tao and the others were momentarily taken aback, then they all laughed. "Haha, are you some kind of clown brought in by a monkey? How dare you threaten us? Can't you see the hundreds of troops behind us? There are over 30 5th-tier troops alone. Who gave you the courage to say such things? Was it Liang Jingru? Ha ha ha, that's the funniest thing I've heard this year. I almost choked on my laughter, ha ha ha." Pang Tao also suppressed his laughter and said, "Friend, I have a case of idiot intolerance. Ooh, I can't stand fools. You should leave quickly, or I really fear I won't be able to control myself and will eliminate you." Pang Tao had been observing Li Feng's micro-expressions. He had not seen fear on Li Feng's face, which indicated that the other party certainly possessed strength. In that case, he also decided not to act against Li Feng. However, he could not allow Li Feng to enter the dungeon. Although Li Feng could not threaten He Wei at the moment, as He Wei was close to clearing it. But one must not be too cautious. What if Li Feng got lucky and cleared it before He Wei? Although such a possibility was almost non-existent. But Pang Tao had to be on guard. "What a coincidence, I like you also have a case of idiot intolerance." After speaking, Li Feng waved his hand and said, "Kill them." As soon as his voice fell, a swarm of figures rushed out from the bend of the canyon. The flying mantises activated their skills for rapid movement, tearing through the air as they surged towards Pang Tao and the others at supersonic speed. "Damn, a flying mantis." A knowledgeable lord recognized the creature at a glance and exclaimed, "A counterattack! Kill it! Damn it, he really dares to make a move. What if it's a 6th-tier troop? Today I will kill a 6th-tier troop for fun. Kill, kill, kill." The scene instantly became chaotic. The lords of the Iron Alliance, regardless of gender, mobilized their troops to counterattack simultaneously. The anticipated back and forth did not occur. Although they had left the territory and lost the support of the castle, the flying mantis still possessed terrifying power due to an epic hero's enhancement. With only 100 flying mantises against over 600 enemy troops, a 6-fold difference in numbers, the mantises effortlessly slaughtered the lord's troops, as if cutting through vegetables. This isn't good, because troops' attack power is too high. My 4th-tier troops were instantly killed. If this continues, we kill him. As long as we kill the lord without any command, these troops will instantly become headless flies. Realizing they were no match for the flying mantis, someone immediately set their sights on Li Feng. Hearing his companion's reminder, Pang Tao immediately reacted. His awakened initial troop was a 5th-tier elven archer belonging to the ranged category. Under Pang Tao's command, over a dozen elite archers drew their bows and quietly aimed their arrows at Li Feng. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A series of arrows flew out rushing towards Li Feng. Pang Tao's expression brightened. He noticed that the flying mantis did not intervene. However, he was clearly celebrating too early. Li Feng was already aware of the elven archer's small movements. In the next moment, several muscular red figures flew out from behind him, directly blocking the way and forming a wall of red steel. Ding 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 ding. The arrows struck the explosive mosquito's body, producing a crisp sound of metal clashing. The attack power of the elven archers was also among the top in 5th-tier troops. Ordinary 5th-tier troops would not fare well after taking the elven archers' attacks heated. However, the explosive mosquito's defenses were terrifying, and with Skarner's enhancement, even regular 6th-tier troops couldn't break through. The arrows of the elven archers didn't leave a single mark on its red skin. How is this possible? A crowd of lords watching Li Feng's movements nearly had their eyes pop out upon witnessing this. Meanwhile, the flying mantis was crazily harvesting the troops of Pang Tao and others. Your troops killed a gray shadow rabbit. Your troops gained a small amount of experience. You earned 5 gold. Your troops killed a brown bear. Your troops gained a small amount of experience. You earned 1 gold. In just a short while, over half of Pang Tao's troops had already perished, and they were on the brink of total annihilation. Watching this scene, everyone felt their hearts bleed. These were troops they had summoned after several days of hard work, now disappearing at an alarming rate. Pang Tao let out a beastly roar. All troops charge at that human. A few measly troops can't protect him. He must be killed, or it could threaten Wei Ge. Upon hearing this, the others' eyes instantly turned red. They understood the implication of Pang Tao's words. If all troops charged at Li Feng, they would have no defense left and would surely be slaughtered by the flying mantis. This was a plan to ensure they and Li Feng perish together. Yet no one raised an objection. Compared to their deaths, whether Wei Ge could clear the dungeon first was evidently more important. Damn it, I remember you, little brat. I will definitely find your territory later and kick you out of the endless continent, making you a destined man pinned to the pillar of shame. A young man in a blue shirt and white jeans shouted angrily. Clearly he mistook Li Feng for a destined man who had awakened a 6th-tier troop. In the next moment, all troops abandoned their attack on the flying mantis and spread out to charge at Li Feng. The flying mantis did not return to assist. They resolutely advanced towards Pang Tao and the others. Soon one lord after another was effortlessly slaughtered by the flying mantis, showing no signs of resistance. Before their consciousness faded, they stared intently at Li Feng, as if hoping to see him meet the same fate. Pang Tao was no exception. His neck was severed by the flying mantis's head flying into the air. Before his consciousness faded, he saw several fast melee troops charging near Li Feng. Just as they were about to kill Li Feng, he smiled. Yet it was evident that he was celebrating too early. From the back, a wave of red figures surged forward. Dozens of explosive mosquitoes. They blocked around Li Feng, easily intercepting all the troops. Damn it. This was Pang Tao's final roar of despair before his consciousness faded. The flying mantis and explosive mosquitoes attacked simultaneously, and the remaining troops were soon completely annihilated. Li Feng earned over 2,000 gold from the hundreds of troops. Pang Tao and the others were different from Chuanhu and the others. They possessed second, third, or even more troop altars. Non-original troops did not summon a fixed amount of 1 gold, which is why Li Feng earned over 2,000 gold. After the lords and troops perished, their corpses quickly vanished. Soon the valley returned to its initial tranquility. If it weren't for the traces of battle left on the ground, it would seem as if no other lords had ever been here. Besides, I hope I can still clear the dungeon first. Li Feng murmured as he stepped into the dungeon with all his troops. A few kilometers away from the valley, there was a thorny jungle. Deep in the jungle, a lord altar erupted with white light, and Pang Tao resurrected back to his territory. At this moment, his face was extremely grim as he opened the private chat channel of the Iron Alliance. I wonder if that bastard is dead. I don't know. Pang Tao was the last to die. Ooh, he should know. Damn it, I just checked the battle report, and the kid who killed us is actually that Li Feng who has been at the top of the leaderboard for the past 3 days. No way, really. I want to check it out too. Lin Yi was right, it really is that Li Feng. I didn't expect him to be in the same area as us. This is not good news. Everyone checked the battle report, their faces turning pale. Although Li Feng had fallen drastically on the leaderboard and dropped to 36th place, no one dared to underestimate him. The leaderboard was only a ranking of points and did not fully correlate with strength. During the monster siege these past nights, Li Feng had consistently been the fastest to kill without exception. Having such a big shark near their territory made everyone uneasy, feeling insecure. Compared to the other companions, Pang Tao thought more deeply. From the recent confrontation, it was clear that Li Feng's strength surpassed He Weiss. After eliminating them, Li Feng would definitely enter the dungeon. Although He Weiss' progress was far ahead, it wouldn't be long before he could clear it. But what if he was overtaken? The more he pondered, the more serious Pang Tao's expression became. He dared not delay, and quickly tagged He Wei, detailing the entire situation. Inside the dungeon, He Wei led hundreds of troops swiftly along a mountain path. The troops under his command were all at least 4th rank and moved quickly. Along the way, a few human monsters occasionally charged out. These were the dungeon monsters. However, faced with He Wei's numerous troops, this group of dungeon monsters was quickly wiped out. He Wei sat on the shoulder of a 6th-rank troop, a King Kong gorilla, looking down below. After entering the dungeon, he was teleported to the foot of this mountain. After over an hour of effort, he fought his way from the foot of the mountain to here, and he was about to reach the mountain top. The progress has already surpassed 65. With at most another hour I will clear it. The first clear of the dungeon will definitely be mine. He Wei gazed at the mountain top, which was faintly visible, a smile spreading across his face. Among the rewards for the first clear of the dungeon, there was not only a 6th-rank troop blueprint, but also a 6th-rank war artifact. As long as he acquired these two rewards, his strength would surely increase significantly. My talent, a level mirror replication, allows me to summon 5 times the number of troops. Once I obtain a new 6th-rank troop altar, I can summon 10 6th-rank troops every day. It won't be long before I crush everything in my path. What are Fong Song and Li Feng to me? If I encounter them, I'll send them straight back to Earth. As He Wei envisioned the future, his mood became increasingly pleasant. At that moment, he received a tag from Pang Tao. Strange, why is he tagging me at this time? He Wei, feeling suspicious, opened the private chat channel to check. After reading the messages in the group, he was stunned, internally shouting, what the hell? A ruthless individual had wiped out Pang Tao and the others entering the dungeon. If it were someone else, even the current leaderboard's first Fong Song, He Wei wouldn't care much. Because he was truly not far from the mountaintop. But damn it, this ruthless person was Li Feng, the one who had ranked first in Monster Siege, killing for 7 consecutive days. Upon learning this news, He Wei exploded with anger. He activated his trolling mode in the private chat channel. Are you all useless? You can't even stop one person. A bunch of useless trash, what good are you? Trash, useless idiots, garbage. He Wei spewed insults, venting his frustration. Although Pang Tao and the others felt displeased, they dared not speak up, allowing He Wei to rant. After a full minute of insults, He Wei finally stopped. After calming down, he realized this was not entirely Pang Tao and the others' fault. They had done their best. Seeing that He Wei had stopped ranting, a leader finally asked, Wei, go, what should we do now? He Wei rolled his eyes, what else can we do? I can only give my all to clear it. My current progress has already surpassed 65, and am not far from clearing it. Even Li Feng can't catch up to me. Once I obtain the rewards for the first clear of the dungeon, I will develop for a while, and then settle the score with him. For your revenge, this guy is unlucky to be born in the same region as us. Seemingly reminded of something, a smile again filled He Wei's face. Driving a potential #1 candidate for the assessment out of the endless continent seemed quite satisfying. In the thorny jungle, after reading He Wei's confident remarks, Pang Tao hesitated to speak. He really wanted to tell He Wei that Li Feng was extremely strong and should not be taken lightly. But he also knew that honest advice often fell on deaf ears. He warned He Wei, but it might not earn him goodwill, instead increasing He Wei's resentment. In the end, he said nothing. He could only pray in his heart that He Wei could clear the dungeon first, otherwise their entire giant elephant alliance might be in trouble. On the other side, Li Feng had already entered the dungeon with his troops. In a flash, he found himself at the foot of a great... In his mind, the voice of the will of heaven echoed. Welcome to the Evil Mountain Stronghold Dungeon. This dungeon is a normal level solo dungeon. Clear all monsters in the dungeon to complete it. Friendly reminder, this dungeon is the first dungeon during the novice assessment period, and the first lord to clear it will receive generous rewards. In the Endless Continent, dungeons are classified into 5 qualities, just like heroes. The normal level dungeon is the simplest type. Additionally, dungeons are divided into solo dungeons and multiplayer dungeons. A solo dungeon can only be challenged by a single lord. Similar to dungeons in online games, although Li Feng and He Wei entered the same dungeon entrance, they appeared in different dungeon worlds, and the two sides would not encounter each other. Before Li Feng was a wide mountain path, clearly indicating that he needed to fight his way up this path. Advance. Li Feng did not waste any time. Pang Tao had mentioned earlier that their alliance's leader was inside the dungeon. If time was not pressed, the first clear of the dungeon would be lost. Time was tight. He immediately ordered all the flying mantis to accelerate at full speed, heading straight for the mountaintop. The dungeon monsters along the way did not need to be deliberately killed, a quick kill was sufficient. As for him, he followed closely behind, with the explosive mosquito clearing the remaining dungeon monsters. In the next moment, all the flying mantis flew directly towards the mountaintop, even using their high-speed movement skill. As they passed, the dungeon monsters hidden along the mountain path appeared. These were human troops wearing black cloth masks and wielding machetes. They were called Evil Mountain Bandits, all first-rank troops. In front of the flying mantis, they were instantly killed. Your troops killed an Evil Mountain Bandit. Your troops gained a small amount of experience, and you earned 1 gold coin. Your troops killed an Evil Mountain Bandit. Your troops gained a small amount of experience. You earned 1 gold coin. Li Feng followed closely behind with the explosive mosquito. Since the flying mantis were on a rapid march, there were still some dungeon monsters left along the way that had not been killed. These remaining monsters were naturally left to the explosive mosquito. Although the explosive mosquito was a frontline troop primarily responsible for taking damage, being a 4th-rank troop made it quite easy to kill these low-rank dungeon monsters. Li Feng's efficiency was remarkably high. In just 20 minutes the progress of the dungeon exceeded 90. Soon he reached the mountaintop. A massive stronghold stood atop the mountain filled with third-rank dungeon monsters. At this moment the stronghold was filled with shouts of battle. The flying mantis slaughtered the dungeon monsters within the stronghold, as if they were in an uninhabited realm. In a standard-level dungeon, the highest tier of monsters that can appear are Tier 3. This stronghold is clearly at the core of the dungeon, with a staggering 1,000 Tier 3 monsters, and even 100 Tier 3 elite monsters. At this stage, unless a lord has developed exceptionally well, 99 of the other lords are unable to clear the dungeon. After all, once the numbers accumulate to a certain level, Tier 3 monsters can also kill Tier 5 and Tier 6 troops. Moreover, these vicious mountain bandits also have a large number of ranged units continuously launching sneak attacks from the back. Li Feng could even see that many of his flying mantises had sustained injuries, their defenses significantly weakened. Charge! Not daring to delay, Li Feng immediately ordered the vast majority of his explosive mosquitoes to rush forward, leaving just 10 to protect himself. With the addition of the explosive mosquitoes, the speed at which dungeon monsters were eliminated increased. Your units have killed the vicious mountain bandits, gaining a small amount of experience, and you have earned 10 gold coins. Your units have killed the elite mountain bandits, gaining a large amount of experience. You have earned 20 gold coins. Elite mountain bandits are essentially Tier 3 elite monsters. They are also the most troublesome monsters within the entire vicious stronghold dungeon. Your units have killed the vicious mountain bandits, gaining a small amount of experience, and you have earned 10 gold coins. Your units have killed the elite mountain bandits, gaining a large... Not only did this provide Li Feng with a substantial amount of gold, but there was also a significant amount of experience. During these past few days of exploration, the flying mantises had been at the forefront, racking up the highest number of kills. The flying mantises under his command had all leveled up beyond level 3. Now these 100 flying mantises had nearly wiped out over 90 of the monsters in this dungeon, with all of them reaching level 5. Flying mantis. Level 35. Health 192,002,2400. Attack 218,02540. Defense 720,840. During the novice assessment period, units above level 6 will not appear. Thus, the higher the level of the Tier 6 units, the closer their strength approaches the ceiling. A level 5 flying mantis has essentially reached the ceiling of the novice assessment. Moreover, Li Feng also had the enhancement of an epic hero. Looking at the progress, it had risen from 90 to 99. Only the final dungeon boss remained unresolved. "Ah, my children, you died so tragically." At that moment, a voice filled with extreme grief and anger echoed from the depths of the stronghold. Bang! In the next moment, a wooden house shattered into pieces. Whoosh! A figure flew out from the clouds of wooden debris, landing heavily 10 meters in front of Li Feng. Li Feng focused his gaze. There was none of the rugged demeanor typical of bandits. Instead, he appeared refined, with long hair tied back by a jade crown, red lips, and white teeth, resembling a scholar with a jade-like face. A fierce mountain wind blew, causing his wide light blue robe to flutter. At this moment, he was glaring fiercely at Li Feng, his wooden tablet nearly crushed in his grip. Vicious bandit leader. Race human. Quality normal level boss. Level 5. Health 140,000. Attack 392. Defense 140. Skills Death Needle, Light Winds, and Cloud, Sage's Book. Description: once a scholar of a certain dynasty, he studied the Sage's Book for 24 years, but failed to pass the local examination. Anger rose from his heart, leading him to rebel and slaughter countless scholars, ultimately usurping the throne. He was killed 4 years after ascending to the throne. This was not Li Feng's first encounter with a boss. Previously, he had not only faced one, but had also slain a Malayan Bear King. However, the Malayan Bear King was a world boss with a health pool nearing 1,000,000. After all, the vicious bandit leader was merely the boss of a single-player dungeon, and his health was not so exaggerated. How could you be so cruel, slaughtering my men in the mountains, you butcher executioner? Your murderous intent is truly excessive. Why not heed my words? A prodigal son returning is worth more than gold. The boss did not attack immediately, but berated Li Feng. He even attempted to impart some lofty philosophy to Li Feng. This left Li Feng speechless. From the description, this guy was no good person. He couldn't pass his exams, and threw a fit, not knowing how many people had died because of his rebellion, yet he still had the audacity to scold Li Feng. Wait! Suddenly, Li Feng's pupils constricted as he sensed something was amiss. Accompanied by the boss's ranting, the attack power of his troops seemed to be quietly declining. Li Feng glanced at the boss's information panel and quickly focused on the skill Sage's Book. This must be the skill. Kill him. Li Feng dared not let the boss continue his rambling. If he listened any longer, his troops would surely all be wiped out. After receiving the command, all the flying mantises attacked simultaneously, swinging their sickles toward the boss. You dare! The boss glared at them furiously. In the next moment, he suddenly shook the wooden tablet in his hand. Whoosh! The wooden tablet unfurled and a dark shadow shot out, speeding towards Li Feng. With a sharp sound, a pitch-black poison needle forcibly pierced the explosive mosquito's skin, nearly embedding itself entirely. With a sharp sound, a pitch-black poison needle forcibly pierced the explosive mosquito's skin, nearly embedding itself entirely. In the next second, Li Feng's eyes widened in horror. The explosive mosquito that had blocked for him quietly lost its life, its entire body turning a dark shade. Damn, it really is lethal. Li Feng couldn't help but curse under his breath, feeling a surge of relief. With the enhancement from Scanna, the explosive mosquito's defense reached 900 and it had 4,500 health points. Yet it was still killed in an instant. If he had been hit, he certainly would have perished as well. Even with the 1,000 health points provided by the Moonlight Shield, it would have been futile. Damn it, aren't you a scholar? How can you be so treacherous? Li Feng couldn't help but curse the boss. However, the boss at that moment was in dire straits and had no time to pay attention to Li Feng. With the attack of hundreds of flying mantises, his health was rapidly depleting by the second. If it weren't for his small stature, only the height of an average human. If he had the large physique of the Malayan Bear King, even more flying mantises could swarm him, and he would be instantly killed. But he was merely not dead. No matter how the boss struggled facing so many flying mantises, he could only hold on for a few minutes before the curtain fell completely. Your units have killed the vicious bandit leader BOSS. Your units have gained massive experience, and you have earned 1,000 gold coins. Congratulations, you are the first lord in this competition zone to clear the dungeon, earning 1,000 assessment points. You have received rewards: resource chest 100000, tier 6, gem 1, tier 6 unit, blueprint 1, tier 6 war artifact 1. Your glorious deeds will be reported throughout the competition zone. Do you wish to remain anonymous? Not anonymous. Competition zone announcement. Congratulations to Lord Li Feng, the master of disasters, for being the first to clear the dungeon, earning 1,000 assessment points. Meanwhile, He Wei was leading his troops to besiege the boss. 13 King Kong gorillas surrounded the BOSS, swinging their fists the size of iron hammers to strike down. Not far away, He Wei smiled as he watched all of this unfold. Although one King Kong gorilla had been killed instantly by the boss's deadly needle, he still had 13 left, and there was no major concern. The boss's health was decreasing every moment. If it weren't for the sheer size of the King Kong gorillas limiting the number that could hit the boss at the same time, he might have cleared the instance just a few minutes ago. But now it was almost done. The boss's health was below 10. The first clear will belong to me, He Wei, without reservation. He Wei smiled proudly. Suddenly the announcement of the first clear in the instance rang out in his mind. He froze in place, his face filled with disbelief. He hurriedly checked the instance information of the Evil Mountain stronghold. He immediately saw the name Li Feng labeled as the first clearer along with the title Master of Natural Disasters. He Wei was furious, wanting to kill someone. What he didn't notice was that without his command, the King Kong gorillas had suddenly... Their size was massive, each standing 5 to 6 meters tall. Even with the boss completely surrounded, there were still plenty of gaps. Previously, with He Wei personally overseeing, even if the boss tried to break free, it couldn't escape the encirclement. But now He Wei had been distracted for too long, allowing the boss to find an opportunity. He activated the skill Gentle Wind and Light Clouds, making his movements elusive. He slipped away from the King Kong gorilla's onslaught, like a slippery loach. In the next moment, the boss shook the wooden tablet in its hand. Whoosh! A black beam sliced through the air, shooting towards He Wei. No! He Wei realized something was off and tried to dodge. But while his mind reacted, his body did not. In the end, the deadly needle struck precisely at He Wei's brow, killing. In the small black room, He Wei awaited his resurrection. At this moment, he felt like a million grass mud horses were galloping in his heart. Not only had he lost the first clear, but he had almost cleared it too, only to crash at the last moment. His mindset completely collapsed. He had discovered the instance almost immediately and entered to challenge it. Moreover, there were others like Pang Tao blocking the entrance to prevent other lords from entering. But everything had gone wrong. Li Feng led his troops and forcefully wiped out Pang Tao and his men. Even having fallen behind by more than an hour, he still snatched the first clear. This was truly absurd beyond belief. After his resurrection, He Wei couldn't help but open the private chat channel to vent his frustrations. It's all your fault, you bunch of useless fools. You can't even stop one person. Oh. I'm so pissed. I was so close to getting the first clear. If you could have just held them off for a few minutes. Faced with He Wei's accusations, Pang Tao and the others dared not speak. Many thought to themselves, you had a 1-hour lead and still got overtaken. How dare you blame us? However, no one dared to openly criticize He Wei. His strength was evident, and they still relied on him, especially after learning that Li Feng was also in this area and had secured the first clear. This made them feel a wave of panic. If they hadn't had a conflict with Li Feng, perhaps there would still have been a chance to join him. But now that was definitely impossible. What if Li Feng came looking for them? They would still need to rely on He Wei to protect them. After venting for a while, He Wei finally felt a bit better. He stopped blaming everyone and fell into thought. It was now certain that Li Feng's territory was also in this area. The immediate priority should be how to deal with Li Feng. His presence in this area made He Wei feel uneasy. No, I must find someone to team up with. I absolutely cannot face Li Feng alone. Thinking this, He Wei decisively opened his friend list to send messages to several friends on the list. The moment the announcement rang out, it was not just He Wei who was shocked. At that moment, all the lords in the entire region were astonished. The regional channel was now in an uproar. At 8:30 a.m., I just got out of bed, and Li Feng has already cleared the instance first. I truly am not human. Li Feng, master of natural disasters, you just roll, who can outdo you? Big shot. I've realized that the difference between me and the big shot lies in my lack of roll. I won't say anything more for the next 2 days. I will get up at 6 a.m. No, I want sleep. Everyone roll up. The external chaos had nothing to do with Li Feng. After the boss's death, the instance automatically kicked him out. By the entrance of the instance beneath the words Evil Mountain Stronghold were the words Cannot Challenge. If he discovered another instance entrance, he could continue to challenge the Evil Mountain Stronghold. But because he had already cleared this instance, he could no longer enter. This canyon was barren, neither refreshing monsters nor providing any resources. Once he exited the instance, Li Feng decisively took his troops and left without lingering. If he had stayed for even a few minutes, he would have encountered He Weiss troops being kicked out of the instance. With the Lord dead, the instance challenge naturally failed. Without a lord or hero to command them, these troops stood dumbly in place, frozen. At this moment, he was checking the rewards for clearing the instance first. In addition to a first clear reward, clearing the instance also dropped a bronze treasure chest. Luck was on his side. It was a 5-star chest. Li Feng took out the chest from his storage space and opened it. You opened a 5-star treasure chest. You received rewards with 4,000 5-star gem 1, a life spring blueprint 1. Li Feng's eyes brightened. Previously, when he obtained the giant potato seed, he had still been pondering where to get some life spring water. He didn't expect to acquire the blueprint for the life spring so soon. Life spring water is produced from the life spring. Life spring quality elite grade effect can produce 1,000 drops of life spring water daily. Materials required for construction: wood 100000, stone 100000, iron blocks 100000, life gems 10. Description: a spring water rich in life force. It can accelerate the growth of crops and restore the life value of creatures. Good stuff. Li Feng smiled slightly. 1 drop of life spring water could be sold for 100 gold coins on the market. Once the life spring was built, Li Feng would earn 100 gold coins daily just by lying down. This is what they call passive income, isn't it? Basic resources are not the issue. But where am I to obtain life crystals? Li Feng found himself momentarily stumped. A single life crystal was worth 10,000 gold coins. Constructing the Fountain of Life required no fewer than 10 life crystals. Though he had amassed several tens of thousands of gold coins, it still fell far short. Moreover, life crystals were exceedingly rare. All were novice lords. What Li Feng lacked, others inevitably lacked as well. Even with gold in hand, none could. I recall my uncle once mentioning that each novice trial refreshes a hidden dungeon, one brimming with precious resources, and even harboring enigmatic merchants who wander the farthest reaches of the endless continent. Beyond the most peerless treasures, nearly every other artifact may be acquired from these mysterious merchants. Li Feng recalled the earnest counsel imparted by Li Wuchang. Yet no matter how hard he strained his mind, he could not fathom how to enter that hidden dungeon, a subject entirely absent from textbooks. This, however, was only natural. Just as in his past life's world, schools imparted knowledge and skills, but never taught students how to earn wealth. The same held true here. Such core wisdom remained deliberately omitted from official curricula. First, return and construct the droplet spider altar. Perhaps the water will yield an unexpected discovery. At this thought, Li Feng ordered his party to advance at full speed. En route back, he reviewed the rewards from clearing the dungeon for the first time, beginning with 100,000 resource chests. You have obtained wood 2500, stone 2500, iron ingots 5000. Next came a Tier 6 troop blueprint. This was Li Feng's second Tier 6 troop blueprint. His first had been for the insectoid race, requiring no activation of his innate talent for conversion. Clearly such luck could not be expected repeatedly. This dungeon's first clear reward was a Tier 6 blueprint for the undead race, the Lich Mage. The Lich Mage, I'm loath to part with it. Li Feng's eyes gleamed with desire. This was an extraordinarily formidable unit, a death-wielding mage capable of reanimating corpses to fight under its command. When their numbers multiplied sufficiently, Lich Mages could resurrect and command entire legions of Monarch-class warriors, the very essence of the undead cataclysm. Li Feng longed to retain this blueprint and construct it upon returning to his citadel. Yet ultimately he chose to activate his talent and transform it into an insectoid blueprint. You have obtained Corpse Explosion Beetle Troop, Blueprint 1. Though Li Feng was a scholarly prodigy, he could not possibly know every insectoid variant. The Corpse Explosion Beetle was utterly unfamiliar to him, its precise function unknown. Yet its name alone suggested profound affinity with the Lich Mage, both dealt intimately with the dead. Li Feng carefully stowed away the Corpse Explosion Beetle blueprint. Only after constructing the altar and summoning the unit would its true capabilities reveal themselves. Next he retrieved the final, and most precious, reward: a single drop of blood, crystalline and rubyard, rolling slowly upon his palm. True Blood, Tier 6 War Artifact and Level 110 in effect. All troops gain 20 defense in effect 2. All troops acquire skill True Blood, In effect, 3 all troops acquire skill, lock blood, indescription blood of an unknown entity pulsing with extraordinary vitality. Upgrade requirements would 2 stone, 0 iron ingots, 0 war gem, 200. To Li Feng's astonishment, this war artifact conferred percentage-based bonuses. A treasure, even divine. Consider his earlier acquisition, the Ghost Bloodblade, which granted a flat 20 attack. For low-tier troops, such augmentation was visibly dramatic. Yet for elite units, it became negligible. After acquiring the Sky Leaping Mantis, the Ghost Bloodblade's boost had all but vanished. Only its Bloodlust skill retained marginal utility. Percentage-based enhancements, however, remained potent, even for mythic-tier troops. Among 100 war artifacts, perhaps not a single one bore such a trait. Without hesitation, Li Feng equipped the True Blood, immediately elevating the combat prowess of every troop under his banner, while granting each 2 new skills. He opened the stat panel for the Burst Muscle Mosquito. Burst Muscle Mosquito, in-race Insectoid Tier 4 troop level 1 in HV, 6 in attack, 320, 120 in defense, 120, 600 in skills, explosive musculature, bloodlust and true blood, doubles the Burst Muscle Mosquito's HP. Lock blood. When struck by a fatal blow, the Burst Muscle Mosquito ignores the damage entirely and enters an invincible state lasting 3 seconds. Each newly acquired skill surpassed the last in sheer impossibility. True Blood doubled troop HP, effectively granting a second life. Lock Blood, however, defied comprehension. Consider the dungeon boss's Death-Seeking Needle. Any creature struck by it perished instantly regardless of HP. Yet with Lock Blood active, the strike was nullified and the unit entered a 3-second invincibility window, immune to all harm. This skill was nothing short of transcendent. This war artifact must remain absolutely secret. No one must learn of it. Should word leak, even divine lords would set their sights upon me. Li Feng resolved inwardly. This artifact was truly beyond reckoning. An hour later, he stood within his citadel. Dispatching Skarna and the party to explore the map autonomously, he descended alone to the citadel's second subterranean level. After slaying the dungeon boss, he had claimed a bronze chest yielding a tier 5 gem. Now retrieving that gem and expending resources, he constructed the Droplet Spider Altar. Droplet Spider Altar. In tier, in level 110 in production, cooldown non in production, cost 100 gold per unit and upgrade requirements would 400 stone 400, iron ingots 400, tier 5 gem 1. After brief, Droplet Spider Altar. In tier, in level 110 in production, cooldown non in production, cost 100 gold per unit and upgrade requirements would 400 stone 400, iron ingots 400, tier 5 gem 1. After brief consideration, Li Feng spent 100 gold to summon 100 droplet spiders. Instantly, spiders crowned with translucent water orbs materialized before him. To most human sensibilities, spiders were neither endearing nor charming, but rather faintly unsettling. The droplet spiders, however, radiated an absurdly endearing, almost foolish charm. Perfect companions for domestication. Dripping Spider. Race Insectoid. Rank Tier 5 Soldier. Level 1. Health 12,000, 8,000. Attack Power 10, 20, 520. Defense 340, 170. Skill Water Gun. The Dripping Spider violently sprays a stream of water at its opponent, causing substantial damage. Water Barrier. The Dripping Spider creates a layer of water around its body, which can absorb a significant amount of damage. Bloodthirst. The Dripping Spider becomes extremely bloodthirsty. After dealing damage to an enemy, it will absorb a portion of the health lost as its own. True Blood. The Dripping Spider's health doubles. Bloodlock. When receiving a fatal blow, the Dripping Spider ignores that damage and enters an invincible state for 3 seconds. The Dripping Spider possesses only 2 skills, one for offense and one for defense, making it well-rounded in both aspects. With the triple enhancement from war artifacts, heroes, and castles, although the Dripping Spider is merely a tier 5 soldier, can still contend with tier 6 soldiers. Next, Li Feng consumed resources to construct the Corpse Explosion Worm Altar. You successfully built the Corpse Explosion Worm Altar, consuming 8,000 wood, 8,000 stone, 8,000 iron, and 1 tier 6 gem. You spent 10,000 gold coins and summoned 50 Corpse Explosion Worms. Soon a number of maggots. Li Feng was startled and took several steps back, his expression filled with his nerves were already quite resilient enough to face the vast majority of the insectoid species. But when it came to maggots, he couldn't help but feel a shiver and kept his distance. If it were just solitary maggots, they would merely be white fleshy worms, not enough to provoke such a strong reaction from Li Feng. But damn, the altar of the Corpse Explosion Worm was evidently a piece of rotten flesh riddled with small holes. The Corpse Explosion Worms emerged from those holes. Not turning to flee already demonstrated Li Feng's strong will. If it were an ordinary person, they might have already vomited their last meal. Suppressing his discomfort, Li Feng opened the information panel for the Corpse Explosion Worm. Corpse Explosion Worm. Race Insectoid. Rank Tier 6 Soldier. Level 1. Health 12,000, 8,000. Attack Power 24, 20, 12, 20. Defense 400, 200. Skill Corpse Explosion. The Corpse Explosion Worm detonates a corpse, dealing massive damage to enemies within range. The power is determined by the maximum health of the corpse before death and the damage of the corpse explosion worm. Corpse storage. The corpse explosion worm has a natural ethereal space within it, allowing it to seal corpses, preventing them from decaying or disappearing. Bloodthirst. The corpse explosion worm becomes extremely bloodthirsty. After dealing damage to an enemy, it will absorb a portion of the health lost as its own. True blood. The corpse explosion worm's health doubles. Bloodlock. When receiving a fatal blow, the corpse explosion worm ignores that damage and enters an invincible state for 3 seconds. As Li Feng had guessed, the compatibility of the corpse explosion worm in various aspects aligns well with that of a necromancer. However, the former detonates corpses, while the latter controls corpses, walking two divergent paths. Li Feng focused on the corpse storage skill, and an idea began to form in his mind. In the Endless Continent, when monsters are defeated, if the Lord does not collect them, they will automatically disappear after a while. This corpse storage skill should allow the corpses to persist, making it convenient for the corpse explosion worm to detonate corpses during battle. Once I kill a monster later, I'll test the damage of the corpse explosion worm. Li Feng made up his mind to conduct an experiment. As for monsters, there were plenty nearby. He then called upon another. This was a common-level hero he had recruited using a hero recruitment token on the 5th day. A 3-meter-long leech which usually resided in the castle's fountain pool. However, it could also briefly leave the water and stay on land for a day or two without issue. Lich lead the dripping spiders to explore the lake. Li Feng issued the command to the bloodthirsty leech before him. Lich was merely a common-level hero, not particularly powerful, and was just 1 unit. Previously, Li Feng had not let it take action, and kept it waiting in the fountain pool of the castle. Now that the dripping spider unit had been summoned, it was naturally time for Lich to get to work. Under Lich's leadership, hundreds of dripping spiders entered the lake together. Li Feng immediately shared Lich. At the bottom of the lake, only soft sand and riverbed material could be seen swirling with the current, along with some scattered stones and aquatic plants. After observing for a while, without discovering anything, Li Feng gave up on sharing his vision. You all stay behind me, but don't get too close. Li Feng issued a command to the remaining corpse explosion worms, his tone revealing his disdain. Fortunately, the corpse explosion worms were merely soldiers without intelligence. They did not feel dejected by Li Feng's disdain and obediently followed his orders, keeping a distance of 3 meters behind him. Explosive muscle mosquito, take me along. Li Feng summoned a swarm of explosive muscle mosquitoes and sat on the broad shoulder of one. Let's go. With a command, the explosive muscle mosquitoes took off, flying out of the castle. As for the corpse explosion worms, despite their unremarkable appearance, they were not much different from normal maggots. Yet as they wriggled, their speed was even faster than that of the explosive muscle mosquitoes. They easily kept pace behind the explosive muscle mosquitoes. If they weren't steadfastly following Li Feng's orders, they would have dared to breach the 3-meter range. With their speed, they could easily surpass the explosive muscle mosquitoes. In terms of speed, they seem decent now. Let's see how their damage measures up. Li Feng continuously monitored the corpse explosion worms, nodding slightly at the sight. Having left the corpse explosion worm altar, they appeared more like ordinary maggots and were not as repulsive. Before long, Li Feng discovered a group of mechanical monsters. They were mechanical goblin swordsmen wielding cleavers. So soon we have tier 3 monsters respawning. Li Feng was astonished. In past novice assessments, there were only tier 1 monsters in the wild 7 days prior, and anything above tier 1 was rare elite monsters. Tier 2 monsters would not respawn until 7 days later. As for tier 3 monsters, that was expected to happen half a month later. Yet it was only the 8th day, and tier 3 monsters had already respawned, clearly indicating a difficulty level far beyond previous novice assessments. At this pace, we might even see tier 4 and tier 5 monsters respawning soon. The difficulty is not to be underestimated. Li Feng mused as he instructed the explosive muscle mosquitoes to engage. Whether it's tier 1 or tier 3 monsters, they would be easily defeated by the explosive muscle mosquitoes, which had triple enhancements. Soon a mechanical goblin swordsman was slain. Corpse explosion worms attack. Li Feng commanded the corpse explosion worms. Upon receiving the command, one of the corpse explosion worms at the back immediately activated its corpse explosion skill on the corpse of the mechanical goblin swordsman. With a resounding boom, the corpse of the mechanical goblin swordsman exploded. Boom. A deafening explosion startled the nearby birds, sending them soaring into the sky. The nearby mechanical goblin assassins were caught off guard, blown to pieces. Within an 8-meter radius, all the trees, shrubs, and flowers were utterly devastated. A large crater appeared on the ground, exceeding 8 meters in diameter and more than 4 meters deep. The power was terrifying. Looking at the other mechanical goblin assassins, they were all blown to smithereens, utterly destroyed. Even Li Feng couldn't help but be shaken by the sheer damage. These corpses are probably impossible to collect. Saying this, Li Feng still attempted to gather them, but as expected, given such destruction, it would be a miracle to succeed in collecting anything. However, through this experiment, Li Feng also learned of the damage caused by the corpse explosion insects. Terrifying. This destructive power far exceeded that of ordinary 6th-tier troops. The damage from the corpse explosion skill was linked not only to the corpse explosion insects, but also to the maximum health of the corpse before death. This was merely the corpse of a 3rd-tier monster. What if it were the corpse of a 4th, 5th, or even 6th tier monster? What about the corpse of a boss? The health of a world boss is at least 1,000,000. Once detonated, even 9th tier troops might not withstand it. Thinking of this, Li Feng's gaze became fervent. I need to find a way to take down a boss, Li Feng murmured. Previously, bosses were exceedingly rare. Li Feng felt fortunate to have encountered a king of the Ma Lai bears. To find a second one in the same area would be an extraordinary challenge. But now the competition announcement had refreshed, and a few world bosses were released. As long as luck wasn't too bad, finding a world boss shouldn't be difficult. Let's head back. Li Feng waved his hand, signaling to return. He had many heroes under his command, all of whom had already split into several parties to explore the map. Now he simply wanted to be a behind-the-scenes big boss coordinating everything. Unless necessary, he generally wouldn't consider personally leading the troops. Time flew by, and the 8th day came to an end. On this day, Li Feng achieved the first clear of the dungeon. Not only did he acquire a top-tier war treasure, but he also constructed 2 troop altars, enriching the variety of troops under his command. As evening approached, a group of heroes returned, each with their own gains, though none made any significant discovery. Since witnessing the terrifying power of the corpse explosion insects, Li Feng had been fixated on the idea of a boss. The lack of any boss sightings left him feeling somewhat disappointed. However, he didn't blame his heroes for it. After all, they had not been idle. The human priests lived up to their reputation as human troops. Even without great intelligence, they were naturally skilled, preparing a sumptuous feast for Li Feng and the heroes. After dinner, Li Feng returned to his room to rest. With the castle's defense at an all-time high, even regular monsters attacking the city could easily be dealt with by his heroes and troops. Even without him keeping a close watch, the swift defeat of the first enemy could be easily achieved. Thus, Li Feng comfortably retired for the night. As a lord, he had to ensure he got enough sleep, so he would have ample energy the next day to handle any unexpected situation. Time passed slowly. Soon half a month of the novice assessment had passed. During these days, Li Feng steadily developed, and the strength within his territory continuously improved. From the trading market, he purchased a large number of vegetable and fruit seeds which he planted in the spiritual fields. In the underground second layer, Li Feng looked at the thousands of grid spaces filled with crops, a radiant smile spreading across his face. As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, nothing brings more joy and a sense of accomplishment than seeing his fields filled to the brim with thriving crops. He casually picked a purple-striped apple. This was a mature fruit tree he had purchased from a lord a few days ago, costing him a hefty 100 gold coins. The purple-striped apple tree takes half a month from sprouting to producing ripe fruit. With the dual acceleration of the castle and spiritual fields, this process was shortened to just 1.5 days. Crunch. As he took a bite, a crisp sound resonated from Li Feng's mouth. The sweet juice flooded his palate, continuously stimulating his taste buds. As he chewed quickly, the fruit flesh was soon crushed and slid down his esophagus into his stomach. At that moment, Li Feng's tongue and stomach both felt a wave of satisfaction. Having eaten continuously for 2 days, I still can't get enough. The vegetables and fruits of the endless continent are truly as delicious as my uncle said. Li Feng finished the entire purple-striped apple, licking his fingers with lingering desire. He wanted to eat more, but his already bloated stomach quelled that thought. This small purple-striped apple contained immense energy, enough to meet Li Feng's 1/3 consumption needs for the day. He could go until lunch without needing to eat. If he ate more, his stomach would surely burst. At the same time Li Feng was consuming the purple-striped apple, a group of lords was gathered over 100 kilometers away from his territory. Hiwei, why have you summoned the lords of several nearby alliances? What exactly do you want to do? A burly figure spoke up, his voice booming. Following his gaze, everyone turned to one person. That person was none other than Hiwei, the leader of the Diamond Alliance. Everyone, we need to join forces. Hiwei stood up and proclaimed loudly. Hiwei, have you lost your mind? Don't joke with us. We are all leaders of our own alliances, destined to compete for the top 10, or even first place in the novice assessment, and you ask us to unite. Exactly. If we unite, do we have to make you our leader and help you secure first place in the assessment? Your arrogance is rather excessive. Huh. Hiwei, you really overestimate yourself. What makes you deserving of such a thing? Upon hearing Hiwei's words, several alliance leaders sneered in unison, openly mocking him. In response, Hiwei remained unperturbed, his expression as calm as ever. Once everyone had quieted down, he finally spoke. Have you all said enough? If you have, then let me speak. At his words, someone indignantly attempted to rebuke Hiwei. However, they were pulled back by their companion, signaling to listen to what Hiwei had to say. I certainly don't have such a grand ambition. The reason I wanted to join forces with you all is that I've discovered Li Feng's territory, which is in the same area as ours. Silence. A deathly stillness fell upon the group after Hiwei's words. All that remained in the air were the sounds of their breathing. You could hear a pin drop. Are you referring to Li Feng, the one on the leaderboard? The first speaker, a burly figure, broke the silence and asked. His voice was deep and seemed to carry a heavy weight. However, upon careful listening, one could detect a hint of excitement in his tone. At this, the others fixed their gazes on Hiwei, eagerly awaiting the answer. Indeed, it's that Li Feng, and I can assure you all he is far from being an unambitious person. Previously, when the leader of my alliance led a troop to explore the wilderness, Li Feng saw them and without a word, he struck them down. No amount of pleading would save them. Just imagine should he discover your territory, what would happen? In order to ensure the success of this alliance, He Wei lied. He had privately rehearsed this lie 1,000 times. From the initial awkwardness to now, where his expression was calm and collected with no hint of embarrassment. Seeing his demeanor, the others began to believe him. Except for the burly man, Wang Yang, the expressions of the rest, when it comes to this competition area, which lord do they fear the most? It is certainly not those currently in the top 10 of the leaderboard. They were confident that if they discovered enough territories themselves, they could also break into the top 10, or even secure the— But Li Feng was different. Since entering this competition area, every announcement seemed to revolve around him. Half a month had passed, and aside from Li Feng, not a single person had triggered any announcements. This was terrifying. Looking back at all past novice assessments, such a thing had rarely occurred. This was enough to prove that Li Feng possessed the strength to overwhelm everyone. They could afford to ignore the remaining 500,000 lords, but they could not overlook Li Feng. Now hearing that Li Feng was in the same area as them, they all felt a tremendous pressure, especially upon learning that Li Feng killed anyone he encountered. This was enough to demonstrate that Li Feng was highly aggressive. Once he discovered their territory, it was likely they would be expelled from the novice assessment. Although with their backgrounds, their families could certainly provide them with new lord origins to return to the endless continent. As the saying goes, one lives in the world not just for bread, but for dignity. They were awakened individuals with 6th-tier troops destined to be marked with shame if expelled from the endless continent during the novice assessment. Even if they became top-tier lords, or even divine lords in the future, that would remain an indelible stain on their lives. Absolutely unacceptable. In an instant, the expressions of those present became resolute. They no longer cared whether He Wei had lied, or whether Li Feng was truly aggressive. Since they were in the same area, they had to eliminate this greatest threat. I support joining forces, one lord declared. As soon as he spoke, it shattered the silence. I agree. Until Li Feng is dealt with, I will not be at ease. In an instant, 3 awakened individuals expressed their intention to take action. As for He Wei, it goes without saying. As one of the initiators, he would certainly take action. Now only the burly Wang Yang had yet to express himself, and the other 4 turned to look at him. I've been wanting to confront this Li Feng for a long time. I want to see how he has managed to secure the top spot for quick kills. Wang Yang grinned, revealing his white teeth. Very well then, before we deal with Li Feng, the 5 of us will form a temporary alliance. During this period, if anyone has any little ideas or actions, the rest will unite against them. Upon seeing Wang Yang's agreement, He Wei decisively made the decision. I have no objections. Neither do I. It should be this way. I agree. The other 4 nodded. Everyone go back and prepare, gather your alliance members, and assemble your troops in this area. We will collectively hunt down Li Feng. Saying this, He Wei relayed a coordinate to the other 4. At the same time, he took out an item. It was a palm-sized radar display, a one-time item he obtained after defeating an elite monster. By inputting the name and territory title of the target, the radar could detect their exact location provided the distance between both parties did not exceed 100 kilometers. This was an extremely rare item with a market value exceeding 10,000 gold coins. However, to eliminate the threat and eliminate Li Feng, He Wei had no choice but to bear the pain of using it. Soon the 5 dispersed. They mobilized the lords and dispatched troops through their respective alliance channels. A few hours later, they gathered once more. The 5 alliances comprised over 50 lords. After half a month of development, the combined troops had exceeded. With over 10,000 troops assembled, they formed a vast and intimidating sight. The lowest among them were all 2nd-tier troops. They understood that the target they were dealing with was recognized as the number 1 in this competition area, Li Feng. 1st-tier troops, the most basic type, were not even qualified to serve as cannon fodder. Otherwise, the combined strength of the 5 alliances could easily double. He Wei immediately took out the radar display. After inputting Li Feng's information, a light needle on the radar rotated 360 degrees, revealing a red dot in the direction of the west. We are approximately 80 kilometers away. Let's move. In the next moment, the army set off. With over 10,000 troops marching together, the display of power was formidable. Any monsters encountered along the way were easily wiped out without causing any ripples. Li Feng was still unaware that he was being targeted by over 50 lords. At this moment, he was aboard a bug worker hot air balloon soaring over the cliffs on the western side of his territory, rapidly heading in a certain direction. The so-called bug worker hot air balloon was simply an uncovered square wooden box being pulled into the air by several muscular mosquitoes. Simple and crude. During this time, he had been sending the super Big Needle Bee Bill to lead the Big Needle Bees over the cliffs to explore the map. Finally today, he discovered the trace of the world boss. However, the Big Needle Bee was ultimately only a 1st-tier troop. While it was possible to besiege the BOSS, the losses would certainly be significant. To minimize losses, Li Feng decided to lead higher-tier troops himself to kill the boss. Soon he arrived at the place where Bill was located. It was a 100-meter-high peak standing tall on this land, allowing a clear view of the surrounding scenery. Upon seeing Li Feng arrive, Bill quickly pointed with his sharp tentacle towards a certain direction. Following Bill's gesture, Li Feng indeed spotted the world boss. It was a massive red dragon 10 meters long, its scales glimmering with a red hue under the sunlight. Roar! The dragon's roar startled the mountains and the forests. The red giant dragon unleashed a furious roar, exhaling scorching dragon breath that turned the surrounding land into scorched earth, igniting the grass and trees. At this moment, the red giant dragon was besieged by thousands of troops. Each breath of its dragon fire claimed the lives of several soldiers. Li Feng stood in the hot air balloon, scanning below with a telescope in hand. He had purchased this telescope for 3 gold coins from another lord. This was no ordinary telescope. It could see the patterns of leaves a kilometer away. Through the telescope, his gaze pierced through space, allowing him to see everything below at a glance. Not far from the battlefield below, a few figures stood, their expressions a mix of tension and anticipation as they watched the battle ahead. Oh, it's them. Li Feng let out a soft gasp, somewhat surprised. He recognized those figures. They were his classmates from the first year. The leader among them was Wang Chun, who had awakened as a 5th-year soldier, the Yalong. Among the troops besieging the BOSS, there were indeed dozens of Yalong. They had withstood most of the boss's attacks, preventing the lower-tier soldiers behind them from suffering heavy losses. Li Feng murmured to himself. If it were any other lord, he would have just taken it without a second thought. But Wang Chun and the others were from the same school, even the same class. With that connection, Li Feng felt it would be inappropriate to forcibly take it. Forget it, let me ask them if they need help. Thinking of this, Li Feng decisively instructed the explosive muscle mosquito to land him in front of Wang Chun and the others. Who, seeing a swarm of troops suddenly appear, Wang Chun and the others instantly tensed up. But they soon spotted the explosive muscle mosquito. Others might not feel anything seeing it, but for them its significance was different. Sure enough, under their scrutiny, they quickly spotted Li Feng standing in the hot air balloon. Li Feng, is that really you? Except for Wang Chun, the others showed surprised expressions, then smiled and approached. They had no defenses against in this world of survival of the fittest, they were naturally on the same side as classmates. Zhou Ping Jiangsu. Li Feng nodded and greeted his classmates. Although they had only been classmates for a few months, and their relationship wasn't very close, it wasn't too unfamiliar either. You haven't said a word in the group. Turns out you've been quietly making a fortune. This is the explosive muscle mosquito soldier, right? I remember it's a 4th-year soldier. How did you manage to gather so many explosive muscle mosquitoes? Li Feng, you must have allied with a powerful person to survive, especially since you only awakened as a big needle. Before Li Feng could respond, Wang Chun spoke up first. The atmosphere immediately became visibly tense. Haha, Li Feng, don't take it to heart. Wang Chun didn't mean it. He's just a straightforward person. A boy named Zhang Su quickly stepped in to ease the tension. Am I not stating the truth? The Big Needle Bee is widely recognized as a useless soldier. If you hadn't allied with a strong person, how could you have survived until now? Those explosive muscle mosquitoes must also be the soldiers of that strong person, right? As he finished, Wang Chun couldn't help but puff out his chest. He deliberately referred to the explosive muscle mosquitoes as the soldiers of a strong person to highlight his own status. The Yalong was a 5th-tier soldier and a top-tier one at that, so he considered himself a powerful figure, not just any strong person. Wang Chun, were all classmates, so why make things so awkward? Someone tugged at Wang Chun's sleeve. Li Feng glanced at Wang Chun, feeling puzzled. Though their relationship in school wasn't very close, they had always been polite in their interactions. Now why had his attitude suddenly flipped 180 degrees? Though confused, Li Feng didn't take it to heart. If all went well, their future interactions would be fewer, and they would eventually become strangers. He really didn't need to care about a stranger. I came over to ask if you need any help. Li Feng looked at Zhang Su and asked. Upon hearing this, joy immediately appeared on Zhang Zu's face. They didn't care whether the explosive muscle mosquitoes were Li Feng's soldiers. They only knew that Li Feng had brought over 100 explosive muscle mosquitoes, all 4th-year soldiers, with formidable combat power. Just as Zhang Su was about to express his gratitude, Wang Chun's untimely voice interrupted. No need to trouble you. Wang Chun flatly rejected Li Feng. This left Zhang Zu's words frozen on his lips. He wanted to curse loudly. With free muscle, why be so arrogant? With Li Feng's explosive muscle mosquitoes' assistance, their troops could suffer. This was crucial for their upcoming development. Hearing this, Li Feng lightly nodded. He had already claimed the first kill of the world BOSS, so he wasn't too concerned about the world boss. Otherwise, he wouldn't care whether Wang Chun and the others needed help. As a 5-star good citizen, he didn't need to worry about others' opinions. Li Feng glanced at the boss. It was merely an ordinary-level boss. Surrounded by Wang Chun and the others, it was destined to die. Just as Li Feng prepared to leave, a rumble of footsteps echoed. Immediately after, a large group of lords appeared. Surrounding them were a dense array of soldiers. Roughly counting, there were at least 10,000. Seeing this scene, Wang Chun and the others' expressions changed drastically, as if facing a formidable enemy. Only Li Feng remained calm. He scanned the crowd and spotted some familiar faces. They were none other than Pang Tao and others who had previously blocked him from entering the dungeon in the canyon. There were 5 leaders, each surrounded by 6th-tier soldiers, exuding a powerful aura. They included the King Kong gorilla, the white jade ape, the mammoth, the golden snake, and the hellhound. In addition, there were various other soldiers totaling over 10,000. Li Feng, your novice assessment is ending early. On the back of the mammoth, the burly Wang Yang brazenly shouted at Wang Chun. In unison, over 10,000 troops simultaneously locked onto Wang Chun. Frightened Wang Chun trembled, his face turning a deep shade of liver red. "Am not Li Feng he is." Wang Chun's heart raced as he hastily pointed at Li Feng. His relationship with Li Feng was not that solid. He had no intention of covering for him. On the other side, Zhang Su and the others were filled with confusion. They glanced at Zhang Yang, then back at Li Feng. They couldn't comprehend or explain the situation. Why would such a group of lords come for a mere Li Feng who had awakened a useless troop? Especially the leader, who was one of several destined individuals. The group felt a bit anxious, fearing they might be easily eliminated by Zhang Yang and the others. After all, the opposing side had over 10,000 troops, including more than 200 6th-tier troops. This was a force that struck fear into their hearts. Just those 6th-tier troops could easily wipe them out in a single. "Li Feng, you have two choices: either leave the endless continent on your own, or be killed and thrown out by us." He Wei spoke up, his tone chilling, clearly filled with hatred. If it weren't for Li Feng, he would have been the first to clear the instance. Once he obtained the substantial rewards for being the first, his strength would have skyrocketed. At that time, he would definitely secure the first place in this novice assessment and obtain the blueprint for a mythical level building. But now it seemed almost impossible. Every time he thought of this, he ground his teeth in frustration. After days of accumulating negative emotions, he truly hated Li Feng to the bone, as if he had a vendetta for a killed father or a stolen wife. After speaking, he suddenly turned his gaze to Wang Chun and the others. In an instant, Wang Chun and the others were so frightened that they shuddered, nearly kneeling down. "Are you all with Li Feng?" He Wei coldly stared at Wang Chun and the others. Zhou Ping and Zhang Su felt a bit hesitant, unsure how to. After all, they were classmates, and pretending not to know each other felt a bit wrong. However, if they admitted to knowing him, given the attitude of this group, it was highly likely they would be eliminated as well. The vast majority of their troops were already here. If they were wiped out, the monster siege that night would be dire. As they wrestled with their thoughts, Wang Chun quickly said, "We don't know him. We were just attacking the boss, when this person suddenly appeared to steal our boss." Zhou Ping and Zhang Su exchanged glances, lowering their heads without saying a word. They didn't refute Wang Chun's words, feeling embarrassed to face Li Feng's gaze. "You all continue to fight the BOSS, but in the end it still belongs to us. If you dare to kill the BOSS, you will be—" Wang Yang threatened. Upon hearing this, Wang Chun nodded repeatedly, indicating it was fine. Although his heart bled, he dared not refuse. Zhang Yang waved his hand, saying, "Get lost." Wang Chun and the others sighed in relief and quickly left. Once they were at a safe distance, Zhang Su said with a worried expression, "Isn't this a bit wrong?" Wang Chun coldly laughed, saying, "You can go help Li Feng, I won't stop you." Instantly, Zhang Su fell silent. Wang Chun looked at Li Feng indifferently, sneering. "Although I don't know why so many lords are targeting him, he's finished. He will be expelled from the endless continent and reduced to an ordinary person." As he spoke the last words, a look of pity filled his gaze when he looked at Li Feng. "The bystanders have retreated. Now it's your turn. Will you leave on your own, or shall we send you away?" One lord sat on the shoulder of a white jade ape, calmly asking. In their eyes, Li Feng was already like fish on a chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered. Of course, their knowledge surpassed Wang Chun and the others, and they immediately recognized the hundreds of 6th-tier flying mantises mixed among the swarm. But so what? They had over 200 6th-tier troops and more than 10,000 troops backing them. Exterminating Li Feng was a trivial matter. "You dispatched dozens of lords and over 10,000 troops just for me. I am truly flattered." Li Feng remained as calm as ever, even able to smile. "If I expel all 5 of you from the endless continent, your names will be forever stained, while I will surely be remembered through the ages." Zhang Yang, known for his fiery temper, immediately snorted coldly, arrogant. "You can only boast with your tongue. Don't come crying to us for mercy later." From a distance, Wang Chun and the others overheard their conversation. Wang Chun couldn't help but sneer. Which powerful person did Li Feng rely on? He's just awakened a useless troop, yet he's so arrogant. Hearing Wang Chun mock Li Feng, Zhou Ping and Zhang Su frowned. They pretended not to know Li Feng to save their lives, but deep down they still regarded him as a classmate. Upon hearing Wang Chun's ridicule, they remained silent, but internally felt a bit uncomfortable. Just then, battles. To their surprise, it was Li Feng who took the initiative to attack. "Kill!" Li Feng shouted, and all the flying mantises immediately took flight. Seeing this, He Wei and the others did not dare to be careless, and quickly commanded their 6th-tier troops to intercept. Their numbers indeed had the advantage. However, they had no hero-enhanced troops. Each flying mantis could take on 2 foes without losing ground, and they were even subtly gaining the upper hand. 1 against 1.5. It was clear that the former would be stronger. How is this possible? Not far away, Wang Chun stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. He had long noticed the flying mantises, but his knowledge was insufficient to recognize them as 6th-tier troops. After recovering from his shock, he shook his head, saying, "It's useless. The opponent still has over 10,000 troops, and Li Feng is undoubtedly doomed." The others remained silent. Although they were also shocked by the strength of the flying mantises, they internally agreed with Wang Chun's words. At that moment, the explosive mosquitoes revealed numerous mechanical monster corpses. These were at least 3rd-tier monsters with a few 4th-tier ones among them. Over the past few days, 5th-tier monsters had started to spawn in small numbers in the wild. After killing them, Li Feng did not collect the corpses, but instead instructed the corpse-exploding worms to store them. Each corpse-exploding worm could store 10 corpses regardless of size. Now he had summoned a total of 100 corpse-exploding worms, accumulating 1000 mechanical monster. The next moment, the explosive mosquitoes forcefully threw these mechanical monster corpses into the enemy's troop army. Explode! Li Feng commanded. In the next moment, a number of corpse-exploding worms, which had been hiding on the shoulders of the explosive mosquitoes, emerged and activated their corpse explosion skill. Any corpse sealed within them would have a mysterious connection, allowing them to control its explosion even from a kilometer away. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a series of violent explosions erupted within the opposing troop army, like fireworks bursting forth. The terrifying explosion instantly shattered the 3rd-tier units into countless pieces. The 4th-tier units also fell immediately, their life points fully depleted. Only the 5th-tier units could withstand this horrific damage, but they were also covered in wounds. As the first wave of explosions ended, the second wave of corpses was quickly thrown out by the exploding mosquitoes. Boom, 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 boom. Another round of intense explosions sounded. After 2 rounds of explosions, the number of units had sharply decreased by over a third in one breath. Pang Tao and the others finally reacted, their eyes bloodshot, as they shouted, "Spread out, let all units scatter." Everyone understood immediately and quickly ordered their units to disperse. At the same time, a 3rd wave of monster corpses was thrown out, followed by the 3rd wave of explosions. This time due to Pang Tao's orders to spread the units. In the end, only a few hundred units died, and the casualties were not too severe. The lords had reddened eyes, their hearts bleeding. In just a moment, they had lost over 4,000 units. Some unfortunate lords had nearly all their units wiped out with barely a few left. The pain was unbearable. The lords roared, commanding their units to attack Li Feng. "Bill Skarner, attack," Li Feng said coldly. Skarner being his first epic hero. Every time Li Feng went out, he would invariably bring Skarner along. This meant that Li Feng had 2 epic heroes by his side. Moreover, after several days of exploration, Bill and Skarner had accumulated enough experience points to break through to the 2nd tier. A 2nd-tier epic hero was even stronger than a fully leveled 6th-tier unit. Upon receiving the command, Bill and Skarner struck simultaneously. Bill flapped his wings, swiftly flying into the midst of the units, causing a large number of them to be killed in the whirlwind. But compared to Bill, Skarner's efficiency in killing was clearly on another level. Skarner shot out beams of death. In a sweeping motion, a large number of units were cut in half, meeting their demise. At the same time, Li Feng's 100 giant hornets surged toward Pang Tao's units. In recent days, Li Feng had acquired a large number of vegetable and fruit seeds. In the spiritual fields, large batches of crops were maturing daily. Furthermore, the lords in the market had begun to sell food in bulk. Now his food reserves had reached an abundant level, allowing him to summon units in large numbers. As his signature unit, the giant hornet consumed relatively little food, thus receiving special attention. With a wave of his hand, Li Feng gathered 100 giant hornets. It was precisely because he summoned so many that he unexpectedly discovered the world boss today. Otherwise, he might not have found the world boss trace until after the novice assessment ended. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The giant hornets flapped their wings and engaged in battle with the enemy units. With Bill's enhancement, their basic attributes were already sufficient to rival some weaker 2nd-tier units. Not to mention, Li Feng also possessed 2 war artifacts. One could say that these were 100 3rd-tier units. Suddenly, the enemy's unit numbers drastically decreased, while the giant hornets suffered no losses. The 3 skills provided by the 2 war artifacts significantly enhanced the endurance and survival capabilities of Li Feng's units. At this moment, Pang Tao and the other lords felt as if the sky was collapsing, as if it weren't enough that those 2 heroes were slaughtering their units. Now, even the mere giant hornets could decimate their forces. Despite having powerful 4th and 5th-tier units, they couldn't even kill a single giant hornet. Come on, those are giant hornets, universally recognized as useless units. Why could they withstand the attacks of 4th-tier and even 5th-tier units without dying? Despair, helplessness, shock, fear. All sorts of negative emotions swirled in the hearts of the lords. They watched helplessly as their units fell like harvested wheat, collapsing in waves. In the end, they could not escape either. Overwhelmed by the giant hornets, they all perished, awaiting revival. The harvest is quite abundant. Li Feng's expression remained calm, but his heart was filled with joy. Killing over 10,000 units brought him 3,120 gold coins. And it wasn't over yet. After killing this group of lords, he also looted 10248 gold coins. Just from gold, he earned over 4,000 coins. As for basic resources like wood and stone, he earned over 2,000 units in total. Of course, the most important thing was that through the war artifact, the Revenge Compass, Li Feng obtained the territorial coordinates of these lords. Afterward, as long as Li Feng wished, he could directly assault their territory, destroy their lord, altar, and fully equip. Just a bunch of small fish, I'll leave them for now, since they haven't discovered my territory's location. Li Feng murmured. He had long noticed the radar display in He Wei's hands. He knew that they were tracking his position through it, not by discovering his territory. As long as they hadn't discovered his territory, there was no rush to kill them. However, only targeting this group. He Wei and the 5 destined individuals who awakened 6th-tier units must not be left alive. Authoritative institutions had long conducted experimental investigations. Any destined individuals who awakened 6th-tier units seemed to be children of fortune enjoying good luck in the Endless Continent. For example, they were the first to discover world bosses' dungeons and elite monsters. They would even accidentally obtain precious items, rapidly enhancing their strength. Otherwise, 6th-tier unit lords wouldn't be referred to as destined individuals. As for Li Feng, he was truly, although he awakened only a useless unit, he also possessed an SS-level talent, granting him the strength to push through everything. His ability to discover elite monsters and bosses first was purely due to his sheer strength. Take for example when he first set out and discovered the Druid elite monster. If he hadn't summoned over 1,000 giant hornets, even a destined individual with a 6th-tier unit would not dare to provoke over 100 mare bears on the first day. As for the dragon boss, Li Feng discovered it solely by spreading out with his 1-0 giant hornets. In contrast, this group of destined individuals merely found the boss because they happened to surround Li Feng. Of course, surrounding Li Feng would inevitably bring them misfortune. On the other side, He Wei and the others watched this scene, their faces turning pale. They could never have imagined that their earnest siege against Li Feng would lead to such one-sided slaughter. Despite being at a numerical disadvantage, the flying mantises somehow held the upper hand. Not only that, some among them possessed special tools that allowed them to check the life values of the flying mantises. It was outrageous that their life values were so high and each attack even restored their health. It was simply absurd. They exchanged glances, their expressions filled with dread. Knowing that Li Feng was strong, they never expected him to be this powerful. Over 50 lords had joined forces, summoning over 10,000 tier 2 and above units, all to take down Li Feng in one fell swoop. But now they realized just how naive and foolish they were. The battle had only just begun, and their lords had already been utterly annihilated. In contrast, over 10,000 giant needle bees had lost only about 1/10 of their numbers. Now the giant needle bees had them completely surrounded, leaving no chance for escape. At that moment, Wang Yang and the other 3 were cursing inwardly. Of course, their main target was He Wei. If it weren't for He Wei, they wouldn't have sought trouble with Li Feng. At this moment, the 5 of them felt a bitter regret. Looking at Wang Chun and the others, they were completely stunned by the scene before them. What the hell am I dreaming? Over 50 lords attacking one person with over 10,000 units, all at least tier 2, yet they were easily wiped out. Zhou Ping muttered in disbelief, feeling it was unreal. They were not particularly surprised by the sheer number of giant needle bees. Because in the Endless Continent, there were various items that accelerated the hatching of units. Otherwise, even if these lords doubled their numbers, they wouldn't have been able to summon over 10,000 tier 2 and above units. But what shocked them was that these seemingly useless giant needle bees could withstand attacks from tier 5 units without dying. They could clearly see from a distance. Earlier, a group of tier 5 bloodthirsty werewolves had unleashed a storm of attacks on a few giant needle bees. But to their astonishment, the attacked giant needle bees emerged unscathed. After more than 10 minutes of battle, only a little over 1,000 giant needle bees had died. Meanwhile, the opposing units had been completely wiped out. At this moment, a terrifying thought suddenly emerged in their minds. Perhaps, just maybe, Li Feng had not allied with any major powers. He himself was the major power. Moreover, they even considered a more chilling possibility. The Li Feng they knew was the one who had always maintained the title of the fastest killer. Zhou Ping, Zhang Su, and the others only showed a complex expression. Wang Chun looked as if he had swallowed a dead rat, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Li Feng, let's talk this out. There is no need for us to fight to the death. We are willing to submit and help you claim the first place in the assessment. Wang Yang, being the most hot-tempered, was also the first to back down. Li Feng cast a glance at this big guy, showing no intention of acknowledging him. As 2 epic heroes entered the fray, the 6th-tier units of the 5 were disappearing at an alarming rate. Li Feng, I admit defeat. I have the key to a hidden dungeon. If you spare me, I am willing to give it to you. At this moment, the boy who had been sitting on the shoulder of the white jade ape spoke. The key to the hidden dungeon. Li Feng's eyes lit up. He had been worried about where to find a hidden dungeon, and unexpectedly he encountered it here. However, he showed no intention of stopping. Killing you, I can still obtain it. Li Feng gazed at the boy with a smile. If you kill me, you might only have a chance of obtaining it. If you spare me, you will definitely acquire it. You should think it over carefully. The boy on the white jade ape's shoulder explained calmly. Li Feng, I am very grateful to you for driving away the enemies for us. We will compensate you later. I have 100 gold coins here as a service fee. As he spoke, Wang Chun produced a bulging money bag filled with 100 gold coins. Li Feng was both amused and angered by his words. This time he lost more than 1,000 giant needle bees in order to kill He Wei and others, with losses exceeding 1,000 gold coins. 100 gold coins. That's just a pittance. He was unwilling to waste more words with Wang Chun and coldly said, Now you have robbed my BOSS, and I am going to retaliate. After finishing his words, Li Feng waved his hand. In an instant, all the flying mantises soared into the air surrounding the boss, while leaving only one gap. Now leave immediately, I will give you only 3 seconds. Li Feng said coldly. Zhou Ping and Zhang Su felt a chill in their hearts. They were not as resolute as Wang Chun and knew they were in the wrong. They had indeed let the boss be taken by He Wei. The reason they were reluctant to leave just now was their unwillingness. Now seeing that Li Feng seemed serious, they immediately ordered their units to retreat. What are you afraid of? If he dares to act, it would be against a fellow student, and the school would definitely intervene, even requiring him to compensate us. Wang Chun was dissatisfied with his companion's retreat. Wang Chun, let's retreat, we are indeed in the wrong. Zhang Su urged, tugging at Wang Chun's sleeve. Under normal circumstances, if Li Feng were to rob their BOSS, he might indeed be called in by the school. But now if a battle broke out, it was highly likely that it would not be Li Feng who would be called in, but rather them. Wang Chun shook off Zhang Zu's hand, and continued as if nothing had happened. At this moment his jealousy of Li Feng had clouded his judgment, leading to what is referred to as a lapse in intelligence. He was now fixated on the belief that Li Feng would not dare to act. Li Feng, if you have the ability, then act. Wang Chun not only refused to let his units leave, but also provoked Li Feng. In all my life, I've never seen someone so arrogant. Since you have made demands, I shall fulfill them. Li Feng's patience had reached its limit, and he no longer cared for their camaraderie. Of course, there had never really been any camaraderie to begin with. Attack! With a single command, the flying mantises immediately engaged. Wang Chun's initial units were top-tier 5th-tier units, the Yalan people. Under normal circumstances, they could contend with 6th-tier units. However, Li Feng's flying mantises had various enhancements, and far outnumbered the Yalan people. In just a short while, including the Yalan people, over 100 of Wang Chun's units were simultaneously cut down, turning into cold corpses. Li Feng, you dare to kill my units. Just wait, I will report this to the school, and you'll be finished. Wang Chun roared, shut up. At that moment Wang Chun lost the last shred of goodwill in Li Feng's heart. He did not understand why the originally amicable Wang Chun had turned into this after entering the Endless Continent, but he did. Since he had provoked Li Feng, he would have to pay the price. In the next moment, a flying mantis immediately flew out. No, what are you doing? Seeing the flying mantis glimmering sickle coming toward him, Wang Chun finally came to his senses and screamed in terror. But it was clear that he realized it too late. With a dull thud, Wang Chun was cut in half. His body transformed into a scattering of light and vanished. Zhou Ping, Zhang Su, and the others felt a tightening sensation and beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. You all can leave now. Li Feng did not give them a pleasant look, although they were not obligated to fight for him. Faced with He Wei and others, since they chose to be bystanders for self-preservation, Li Feng naturally had no reason to be polite. They were not as obnoxious as Wang Chun, otherwise they would all have perished. Zhou Ping, Zhang Su, and the others exchanged glances, ultimately sighing and leaving dejectedly. In terms of regret, He Wei and others had not regretted as much as they did. Once a strong opportunity had been presented before them, yet they did not cherish it. Only after losing it did they realize their folly. There is no greater pain in the world than this. If heaven could grant them another chance, they would definitely tell He Wei 5 words, we are classmates. Once a strong opportunity had been presented before them, yet they did not cherish it. Only after losing it did they realize their folly. There is no evil red dragon race quality, ordinary boss, level 10 health, 1-5 attack, 480 defense, 240 skills, dragon breath, tear the heavens, and earth fire immunity. Description: one of the 5-color dragon species, the red dragon, is an evil and chaotic creature that loves to collect shiny treasures and abduct princesses from kingdoms. Warriors who defeat it may receive unexpected rewards. This is a true giant dragon. Normally dragons are at least epic level boss. However, since this is a novice assessment, the boss that appears can only be of ordinary quality at most. This evil red dragon is clearly a temporary creation of the will of the heavens, and is not a true giant dragon. After being besieged for a long time by Wang Chun and others, its health had already dropped below 1/10. As the flying mantises replaced the units of Wang Chun, the boss's health rapidly decreased. Before long it crashed to the ground with a roar of unwillingness. With the death of the BOSS, the surrounding flames extinguished automatically. Otherwise, in this primitive forest, a raging fire would soon spark a terrifying wildfire. Your units have killed the evil red dragon BOSS. Your units gained massive experience. You obtained 1/0 gold coins, a blueprint for a 6th tier unit, the explosive flame earth dragon, and a 6th tier treasure chest. Li Feng looked at the boss's corpse, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. This creature had 2 million health points during its life, and if it were to explode, the power would be unimaginable. What the heck? The life gem! Li Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Surprise mingled with joy filled him. He had been worried about entering the hidden dungeon, wondering if he could encounter the mysterious merchant to purchase a life gem. Unexpectedly, just as the hidden dungeon had finally begun to show results, he had already obtained the life gem in advance. He opened his hand, revealing a hexagonal green gem no larger than his thumb. Cradled in his palm, Li Feng could distinctly feel the rich vitality contained within it. This vitality flowed into his body through his palms, surging through his limbs and bones, making him feel utterly relaxed, as if he were soaring towards transcendence. Life gem effect: after absorption by a lord, permanently 1 to life value, and permanently 1 to life regeneration speed. This effect can be shared among the troops under the lord. Each lord can only absorb 10 pieces. Description: a magical gem infused with vitality, said to be a gift from the goddess of life. A good item. Li Feng felt an urge to absorb it directly. After defeating the BOSS, he had just collected 10 life gems, which he could absorb all at once. After absorption, both his life value and life regeneration speed would increase by 10. Of course, if it were just that, he wouldn't care much. But this enhancement could also benefit the troops under his command. That was enough to make him feel tempted. However, he ultimately forced himself to suppress the impulse within. With the war treasure, True Blood, boosting his troops' survival ability to the maximum, he felt it was sufficient. Although the enhancement from the life gem was nice at this stage, it was merely an embellishment. Compared to enhancing himself, he preferred to use it to construct the Spring of Life. The elite quality Spring of Life could produce 1,000 units of life spring water daily equivalent to 1,000 gold coins. This was a tremendous fortune. He stored the life gem back into his personal space. Besides the life gem, he also collected 1,000 units of food from the boss. This was not ordinary food, but dragon meat. Food was merely a general term. Compared to regular food, dragon meat would undoubtedly taste better. Moreover, long-term consumption could enhance physical strength. Li Feng immediately decided that for a long time to come his meat supply would consist of dragon meat. After being harvested, the boss's corpse vanished without a trace, leaving behind a bronze treasure chest about 1.5 people tall. He extended his hand and gently pushed open the chest lid. You have opened a 6th tier treasure chest, and you receive the following rewards: Dragon Breath Iron 80, a 6th tier gem 1, Dragon Breath Arrow Tower Blueprint 1. Li Feng's body shook with excitement, and joy appeared on his face. Wood, stone, and iron are known as the 3 fundamental resources. The so-called basic resources are simply ordinary quality resources. Above ordinary quality, there are also elite, legendary, epic, and mythical quality resources. This Dragon Breath Iron is a piece of legendary quality iron. This is not naturally formed iron. If a dragon establishes a nest above an iron mine and resides there for years, the iron below can transform into Dragon Breath Iron after absorbing enough dragon essence. Dragon Breath Iron ranks among the superior items in legendary quality iron. He never expected that this boss kill would yield such an unexpected surprise. Although there are only 80 pieces, their value is absolutely hundreds or even thousands of times that of ordinary iron. Besides the Dragon Breath Iron, the treasure chest also yielded a blueprint. It is called the Dragon Breath Arrow Tower. Li Feng checked it out. This was a legendary quality arrow tower. Although it was called an arrow tower, it was not really related to arrows anymore. What it ejects is dragon breath with terrifying power. It requires 3,000 units of wood, 3,000 units of stone, and 30 units of Dragon Breath Iron. Li Feng boarded the insect worker hot air balloon and flew back to his territory. He chose an empty plot of land outside the castle and consumed resources to construct the Dragon Breath Arrow Tower. In the next moment, a red arrow tower shot up from the ground. At the top of the tower was a vividly lifelike miniature dragon opening its massive jaws. As soon as Li Feng had a thought, it would immediately unleash dragon breath, dealing horrifying damage to enemies. With the effective range of the Dragon Breath Arrow Tower is 400 meters. Unlike conventional arrow towers which have attack speed, its dragon breath can be continuously ejected. The Dragon Breath Arrow Tower consumes gold for its attacks. Every minute of use costs 100 gold coins. This is a level of extravagance far beyond that of the Mist Tower. Such a high cost brings about terrifying damage. Upon hitting a target, the Dragon Breath can inflict 1-0 points of damage every second. At this stage, no troop under any lord can withstand the damage from the Dragon Breath Arrow Tower, including Li Feng's own troops. Li Feng patted the red tower body of the Dragon Breath Arrow Tower with satisfaction and turned back to the castle. Several hours later, except for the Spider Queen, led by Lich, still exploring the underwater map, all other hero-led teams returned. After half a month of development, the number of troops under Li Feng had exceeded 1,000, standing thickly. Of course, the only ones who could respond were the few wise heroes. As for the troops, they stood motionless, indifferent. Of course, the only ones who could respond were the few wise heroes. As for the troops, they stood motionless, indifferent to Li Feng's passionate shout. Li Feng did not care about that. He took out the revenge compass. The first target he locked onto was the lord who possessed the white jade ape troops. As the saying goes, wealth should not be exposed. Since the other party had informed him of the key to the hidden dungeon, Li Feng naturally would not let him off. After consuming 200 gold coins, a spatial passage was formed. The coordinates of the other party's territory were a bit distant, over 150 kilometers from his own territory. Although they were in the same area, this distance would generally be considered a safe distance. It is rare for a lord to engage in battle over 100 kilometers away. It's simply too far. Only with the revenge compass could Li Feng engage in battle over such a great distance. The bulging mosquito, as a frontline troop, was the first to fly into the spatial passage without hesitation. Li Feng stood atop Skarner's back, entering the spatial passage under the protection of the flying mantis. A dense swarm of sky mantises encircled Li Feng at their center, forming an impenetrable protective ring. To date, Li Feng commanded a staggering 14 heroes. Each day, only a handful of heroes remained behind to guard the base, while the rest led their troops across the map, scouting, exploring, and gathering resources. Consequently, his reserves swelled at an astonishing pace. Gold accumulated just as rapidly. In a single day yesterday, he had amassed over 10,000 gold coins. With a decisive gesture, he expanded his Vespican force to 10,000. His primary aerial legion, the Sky Mantises, grew from 200 to 500. Surrounded by such overwhelming numbers, Li Feng felt an unshakable sense of security. The teleportation channel activated by the Vengeance Compass traversed 100 kilometers in precisely 1 minute. Thus, the 150-kilometer journey took nearly 90 seconds. At the sight of Li Feng, Bai Qing's mind momentarily froze, disbelief surging through him. Moments earlier, he had been secretly conspiring with He Wei and others in a private chat channel, plotting how best to exact revenge upon Li Feng. Yet, even as he struggled to rebuild from ruin, still unprepared to take even the first step toward vengeance, Li Feng arrived at his territory at the head of a vast, unstoppable army. Not bad. You've actually constructed a castle. Li Feng nodded approvingly before the imposing fortress before him, at scale rivaling his own, as though an elder offering quiet praise to a promising junior. As a destined one, Bai Qing's fortune was undeniably extraordinary. Several days prior, he had stumbled upon a world boss by sheer chance. Slaying it granted him the castle blueprint, enabling him to erect his stronghold. However, only the first lord in each region to construct a castle could trigger a regional announcement. Li Feng, we bear no deep grudge, no blood feud. I offer you alliance, the key to a hidden dungeon, and my full protection as you vie for first place in the trial. In return, spare me. In that instant, cold sweat drenched Bai Qing's back. His former confidence had evaporated. The thought of his lord's altar being shattered, and himself banished from the endless continent, sent tremors through his soul. Such disgrace would be etched onto the pillar of shame, widely reported by countless media outlets, and perhaps even immortalized in a popular magazine read by generations to come. How did Bai Qing know this? Because since childhood he had devoured such magazines without number. He vividly recalled laughing as a boy at the fallen destined ones featured within their pages. He refused, absolutely refused, to become one of those figures. I decline, Li Feng replied with, he needed no escort, no safeguard, to claim first place in the trial. Instantly his forces surged forward. Simultaneously, over 100 arrow towers atop, Bai Qing's castle unleashed volleys of arrows aiming to annihilate Li Feng's entire host. But muscular mosquitoes surged ahead, intercepting the storm of arrows with their armored bodies. Then one by one, corpse explosion beetles materialized upon their broad shoulders. From their spatial reservoirs, they released corpses of mechanical constructs, each landing squarely into the massive palms of the muscular mosquitoes. Launch! Li Feng commanded, and they obeyed without delay. Bai Qing, gazing down from the castle ramparts, wore an expression of utter despair. Boom, 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 boom. You have destroyed another lord's arrow tower. You obtain wood 200, stone 200, iron ingots 200. You have destroyed another lord's arrow tower. You obtain wood 200, stone 200, iron ingots 200, arrow tower blueprint 1. These standard tier arrow towers crumbled instantly beneath such relentless bombardment. Li Feng secured a substantial haul of raw materials. Over 100 towers were reduced to rubble, yielding more than 50 arrow tower blueprints. Impressive, a single lord commands so many arrow towers. Once I ensnare all 5 my own castle's front lines will bristle with them, radiating absolute security. Li Feng nodded satisfied. Earlier when he raised Chun, whose domain he'd acquired only a dozen or so arrow towers, too few to meaningfully bolster his defenses, and thus hardly worth his notice. Now, however, he stood to acquire over 200. Quantity once scaled translated into devastating firepower, worthy at last of his serious attention. Deprived of his arrow towers, Bai Qing lost his final line of tower-based defense, leaving only the castle's passive fortifications. But resistance was futile. Both muscular mosquitoes and sky mantises were airborne units. They soared directly over the battlements, descending upon Bai Qing's troops with merciless precision. Li Feng, I will remember you. Our enmity ends only with death. Bai Qing roared, eyes bloodshot, voice raw with fury. He knew, beyond doubt, that his fate was sealed. Yet even in his final moments he sent no warning to He Wei or the others. He had no idea how Li Feng had located his territories so swiftly. Still, he believed Li Feng could find them too. Better to fall together, banished as a group, than suffer shame alone. Let them all share the pillar of shame. Let them all lose face side by side. Ultimately, a sky mantis severed Bai Qing's head in a single stroke, his body dissolved into shimmering motes of light. Immediately afterward, another sky mantis plunged into the castle's subterranean second level and shattered Bai Qing's lord's altar. You have destroyed another lord's altar. You obtain wood 13050, stone 9030, iron ingots 8700, food 180 gold coins 3500, trial points 28777. You have destroyed another lord's troop altar. You obtain tier 1 troop blueprint, horsebear 1. You have destroyed another lord's troop altar. You obtain tier 2 troop blueprint, goblin archer 1. You have destroyed another lord's troop altar. You obtained Tier 6 Troop Blueprint, Jade Ape 1. Though Bai Qing had cultivated his domain for half a month, his accumulated resources fell short of Chun Hu's, even though Chun Hu had developed his lands for only 3 days. This, however, was unsurprising. Bai Qing had converted nearly all his resources into personal power. What remained was already remarkably abundant. Excellent. 28777 points in one strike. I've reclaimed first place. Li Feng glanced at the rankings, seeing his name surge once more above Fong Song and the other lords. And this was only the beginning. For more destined ones remained, each awaiting elimination. Once they fell, his trial points would cement him unassailably atop the leaderboard. Moreover, over 50 lords still lingered across the 5 alliances, fattening like livestock under Li Feng's watchful eye awaiting slaughter. He anticipated that upon discovering their respective alliance leaders vanished, they would cling ever tighter to one another. If all went as expected, they would survive until the final days. Then, and only then, would Li Feng begin his harvest. Fortunate indeed. The Tier 6 troop blueprint has dropped. Now I possess yet another elite Tier 6 unit. As for the other troop blueprints, Li Feng merely glanced at them before stowing them away in his personal inventory. As the saying goes, forge steel where it matters most. His current strength was already formidable. There was no need to squander resources summoning low-tier troops. Anything below Tier 6 now warranted neither his time nor his attention. Just then Li Feng recalled. He had obtained another Tier 6 troop blueprint upon defeating a boss earlier. Yet he'd overlooked it, entirely distracted by the life gem's brilliance. Blaze Earth Dragon. It ranks among the pinnacle of Tier 6 troops. Li Feng murmured softly, unmoved by nostalgia. Activating the Swarm Cataclysm, he transmuted both the Jade Ape blueprint and the Blaze Earth Dragon blueprint into insectoid variants. You have acquired Monkey Ant Troop Blueprint 1. You have acquired Blaze Earth Earthworm Troop Blueprint 1. You have acquired Monkey Ant Troop Blueprint 1. You have acquired Blaze Earth Earthworm Troop Blueprint 1. Monkey Ant. Explosive Flame Earthworm. Li Feng blinked, having no recollection. Without further thought, he put away the 2 military unit blueprints. Once he returned and built the military unit altar, he would naturally know what these 2 military units looked like. Afterwards, Li Feng searched for a while and finally discovered a dark green token. Indeed, there is a key to a hidden instance. He looked at the dark green token in his hand and smiled slightly. The reason he attacked Bai Qing first was for the hidden instance key in Bai Qing's possession. Zombie Town token number of holders 87100. Description: the key to hidden instances scattered across various competition zones with a total of 100 pieces. Once all tokens are obtained by a lord, the hidden instance, Zombie Town, can be unlocked. Li Feng weighed the token in his hand, a radiant smile on his face. He had heard from his uncle that there was a possibility of encountering mysterious merchants within hidden instances. No one knows the origin of the mysterious merchants, only that they wander in every corner of the endless continent. In their possession are various precious treasures said to make even divine lords envious. If I could be fortunate enough to encounter a mysterious merchant, perhaps I could purchase a piece of Lord Origin, and then my uncle could return to the endless continent. Thinking of this, Li Feng's gaze became resolute. Since his parents went missing, Li Wuchang had raised him with great effort. He had even heard some neighbors say that Li Wuchang offended someone in order to compete for a special fruit. Children who have not awakened their initial military units can use it to not only purify their marrow but also enhance the tier of the military unit they will awaken in the future. It can be said that Li Wuchang fought desperately for Li Feng to obtain that special fruit. However, he ended up offending a member of a lord family. It was bad enough that the fruit was taken, but he was also pushed out of his territory, expelled from the endless continent, and reduced to an ordinary person. Uncle, I will definitely obtain a piece of Lord Origin for you. Li Feng murmured, his words resonating. The Lord Origin is not an ordinary treasure with a market price exceeding 1 million gold coins and is still scarce. Many people may have gold coins, but cannot purchase a Lord Origin. After all, there are too many who need the Lord Origin to return to the endless continent. Boom. You destroyed another lord's castle. You gained wood 5,000, stone 5,000, iron 5,000. With a loud crash, Bai Qing's castle collapsed and ultimately disappeared. With this done, the last trace of Bai Qing's existence in this world was erased. Without a second thought, Li Feng took out the revenge compass and locked onto the territory of the nearest destined lord. The closest to Bai Qing was surprisingly He Wei's territory, only about 20 kilometers away. In less than a minute, Li Feng appeared within He Wei's territory. Li Feng, you cannot kill me. I come from the He family of the River Mouth, one of the top lord families within the Dragon Kingdom. Killing me will only bring you endless calamity. He Wei was no longer calm and aloof as before. At this moment, he trembled and begged for mercy, even mentioning his backing. The He family of the River Mouth. Li Feng frowned slightly, feeling he had heard of it somewhere, yet he had no impression. Seeing Li Feng stop, He Wei thought Li Feng was afraid, and his back involuntarily straightened as he spoke. Li Feng, if you help me secure first place in the assessment, I can promise you to join my He family. With my He family as your backing, your future will be limitless. He is no fool, and he will not rely on his background to bully others. If someone were that foolish, they would die even faster. Thus He Wei chose to entice with benefits. He believed that in this situation, as long as one is not a fool, they would choose to spare him. Even if reluctant to give up first place in the assessment, they could negotiate, at worst, he would simply forfeit it. The most important thing now was to keep his life and not be expelled from the endless continent. Suddenly Li Feng's expression turned cold. The He family of the river mouth, he remembered. During the time when Li Wuchang was just expelled from the endless continent, he would often murmur about the He family of the river mouth in his dreams, his expression fierce. Combined with what the neighbors had said, Li Wuchang was expelled by a member of a certain lord family. Li Feng instantly connected many dots. What a He family of the river mouth, then I cannot spare you any longer. Li Feng's anger surged like an enraged lion king, imposing and overwhelming. For some reason, He Wei's heart suddenly trembled. He had a sense of impending doom. You? He still wanted to say something, but Li Feng was too lazy to listen. A flying mantis swung its scythe and killed He Wei in an instant. Then they destroyed the refuge and found He Wei's lord altar, smashing it to pieces. You destroyed another lord's military altar. You gained with 2050 stone 530, iron 200, food 2333, gold coins 523, assessment points 29786. Compared to Baiqing, He Wei seemed much poorer. However, his territory had constructed a large number of mechanical race military units. Clearly, he could not have collected so many mechanical race unit blueprints on his own. They must have been acquired through research. His rank talent mirror copy was a perfect match with the mechanical race units. If there were enough mechanical race unit altars, it could even rival Li Feng's insect race disaster in terms of power. Of course, that was only on the surface. In fact, the insect race disaster was terrifying because it combined two complementary effects, making the total effect even more fearsome. Take these military blueprints for example. High-tier military blueprints are inherently rare, and the races of military units are as numerous as the stars. Even a divine lord who has accumulated for ages may not possess many high-tier mechanical race units. However, the most frightening aspect of the insect race disaster is that it can transform any race's military blueprint into an insect race military blueprint and summon units without cooldown. This is something that mirror copy can never compare to. You destroyed another lord's military altar. You gained tier 1 mechanical goblin blueprint 1. You destroyed another lord's military altar. You gained tier 1 mechanical Malay bear blueprint 1. After a short while, all of He Wei's military altars were destroyed by Li Feng. Unfortunately, after the destruction of the tier 6 military unit, the King Kong gorilla altar, no military blueprints were obtained. After dealing with He Wei, Li Feng immediately pursued the 3 remaining Tianming, Zhang Yang, and the others. Without drama or surprise, the 3 of them had their lord altars shattered by Li Feng and were expelled from the Wujing continent. If they ever wished to return to the Wujing continent, they would have to pay a terrible price to reclaim a new lord's primal essence. That was one small regret gnawing at Li Feng. Only the earliest Baiqing yielded a set of 6th-tier troop schematics. The other 4 were disappointing, 4 6th-tier troop altars, and not a single blueprint among them. Of course, Baiqing and the others had no inkling of Li Feng's regret, otherwise they would have been furious beyond measure. Li Feng's disappointment was rooted in the fact that they had been driven from the Wujing continent. Worse still, they had been nailed to the pillar of shame. One by one, the 5 returned to D-Star, triggering a storm of commotion. As expected, the major media clamored to report the incident. Within mere hours, the 5 had climbed to the top of the trending list. It was inevitable. They were so far the earliest Tianming ever expelled from the Wujing continent, and all on the same day. That was rare, even among past newcomer examinations. Every year some Tianming are expelled from the Wujing continent. That alone is not extraordinary. Yet those expulsions usually happened in the final days, victims of score wars and assaults by peers. It had always been exceedingly uncommon for someone to be expelled within just half a month. What made it stranger still was that all 5 were expelled on the very same day, and more ridiculously, all hailed from the same competition region. The reporters grew excited, trembling as their blood quickened. Even ordinary people, not just the perceptive elites, smelled something amiss. A hegemonic figure has been born, a powerful lord murmured after scanning the trending list. In past years, whenever such an event occurred, it signaled the emergence of a hegemonic figure. This was a matter big enough to shake all of D-Star. A hegemonic figure at the very least meant a lord who had awakened an S-level talent or higher, perhaps far beyond that. Such an individual would at minimum in the future become a top-tier lord. If fate favored them, becoming a divine lord would not be beyond reach. Instantly the whole world mobilized. Within Longwa's spycraft intensified. Scores of powerful lords began to move legally or otherwise, entering Longwa's borders. Their purpose was simple: to glean any clue to identify who this hegemonic figure might be, and then to recruit them. If a small nation gained such a figure, and that person ascended to divine lordhood, that nation might rise into the ranks of great powers. For a great power acquiring such talent only deepened its foundation. Thus, every nation set its gears in motion, each intent on luring the hegemonic figure to its own soil. On that same day, Longwa's Supreme Council convened. The vast council hall was filled with dense rows of seats. Were the media to broadcast this scene, the world would be. Those entitled to sit in this hall were Longwa's most illustrious lords. The 3 men occupying the front row were lords who stood at the apex beneath the divine lords themselves. Before long, an elderly figure rose and stepped forward. He wore a purple gold Taoist robe. Though his hair was white, his face retained a boyish clarity, and his pupils shone like black gemstones reflecting the multitude of lords in the hall. Master Zhang. Hail Master Zhang. For an instant, every lord rose and bowed to the venerable divine lord. I will not mince words, let us get straight to the point. This year, once again, a new hegemonic figure has been born within Longhua. Boom. The declaration sent the room into an uproar. Shock and astonishment registered on every face. What precisely was a hegemonic figure? It was not about an individual alone, but about a nation's future. Once such a person matured, at the very least they could lift their homeland to the level of a hegemon state. D-Star had more than 200 nations, yet hegemon states numbered fewer than 20. Such scarcity made them priceless. The last time the world saw such a figure was 13 years ago. That person's homeland had once been a minor country, yet through that individual's ascent it had become a hegemon state. Should they make another crucial leap and attain the divine, their homeland could rise directly into the ranks of great powers towering over D-Star. Years had passed since then, and none expected a new hegemonic figure to emerge, especially not from their own Longhua. How could this fail to leave these titan figures stunned and aghast? As you know, this year's newcomer trials were exceptional. The hegemonic figure born this year could well be a rising godstar, a future divine lord. We must not allow foreign powers to pilfer them. At Master Zhang's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Each of these mover sand shakers, capable of making their hometowns tremble, wore an expression of longing. Heaven cannot be measured, O life may endure forever. Old Master, have your divinations revealed any specifics? For instance, the exact whereabouts of this hegemonic figure. Heaven cannot be measured, O life may endure forever. Old Master, have your divinations revealed any specifics? For instance, the exact whereabouts of this hegemonic figure. At that moment, a middle-aged man seated at the center of the front row spoke. He wore a gray-blue Zhongshan suit. His frame seemed slight, yet he exuded an inexorable pressure. All turned to look at him with reverent faces. Fang Xiong, patriarch of the Yuan Fang clan. Though he appeared middle-aged, his true age exceeded 1,000 years. Even among top-tier lords, he stood at the very pinnacle of the pyramid. Master Zhang met Fang Xiong's gaze and shook his head. My divinations are hazy, I cannot pry open the heavenly pattern. Fortunately, the testimony of those eliminated youngsters gives us a name. From questioning those small fry, we learned that the lord who expelled them is named Li Feng. At present, every novice lord named Li Feng can be found within these cities. Each of you should stake out the locations. When the trials conclude, spare no effort to court him. As he spoke, the large screen behind Master Zhang flared to life, displaying a map of Longhua. Several cities were circled in red. Among them was unmistakably Chaoxiong City, the place where Li Feng resided. One more thing, under no circumstances may such a hegemonic figure fall into a foreign power's hands. Whatever terms other countries offer, we must top them by a margin. If anyone dares resort to underhanded means, strike them down. I will assume full responsibility for any consequences. Understood. Understood. Very well, meeting adjourned. With those words, everyone filed out in order, some going alone, some in small groups, each quickly departing for a chosen city. After buffering for about a minute, Li Feng finally regained his composure. He began to check the last and most significant. After eliminating the last destined person, Li Feng returned to his territory. This operation cost him a total of 1000 gold coins. However, the gold coins he recovered were only a few thousand. They had spent nearly all their resources just to enhance their own strength. There is a saying circulating in the Lord's circles, while my neighbor stocks up on grain, I stock up on weapons. My neighbor is... They naturally understood this principle, so whenever they had resources they consumed them as much as possible to strengthen themselves and avoid becoming someone else's granary. Unfortunately, they foolishly provoked Li Feng. In the end, they still made a wedding dress for him. Although they did not receive much cash, Li Feng obtained many precious resources such as blueprints and items from these destined individuals. Among them, the blueprints for arrow towers exceeded 200 copies. Without hesitation, Li Feng took out his stored resources and built over 200 arrow towers in one go. Even now, without relying on the troops under his command, these arrow towers alone were sufficient to fortify his territory. Any ordinary lord attacking would not even see Li Feng's troops and would be annihilated outside the castle. Description: a magical bag that appears small on the outside, but contains vast space within, capable of instantly storing and releasing. Description: a magical bag that appears small on the outside, but contains vast space within, capable of instantly storing and releasing a large number of troops. This was an item he obtained from the bulky Wang Yang. Even though this soldier storage bag is of common quality, its market price exceeds 100 gold coins. If auctioned, it could fetch over 100 gold coins. The soldier storage bag is palm-sized, but has vast space inside, allowing it to store a large number of troops and release them instantly. It has many uses, such as playing the role of a pig to eat a tiger. Imagine this: you have only a few dozen troops, while a lord with hundreds or thousands of troops intends to attack you. Suddenly you release tens of thousands of troops. How desperate would the latter be? For example, taking the enemy by surprise. During a battle between two armies, you wait for the right moment, and suddenly throw the soldier storage bag near the enemy lord. In the next instant, a large number of troops appear and surround the enemy lord, who would be furious upon reviving. Of course, all this is merely a side activity. The most conventional use of the soldier storage bag is for marching. First, it enhances marching speed, and second, it allows crossing difficult terrain. First, let's discuss enhancing marching speed. If the giant bees and the flying mantis set off together, the speed of the giant bees would certainly be far inferior to that of the flying mantis, slowing down the overall pace of the troop. However, as long as all the giant bees are stored in the soldier storage bag, the flying mantis can travel without restraint, significantly increasing the marching speed. Next, let's talk about crossing terrain. Some terrains like swamps and cliffs are difficult for land troops to traverse. But if you have flying troops, you can store the land troops in the soldier storage bag, and then have the flying troops easily cross the terrain. In summary, the soldier storage bag is an extremely valuable item, as expected of a destined person being able to acquire such a precious item in the novice stage. In a murmured whisper, Li Feng called upon all the giant bees. Swish! In the next moment, thousands of giant bees transformed into a white light and vanished into the soldier storage bag, happening almost instantaneously. Swish! In the next moment, all these giant bees were released again. Due to Li Feng's will, the giant bees did not appear in their original location, but in different positions. Afterward, Li Feng experimented multiple times. He eventually confirmed that the soldier storage bag could instantly store any troops under his command as long as they were within the Lord's line of sight. However, the release was a bit lacking, as it could only be deployed within a radius of 100 meters. If there were too many troops, they would have to be deployed in batches. Nevertheless, it was still a remarkable item. If only I could acquire a few more soldier storage bags, Li Feng thought greedily. Besides the soldier storage bag, he also obtained an exploration radar from He Wei. This is a one-time consumable item. As long as you input the target's name and territory title, you can lock onto them. Of course, the maximum exploration radius of the radar is 100 kilometers. Beyond this distance, the radar cannot explore. He Wei had already consumed one to locate Li Feng's position. Unexpectedly, there was a second one. It can only be said that as expected of a destined person, their luck is truly Then Li Feng took out more than 10 movement talismans, all of elite quality, which double the movement speed of all troops. He had also obtained one when he defeated Chun Hu. These more than 10 movement talismans were all obtained from a certain destined individual. After tallying the spoils of this operation, he went to the second underground level. You successfully constructed the monkey ant altar, consuming a total of 800 wood, 800 stone, 800 iron blocks, and 160 gemstone. You successfully constructed the explosive flame earthworm altar, consuming a total of 800 wood, 800 stone, 800 iron blocks, and 160 gemstone. Li Feng had exactly 260 gemstones remaining. Both were obtained from 60 treasure chests. As for the 260 treasure chests, they were naturally obtained from the Malay Bear King and the Evil Red Dragon. Each costing 100 gold coins, he summoned 50 monkey ants and 50 explosive flame earthworm. Monkey ants have the heads of monkeys and the bodies of ants approximately the size of an adult human, walking upright and covered in thick white fur. The explosive flame earthworm is quite exaggerated, measuring about 5 to 6 meters long. Its black body is engulfed in raging black flames, yet it does not affect the surrounding environment. These are the third and fourth 60er troops Li Feng has obtained since the Flying Mantis and Corpse Exploder. Looking across all the competition zones, a single lord possessing 60er troops, Li Feng would not only rank first, but could at least be among the top 3. If we were to compare numbers, he would definitely secure the top spot. Every year, there are over 50 million novice lords. Among these 50 million, being in the top 3, or even first place, is no small feat. Then Li Feng first opened the information panel for the monkey ants. Monkey ant race, insectoid, tier 60er troops, level 1 health, attack, 1620, 820 defense, 500 skill, barbaric charge. The monkey ant charges out in a straight line, dealing significant damage upon hitting an enemy. The first enemy hit will be stunned, and during the charge the monkey ant's defense will be greatly enhanced. Agility boost. Activating this skill greatly increases the monkey ant's movement and attack speed. Bloodthirst, true bloodlock blood. From the information panel, it can be inferred that monkey ants belong to the agile combat type of physical troops. Then he looked at the information panel for the explosive flame earthworm. Blazing earthworm. Race insectoid. Rank level 6 troops. Level 1. Health points 18,000, 12,000. Attack power 24, 20, 12, 20. Defense power 800, 400. Skill flame ray. The blazing earthworm shoots a flame ray, dealing significant damage to enemies and igniting them. Devour flame. It can absorb the power of flames to convert into a temporary shield value lasting for 1 minute. Maximum shield value, maximum health points. Bloodthirsty, true bloodlock blood. Clearly the blazing earthworm is a fire element troop. Moreover, its Devour Flame skill is evidently the nemesis of fire element troops. Not only can it absorb damage from opponents, but it can also convert it into its own temporary shield. It can be said to completely restrain fire element troops. Li Feng immediately summoned several fire centipedes to unleash their full power against the blazing earthworm. Indeed, the attacks of the fire centipedes were all absorbed by the blazing earthworm, transforming into its own shield value. Li Feng continuously increased the number of fire centipedes. Finally, experimental data was obtained. The Devour Flame skill is not without limits. When damage exceeds the blazing earthworm's attack power, the excess damage cannot be absorbed. However, this is already powerful enough. Fire element troops of level 6 and below are rendered useless against the blazing earthworm. Li Feng called upon the castle's chief steward to take away these 2 troops. Now comes the main event. Having previously defeated the BOSS, he obtained 10 life gems. Since he was going to hunt the fated ones, he was not in a hurry to use them. Now that the dust has settled, he naturally wants to construct the Fountain of Life. You successfully constructed the Fountain of Life, consuming a total of 1 wood, 1 stone, 0 iron blocks, and 10 life gems. Near the spiritual fields, a spring emerged. Green spring water gushed forth from the ground, releasing a thick mist of vitality. Standing beside the Fountain of Life, Li Feng felt a warm sensation throughout his body, invigorating him completely. Fountain of Life. Quality elite level. Effect can produce 1,000 drops of life spring water daily. Characteristic vitality abundant. Standing next to the Fountain of Life can enhance health recovery speed. If injured, it can accelerate wound healing. Description: water infused with rich life energy, capable of accelerating crop growth and restoring the health of living beings. The Fountain of Life does not continuously provide life spring water. Instead, it sprays out 1,000 drops of life spring water in one go each day. Li Feng immediately collected all the life spring water. Next, Li Feng picked up a drop of life spring water and let it fall on a crop seedling. In the next moment, the crop grew wildly, and in no time it was fully mature. 1 drop of life spring water is enough to shorten a crop's growth time by 3 days. This crop, enhanced by both the castle and the spiritual fields, would typically take about 3 days to mature. After absorbing a drop of life spring water, it indeed matured immediately. No wonder a single drop is worth hundreds of gold coins. It's truly miraculous. Li Feng decided to keep the remaining life spring water. This spring water not only speeds up crop growth, but can also instantly restore the vitality of living beings. With no food shortages, Li Feng did not plan to use the life spring water on crops. Instead, he saved it for injured troops or heroes to quickly restore their combat power. Or perhaps he would trade it in the market channel with other lords. Time slipped away as Li Feng accounted for his harvest. Soon it was time for the most intense and thrilling moment of the day. The last half hour of the 15th day had arrived. The fog of war enveloped all the novice lords' territories. Figures began to appear behind the war fog. Since the 11th day, the number of monsters had sharply decreased to 50, now replaced by second-tier monsters, goblin archers. Today is the 15th day, with a total of 250 goblin archers. However, as soon as they appeared, they were instantly killed one by one by the long-awaited flying mantis. As expected, tonight's speed kill champion still belonged to Li Feng. Listening to the announcements in his ear, Feng's song had long become numb. He subconsciously opened the leaderboard. In the next moment, his pupils shrank, so shocked that he stumbled and fell to the ground. 10,000, 10,000, 100,000. Feng Song's eyes widened in disbelief. He had been monitoring Li Feng's points daily. He clearly remembered that just yesterday Li Feng's points were only around 30,000, barely reaching 40,000. How could it soar to over 170,000 in just one day? How is that possible? Did he eliminate dozens of lords in one go? No, there could only be nearly 100 lords in a single area at most, and there would definitely be several fated ones forming alliances. Other fated ones wouldn't be foolish enough to let Li Feng slaughter their alliance members. Feng Song murmured, perplexed. Suddenly he thought of a possibility, and his hair stood on end. Could he have eliminated several fated ones? Thinking of this possibility, even the well-informed him couldn't help but stutter. Yet it was precisely because of his extensive experience that he stuttered. An elder in his family had once told him that every once in a while a dominant figure would emerge globally. That elder had warned him that upon encountering a lord who could overpower other fated ones, he should immediately pledge loyalty and goodwill, because such individuals could reach the level of their family's ancestors in the future. If they progressed further, they would become divine lords capable of looking down upon the entire earth. This is confirmed. Oh, Li Feng must be the kind of dominant figure that my second uncle spoke of. I just hope he and I are not in the same area. I don't care about competing for first place in this assessment. Ooh, I just hope I won't be eliminated. Feng Song wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. His anxious heart finally settled. He no longer dared to hold on to fantasies about being first in the assessment. Now he just wanted to safely pass this novice assessment. As long as he was not eliminated, it would be a victory. While Feng Song's heart surged with turmoil, the assessment channel also erupted simultaneously. Some lords noticed the leaderboard. They were shocked by Li Feng's overwhelmingly leading assessment points. Newbie assessment leaderboard. First place, Li Feng, Master of Natural Disasters, points 178,657. Second place, Feng Song, Earthbear God, points 37021. Third place, Xiao Lin, Troll Lord, points 37006. Fourth place, Wang Yin, Blazing Fire, points 36958. What the hell, what happened? The combined scores of the 2nd to 5th places don't even match the 1st place's score. Is Master Li Feng part of some management group? Did someone modify the score data in the background? Please help me modify mine too. Mom, this is too scary, I want to go home. More and more lords noticed the changes in the leaderboard and began to bubble in the competition area announcement. Before long, over 500,000 lords in this competition area were alarmed. Even the powerful lords in the top 10 of the leaderboard stared in shock at Li Feng's assessment score. At this moment, the atmosphere in the competition area channel suddenly changed. Damn, I was ranked 100th, suddenly jumped 5 places all at once to 95th. The previous 61st ranked Lord Wang Yang has disappeared. I had done several business deals with him before. The 57th ranked Lord Bai Qing has also vanished. The 65th ranked Lord Wang Yang is also missing. Ranking. What the hell did the disappearing act really happen? Welcome to the Grand Mystery Variety Show. Where did the lords go? Fang Song was also paying attention to the competition area channel. His pupils suddenly shrank after seeing these messages. 5 lords from the top 100 had disappeared, overlapping with the thoughts he had been speculating. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Many were speculating about where the 5 missing lords had gone. Some lords even associated this with Li Feng, but found it absurd. The 5 who disappeared were all destined beings. How could one person eliminate them all in a single day? It was simply impossible. They would rather believe that Li Feng had cheated to obtain his assessment score than accept this speculation. Only Fang Song was certain that the disappearance of those 5 was absolutely Li Feng's doing. Over 500,000 people were suffering from insomnia simultaneously. Only Li Feng was sleeping soundly. Unknowingly, the newbie assessment had reached its 28th day. It was very close to the end of the assessment. The disappearance of He Wei and the others had gone from initial uproar to barely anyone mentioning it now. Only the members of the Alliance of the 5 had remained cautious during this time. Just as Li Feng had predicted, this group of lords had become even more closely connected after their respective leaders had disappeared, all surviving safely to these last few days. It's about time to reap the rewards, right? Li Feng rubbed his chin, a thought bubbling in his mind. Since yesterday, he had noticed that the scores of some lords on the leaderboard were increasing in an abnormal manner. Clearly, as the assessment neared its end, these lords began to turn their blades toward the weaker nearby lords. His ranking on the leaderboard continued to drop, having already fallen out of the top 5. What surprised him a bit was Fang Song, who had occupied the number 1 spot for a long time, had shown no movement these past few days, seemingly uninterested in competing. Just as Li Feng was preparing to take action against Pang Tao and the other lords, suddenly a voice echoed in his mind, the voice of the heavenly Dao Will. The Zombie Town tokens have all appeared, and the hidden dungeon Zombie Town is about to open. Lords holding token. As the voice fell, Li Feng paused for a moment, then felt a surge of joy. It had been over 10 days since he obtained the key to the hidden dungeon. In the preceding days, Li Feng would occasionally take out the token to look at. But the last few tokens had not been acquired by anyone, and he gradually forgot about them. The sudden opening of this hidden dungeon today brought a spark of delight to Li Feng's heart. Not to mention the possibility of encountering a mysterious merchant. Just the hidden dungeon itself could bring him rich resources. He decided to temporarily shelve his harvesting actions. Everything would take priority over the hidden dungeon. He began to mobilize his troops, calling upon his units, preparing city defenses, while selecting units to accompany him to battle in the hidden dungeon. Meanwhile, across the globe, 99 other lords moved in sync, with Li Feng, each mobilizing their troops, all ambitious for the upcoming hidden dungeon. They were determined to trample the remaining 99 competitors underfoot and obtain the most resources. This was a competition among hundreds of people where the stronger the lord, the richer the rewards. On the nameless island, Fang Song held a dark green token in his hand. This was an unexpected gain when he entered the dungeon a few days ago. The tokens for hidden dungeons only appear within the dungeons themselves. Moreover, they do not drop from killing monsters or bosses, but randomly appear at certain locations within the dungeon. If a lord has enough luck, they can easily find it. But if their luck is insufficient, they might not even notice it despite Clearly, Fang Song as a destined being lacked no luck. I can't hope to be first in the assessment now. I can only hope to gain some benefits from this hidden dungeon in the end. Fang Song looked at the multitude of units lined up before him, his eyes revealing a burning fighting spirit. There was only one hidden dungeon, but resources were to be competed for by hundreds of lords. In this competition area, he dared not compete for the number 1 spot in the assessment. That was because a remarkable figure had emerged from this competition area. But aside from Li Feng, he was not afraid of the other newbie lords. He believed he could become the ultimate champion. Generally, newbie assessments will refresh several hidden dungeons. I shouldn't be unlucky enough to encounter Li Feng, right? Fang Song suddenly thought of Li Feng, his brows furrowing slightly. But soon he relaxed, feeling it unlikely. Earlier he had obtained another key to a hidden dungeon, and he just needed to gather 20 keys to enter. Competing for resources among 20 people would surely be easier than competing among 100. At that time he thought that Li Feng, being the dominant character, would also have very good luck. The probability of obtaining that hidden dungeon key was very high. So at that time he did not hesitate to sell that hidden dungeon key at a high price to others. With Li Feng's strength, he could probably push through everything. The other 19 people probably wouldn't obtain much resources, making it a waste of effort, while I exchanged the key for a large amount of resources. I'm quite the clever one, huh? Thinking of this, Feng Song couldn't help but chuckle. Not long after the hidden dungeon officially opened. In the next moment, the teleportation portal to the hidden dungeon appeared before his eyes. Let's go, this time I want to rake in a lot of resources. Feng Song was filled with battle spirit, leading the vast majority of his units into the teleportation portal. As the scene changed, Feng Song found himself in a dim world. This was a wide canyon. Above, a dark purple sun hung high in the sky, the main reason for this world's darkness. Deep in the canyon, deep low roars could be heard, adding a terrifying atmosphere to the surroundings. At this moment, a prompt sound echoed in Feng Song's mind. Welcome to the Zombie Town Dungeon. Welcome to the Zombie Town Dungeon. This dungeon is a multiplayer normal level challenge with a total of 100 challengers, and you will compete fairly against the other 99 lords. A friendly reminder, the lord who delivers the final blow to the boss will be the victor of this dungeon and can receive completion rewards. Here is the list of lords entering the dungeon, with you: Wang Chong, Eternal Nightmare; Zhou Yuan, Dream Unicorn; Li Feng, Disaster Controller; Sun Chung, Bloody Slayer. Feng Song stood with his hands behind his back, determined to regain everything he lost in the novice assessment within this dungeon. He casually glanced at the list of lords. Just as he was about to look away, his eyes widened in shock. What the hell? At the last moment, he noticed Li Feng's name. It is possible to have the same name, even to have overlapping territory names. However, it is impossible for both to overlap. The will of the heavens does not allow it. Damn it, are you messing with me, heavens? Feng Song's mindset completely collapsed. He could already foresee that this dungeon run would inevitably end in failure. The 100 lords holding tokens entered the dungeon almost simultaneously. While Feng Song's mindset was crumbling, Li Feng had already ordered his army to advance. From the dungeon map, this dungeon resembled a sun drawn by a child. The core of the dungeon is a small town filled with zombies. Additionally, extending from all sides of the zombie town are a total of 100 canyons. Each lord's starting point is located deep within one of these canyons. The rules of the dungeon are simple. Clear all monsters within the canyon before entering the zombie town. Only after all monsters in the zombie town are defeated will the boss appear. The criteria for clearing the dungeon are equally straightforward. The lord who delivers the final blow to the boss will be considered victorious and will receive generous rewards. A competition among 100 players. This is interesting. Li Feng nodded, quickly grasping the rules of the dungeon. On the surface, this dungeon appears to be a race. Whoever clears the monsters in their canyon first can enter the zombie town ahead of the others. However, the criteria for clearing the dungeon are not based on who enters the town first, but rather on who delivers the final blow to the boss. This complicates the dungeon. If you clear all the monsters in the canyon first and step into the zombie town, do you become the victor? No, there are still many monsters within the zombie town that must all be cleared before the boss will appear. You might exhaust yourself clearing all the monsters. Just as you are about to defeat the final boss and enjoy the fruits of victory, a horde of lords suddenly rushes in to contest the boss with you. And because you just cleared all the monsters in the town, your forces are significantly weakened and in poor condition. Ultimately, this leads to another lord who passed through the canyon, snatching the final blow from you. Everything you did before becomes someone else's gain. Thus, a contradiction arises. Should you rush in and enter the zombie town first? Or should you intentionally slow down and enter the zombie town later? Going in too quickly risks getting your fruits of victory snatched away. Going in slowly means that if too many people enter first, by the time you get to the zombie town, the boss might already be defeated, resulting in a loss. Both choices have their pros and cons. For a moment, the other 98 lords found themselves in a dilemma. Only Feng Song and Li Feng remained unfazed. The former had already decided to take a laid-back approach, going with the flow. Even if he ultimately snatched the first clear of the dungeon, it wouldn't matter. Offending a powerful character would lead to dire consequences. Moreover, if the elders found out, he might even get a good beating. As for the latter, it was even simpler. Li Feng had absolute confidence in his abilities. He believed he could clear this dungeon before the other 99 and enjoy the rewards all to himself. Why does Li Feng have such confidence? With 1,000 flying mantises and 200 corpse-exploding insects, there are a total of 2,000 bodies of monsters above the 4th tier stored. Plus, there are 100 monkey ants and 100 explosive earthworms. With such a large number of 6th tier units, each equipped with 2 pieces of war treasures and bolstered by epic heroes, even facing the combined assault of the other 99 lords, Li Feng could defeat them all. With strength comes confidence. Kha'Zix lead the flying mantises to clear the path ahead. I don't require you to kill the monsters, just make sure to agitate them and draw them out. They'll lead the explosive earthworms and fire centipedes to follow closely behind and clear all the monsters as quickly as possible. The explosive muscle mosquitoes and monkey ants, along with the remaining heroes, will guard me, clearing any remaining monsters and ensuring my safety. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, Kha'Zix flapped his wings and led the fastest flying mantises towards the roar, 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 roar. Soon a series of chilling roars echoed from the front of the canyon. Through shared vision, with Kha'Zix, Li Feng saw the source of the sound. It was a horde of zombies, their skin rotting away in patches, exposing the decayed flesh, bones, and internal organs. Some zombies had their eyes drooping, barely hanging on by nerve connections. Some had completely rotten bellies with intestines hanging out, which was quite disturbing. Others had bodies twisted into irregular shapes, but it did not affect their ability to walk, and they even ran with surprising speed. Kha'Zix led the flying mantises to fly continuously forward. Without hindering their own progress, they would deal some attacks to the zombies below. Their task is not to kill monsters, but to lure them. As they swaggered by, the zombies began to approach from all directions. They chased after them, roaring and growling. However, some zombies remained in a dormant state, taking several seconds before waking up. At this moment, Kha'Zix and the flying mantises had long since departed. Without a target to hate, they were about to disperse. Boom, boom, boom. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fireballs rained down from the sky. Streams of flame rays rushed in from afar, forming a barrage of flames that enveloped the heavens and the earth. During this time of development, Li Feng's coffers had been filled to overflowing. In preparation for this hidden dungeon. In the half-hour preparation phase, he waved his hand and spent 40 of his 0 gold coins, summoning 800 fire centipedes in one go. Adding to the 200 he summoned before, he now had over 1,000 fire centipedes under his command. This led to a spectacular scene as fireballs rained down on the zombies. Faced with such a terrifying onslaught of firepower, the zombies endured a weight they should not have at this stage. Tons of damage exploded, and their health plummeted rapidly. Your units killed a zombie. Your units gained a small amount of experience. You gained 1 gold coin. Your units killed a zombie. Your units gained a small amount of experience. You gained 1 gold coin. In Li Feng's mind, the kill notifications rang out incessantly. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. Li Feng murmured softly, gazing upon the black toxic zombies sprawled haphazardly before him. In his previous life, he had watched countless zombie films. Survivors trembled at the sight of the undead, hunted relentlessly, driven to despair, broken by terror and helplessness, until one by one they were devoured or infected. Yet their adversaries numbered only dozens, or at most hundreds. Li Feng now faced 10,000. He lifted his eyes ahead. A seething tide of corpses surged densely forward, zombies packed shoulder to shoulder. Yet beneath his relentless, terrifying barrage, they fell one after another in bewildered silence. Is this the dread power of a mage-class legion? Li Feng murmured, awestruck by the roaring torrent of flame surging across the battlefield. This was the first time he had fully unleashed the might of his mage-class legion. When their numbers reached a critical threshold, their firepower became cataclysmic, capable of shattering heavens and scorching earth. The once gloomy dungeon world now blazed with radiant firelight, as bright as day. He glanced at the dungeon interface, displaying the total number of zombies within the canyon. That figure plummeted second by second. Truly effortless, no pressure at all. Li Feng stretched languidly atop Skarn's back. Fortunately, the other 99 lords could not hear those words, or they would have erupted in fury. This was a dungeon wave of 10,000 monsters. Each monster ranked no lower than Tier 4, among them swarmed countless Tier 5 abominations, and a handful of Tier 6 horrors. Even lords ranked among the top 3 on regional leaderboards advanced with agonizing caution, each step weighed down by dread, fearing an overwhelming horde that might annihilate their entire legion. Among all lords, only Li Feng swept through the chaos like a scythe through wheat, his passage leaving slaughter. Even the bizarre Tier 2 mutants and grotesque Tier 3 aberrations fell without reprieve, crushed beneath absolute firepower. Tier 3 horrors reduced to insignificance like insects beneath a boot. Of course, this ease stemmed from the canyon's great length and the monsters' dispersed formation. Were 10,000 to surge forward in unison, Li Feng would not flinch, but neither would he advance so effortlessly. Minutes later, Kha'Zix transmitted word they had reached the canyon's terminus. The entrance to the zombie town lay. Kha'Zix attempted to fly onward, only to collide with an invisible barrier of air. No effort, however desperate, could so much as tremble its surface. Kill the monsters. Li Feng issued the command instantly. He knew full clearance of the canyon was the sole key to entering zombie town. Upon receiving the order, Kha'Zix emitted a piercing chitter. In the next breath, every sky mantis wheeled midair and plunged downward, diving like vengeful blades into the writhing mass below. Their assault lacked the awe-inspiring spectacle of mage-class bombardment, but their slaughter rate surpassed even that of fire-scorched centipedes and blazing earthworms. After all, the sky mantises remained Li Feng's primary legion, the undisputed apex of destructive output, unmatched in raw lethality. They swept across the land like locusts over a field, like autumn wind scouring fallen leaves, transforming into a crimson flood racing forward with merciless speed. Though not quite erasing all life, every zombie in their path collapsed lifeless. Your legion has slain a zombie. Your legion gains minor experience. You acquire 1 gold coin. Your legion has slain a bizarre zombie. Your legion gains minor experience. You acquire 5 gold coins. Your legion has slain a mutated zombie. Your legion gains minor experience. You acquire 10 gold coins. As the sky mantises joined the carnage, the kill notifications flooded Li Feng's mind with increasing frequency. At last his two vanguards converged, front and rear, cleansing the canyon entirely. Not a single zombie remained. Full speed ahead. Li Feng rose from Skarn's back and swept his arm forward. Instantly the host surged forward. Announcement: Lord Li Feng, Master of Cataclysm, has eradicated all monsters within the canyon, granted access to Zombie Town. As the final zombie fell, every lord inside the dungeon froze in stunned disbelief. What in the... It hadn't even been half an hour, yet someone had already exterminated all 10,000 dungeon monsters. The swiftest among them had cleared less than 1/10. The disparity was staggering, utterly absurd. Was there any point left in playing fairly? I vastly underestimated his strength, Fong Song murmured, eyes wide and vacant, having received the same announcement. He had assumed Li Feng would only complete the purge after he himself had eliminated roughly half the dungeon's monsters. Now it was clear he had overestimated himself, and catastrophically underestimated Li Feng. Ugh, why must I be so unlucky? Crushed by him in the regional bracket was bad enough, but now even inside this hidden dungeon, how utterly vexing. Fong Song sighed deeply toward the sky, then ordered his legions to accelerate, regardless of losses. He did not race for the dungeon's completion reward. He simply longed to see with his own eyes the face of this peerless sovereign, and perhaps finally send a friend request. He had wanted to add Li Feng for ages, yet every attempt had vanished into silence. On day one alone, Li Feng had grown so weary of incessant friend request pings that he disabled the feature entirely. Once Fong Song abandoned restraint, his progress accelerated markedly. I never imagined anyone could clear the monsters so swiftly, but Zombie Town holds far greater numbers, and its expanse invites assault from all directions, unlike the canyon's linear frontline threat. Since you insist on being the spearhead, then let you lead until exhaustion. By the time you've thinned the town's legions, I shall arrive at Zombie Town myself. Then I shall eliminate you. Your forces depleted, your defenses shattered. Whether first clearance goes to me or another, it will certainly not fall to you. He bears a name suggesting he's from Longwa. Longwa nationals are indeed the most foolish race. Base, contemptible vermin. Yamato Woya sneered, clad head toto in shinobi garb. The hidden dungeon is designed for novice lords worldwide. Thus it is not surprising that Sakata Wataru as a novice lord from the Cherry Blossom country appears here. In fact, even with the population advantage, the Dragon Kingdom players entering the Zombie Town dungeon number only a little over 20. The remaining lords come from various countries around the world. Many lords share the same mindset as Sakata Wataru. They do not lose their composure due to this announcement, but continue to advance at their own pace. In the hearts of the vast majority of lords, Li Feng has already been marked for elimination. As the saying goes, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Li Feng is unaware of the psychological activities of other lords. At this moment, he has led his army through the canyon and arrived at the Zombie Town. As soon as he stepped into the Zombie Town, the world suddenly darkened. Looking up at the sky, the originally dark purple sun has vanished. In its place is a round, ink-green moon casting eerie, ink-green moonlight. Li Feng opened the dungeon interface to check the number of monsters. Tier 1 monsters 12000. Tier 2 monsters 6000. Tier 3 monsters 15000. Tier 3 elite monsters 5000. A total of 2000 monsters. The number is 20 times that of the monsters in the canyon. Most importantly, there are actually Tier 3 elite monsters among them. The difficulty is extremely high. No wonder the other lords remain calm. In their view, the monsters in the Zombie Town are enough to give Li Feng a good... They just need to proceed step by step. Afterward, they can accept all of Li Feng's results. As for Li Feng, such a fool will surely be kicked out of the dungeon. Looking at the densely packed zombies before him, Li Feng's eyes grew fervent. Such a large-scale war he had only read about in textbooks before. He had yearned more than once to personally command a large-scale war. Yes, it is war. Even in this world of lords, a clash of over 100,000 can be called a war. Roar. As soon as Li Feng entered the Zombie Town, a full-scale riot broke out. In the next moment, a massive wave of zombies rushed toward Li Feng. Each with a ferocious expression, they seemed intent on tearing Li Feng and his army to pieces. Such a large-scale monster presence poses a catastrophic disaster for any novice lord other than Li Feng. No one can resist alone. The Zombie Town dungeon was not designed for a single lord. It requires many lords to advance together, working together to eliminate the monsters in the Zombie Town and ultimately compete for the boss. Generally speaking, those who can obtain the hidden dungeon keys are mostly fated individuals. Without awakening powerful talents, everyone's strength is fairly similar. Under normal circumstances, they usually enter the Zombie Town in succession, facing the 200,000 rampaging zombies together. But Li Feng's speed is simply too fast. As a result, he has to face all of this alone. Kill! Li Feng felt no fear as he shouted loudly. In the next moment, a torrential barrage of flames poured. In an instant, a large number of monsters met their demise. However, this number is far too small compared to the 200,000 monsters. At the same time, all the flying mantises soared into the sky. They chose a direction to charge into the tide of monsters, continuously wielding their blades to reap the lives of the monsters. But there are simply too many monsters. A large number of monsters still come from all directions. Throw! Li Feng calmly ordered. As soon as he finished speaking, the corpse explosion insects hidden on the explosive muscle mosquito's shoulders activated their skill. One monster after another appeared in the hands of the explosive muscle mosquito. In the next moment, the explosive muscle mosquito transformed into a catapult. It hurled the monster corpses far away into the tide of monsters. The immense force caused many monsters to be thrown into disarray, triggering a small-scale chaos. But that was not the end. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of violent explosions suddenly erupted. Fireworks burst forth in the tide of monsters, blasting several monsters away, their health already depleted midair. At this moment, Li Feng took out a small bag. It was none other than the concealed soldier bag. With a thought, a massive swarm of giant needle bees emerged from the concealed soldier bag. Before entering the dungeon, he stored tens of thousands of giant needle bees in the concealed soldier bag just for this moment. After emerging from the bag, the giant needle bees immediately surged toward the tide of monsters. You all fight on your own now. Li Feng dismounted from Skarner and waved to signal all the heroes to fight individually. They are all intelligent heroes requiring no orders from him. In the next moment, all the heroes brought by Li Feng launched their attacks, taking most of the explosive muscle mosquitoes with them. Only 20 explosive muscle mosquitoes surrounded Li Feng. Although this is a dungeon, the monsters do not have the concept of capturing the king first. However, in such a large-scale battle, it is possible that some monsters might break through the ranks and reach Li Feng. For safety, Sake, he chose to have the 20 explosive muscle mosquitoes guard him closely, eliminating all dangers. The roars of zombies, the cries of soldiers, the shouts of heroes, and the ongoing explosions intertwined. Together they painted a tragic and grand battlefield. Blood and fire are burning. Lives and souls are roaring. Clearly the number of monsters overwhelmingly surpasses Li Feng's forces. Yet strangely the battle is a one-sided slaughter. There is no tugging of the front lines. The army of troops advances steadily, while the tide of monsters retreats steadily. It cannot be said that they are retreating, the monsters have been charging fearlessly from the beginning. It is just that however many they come, that is how many die. The speed of their charge is not as fast as the speed at which Li Feng's forces kill them. This creates an illusion that they are continuously retreating. Li Feng sent one explosive muscle mosquito into the sky to share its perspective and survey the battlefield. He discovered that the fastest monster killers are surprisingly the combination of explosive muscle mosquitoes and corpse explosion insects. When a monster dies, the corpse does not disappear immediately. This leads to a ground littered with monster corpses. The explosive muscle mosquitoes bravely charge into the corpse explosion insects, hide on their shoulders, constantly collecting the monster corpses from the ground into their internal space. After establishing a connection, they pass the corpses to the explosive muscle mosquitoes for them to throw. The damage of the corpse explosion insects is already terrifying, plus it is area damage. Even if their numbers are only 1/10 of the flying mantises, their efficiency in killing monsters is several times greater. The second most efficient monster killer is not the flying mantis, but the fire-breathing centipede. Although they are only a tier 4 unit with various enhancements, they are not inferior to tier 5 units. Moreover, with their concentrated fire attacks, each strike results in numerous zombies dying. The third place goes to the tens of thousands of giant needle bees. After all, their sheer numbers speak for themselves. Quantitative with full firepower unleashed his efficiency in killing monsters. At this rate, it won't be long before he can eliminate all the monsters and face the final boss. Time flowed by. Under the frenzied slaughter of Li Feng's troops, the front line continued to advance. For the monsters, it meant a relentless retreat. Finally, after a full hour of slaughter, the war was nearing its end. Looking around, almost all that remained on the battlefield were Li Feng's troops. As for the monsters, only a tiny fraction of their forces remained stubbornly resisting. However, this resistance was utterly meaningless. With the sound of the last explosion, the final zombie fell. Boom. Suddenly, the entire zombie town began to tremble violently. Li Feng remained calm. He knew that the dungeon boss was about to appear. Indeed, the ground ahead cracked open extensively, and a large amount of earth and stone erupted from below. A pale hand shot out, grabbing hold of the edge of the earth. Soon a gigantic zombie sat up from the mud. Tons of dirt were splattered in all directions. Roar. It opened its eyes, the pale golden irises filled with intense killing intent. The terrifying roar unleashed a shockwave, making Li Feng's clothes flutter wildly. Fortunately, this big guy doesn't have bad breath, if otherwise I'd be suffocated. Li Feng mumbled while watching the boss rise slowly. Fortunately, the boss couldn't understand Li Feng's words, otherwise it would surely be furious to death. The giant zombie stood up completely, its massive body estimated to be over 30 meters tall. Giant zombie race, zombie tribe quality, ordinary boss, level 10 health, 1 grow attack power, 600 defense power, 200 skills, virus infection, war, trample ground spike. Description: once a top researcher in a certain world, he transformed into a giant zombie due to an assistant's clumsiness, which caused the virus source to spill on the ground, leading to a terrifying zombie infection. 10 million health. That's really exaggerated. Li Feng squinted at the giant zombie's health. The previous notorious bandit boss only had 140 health. However, this was to be expected. The notorious bandit boss was only for a solo dungeon, so its health could not be overly exaggerated. The giant zombie had such exaggerated health mainly because it was a 100-man dungeon. If dozens or hundreds of lords faced the boss together, over 10 million health wouldn't be that outrageous. However, Li Feng was destined to face the boss alone. He was unfazed, calmly arranging the battle. Soon the first to attack were still the magic-type troops, the fire ant and the explosive earthworm. A round of bombardment only caused the boss health to drop slightly. But this was just the beginning. Kill. With Li Feng's command, the general attack was sounded. All troops and heroes rushed forward, attacking the boss frantically. The magic attacks primarily focused on the upper chest of the boss to avoid friendly fire. The flying mantis flew behind the boss, its scythe swinging rapidly, dealing continuous damage. The other troops were equally relentless, launching attacks on the boss from their designated positions. With the onset of the general attack, the boss health began to plummet rapidly. 20 minutes later, 1/10 of its health had vanished. At that moment, the boss let out a roar towards the sky. In the next moment, it lifted its right leg, preparing to stomp heavily on the ground. Li Feng immediately recognized this as the skill War Trample. Not only did it have high damage, but it was also an area attack. Once the boss unleashed this, it would be a significant blow to the Great Needle Bees, although the other troops might fare better. Li Feng barked sharply. Upon receiving the command, Skarna's eyes immediately emitted a glow. It was its skill, Ghost Eye Stare. In the next moment, the boss movements froze. The boss' mental resistance was very high, and even Skarna, who had broken through to the second tier, could only control it for a brief moment. But that was already enough. The boss skill was interrupted, and it would be impossible for it to unleash another skill in a short time. It roared incessantly, seemingly enraged that its skill had been interrupted. The giant hand reached out towards Skarna, wanting to crush him into a meat pie. But as a second-tier epic hero, Skarna, with the enhancement of 2 war artifacts, completely disregarded the boss attack. Taking the boss slap, it suffered no damage at all. It was just a pity for the surrounding ground, which cracked under the impact with spiderweb-like fissures spreading rapidly. Time passed second by second. When the boss health was about half remaining, a great needle bee flew back from a distance, landing in front of Li Feng. After the battle began, he had ordered 99 great needle bees to leave quietly. They had landed at the area connecting the zombie town, with various canyons monitoring every movement within the canyons. The return of this great needle bee indicated that a lord had already cleared the canyon and arrived in the zombie town. So quick. Li Feng was a bit surprised. He had thought he could defeat the boss before the other lords arrived. On the other side, Feng Song traversed through his canyon and arrived at the zombie town. As soon as he entered, he sensed it was too quiet. There wasn't a single monster in sight ahead. He hurriedly opened the dungeon interface. After entering the zombie town, he could also check the status of monsters within. In the next moment, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. A total of 200 monsters had been completely cleared. Currently, only the final boss remained. This is too exaggerated, Feng Song murmured, then he hurriedly led his troops towards the center of the town. Through the map, he could see a massive red dot at the center of the town, which was clearly the location of the boss. Soon Feng Song arrived at the center of the town. Instantly, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to believe what he was seeing. Holy crap. Ultimately, a phrase from the national essence slipped out. What did he see? The overwhelming swarm of giant needle bees was one thing. After all, they were merely first-tier soldiers. But what on earth was 1,000 sixth-tier flying mantises? And those that were pouring firepower onto the BOSS, if he remembered correctly, were the 6th-tier explosive flame earthworms and the 4th-tier fire-burning centipedes. The former was tolerable, only 100 of them. But the latter had thousands. Not to mention the hundreds of 4th-tier explosive flesh mosquitoes. Their massive size was truly eye-catching. And then, as he watched, Feng Song couldn't help but swallow hard. Was this the terror of a tyrant character? At that moment, 200 flying mantises flew out. No longer participating in the siege of the BOSS, they faced off against Feng Song. Friend, I mean no harm, Feng Song shouted from the shoulder of a great earth bear. My name is Feng Song, we come from the same competition zone. To build a closer relationship with Li Feng, Feng Song hurriedly revealed his identity. Li Feng remained silent. He wasn't familiar with Feng Song. Just because the latter said he meant no harm didn't mean he truly did. He wasn't the naive type. Seeing that Li Feng was unwilling to believe him, Feng Song gritted his teeth and ordered all his soldiers to retreat. Only he remained on the spot. Now you can believe me, right? Feng Song raised his hands, indicating that he wasn't holding. If you want to discuss the ownership of the boss peacefully, then you should give up. I won't give it to you. Finally, Feng Song shook his head repeatedly. He indicated that although there were many resources in the hidden dungeon, he didn't care much. He subtly hinted that he came from a top lord family. Of course, this wasn't a threat to Li Feng. It was to tell Li Feng that his family had plenty of money and wasn't short of this little bit. Li Feng found it a bit speechless. Since you don't care about the resources of the hidden dungeon, then you should leave now, no need for a send-off. Li Feng waved his hand, interrupting Feng Song's subtle bragging. The hidden dungeon is nothing compared to this. I came here specifically for you. After saying that, he pretended to be profound and stared deeply at Li Feng. Li Feng stared back at him, silent for a long time. After a while, Li Feng conceded, waving his hands repeatedly. Sorry brother, I really can't do that, you have the wrong person. Feng Song was stunned for a moment. But he quickly realized the subtle implication in Li Feng's words, and his expression darkened. Let me be direct, I mainly want to add you as a friend. We might be able to develop various collaborations in the future. If I'm not mistaken, you have awakened an S-level or higher talent, a legendary tyrant character. If I can build a good relationship with a tyrant character like you, I will benefit immensely in the future. Feng Song was still a young man, and didn't have as many tricks as an adult. He directly stated his intentions in front of a tyrant character. Li Feng murmured. Such characters were mentioned in some biographies. Whenever such a character appeared in the world, it would undoubtedly cause a stir nationally, and even globally. A tyrant character. Li Feng murmured. Such characters were mentioned in some biographies. Whenever such a character appeared in the world, it would undoubtedly cause a stir I once yearned for it, imagined it, but never thought I'd step into this domain one day. Li Feng felt a surge of him. If Feng Song hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have realized that he had also entered the ranks of such legendary characters. He was also a tyrant. This is what they say: those in the game are confused while bystanders see clearly. But what can you bring me by adding you as a friend? Li Feng looked down at Feng Song, his gaze filled with scrutiny. Since he understood his positioning, he certainly wouldn't easily add Feng Song as a friend. From today onwards, his friend slots were very precious. Of course there are benefits. I am the current heir of the Yulanfang family. If you add me as a friend, I can share resources, information, coordinates of secret realms, and dungeons with you. These are things that ordinary lords can only dream of. When it came to the Yulanfang family, Feng Song couldn't help but puff out his chest. As a family heir, he had been instilled with family pride since childhood, proud to be a member of the family. This was not a facade, but came from the heart. Listening to Feng Song's words, Li Feng lowered his eyes in contemplation. Indeed, as Feng Song said, the things he could provide were beyond the reach of ordinary lords. After all, the ancestor of the Yulanfang family was also a tyrant character. There were even several top lords within their family. The precious resources and information they possessed were simply too numerous. If he had the silent support of the Yulanfang family, Li Feng's growth would accelerate significantly. Particularly, he thought of the He family at the river mouth. To avenge his uncle, he had expelled the heir of their generation from the endless continent. This was equivalent to directly slapping their faces, turning them into a laughingstock among families of the same level. It was obvious that they would seek revenge later. Li Feng was confident that once he became strong, he could simply push aside any family he found displeasing. But there's a saying among the people: tomorrow and accidents, you never know which one will come first. What if the other party suddenly finds his territory before he grows? Li Feng would not be foolish enough to think that he could contend with a top lord family at his current stage. If he could rely on the Feng family to accelerate his growth, this risk would be significantly reduced. So how about it? The conditions I offered are quite generous, right? At this point, seeing that Li Feng was still silent, Feng Song couldn't help but speak up. Indeed, they are quite generous, but even without your Feng family's resources and information, I am destined to rise and look down upon the world in the future. Your conditions are still not enough. Li Feng shook his head. In his heart, Feng Song's conditions had indeed moved him. But those were just verbal promises, ethereal, and without any practical significance. Most importantly, Li Feng happened to have a very desirable item. Upon hearing this, Feng Song couldn't help but furrow his brows. In the past, whenever someone learned of his identity and background, they didn't even need him to propose conditions. The other party would eagerly try to befriend him. However, this time his background had no effect on Li Feng. It was of no use at all. After a long silence, Feng Song, unwilling to give up, asked, "What would it take for you to be willing to add me as a friend?" He was reluctant to give up. This was a tyrant character destined to be someone at least at the level of his family's ancestor in the future. If Li Feng grew up, people like him would have to line up just to serve Li Feng. If he didn't build a good relationship now, it would be impossible in the future. I need a source of lordship. If you can sell it to me, then I will acknowledge your friendship. Li Feng spoke slowly, stating his demands. Not for himself, but for his uncle Li Wuchang. What? What do you want? Feng Song dug at his ears, seemingly in disbelief. Upon hearing this, Li Feng's expression darkened. He had long known that the Lord's essence was precious, but he never expected it to be this valuable. Even the heir of a top-tier Lord family displayed such an exaggerated expression. Are you sure you only want a portion of the Lord's essence? Feng Song's eyes widened as he continued to question. Li Feng nodded. His mood was extremely heavy, and he did not catch the oddity in Feng Song's words. I see you truly have that big. Feng Song wanted to make a retort, but abruptly stopped himself. He immediately recalled that the person opposite him was a future legendary figure and dared not offend him. Do you know? The conditions I just proposed, any one of them would be 100 or 1,000 times more valuable than the Lord's essence. You are actually preparing to refuse me over just a piece of it, which is quite absurd. Upon hearing this, Li Feng finally came to his senses, his eyes widening. So are you saying that the Lord's essence is not actually a precious item? He was no fool, since Feng Song had put it so bluntly. How could he not understand? Feng Song sized up Li Feng. He had not noticed before, but now upon closer observation he immediately realized that Li Feng's looks and demeanor were beyond reproach, deserving of the title top tier. However, the clothing Li Feng wore was clearly of inferior material and craftsmanship. In an instant he understood. Li Feng's background could not be considered good, he was likely from an ordinary family. Fong Song did not belittle Li Feng because of his background, instead his desire to befriend Li Feng intensified. A lowly background was actually preferable. Such a pure person, without complicated connections, could yield greater benefits for his family after investment. Countless thoughts raced through his mind, but it was merely a fleeting moment. Fong Song slowly spoke, elaborating, in the eyes of ordinary people the Lord's essence is immensely valuable, even something one might not encounter easily. But if it were truly that precious, how could its market price only be 1,000,000 gold coins? Upon hearing this, Li Feng was taken aback. He had not considered this issue. In fact, once you reach a certain height, you'll realize that the Lord's essence is just a common item. Not to mention other families who our family stock exceeds 1,000,000. How many? 1,000,000. Li Feng was shocked and somewhat doubted his hearing. You heard correctly. In fact, the Lord's essence is that common and widespread. It is merely controlled by our families working together. After all, no one wants to have too many competitors. To win Li Feng's favor, Fong Song even revealed some insider information. No wonder once a lord family rises they won't decline for hundreds or thousands of years. It's because of this. After learning the truth, Li Feng found it amusing. I've said so much, can we be friends now? Fong Song seized the moment and quickly spoke up. Li Feng looked deeply at Fong Song. This boy was still quite straightforward, so adding him as a friend was no big deal. He nodded and sent a friend request face-to-face. Haha, finally got the friend request. My dad will definitely look at me differently this time, and won't just belittle me by comparing me to my sister. After adding each other as friends, Fong Song burst into laughter. Li Feng glanced at Fong Song, feeling somewhat suspicious. He even suspected that his friend request had some hidden significance, wondering what tremendous benefit there could be. Otherwise, why would Fong Song be so happy? Afterward, Fong Song eagerly continued to chat with Li Feng, sharing information that only those in high society would know, enlightening Li Feng. Time passed slowly during their conversation. Just as the boss's health was running low, several big needle bees suddenly flew back from a distance. Li Feng raised his eyebrows. Oh, another lord had cleared the canyon. I thought I could defeat the boss before everyone else cleared the canyon, but it seems I underestimated the heroes of the world. However, he didn't care. The final blow to the boss would only fall to him. Anyone who dared to compete with him would be eliminated directly. Sakataken, I didn't expect to see you here. Oh, it's Higashikin. Meeting is fate. Let's compete fairly for this. No problem. Sakata, Wataru, and Higashiya, you both fated individuals from the land of cherry blossoms were sometimes fate is wonderfully strange. Two fated individuals from the land of cherry blossoms found themselves in adjacent canyons. Moreover, they exited the canyon in quick succession, which led to their encounter. After chatting for a moment, they finally sensed something was off. Why was it so quiet around them? Like Fong Song's reaction, the two simultaneously opened the dungeon panel. Higashiya, you closed the panel with a grave expression. Not good, all the monsters are gone, leaving only one boss. Sakata Wataru appeared relaxed, instead smiling. I underestimated that Dragon Kingdom person. I didn't expect him to clear all the monsters. But this works in my favor. Higashikin, let's work together to kick that Dragon Kingdom person out of the dungeon first, then compete for the final victor. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Higashiya's worries were swept away, and he laughed heartily in agreement. In the next moment, the two set out together. Although both of their troops suffered considerable losses in order to clear the canyon, first combined, they still had nearly 10,000 soldiers. Of course, the vast majority of those were merely first-tier troops. However, it cannot be denied that both of them belonged to the stronger ranks among the fated individuals. Soon the grand army, led by the two, arrived at the center of the small town. As they approached, they discovered that the boss's health was already below 5, very close to death. Dragon Kingdom pig, I command you to stop. Sakata Wataru stood among a group of 6th-tier ninja goblins, loudly berating Li Feng. In the Endless Continent, even if there was a language barrier, it didn't matter, it would be automatically translated. Being called a pig upon meeting, even a sage might not tolerate it. Not to mention that Li Feng was not a sage. Are you seeking death? Li Feng's eyes shone with cold light, and killing intent surged. I believe you are the one seeking death. We are from the most esteemed Sakata and Higashiya families of the land of cherry blossoms. You foolish pig, not only disobey our commands, but also dare to speak disrespectfully to us. Sakata Wataru was furious, as if Li Feng had insulted his character. So it turns out you come from that dwarf nation. No wonder you look so diminutive. Li Feng coldly laughed, striking at the opponent's sore spot. You reckless thing, how dare you insult my country? I will challenge you to a duel to the death. Donya Xiong could no longer sit idly by. Li Feng's words had drawn him in as well. If you want to trouble my brother, what do you two little dwarfs think you are? Without waiting for Li Feng to speak, Fong Song had already stepped forward. Not only was he standing up for Li Feng to gain his favor, but more importantly, he was also displeased with the two. Li Feng, let me deal with these two fools for you. As soon as Fong Song finished speaking, the army that had previously retreated far away surged forward, confronting the armies of the two. Although he was just one person, the strength of Fong Song's army, in terms of both quantity and quality, was not inferior to the combined might of the two. Aside from Li Feng, Fong Song was undoubtedly the destined person at the pinnacle of the pyramid. This was also why he was so determined to seize resources before entering the instance. Seeing this, Sakamoto Wataru and Donya Xiong's expressions turned serious. They had previously witnessed Li Feng's powerful army. Although they were also shocked by Li Feng's strength, Li Feng's forces were almost entirely focused on attacking the BOSS, leading them to mock him freely. They believed Li Feng was too preoccupied to pose a significant threat to them. However, upon seeing Feng Song's army, their composure faltered. They did not expect that there would be a second person from the Dragon Country here, and that this person was also incredibly strong. As the boss's health dwindled, they felt anxious, but dared not act rashly. You two little dwarfs were just so arrogant a moment ago. Why aren't you continuing to act so now? Feng Song, seizing the advantage, sneered continuously. Among all the new lords in this session, he acknowledged no one but Li Feng. Even when facing other new lords, his attitude was overwhelmingly dominant. I wondered why I could smell such foul breath from afar. Turns out it's you, the Dragon Country person. Now it makes sense. At this moment, a mocking voice came from a distance. Upon hearing this, Feng Song's expression darkened as he looked over in anger. He saw a group of lords arriving with their formidable armies. The speaker was a blonde youth sitting atop a 6th-tier Thunderhorn Rhino. This new group consisted of more than a dozen lords, most of whom were white, with a few blacks mixed and clearly foreign. The blonde youth's gaze swept over and immediately locked onto the boss, whose health was nearly depleted, as well as Li Feng, who was commanding his forces to attack the boss. Kill. Without any preamble, the blonde youth ordered an attack on Li Feng. The Thunderhorn Rhino beneath him let out a roar, its massive purple horn crackling with electricity. Whoosh. In the next moment, bolts of purple lightning the size of fists sliced through the air, shooting towards Li Feng. Fortunately, the explosive muscle mosquitoes around Li Feng protected him, easily blocking all the attacks. With the enhancement of heroes and war artifacts, their defense and vitality were extraordinarily high. Even though they were only 4th-tier soldiers, they suffered almost no significant damage from the attacks of 6th-tier soldiers. Not bad, but you're still doomed. All of you charge in together. Clearly this group of lords were familiar with each other. After the blonde youth shouted, the others immediately commanded their armies to charge, aiming to eliminate Li Feng. Not good. Li Feng, brother. Feng Song gasped, wanting to assist Li Feng. Dragon Country pig, your opponents are us. Sakamoto Wataru immediately ordered the attack, directing his forces to engage Feng Song's army. Dong Yexiong, unwilling to lag behind, also commenced his attack. Damn it. Feng Song gritted his teeth, unable to focus on anything else, and could only get entangled with the two armies. Afterward, he cast a worried glance at Li Feng. Most of those 10 or so lords were destined individuals. The remaining few, though not destined, had initial forces of at least 5th-tier soldiers. Under normal circumstances, Feng Song believed Li Feng could handle them without fear. However, now Li Feng's forces were engaged in attacking the BOSS, which had already grown accustomed to the current level of damage. If too many troops were drawn away, the boss would immediately turn its attention to Li Feng himself, making matters even worse. The boss was not an ordinary monster. It possessed a certain level of combat intelligence, understanding the principle of capturing the king before capturing the thief. Kid, you must be Li Feng, the one mentioned in the instance announcement. You do have some strength, but you're lacking in brains. Isn't there a saying in your Dragon Country, when the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole is behind? You are the mantis, and we are the oriole. The blonde youth taunted while rapidly approaching Li Feng, and his companions couldn't help but laugh heartily, looking as if victory was assured. Do you think I'm just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered? You can cut me down at your leisure. By now Li Feng remained unshaken. Isn't that so? A black girl spoke, her smile lacking any warmth, filled instead with indifference and mockery. Not to mention that Li Feng was preoccupied with the boss. Even if they were all at their peak, with more than 10 of them attacking together, Li Feng would surely meet his demise. Lita, why waste so many words on this lowly yellow-skinned person? Just kill him. A black lord spoke, his words dripping with malice towards Li Feng. This group of lords were indeed familiar with one another, all hailing from the Free Federation. This was a nation that stood on equal footing with the Dragon Country. In this country, there has always been racial discrimination, with yellow-skinned people at the very bottom of the social hierarchy. Compared to you slave-born people, I believe we are quite superior. Li Feng's words were sharp. Though he spoke little, he consistently struck at the hearts of his enemies, as he had done before with Sakamoto Wataru and Dong Yexiong. Now facing this black lord who opened his mouth with such malice, it was no different. Fuck. The black lord was at this moment they had finally approached, with only a distance of a few dozen meters separating them from Li Feng. Lowly yellow-skinned person, I have seen your future. You will be crying, screaming, and begging me for mercy. The black lord Andre bellowed, his features contorting with rage. Just then a group of explosive muscle mosquitoes returned to Li Feng's side. The damage from the explosive muscle mosquitoes was not particularly high, and even if they retreated, it would not affect. Haha, seeing you so confident, just now I really thought you had some tricks up your sleeve. Do you really think you can contend with our tens of thousands of troops, with just over 100 4th-tier soldiers? Andre laughed heartily, his expression exaggerated. In the distance, Sakamoto Wataru and Dong Yexiong also could not help but mock him. Feng Song furrowed his brows tightly, but found no words to retort. Because he could not comprehend Li Feng's strategy. Deep down he also felt that this move of Li Feng's was somewhat absurd. Just over 100 4th-tier soldiers, even with the enhancement of a mythical hero, could not create a miracle. Sigh. Thinking of this, Feng Song sighed inwardly. His confidence began to waver. Was Li Feng truly worth such a huge investment? Not all dominant characters will rise. At least those who are not clever often fade into the crowd. Do you understand art? Looking at the approaching group of people, Li Feng asked inexplicably. Upon hearing this, the people from the Free Federation were at a loss, unable to comprehend. Pretentious. The Black Lord Andre said coldly. Art is. Li Feng waved his hand vigorously. In the next moment, the 100 exploding muscle mosquitoes that had just retreated each revealed 2 monster corpses in their hands. A closer look would reveal that these were the dungeon monsters previously slain by Li Feng, all at least 3-tier elite monsters. They threw with all their might. Whoosh. The monster corpses flew through the air like zombie-shaped cannonballs, crashing heavily into the army of the Free Federation. The tremendous impact caused many soldiers to be thrown off their feet, creating a bit of chaos. However, for the tens of thousands of soldiers, this was nothing. Such a level was completely trivial. Is that it? I thought it was some kind of technique, the black girl Rita scoffed. Everyone wore a mocking expression, including the 2 Sakura country people in the distance. Ha, you guys from Long Country are really this humorous now. Dong Yixiong looked at Fong Song and laughed heartily. Upon hearing this, Fong Song's face turned pale. Explosion. At that moment, Li Feng finally added the last 2 words. Boom. The explosions erupted without any warning. The cries of various races' soldiers echoed one after another. The sudden explosion left all the lords stunned, unable to react. While others were bewildered, Li Feng was not. Under his command, the second round of monster corpses was thrown out. They were specifically thrown into areas that had not been affected by the explosion and where the soldiers were densely packed. Boom. The violent explosions reverberated throughout the zombie town. This bizarre atmosphere in the dungeon world suddenly became lively. The explosions cannot stop. Continue. A cold smile crept across Li Feng's lips. For these fools who dared to mock him, he could not hold back. The reserve of monster corpses could be collected again. But if he did not vent this displeasure now, it would trouble him for a long time. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th rounds. Waves of explosions rose and fell. The lords of the Free Federation were protected by high-tier soldiers, so the explosions could not affect them. But their subordinates suffered greatly. Soldiers below Tier 5, unless they were extreme frontline soldiers, like the exploding muscle mosquitoes, would die instantly if caught within the explosion range. Even Tier 5 soldiers after being bombed once would be seriously injured or killed on the next hit. Give them something. At that moment, Li Feng issued a new command. After receiving the order, all the corpse-exploding insects took out the monster corpses they had been hoarding. These were Tier 5 monsters that respawned in the wild. After being slain by Li Feng, they were stored in the space of the corpse-exploding insects. Even when facing 200,000 zombies before, Li Feng had not used them. Now they were just right to deal with these lords of the Free Federation. The power of the corpse explosion skill depends on 2 factors. The first is the attack power of the corpse-exploding insects. The second is the maximum health of the corpse being detonated. Although the health of a 3-tier elite monster is not low. Compared to a Tier 5 monster, however, it has several times less health. This was the 7th round of throwing, and Li Feng decided to give them something substantial. Boom, 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 boom. It felt like a delusion, but the 3 people in the distance felt this explosion was even more violent than before. This time, in addition to remote throwing, Li Feng also went all out. He ordered a dozen exploding muscle mosquitoes to act as a suicide squad, charging at those lords with monster corpses. Previously, when monster corpses were thrown, they would be knocked away by their close protection soldiers to avoid being blown up. But this time, the suicide squad formed by the exploding muscle mosquitoes closed in. Even with powerful Tier 6 soldiers providing close protection, it was ineffective. The bloodlocking divine skill granted the exploding muscle mosquitoes 3 seconds of invincibility. In their prime, sending exploding muscle mosquitoes over would have been tantamount to seeking death. Thousands of soldiers focusing their fire would trigger the 3 seconds of invincibility, only to be taken down midway. But now the Free Federation soldiers suffered heavy losses, and their formation was in complete disarray. A dozen exploding muscle mosquitoes flew over, all safely crossing dozens of meters to arrive in front of the 10 or so lords. No, it can't be like this. The Black Lord Andre no longer had the earlier arrogance. Looking at the exploding muscle mosquitoes flying before him, his face turned pale, and he felt a strange smell rising. He was actually scared to the point of wetting himself. Boom. At that moment, the monster corpse held by the exploding muscle mosquito exploded. Up. Amidst the screams, the Black Lord Andre was blown to smithereens. Not only Andre, but the other lords also could not escape the disaster. Amidst the screams, they were all blown to pieces. With the lords dead, their soldiers immediately ceased to move and were quickly expelled from the dungeon. Next is you 2. After dealing with this, Li Feng cast a chilling glance at the 2 from Sakura country. Seeing Li Feng looking over, the 2 were immediately terrified. If it weren't for being in combat and unable to exit the dungeon, they would have wanted to leave immediately. At that moment, they truly wished for a time machine to go back a few minutes and give their past selves a few hard slaps. Why provoke anyone when they could provoke such a calamity? Run. The 2 did not dare hesitate, leading their soldiers in a full retreat. Exposing their backs to the enemy in battle, the outcome was predictable. They eventually escaped, but from tens of thousands of soldiers, only a few hundred remained. The losses were immense. Even for them as fated individuals, it was a serious blow. Once out of combat, the two prepared to exit the dungeon. Now let alone competing for the kill of the boss. They had to be cautious of nearby fated individuals discovering their weakness and launching an attack. Fated individuals are kicked out of the Endless Continent during the novice assessment. Regardless of whether in Long Country or other nations they would be pinned with shame. Whoosh. At that moment a sudden intense sound of air breaking rang in the ears of the two. Looking up they instantly revealed a look of horror. Sakata Tsuya and Higashiya Yu ultimately met their demise. Naturally Li Feng could not let go of those from the Sakura nation who insulted him at the first opportunity. He instructed Kha'Zix to temporarily break away from the siege on the boss and pursue. Only when the two let their guard down did he suddenly strike. A lethal blow. After completing the task Kha'Zix, meanwhile Li Feng was directing his forces to launch a final assault on the boss. It seemed that the boss sensed its impending doom becoming increasingly ferocious, its movements quickening. But no matter how it struggled, the outcome of death was already sealed. Roar. In the end the boss let out its last shred of vitality was exhausted. The massive body crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up clouds. Your forces have slain the giant zombie boss. Your forces gained immense experience, and you received 100 gold coins. Since your output in the town reached 100, you will enjoy all resources from the dungeon exclusively. As a hidden dungeon at the 100-person level, the experience provided by the boss is truly vast. All the forces and heroes under Li Feng received boosts. Of course the experience from the boss was not distributed evenly, but was based on damage dealt. For single target damage, the 3 epic heroes under Li Feng naturally had the highest output. They also broke through to the 3rd tier. Heroes do not have levels, they continuously break through tiers from the 1st tier to the 12th, and finally to the mythic level. Thus the experience required for each tier advancement is significantly more than what the forces need. Moreover, there are restrictions. For instance, ordinary heroes can normally only reach the 3rd tier. After that, unless aided by some external force. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible for heroes to reach the 4th tier on their own. If they break through the 4th tier with external assistance, their quality will also rise to elite quality. The level of life will be elevated. Epic heroes have a limit of 12 tiers. Once transcended, their life level will surpass epic, becoming top-tier mythic heroes. Li Feng looked at Skarner, his first hero. Demon Eye Scorpion. Name Skarner. Race Insectoid. Quality Epic Hero. Tier 3rd. Health 320000. Attack 3200. Defense 2000. Skills. At the first tier its 3 attributes were 800, 800, 500. Now each has quadrupled. The other heroes experienced similar changes. Closing Skarner's information panel, Li Feng turned to the Great Needle Bee. This was his initial force, and currently the most numerous without exception. Just moments ago, while besieging the BOSS, the boss was unable to unleash any skills. Yet the basic attacks caused over 2,000 casualties among the Great Needle Bees. It was evident that many of their corpses still lay on the ground, yet to disappear. The remaining Great Needle Bees, after absorbing the experience, whether summoned earlier or later, had all been elevated to level 10. Whether they are first-tier forces or mythic-tier forces, the level cap is 10. The higher the tier, the more experience is required to level up. For every level gained, all attributes increase by 10. Upon reaching level 10, it is equivalent to doubling all attributes. Great Needle Bee. Race Insectoid. Tier 1st. Level 10. Health 95. Attack 15. Defense 4. Skills. At level 1, the 3 attributes of the Great Needle Bee were 58, 2. Now at maximum level they have almost doubled. Generally speaking, a normal first-tier force reaching maximum level would see its attributes nearly rival those of second-tier forces. However, after the Great Needle Bee reaches maximum level, its attributes barely match those of an ordinary first-tier force, with only slightly higher attack power. This is why the Great Needle Bee is often referred to as a worthless force. However, this is due to Li Feng having filtered out the data boosted by war treasures and heroes. Retracting his gaze, Li Feng did not continue to check the data of other heroes and forces. Though the higher the quality of individual units, the greater the overall strength, his advantage has never been quality, but quantity. Take for example Li Feng's recent battle against the various lords of the Free Federation. On the surface it seemed that Li Feng's corpse explosion insects were strong enough to overwhelm that group of lords. But what if there had not been so many? Li Feng had only acquired the corpse explosion insect forces around 20 days ago, and under normal summoning conditions, he would have only about 20. If there had only been that number of corpse explosion insects, even if they were all at maximum level, they would not have been able to achieve the crushing victory witnessed earlier. After all, insufficient numbers could not deliver widespread area attacks against the coalition of tens of thousands of forces, which would prevent them from becoming disoriented. In such a case, that group of lords certainly would not have been stunned in the first round, only to be utterly powerless thereafter. After all, insufficient numbers could not deliver widespread area attacks against the coalition of tens of thousands. At that moment the earth shook violently. Li Feng looked around and saw wooden houses rising up from the ground. He had previously been puzzled. This dungeon was clearly called Zombie Town. Yet upon arriving he only saw endless open land and a massive horde of zombies. Nothing else was present. He did not expect that the wooden houses would only emerge after defeating the boss. From above, the originally desolate zombie town was suddenly filled with wooden houses numbering over 10,000. At that moment its full layout was revealed to the world. Boom. Under Li Feng's command, a wooden house was instantly destroyed by his forces collapsing entirely. You destroyed a wooden house, and you received a reward, would 100 second-tier gem 1. Li Feng was taken aback, doubting his own hearing. To think it could yield a second-tier gem. You destroyed a wooden house, and you received a reward, wood 100 stone 100. You destroyed a wooden house, and you received a reward rotten iron 10. Each wooden house offered different rewards. In addition to basic resources, there were also elite quality resources: rotten wood, rotten stone, rotten iron. Although the names are not very pleasant, they are elite quality resources nonetheless. If forged into buildings, their vitality and defense would be significantly enhanced. Meanwhile, Feng Song abandoned the chase and planned to return to chat with Li Feng and get closer. Through that recent battle, he was completely convinced by Li Feng and felt the need to build a good relationship with him at all costs. Without any warning, he suddenly found himself pushed to the other side. In his original position, a wooden house materialized from the ground. Looking back on the path he had taken, it was further blocked by wooden houses. Smash it! Accompanied by his command, one wooden house after another collapsed under the furious assault of his forces. I see quite a few readers confused about the level setting of forces. I forgot to write it previously, so we'll supplement it in this chapter. You can consider this as me stretching out a chapter. Feng Song, coming from a prestigious family, although it was his first time entering a hidden dungeon, had heard about similar situations countless times from his elders. He was well aware that these wooden houses were resources of the dungeon. He had not killed any monsters in the zombie town. He also had not participated in any attacks against the boss. Thus, no matter how many wooden houses he destroyed, he would gain no resources. Feng Song understood this very well. Yet he still chose to destroy the wooden houses. On the surface, it seemed that he was harming others without benefiting himself. Not only did he not obtain any resources, but he also reduced the resources that Li Feng could acquire. However, the reality was quite the opposite. As Feng Song destroyed the wooden houses, Li Feng's mind echoed. Lord Feng Song, Earthbear God, has destroyed a wooden house. You have received a reward decayed with 10. Lord Feng Song, Earthbear God, has destroyed a wooden house. You have received a reward second tier gem 1. Each wooden house destroyed by Feng Song would bring resources to Li Feng. Li Feng clearly did not understand the trick behind this, and when he heard the prompt he was a bit confused. But soon he remembered after defeating the boss. In addition to the prompt for defeating, there was another prompt. Due to your output in the town reaching 100, you will enjoy all resources of the dungeon. In other words, no matter who destroys these wooden houses, the one who ultimately benefits is me. Li Feng quickly grasped the key point. You destroyed a wooden house, you received a reward stone 100. You destroyed a wooden house, you received a reward iron block 100. Meanwhile, Li Feng's troops were rapidly destroying the wooden houses. Soon a strange expression appeared on his face. Through comparison, he realized something was off. The probability of Feng Song's destroyed wooden houses dropping good items was clearly several times higher than his. Feng Song had made 10 attempts, and only 2 or 3 times did he obtain basic resources. Other times they were elite quality resources or second-tier gems. In contrast, for Li Feng, 9 out of 10 times he obtained basic resources, and only occasionally did he get elite quality resources. So far he had only obtained 1 second-tier gem. Is this the fate of a chosen one? Li Feng couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He clearly possessed the strength to overpower Feng Song, yet he couldn't help but envy him. Come back, everyone. Li Feng stopped his troops from destroying the wooden houses. Boom. At that moment, not far away, a wooden house was shattered. The wooden house collapsed completely and soon refreshed. Feng Song led his army over the position of the wooden house, laughing heartily as he approached Li Feng. He first congratulated Li Feng on clearing the dungeon. Then he flattered Li Feng's strength. If this scene were to be seen by Feng Song's classmates, they would surely be astonished. Usually Feng Song maintained an aloof and cool persona. This mode of flattery was simply unimaginable. By the way, Li Feng, if you ever need help in the future, feel free to come to me. As long as it's within my ability, I guarantee to hand. After a round of flattery, it led to the familiar networking phase. Feng Song patted his chest and uttered this well-known polite phrase that had been passed down for who knows how many years. You know, I actually do have something that is within your capability that I need help with. Li Feng had been hesitant to speak. Seeing that Feng Song had said this, he had nothing to worry about. Sai, as you just saw, not only do I have to deal with the BOSS, but also the Lord Alliance of the Free Federation. My troops have suffered heavy losses, and I don't have much strength left. So could you please help me destroy all these wooden houses? Li Feng patted Feng Song's shoulder, opening his mouth to speak nonsense. Feng Song twitched the corner of his mouth. He really wanted to question Li Feng. Did he not feel guilty saying such things? It was evident to the naked eye that Li Feng's troops were all vigorous and energetic, showing no signs of excessive depletion. No problem. While internally cursing Li Feng, Feng Song outwardly responded generously, patting his chest to indicate that this minor task was on him. He was not opposed to helping Li Feng. After all, this was a good opportunity to build a closer relationship with him. Whether big or small, it was still a favor. Since he was helping, he naturally accumulated goodwill. With goodwill, there would be a foundation for mutual interaction, which could further deepen their bond. For Fong Song, this was a rare opportunity that was hard to come by. During every festival, numerous big shots visited their family to pay respects to the ancestor, but they could only dream of meeting. Barring any accidents in the future, Li Feng would at least be comparable to his family ancestor. With this connection, if he were to seek him out, Li Feng would have to give him some face. All of this was clear to him due to his elder's constant influence. Thus Fong Song marched forward with his army. He worked especially hard, wearing a radiant smile on his face. This strange scene left Li Feng a bit bewildered. Seeing someone work for free and still be this happy, he began to seriously suspect that Fong Song had some psychological issues. Li Feng did not think as far ahead as Fong Song. Shaking his head, Li Feng's gaze fell upon the special treasure chest before him. This was the chest dropped after the boss's death, and he had not had the chance to open it yet. Generally speaking, the chests dropped by ordinary bosses were wooden. The reason this chest was deemed special was that its material was a striking dark green crystalline substance. For ordinary chests, the items, resources, etc. obtained depended on the chest's quality and the luck of the opener. However, for this special chest, the items, resources, etc. were fixed. No matter who opened it, the contents would remain the same. Creak accompanied by a spine-chilling sound, the chest was slowly opened by Li Feng. You have opened the Zombie Town treasure chest. You have received rewards. Resource, chest 500000. 3rd tier gem, 106th tier war artifact 1, war technology tree 1. A massive amount of rewards were credited. Compared to destroying those wooden houses, the resources within this special treasure chest are evidently the most precious in this instance. There's no need to mention the treasure chest containing 500 resources. This is closely related to the basic infrastructure of the territory, and acquiring more is never too much. Unexpectedly, there are also 100 3rd tier gems. The main uses of the gems are twofold. Firstly, to upgrade the unit summoning altar. When the level of the altar increases, it can accelerate the cooldown time for summoning units. Secondly, they can elevate the Lord's rank, thereby enhancing the Lord's own strength. During the novice phase, Lords primarily use the gems they acquire to upgrade the unit summoning altar. After all, just to break through to a 1st tier Lord, one needs 100 1st tier gems. Even after achieving the 1st tier, the strength is still only equivalent to that of a conventional 1st tier unit. During the novice phase, hardly any Lords would engage in such a losing endeavor. Only Li Feng, who awakened the Zerg calamity, can summon units without cooldown, allowing him to recklessly expend gems to enhance himself. When Lord Fong Song, Earthbear God, destroyed a wooden house, you received a reward 2nd tier gem 1. At that moment, Fong Song destroyed another wooden house, and Li Feng received a prompt simultaneously. If all the wooden houses are destroyed, there's a high probability of gathering 100 2nd tier gems. Along with these 100 3rd tier gems, I can break through to a 3rd tier Lord in one go. Thinking of this, Li Feng couldn't help but smile. No one has ever broken through to a 3rd tier Lord during the novice assessment period throughout history. At least there are no records of such a person in the history of Earthstar. This means he is likely to break the historical record. However, breaking such a record doesn't hold much significance. It's not like clearing a dungeon first, killing a boss, or being the first to build a castle, which come with heavenly rewards. The last two items belong to heavyweight artifacts. The war treasure is self-evident. It is a top-notch treasure that can enhance Li Feng's overall power. The war technology tree is equally important, if not more so. The war technology tree, also known as the convenient technology tree or lazy person's technology tree. Take the classic example of constructing buildings. Before unlocking the war technology tree, Li Feng had to be present in person to build. After unlocking the war technology tree, as long as it is within the territory, he can build from a distance. He only needs to expend resources and blueprints without being present. Moreover, if certain defensive constructions are damaged or resources need to be replenished, Li Feng can operate from a distance. Of course, all these are merely auxiliary functions of the war technology tree. The so-called war technology tree is naturally related to war. First and foremost are the units. The shared vision of units is not like heroes, which is limited by distance. Once the distance between the units and Li Feng exceeds 100 meters, he can no longer share vision. After unlocking the war technology tree, even if they are a million miles apart, vision can still be shared. Even without the guidance of heroes, Li Feng can command units to fight from a distance and conduct strategic deployments. Next are the heroes. After unlocking the war technology tree, Li Feng can directly control the bodies of the heroes under his command, achieving a unique way of leading troops in battle. Then there's the construction of the territory. Without needing blueprints, Li Feng can freely construct walls, arrow towers, turrets, and siege crossbows, among other buildings. Finally, there's the Lord himself. Li Feng can view his territory at any time from a god's perspective. Once war breaks out, he can observe the entire situation and conduct the most precise assessment and arrangements. It can be said that after unlocking the war technology tree, every aspect of Li Feng's territory will be correspondingly enhanced. This excites Li Feng immensely, and he immediately took out the war technology tree. Though called a technology tree, it is actually a glowing sphere the size of a glass bead. Upon use, this glowing sphere automatically merges into Li Feng's body. In the next moment, Skarner's body suddenly moved. It lifted its head and beams of death rays burst forth from its eyes. Two rays shot straight into the sky, seemingly aiming to strike down the dark green moon above. This was certainly not an action of Skarner itself, but rather Li Feng temporarily controlling Skarner's body. Li Feng reveled in it, and then took control of Kha'Zix's body. Is this what it feels like to fly, eh? Li Feng was not experiencing Kha'Zix's vision for the first time. However, in the past, he was merely an observer. This time, he personally experienced it, and the feeling was truly wonderful. He controlled Kha'Zix's body, swinging its scythe-like limbs to unleash skills. Wind blade. Whoosh. Whoosh. Two pale purple wind blades shot out, flying straight towards the distant ground. Bang. The ground was cut, leaving two massive intersecting cracks. Li Feng continued to revel in it, unleashing skills in succession. Then he released the even more powerful Gale Blade. Boom. Over 100 meters away, an undestroyed wooden house was struck by the Gale Blade, instantly exploding and being destroyed in one blow. Afterward, Li Feng's consciousness traversed among multiple heroes, experiencing their skills one by one before finally returning to his own body. Quite interesting, but unfortunately the structural differences from a human body feel rather strange. Although several Zerg heroes are humanoid, they are ultimately not true humans. Li Feng has been human in both lives, using a human body for decades. Controlling the body of a Zerg hero while initially feeling fresh ultimately does not compare to a human body. One day I too will possess great power. Li Feng clenched his fist. This is not merely his fantasy. Many veteran lords possess strength even more formidable than the units and heroes under their command. However, they tend to remain behind the scenes and rarely take action. While contemplating, a pale hand appeared in Li Feng's hand, complete with sharp claws. Zombie Hand Tier 6 Tier War Treasure Level 110 Effect 1. All units attack 1500 defense, 500 effect 2. All units gain the skill Deadly Virus. Description: the hand of a certain origin zombie, with sharp claws containing the origin virus. Upgrade requirements with 2 stone, 0 iron, 0 war gem. Looking at the hand in his grasp, Li Feng felt a bit uneasy. Despite this unease, he still equipped it. In the next moment, the strength of all his units surged dramatically. Compared to acquiring True Blood, this increase is significantly greater. After all, percentage-based increases only yield significant benefits for high-tier units. This direct numerical enhancement is tremendously impactful for low-tier units. Currently, the majority of Li Feng's forces consist of low-tier units. At the moment the zombie hand was equipped, even the weakest first-tier unit, the Needle Bee, was now capable of overwhelming 6th-tier units. It seems I can consider going on a crazy unit spawning spree. Li Feng looked at the overwhelming Needle Bees in the distance with a strange expression. That saying truly has no flaws. A lord with a war treasure and one without are indeed on two entirely different levels and cannot be compared in the slightest. In a murmured whisper, Li Feng began inspecting the new skills acquired by his units. Deadly Virus. The attack of the Needle Bee contains the origin virus, and enemies hit will accumulate one layer of Deadly Virus, causing 1 point of poison damage per second, which can stack infinitely. It is evident that this is a divine technique aimed at the boss. Had Li Feng possessed this ability earlier, the time required to slay the giant zombie could have been reduced by several times. At this moment, I finally possess the power to overwhelm everything. Even if all the lords of the entire region were to attack me together, it would be inconsequential. Li Feng murmured softly. Both are 6th-tier war artifacts, but it is clear that the zombie hand is far more suitable for Li Feng at this stage than the True Blood. With the addition of the zombie hand, Li Feng currently possesses a total of 4 war artifacts. Let alone new lords. The vast majority of seasoned lords, after diligently developing for years or even decades on the Endless Continent, may not have as many war artifacts as Li Feng does. Such top-tier treasures cannot simply be obtained through the passage of time. This is the significance of being one step ahead in the novice assessment. War artifacts are renowned as top-tier treasures, thus they are incredibly precious. If it weren't for the novice assessment, how could one obtain war artifacts by achieving a first kill on a boss or clearing a dungeon? Even for hidden dungeons, clearing 10 of them might not guarantee a single war artifact. Among them, the Revenge Compass belongs to the auxiliary category of war artifacts and does not need to be equipped. Li Feng has equipped 3 war artifacts. This is also the maximum number he can equip at this stage. Lords of the 3rd tier or below can equip at most 3 war artifacts. To equip more war artifacts, one must advance to a 4th tier lord. This is an unchanging rule on the Endless Continent with no exceptions. A few hours later, the wooden houses in the zombie town were completely destroyed. During this time, no one came to cause trouble, primarily because the boss had already been slain by Li Feng. A few hours later, the wooden houses in the zombie town were completely destroyed. During this time, no one came to cause trouble, primarily because the boss had already been slain by Li Feng. Therefore, even if they wanted to cause trouble, they had no opportunity. On this day, dozens of self-doubting novice lords, until they returned to their respective regions, this group of novice lords still could not believe it. How could anyone be so outrageous? It was one thing to leave the canyon before them. They had even slain all the monsters and the boss in Zombie Town before they cleared the canyon. When the last wooden house was destroyed by Feng's song, the dungeon automatically vanished, teleporting the two of them out. Upon returning to the castle, Li Feng felt a bit regretful. This time he entered the hidden dungeon not only to clear it for resources, but also to see if he could encounter the mysterious merchant. Unfortunately, he did not encounter one. The only thing that reassured him was that the source of the Lord's essence had been resolved. It would not be long before his uncle could return to the Endless Continent. Unfortunately, he did not encounter one. The only thing that reassured him was that the source of the Lord's essence had one pile consisted of 100 second-tier gems, and the other of 100 third-tier gems. Just as he had anticipated earlier, after destroying all the wooden houses, he obtained a total of 105 second-tier gems, enough for him to upgrade his rank. To elevate a lord's rank, 2 conditions are required. First, gems. Second, the number of troops under command. To elevate from an ordinary person to a first-tier lord requires 100 first-tier gems and a troop count of 100. Li Feng started with thousands of troops, so when he broke through to the first-tier lord, he naturally fulfilled the conditions. To break through to a second-tier lord requires 100 second-tier gems and a troop count of 1,000. Li Feng started with thousands of troops, so when he broke through to the first-tier lord, he naturally fulfilled the conditions. To break through to a second-tier lord although he lost 2,000 giant needle bees in the dungeon, the total number of troops still exceeded 10,000. Clearly, all his conditions were met. Without hesitation, he consumed both piles of gems simultaneously. Boom. In an instant, Li Feng felt the power within him surging like a volcano. The overwhelming power filled his entire being, rampaging and roaring within him. This force was so frenzied that Li Feng felt as though every cell in his body was being crushed. The intense pain made him unable to suppress a groan. One cannot rush through hot tofu. Had he been born into a family of lords, the elders would have advised him to take it step by step. First break through to the second tier, then wait a few days before breaking through to the third tier. To leap 2 tiers in one go, the immense energy would strike his body violently. If he is not careful, it could even tear his body apart, causing irreversible damage. It hurts, how could it hurt? Tears welled in Li Feng's eyes from the pain. Due to the excruciating discomfort, his body involuntarily curled up and his skin turned red and warm. He looked like a boiled lobster. Fortunately, he endured it. After several minutes, the severe pain receded like a powerful force coursed through Li Feng's body. Clenching his fist, he felt an illusion that he could shatter a mountain with a single punch. This was an illusion of a significant increase in power. He opened his information panel to check. Lord Li Feng, title Master of Disasters, rank 3rd tier, strength 40, spirit 50, constitution 40, agility 40, troop count 15579, troop types 1st tier giant needle bees, 3rd tier iron arm ants, 4th tier self-destructing fireflies, 4th tier explosive muscle mosquitoes, 4th tier fire-starting millipedes, 5th tier dripping spiders, 6th tier flying mantis, 6th tier corpse exploding bugs, 6th tier monkey ants, 6th tier explosive flame earthworms, wood 1315009, stone 1195008, iron 1100051. Food 311029, gold 819280, upgrade requirement 4th tier gems 500. Except for spirit, all other 4-dimensional attributes have quadrupled. The overall power enhancement is far beyond quadruple. Li Feng felt that he could easily defeat dozens of his former selves. Looking at the upgrade requirements, it now needed 4th tier gems, but the number has increased from 100 to 500. Every 3rd tier presents a hurdle, and the number of gems required subsequently increases. This is also why higher tier lords are increasingly scarce. Not only is it challenging to increase troop numbers, but gathering enough gems is also a significant problem. Boom. Li Feng unleashed a single punch, effortlessly severing a massive tree, wide enough for a man to embrace, at the waist. As a level 3 lord, he had already transcended ordinary humanity. At this stage, his strength was staggering, his speed exceeding 100 meters per second. Even his skin had become impervious to blades and bullets. Small caliber firearms, such as handguns, no longer posed any threat to Li Feng's life. The process was agonizing, but every ounce of pain was worth it. Li Feng savored the explosive power surging through his veins, deeply satisfied. He swung his fist repeatedly, so swiftly that afterimages flickered in the air. A low, thunderous sonic boom resonated through the air with each strike. Only after indulging for quite some time did Li Feng reluctantly cease, turning his attention once more to tallying his spoils. The benefits acquired from opening dungeon treasure chests had been fully assimilated. Only 500,000 resource chests remained. Without hesitation, Li Feng opened them all at once. You have obtained wood 1500, stone 1500, you iron ingots 200. With this final harvest, the dungeon's rewards were entirely absorbed. This haul is truly exceptional, Li Feng murmured softly to himself. Alone among the 3 foundational resources, the total yield surpassed 800,000 units. Beyond these, he had also acquired numerous elite-tier materials, destined for his upcoming city defense initiative to dramatically bolster its fortifications. As for gold coins, slaying 210,000 dungeon monsters yielded over 500,000. Additionally, 105 tier 2 gems and 100 Tier 3 gems propelled Li Feng through successive breakthroughs, culminating in his ascension to level 3 Lord. Yet unquestionably the greatest prize of all was the Tier 6 War Artifact Zombie Hand. Once equipped, it amplified the combat prowess of every troop and hero under Li Feng's command. Standard Tier 6 troops at level 1 possessed attack and defense values of 800 and 400 respectively. Zombie Hand, however, granted 1500 attack and 500 defense. Now, even a single Vespiquen under Li Feng's banner could effortlessly annihilate any level 1 Tier 6 unit. Summon Vespiquen. Without delay, Li Feng resolved to mass-produce them. Glancing at his coin reserves, he allocated 800,000 gold coins exclusively for Vespiquen summoning. Thanks to unlocking the war technology tree, he could now summon troops remotely, even while standing on the 3rd floor of his castle. You have produced 800 Vespiquen, consuming 800 gold coins. Thanks to unlocking the war technology tree, he could now summon troops remotely, even while standing on the 3rd floor of his castle. You have produced 800. Under Li Feng's remote command, they surged forth in perfect formation, hovering en masse beyond the castle walls. 800,000. Such a number defied comprehension. Even if each Vespiquen were no larger than a clenched fist, 800,000 ants gathered together would still form a breathtaking apocalyptic tide of insects. Before long, the entire legion had emerged, obscuring the sun itself, blotting out light across the horizon. Li Feng opened the leaderboard and found his ranking had plummeted outside the top 10. Only 2 days remain. It is time to act. He withdrew the compass of vengeance locked onto a rival lord's coordinates and spent 2,000 gold coins to open a spatial rift. Fortuitously, his first target was Pang Tao, the very lord with whom he'd clashed twice before. Standing upon Skarner's back shielded by flying mantises, Li Feng entered Pang Tao's domain first. Li Feng, you. Pang Tao spotted him instantly and felt his scalp crawl. After He Wei vanished without trace, Pang Tao had spent the first few days trembling in dread, fearing he too would be eliminated. But when nothing transpired, his anxiety gradually subsided. Now nearing the final phase of the novice trial, he needed only endure 2 or 3 more days, and the trial would conclude. What he never imagined was Li Feng's appearance at this very threshold, plunging him into utter despair. Li Feng made no immediate move, instead surveying Pang Tao's territory with detached curiosity. Since their last battle, Pang Tao had lost nearly all his troops to Li Feng. Despite weeks of rebuilding, his forces numbered barely a few hundred, nowhere near 1,000. Li Feng, I believe there's been some misunderstanding between us. Let's talk calmly, Before he could finish, Pang Tao froze, speechless. He rubbed his eyes, refusing to believe what he saw. A colossal swarm of Vespiquen pouring forth from the rift behind. They blotted out the sky, a sheer soul-chilling multitude. Even though Vespiquen were merely Tier 1 units, dismissed as worthless trash, their staggering numbers evoked an uncanny sense of apocalypse. They blotted out the sky, a sheer soul-chilling multitude. Even though Vespiquen were merely Tier 1 units, dismissed as worthless trash, their staggering numbers evoked an uncanny sense of apocalypse. Impossible. How can mere Vespiquen so easily slaughter my Tier 5 elven archers? This defies all. Pang Tao shrieked. He felt trapped inside a waking nightmare. Desperate to awaken, he raised his hand to slap himself. But a Vespiquen had already darted before him. Its needle-like antenna flicked, swift, silent, lethal, and Pang Tao fell slain in an instant. Hundreds of thousands swarmed across the land like locusts descending upon a dying world. Wherever they passed, Pang Tao's troops' defensive structures and shelters crumbled into ruin, until finally his lord's altar shattered completely. You have destroyed another lord's altar. You have obtained wood 91253, stone 89633, iron ingots 75896, food 18773, gold coins 75236, trial points 167250. In an instant, Li Feng's trial points surged, catapulting him several ranks upward on the leaderboard. Then he dispatched his heroes, each leading 10,000 Vespiquen, to assault nearby lords' territories. Meanwhile, he led the main force toward new coordinates, opening another rift. For Pang Tao and the other 4 allied lords, this day would become synonymous with darkness and absolute despair. One by one they were hunted down, by Li Feng himself or his heroes, and crushed without mercy, expelled from the novice trial. Without acquiring a new lord's essence, their futures would inevitably fade into mundane obscurity. Earth, a high school. Pang Tao reappeared on the school's athletic field the moment his lord's altar was destroyed. This was the very high school where he had first entered the Endless Continent. What the hell? I barely had a few hundred troops, while his swarm blotted out the sky. That day, dozens of novice lords expelled from the Endless Continent echoed Pang Tao's anguished lament, across classrooms, corridors, and rooftops. On this night, the moon shone brilliantly in the starry sky. Li Feng returned to his castle with a bountiful harvest of spoils and an overwhelming array of troops. The moonlight filtered through the magical mist cascading down upon him. It adorned his tall and slender figure with a veil that seemed almost ethereal, resembling an immortal who transcended the mundane world. Before him, the leaderboard silently opened. With over 5 million points, Li Feng firmly held the first position. The second place was taken by the rejuvenated Fong Song, who held a slight lead over third place with 1.2 million points. Li Feng quietly closed the leaderboard. Being first in the assessment was evidently as stable as Mount Tai. No one could threaten him. This time he had harvested the lives of 50 to 60 lords in one go. Apart from aiming to accumulate assessment points, he also gathered a significant amount of resources. He looked up at the starry sky pondering. The basic resources collected from dozens of lords amounted to over 2. Along with the basic resources he had gathered himself, the total exceeded 5 million units. With such a wealth of resources, it was naturally time to begin constructing the city defenses. Previously, Li Feng had an abundance of resources, but lacked blueprints, so he had not started construction. Now that the war technology tree was unlocked, even without blueprints, he could build all conventional city defense structures. The first thing to construct would naturally be the city walls. City defense is crucial. Without a city, how can one discuss city defense? As a lord, he already possessed his own castle. Now what was lacking was a city of his own. When mentioning a city, the walls are the structures that most people think of first. After unlocking the war technology tree, even without blueprints for walls, Li Feng could easily expend resources to construct them. City wall construction requirements: wood, stone, iron blocks, 100 per meter. For every 300 units of basic resources, 1 meter of city wall could be constructed. Li Feng calculated that his basic resources could build approximately 18000 meters of walls. Due to the cliff at his back, Li Feng only needed to construct walls on 3 sides. After calculating, he decisively decided to build 500 meters of walls on 3 sides, using the remaining resources to construct a small moated city. A moated city is one of the main defensive structures of a city. Since the remaining resources were limited, Li Feng planned to build a small semicircular moated city on the inner side of the wall directly in front of him. At the same time, Li Feng intended to move some arrow towers into the moated city. If anyone were to attack Li Feng's city, once they breached the first gate, they would enter the moated city. The enemies would not be able to advance straight in. Instead, they would be met with a volley of arrows. With a plan in place, it was time to put it into practice. Embracing the war technology tree, Li Feng entered a god's perspective, surveying his territory from the sky. Soon he determined the placement of the 3 walls. You have constructed city walls 15000 meters, consuming a total of wood 1.5 million, stone 1.5 million, iron blocks 1.5 million, decayed wood 150, decayed stone 150, decayed iron 150. Boom. A sound like a landslide echoed as Li Feng's territory shook violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. From the god's perspective, Li Feng witnessed the 3 walls rising around his castle, enveloping and protecting it. Standing 10 meters tall and impressively 5 meters thick, they were both heavy and majestic. City wall rank: ordinary health 120, defense 120. An ordinary city wall typically has only 100 health. Due to Li Feng incorporating many elite quality resources, both health and defense had seen a notable increase. Although 120 health did not appear excessive, it was not the overall health of the wall, but rather that each inch of the wall possessed such robust health. If enemies wished to break through a gap large enough for one person to pass, they would need to inflict over 1 million damage to accomplish it. Moreover, this was under the premise that Li Feng did not repair the walls. In fact, having unlocked the war technology tree, Li Feng could easily defend against enemy attacks, while simultaneously repairing the walls. Unless he exhausted all the resources in his possession, the walls would never collapse. The war technology tree is a treasure more precious than a divine weapon. Even many top lords have not possessed it. Only during the novice assessments do some powerful novice lords have the chance, but that was not the end. Behind the wall directly in front, Li Feng constructed another moated city, nearly exhausting his remaining basic resources. Then he moved a large number of arrow towers into the moated city. Li Feng's vision shifted to the passage behind the city gate. He had previously reserved a trench behind the gate. In the next moment, he expended a large amount of decayed iron to construct a drawbridge. It fit perfectly with the trench he had reserved earlier. The drawbridge, completely constructed from elite quality iron blocks, boasted a staggering 100 health, capable of withstanding massive damage. The drawbridge appeared out of thin air, sealing off the passage into the city walls tightly. Seeing this, Li Feng felt quite satisfied. On normal days, this heavy drawbridge would hang in the trench above, hidden from. If one day a siege broke out, and the enemy breached the gate to charge into the moated city, Li Feng could drop the drawbridge to block their retreat. To catch them in the trap. From the high vantage point, a small city rose from the ground. The only flaw was that currently the city only contained 1 castle, while the rest of the area was empty. Li Feng could only stare in frustration at this. Just building these 3 walls and 1 moated city had nearly emptied his entire fortune. Just moments ago, his castle's storage was filled to the brim with resources. Now very little remained, However, for quite some time, Li Feng would not need to construct any buildings. When his strength was not yet formidable, he did not dare reveal the coordinates of his territory, and naturally no other lords would come to his domain. But I believe that in the future my city will undoubtedly become a large safe zone, a trading district, and a transit hub, where countless lords will roam within my city. Li Feng murmured, his heart filled with confidence for the future. For ordinary lords, constructing a city, mainly, serves to ward off external threats and protect their lord altar. For a select few powerful lords, it allows them to openly disclose their territory coordinates, welcoming lords from all sides to flow in and out, forming a vibrant and prosperous true city. The 30th day of the novice trial. In the dead of night, all was silent. Almost all the novice lords, including Li Feng, were unable to sleep. Tonight marks the last day of the novice assessment. Survive these final half an hour, and everyone will become an official novice lord. Moreover, they will finally be able to return freely to the Earth Star. Li Feng checked the number of participants in the competition area. From the million novice lords on the first day, only less than 300,000 remain today. The elimination rate exceeded 2/3. Looking back at previous novice assessments, this elimination rate was indeed terrifying. Over 90% of novice lords who had awakened a first-tier troop were already eliminated. Those who remained were either exceptionally lucky or had the support of powerful lords. In the competition area channel, the lords were unusually active. It's finally coming to an end. Once this novice trial is over, it will be a vast ocean for fish to leap and a high sky for birds to fly freely. Indeed, after the novice assessment ends, the direct distances between the lords will be expanded. According to statistics from professional agencies, the direct distance between the closest two lords exceeds 100 kilometers. This is all in the textbooks, no need for you to explain it. What I'm more curious about now is who exactly this Li Feng is to have accumulated over a terrifying 5 million points, while the second place Lord Feng Song has barely won 5 million points. He's probably a descendant of some divine family. It is said that divine lords possess immense power that can even slightly influence the novice assessment, allowing their heirs to outpace their peers. Indeed, if I were a second-generation divine, even 5 million points would be as easy as reaching into my pocket. 5 million. With an expanded perspective, 10 million isn't a big deal. Seeing the content about himself in the competition area channel, Li Feng smiled slightly. He wasn't planning to explain anything. After all, the truth is far more unbelievable than being a second-generation divine. Wailing. A mournful horn echoed. At the same time, a notification sound rang in the minds of all novice lords. Monster siege begins. Number of monsters, endless. The fog of war emerged, enveloping the territories of all novice lords. This scene had already played out 30 times, and everyone had long since grown accustomed to it. However, this notification sound was heard for the first time. Endless monsters, huh? Li Feng stood atop the city wall, gazing ahead. Ever since he built the city wall, the monsters would automatically appear outside the wall during each siege. A massive number of monsters emerged from the fog of war. They were all first-tier elite goblin warriors. Li Feng finally understood why novice lords who awakened first-tier troops were almost always annihilated whenever the mythical blueprint appeared. Those lords who survived by luck, if they lacked sufficient strength, even the best luck would be of no use. As for others who relied on powerful lords for support, they would also be completely wiped out due to the endless number of monsters. Even those fated individuals must treat the endless monsters with caution. They could hardly provide excessive assistance to others. Kill. Li Feng issued the command to battle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fire ants, long prepared, initiated the attack first from the 3 city walls. Fireballs rained down effortlessly, slaying one goblin warrior after another. Immediately after, over 1 million giant needle bees flew out from behind the walls, pouring into the fog of war like a tidal wave. At this moment, it was hard to distinguish. Were there more troops under Li Feng's command, or were there more endless goblin warriors in the fog? Accompanied by chilling screams, one goblin warrior after another fell. With the enhancement from the zombies, the strength of the giant needle bees surpassed that of regular 6th-tier troops. A mere first-tier elite goblin warrior was as insignificant as chives in front of them. An easy harvest. Your troops have slain a goblin warrior, gaining substantial experience. You received 10 gold coins, and your assessment points increased by 20. Your troops have slain a goblin warrior, gaining substantial experience. You received 10 gold coins, and your assessment points increased by 20. In just a short moment, over 10,000 goblin warriors had fallen. Suddenly, Li Feng's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed something was off. Your troops have slain a goblin warrior, gaining substantial experience. Assessment points increased by 20. Your troops have slain a goblin warrior, gaining substantial experience. Assessment points increased by 20. No more gold coins. Aside from the initial 10,000 monsters, the subsequent slain monsters surprisingly yielded no gold coins. He had originally thought of making a substantial profit in this half hour, aiming to earn a couple of small goals worth of gold coins. Yet he had only earned 1.0 gold coins, and was no longer able to fleece the goblins. This left him a bit disappointed. Boring. After mumbling that, Li Feng sat quietly on the swing behind him, observing the battle ahead. Millions of giant needle bees charged into the fog of war. The goblin warriors fresh out were instantly killed. As a result, aside from a few goblins that had initially emerged from the fog of war, the subsequent goblins could not even step out before being eliminated. On the 3 city walls, thousands of fire ants fell silent, no longer taking action. Half an hour quickly passed. The novice assessment finally came to an end. Li Feng glanced at the competition area channel. That night, over 20,000 lords were expelled from the Endless Continent. The remaining lords were all elites among elites. Congratulations. You are the lord who has killed the most assessment monsters in this competition area. Total kills, 180 reward, 100 gold coins. Your glorious feats will be announced throughout the entire competition area. Would you like to remain anonymous? Not a competition area announcement. Congratulations to Lord Li Feng, Master of Disasters, for being the lord who has killed the most assessment monsters in this competition area. Total kills, 100 reward, 100 gold coins. In an instant, everyone was stunned. In half an hour, killing 18 million monsters. Is this even human? Even Fong Song, who had already witnessed Li Feng's strength, was shocked into speechlessness. He had toiled hard and only killed a few 100,000 monsters. Yet Li Feng had reached an astonishing 18. If Fong Song knew that the 18 million was the limit of monster spawns, and not Li Feng's limit, he wouldn't know how. Although there were infinite monsters, the actual refresh limit was only 10,000 monsters per second. Nonetheless, Li Feng earned an incredible 360 million points, overshadowing all the lords in the competition area. The total points of the top 100 lords combined did not even reach half of Li Feng's total points. Throughout the history of Earthstar, the record set by Li Feng in points is unmatched. There has never been anyone like it. The novice assessment has officially concluded, and we are currently calculating your assessment points. Congratulations, you have earned a total of 365113258 assessment points, breaking the historical record for novice assessments. You have received the following rewards: Resource Treasure Chest, 10 million Mythical Building 1, Exclusive S-Class Talent Selection, Chest 1, Exclusive Supreme Lord Skill, Chest 1, and a Selection Chest for Tier 7 Troop, Altar 1. Your glorious achievements will be announced to all competition zones. Would you like to remain anonymous? No, I do not wish to be anonymous. World announcement. Congratulations to Lord Li Feng from the Dragon Kingdom, the Master of Catastrophe, for breaking the total record of assessment points. Let us cheer for him. This time it is not just a competition zone announcement. It is a world announcement. All surviving novice lords around the globe heard this world announcement. At the same time, they also saw the terrifyingly high points of Li Feng. Wow, someone actually broke the total record for points, a record that hasn't been broken in 500 years. My god, over 300 million total points. That's several times higher than the previous record. Impossible. How could a mere person from the Dragon Kingdom break the record of Lord Gerda? He is the greatest divine lord of my empire on which the sun never sets. This is absolutely impossible. Damn it, what Dragon Kingdom? He is clearly a lord of my cosmic nation. The lords around the world were all in shock. Everyone could hardly believe what they heard and saw. Even Li Feng himself was astonished. He never anticipated that breaking the points record would lead to such generous rewards. Among the 5 rewards, the Resource Treasure Chest was undoubtedly the most ordinary. The Mythical Building, however, was a ready-made structure requiring no additional resources for Li Feng to construct. Just this one reward was already far more generous than the first-place reward of the novice assessment. The subsequent Exclusive S-Class Talent Selection Chest surprised Li Feng greatly. Exclusive S-Class Talent Selection Chest. Quality S-Class. Effect: after opening the chest, you can freely choose one S-Class talent. Description: Exclusive Treasure Chest cannot be opened by outsiders. After opening this chest, Li Feng can freely select one S-Class talent. Li Feng immediately chose to open the chest, and thousands of S-Class talents appeared instantly. To facilitate Li Feng's selection, the chest categorized all talents. There were 4 main types: offensive talents, defensive talents, support talents, and special talents. Li Feng first glanced at the offensive talents. Lava power: your troops and heroes will inflict additional lava power with every attack, dealing significant fire attribute damage to enemies. Additionally, there were frost power, thunder power, gale power. This category of talents effectively granted all troops a powerful attack skill. Li Feng quickly lost interest after just a glance. He was not considering offensive talents, although choosing one would significantly enhance his overall strength. However, high-level war artifacts could provide similar powerful skills. Perhaps the majority of lords are mediocre and may never obtain war artifacts, let alone high-level ones. But it was evident that Li Feng was destined for greatness. Not to mention the distant future, even now he possessed 4 war artifacts, among which 2 were 6th tier. He believed that given time, he would eventually acquire higher quality war artifacts, even legendary war artifacts. Then he looked at the defensive and support talents, which were basically not much different from the offensive talents. They all provided a powerful skill to all troops, just with different focuses. After eliminating these 3 types of talents, Li Feng's gaze finally fell on the special talents. This caught his interest immediately. This type of talent was indeed very unique. For example, fortune. Lords with this talent would receive gold every day upon waking, and would also earn extra gold from mining and plundering. Another example is the cycle of seasons. Lords with this talent would see their territory change seasons every 3 days, each season having different characteristics. Spring increases the vitality of all troops. Summer boosts the attack power of all troops. Autumn reduces the cooldown time for summoning troops. Winter slows down any enemy attacking units. Another example is Auspicious Chi from the east. Lords with this talent would see Auspicious Chi arrive in their territory every morning. Troops and heroes absorbing the Auspicious Chi would gain experience. Lords absorbing it could strengthen their bodies, prolong their lifespans, and reduce the gems needed for leveling up. The special talents each had their own unique uses. Li Feng observed them, drooling with desire, wishing he could possess them all. Suddenly he fixed his gaze on one talent. Mirror Copy. Quality S-Class. Effect: you can summon any number of troops multiplied by 10. Compared to the other special talents, the effect of Mirror Copy was straightforward. Yet it instantly captivated Li Feng. This meant that by paying the cost of 1, he could summon 10 times the number of troops. For other lords, summoning troops has a cooldown, making this talent good, but not the best choice. This meant that by paying the cost of 1, he could summon 10 times the number of troops. For other lords, summoning troops has a cooldown, making this talent good, but not the best choice. Copy. You have acquired the S-Class talent Mirror Copy. Li Feng immediately tried it out, consuming 1 gold coin to summon 1 giant stinger bee from a distance. His vision shifted to the underground second floor of the castle, focusing intently on the giant stinger bee altar. The next moment, 10 giant stinger bees flew out from the altar. His vision shifted to the underground second floor of the castle, focusing intently on the giant stinger bee altar. The next moment, 10 giant... Previously, he could only summon 1 million giant stinger bees. But now he could summon 11 million giant... Currently, he already commanded 1 million giant stinger bees, darkening the skies. Just imagining summoning another 10 million felt spectacular. Li Feng was excited, but ultimately restrained himself. The food consumption for 1 million giant stinger bees was already... After summoning so many due to his rash decision post-acquiring the zombie hand, his daily food consumption was at... If it weren't for the relatively small size of the giant stinger bees, and if his previous food reserves weren't ample, he didn't know how many troops would starve. In the short term, he was not planning to expand his summons of giant stinger bees. 1 million giant stinger bees, each stronger than a typical 6th-tier troop, was already sufficient for now. A treasure chest radiating with colorful light appeared in Li Feng's hands. The chest was small, only the size of a palm, identical to the previous self-selected talent treasure chest. Slowly opening the treasure chest, a dazzling burst of colorful light erupted. You have opened the self-selected Tier 7 unit altar treasure chest. Please choose a unit race: human, beast, orc, goblin, insect, undead, dragonkin, elf. Instant selection: insect. After a moment of hesitation, it was disrespectful to the insect race's calamity. You have obtained the 7-colored star beetle unit altar. Soon a new unit altar appeared in the underground second floor of the castle, resembling a massive oval green leaf. 7-colored star beetle altar. Tier 7. Level 110. Production cooldown none. Production cost 5,000 gold per unit. Upgrade requirements: wood 500000, stone 500000, iron 500000, tier 7 gem 1. The tier 7 units have already reached legendary quality, with power exceeding that of tier 6 units by more than tenfold. The gold required for summoning also skyrocketed by more than 20 times. 5,000 gold is an amount that no novice lord can afford to overlook. But for Li Feng, who had just gained 1 million gold, it was mere pocket change. Without hesitation, Li Feng lavishly spent 500 gold. You produced 10 7-colored star beetles, consuming a total of 500 gold. The price was steep, but considering they were tier 7 units, Li Feng felt it was worth it. Many lords, even after developing for several months, or even a year or two, might not be able to obtain a tier 7 unit altar. Once a unit reaches tier 7, the increase in power is immense. Even just one could take on a normal level boss. It was only because Li Feng broke the world score record that he was able to obtain a tier 7 unit during the novice assessment. Soon 10 7-colored star beetles were summoned. Immediately the space around them twisted, and another 97-colored star beetles quietly appeared. They were comparable in size to the classic ladybug, with 7-star patterns on their backs, each displaying one of the 7 colors of the rainbow, looking extraordinarily vibrant. Vibrant colors are not the standard by which strength is measured. After casually glancing at a few, Li Feng clicked on the information panel of 7-colored star beetle. Race insect. Tier 7 unit. Level 1. Health 100000. Attack 12000. Defense 5000. Skills: 7-colored arrow rain. The 7-colored star beetle fires a barrage of arrows at a designated area, each arrow dealing a small amount of damage to enemies. 7-star penetration arrow. The 7-colored star beetle charges for 1 second and shoots a massive 7-colored energy arrow in a designated direction, dealing a large amount of piercing damage upon hitting the enemy and reducing their defense by 50 for 10 seconds. 7-star restoration technique. The 7-colored star beetle can consume 1-star pattern from its back to restore 50 of its maximum health, with 1-star pattern recoverable every hour. Looking at the attributes of the 7-colored star beetle, Li Feng couldn't help but sigh. It truly deserved to be a legendary unit. Its basic attributes were 100 times that of a typical tier 1 unit. This was still with Li Feng blocking external enhancements to the 7-colored star beetle, otherwise it would be even more terrifying. After being boosted by heroes, the castle, and war treasures. In peak condition, the health of the 7-colored star beetle could even reach a terrifying 3000. This was a whole double higher than that of the dungeon boss, the infamous bandit leader. Even just one 7-colored star beetle could easily clear the previous infamous bandit dungeon. Judging by its skills, it should belong to the archer type of units. It had 3 skills in total. The first skill was obviously a ranged attack. Currently there were no genuinely group attack units under Li Feng. The self-exploding firefly and the corpse explosion worm could barely count. However, the former needed to self-destruct and the latter required a corpse, both of which had their limitations. The appearance of the 7-colored star beetle filled the gap in Li Feng's group attack capability. The second skill dealt single target damage but could inflict penetrating damage and have the enemy's defense. This skill was simply fatal to enemy units with strong defenses. The third skill was a healing skill. Consuming 1-star pattern could restore 50 of maximum health. With a total of 7-star patterns on its back, it could release 7 times in a short period, providing exceptional survivability. Li Feng was very satisfied with the 7-colored star beetle. Although on the surface it seemed like all his gold was spent on summoning the giant hornet, which had a better cost-performance ratio. However, he was still just a mortal and had not yet become a divine being, unable to control a massive number of giant hornets alone. Although he had a considerable number of heroes under him, reaching 29, it was still far from enough. There was no problem in having the giant hornets rush in. But if he needed to handle things with precision, that was clearly impossible. Many times high-tier units were still needed to hold the line. Looking at the time, there were only a few minutes left before being teleported away from the Endless Continent, and Li Feng hurriedly checked for other rewards. In his hands, a colorful treasure chest appeared once again. Upon opening, he could obtain a unique Ultimate Lord skill. Although for Li Feng, obtaining a skill wouldn't enhance his, but no lord could refuse the chance to grow stronger. Li Feng was no exception. He slowly opened the treasure chest. Colorful light flickered. You have obtained the Lord skill Shadow Shift. Shadow Shift consumes 1 point of spirit to instantly appear at any location within 100 meters. This is a displacement skill. Whether for pursuing enemies or dodging and escaping, it is quite excellent. However, it is estimated that Li Feng will not use this skill to chase enemies for a long time. Although he has already broken through to a tier 3 lord, his strength far exceeds all novice lords. However, compared to the units under his command, his strength is negligible. If someone could escape from his units, he might not be able to catch up. Even if he did, it would just be handing over a head to the swish. A shadow flickered and Li Feng's figure appeared dozens of meters away. Swish, swish, swish. He seemed to transform into a ghost, silently appearing in various locations. He was thrilled with the newly acquired skill. He didn't stop until his 50 points of spirit were completely exhausted. A wave of mental fatigue washed over him like a tide. This is the downside of depleting all spirit, as noted in textbooks. Since it was Li Feng's first time acquiring a skill, he was too reckless and had pushed this concern to the back of his mind. This skill is quite interesting. Li Feng rubbed his brow. Although he was very tired, he couldn't hide the excitement. He was deeply enamored with this skill. After buffering for about a minute, Li Feng finally regained his composure. He began to check the last and most significant reward, a ready-made mythical level building. Previously, Li Feng had merely glanced at it and skipped over it. The main course is certainly meant to be enjoyed last. Deep Red Tavern. Tier Mythical. Effect: consume 1 million gold coins to recruit heroes of specified races, with hero quality being random. Description: a mysterious tavern said to attract heroes with its exquisite wines. Note: first-time recruitment may bring unexpected luck. Li Feng gasped. It was actually a mythical level tavern. The tavern and the unit altar share the same nature, with the former recruiting heroes and the latter summoning units. Regardless of the tavern's quality, recruiting a hero always costs 1 million gold coins. This holds true even for the mythical level Deep Red Tavern. Despite the exorbitant recruitment price, many lords are still willing to spend money to recruit. Some powerful lords will open their cities to attract other lords for exchanges and transactions, serving as among such powerful lords, almost everyone owns 1 or more taverns, and they will also sell recruitment qualifications. However, even for the lowest quality, ordinary tavern outsiders need to pay at least 2 million gold coins for each recruitment, with 1 million being the price for recruiting heroes. The other 1 million goes to the lord as the intermediary fee. And this is just for an ordinary tavern. For an elite tavern, prices have to rise further. The quality of the tavern determines the upper limit of the hero quality that can be recruited. An elite tavern has a chance of recruiting elite heroes. If it were an epic tavern, it would have a chance to recruit epic heroes. The mythical level Deep Red Tavern signifies a chance to recruit mythical heroes. However, the probability is the same as that of hero recruitment orders, 1 in a million. Li Feng had heard from his uncle Li Wuchang that an epic tavern starts at a recruitment price of tens of millions of gold coins. Even so, many lords continuously send money to it. As for mythical level taverns, they are generally controlled by powerful divine lords. After all, a non-divine lord simply cannot hold on to one. Mythical level taverns are like gigantic money trees. The benefits are so immense that even divine lords would be envious. Once the fact that Li Feng owns a mythical level tavern is exposed, he will undoubtedly attract the attention of countless lords, including divine lords. Good treasure. Li Feng's voice trembled slightly. He knew he had struck it rich. However, until he becomes powerful, this tavern must not be seen by anyone. Soon a building appeared on the underground second floor of the castle. It was a tavern with a strong medieval style with a sign displaying 4 deep red characters, Deep Red Tavern. The golden salon door stood quietly, seemingly highlighting the tavern's extraordinary nature. Li Feng was about to head to the tavern to attempt to recruit a hero. At that moment, a cold notification sound rang out. His novice assessment had come to a complete end. Without giving him a chance to react, a white beam of light enveloped him and forcibly transported him back to Earth. When Li Feng returns next time, everything will undergo earth-shattering changes. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the castle, the middle-aged Zhang Chong was in tears. Since the 4th day of the novice assessment, he had been captured by Li Feng to the castle. Initially, Li Feng had paid some attention to him. But later, after Li Feng acquired the war compass and a large number of lord coordinates, he no longer needed Zhang Chong. Although he didn't turn hostile and kill him, Zhang Chong was completely confined to the second floor of the castle and no longer allowed to move freely. He only instructed the castle's chief steward to look after Zhang Chong. As for Li Feng, over time, he completely forgot about Zhang Chong. This led to Zhang Chong being trapped in his room for over 20 days. If it weren't for the fact that he could chat with other lords through the competition channel, he would have collapsed long ago. Yet even so, being trapped in a small room for over 20 days had driven him mad. Now he had finally managed to endure until the novice assessment was over. He would be kicked out of the endless continent and forcibly transported back to Earth. He vowed that once he returned to Earth, he would vent his frustrations thoroughly and would not return to the endless continent anytime soon. Earth Dragon Country, Superhero City, Superhero Comprehensive High School. The playground of the school was now a sea of people. A total of 8659 people had entered the endless continent through this high school. Though most of them had been eliminated one after another, there were still 2,000 to 3,000 remaining. At this moment, the parents of these 2,000 to 3,000 novice lords gathered in the playground with their families, waiting for their children to return. Old Zhang, congratulations. This novice assessment was extremely difficult. Your child has an unlimited haha, congratulations to you too. I can see old he waiting over there. It seems his child made it through as well. As the saying goes, the bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. Although this novice assessment was tougher, as long as they made it through, my little cub will surely gain a lot and may go further in the future. A group of parents gathered in the playground, some of whom knew each other, started chatting. Among the crowd, Li Wuchang was also allowed into the school because of Li Feng. He gazed at the enormous teleportation portal ahead of the crowd, feeling quite unsettled. When he heard that Li Feng awakened a hornet unit, he had already lost hope. Furthermore, after hearing that the difficulty of this novice assessment had significantly increased, he felt even more so. After Li Feng entered the endless continent, he had already started to hustle. He thought that if Li Feng were eliminated and unwilling to continue studying, he would arrange a decent job for him. All arrangements had been made, but Li Wuchang waited and waited, yet he never saw Li Feng being eliminated. This kid has truly given me a tremendous surprise. Starting with a hornet, he actually managed to hold on until the end. It's somewhat unbelievable. Li Wuchang secretly sighed in his heart. In this novice assessment, even lords who awakened tier 2 or 3 units were eliminated in droves. Yet Li Feng persisted, which is indeed a huge surprise. They're coming out, they're coming out. Just as Li Wuchang was feeling a myriad of emotions, the crowd suddenly stirred. Someone pointed at the teleportation portal ahead and exclaimed, "Oh, isn't that Changgu?" At that moment, a mocking voice suddenly rang out from behind Li Wuchang. Wang Yong. Looking at the newcomer, Li Wuchang's expression darkened slightly. "It really is you, Changgu. Back then you were hailed as the rising star of our class, with your initial soldier awakening at the 5th tier of the Crimson Lotus Fire Art. How have you been since then?" The middle-aged man, named Wang Yong, approached Li Wuchang, his tone sharp and sarcastic. Suddenly, he slapped his own forehead, revealing a look of regret. "Oh dear, look at my memory. You were expelled from the endless continent years ago, and have now fallen to the status of an ordinary person." Upon hearing this, Li Wuchang's expression darkened even further. Wang Yong and he were middle school classmates, and they had shared a class in their first year of high school, where their relationship had been relatively amicable. The root of it all lay in the rookie assessment for their cohort. After entering the competition area, the two discovered that their territories were adjacent, and Wang Yong requested Li Wuchang to look after him. In response, Li Wuchang naturally agreed with pleasure. Moreover, in the following days, he indeed extended a helping hand to Wang Yong on multiple occasions. This allowed Wang Yong, who had only awakened a second-tier soldier, to thrive in the rookie assessment, gaining a wealth of resources. However, later on, due to some special circumstances, Li Wuchang could no longer assist Wang Yong. Because of this, Wang Yong dismissed all of Li Wuchang's previous care, and their relationship quickly plummeted to an ice-cold state. After the rookie assessment ended, they had no further contact, until Li Wuchang was expelled from the endless continent. As soon as Wang Yong received the news, he immediately organized a class reunion, during which he mocked Li Wuchang in various ways. "Changgu, you must be here waiting for your child, right? Speaking of my little brat, he's quite mediocre, having only awakened a 5th-tier soldier, the sub-dragon. I don't know if he can even make it into the top 100 of his competition area." At this point, Wang Yong shifted his tone. Hearing this, the corners of Li Wuchang's mouth twitched. This statement was a veiled compliment, dripping with pride. Among hundreds of individuals, it might be rare to find even one who awakened a 5th-tier soldier, yet he dared to call it mediocre. An awakened fifth-tier soldier was already considered a genius, even eligible for state subsidies. At that moment figures began to emerge from the teleportation portal. The first to appear was Sun Yun, who had awakened a sixth-tier soldier. Among hundreds of individuals it might be rare to find even one who awakened a fifth-tier soldier, yet he dared to call it mediocre. An awakened fifth-tier soldier, as they were among the first to enter the Endless Continent, they also returned among the earliest. Changge, that second boy to appear, is my child. Where's your child? Wang Yong pointed at Wang Chen, a proud look on his face. The parents had already gathered close together not too far apart. Wang Yong's words immediately reached the ears of the surrounding parents. This parent, your son looks impressive. My daughter isn't bad either. Would you like to introduce the two young ones to each other? A middle-aged woman in a red dress immediately approached, her eyes shining as she stared at Wang Yong. My daughter is also quite lovely, hey, race her photo. At that moment another parent approached. Before long Wang Yong was surrounded by a group of parents, all praising him and extolling him as a great father. Hearing this, Wang Yong beamed with delight, happily conversing with the parents. At the same time he did not forget to show a smug expression to Li Wuchang, who had been pushed out of the crowd. As if to say, look, I have a wonderful son. Li Wuchang shook his head, departing silently. He did not dare to stay here. Li Feng was the last to enter the Endless Continent, so he would naturally be the last to be teleported out. When Wang Yong saw him, he would surely deliver another round of sarcastic remarks. Having weathered storms in these years and grown accustomed to the nuances of human relationships, he could bear it. But Li Feng was merely a youth in the prime of his life. He feared that Li Feng would be discouraged by Wang Yong's mockery, damaging his confidence. Little did Li Wuchang know that Li Feng was a transmigrator, and his combined age from two lives wouldn't be much younger than his own. He would never have imagined just how extraordinary Li Feng's achievements were. Hoping for Li Feng's confidence to be shattered. That would be like hoping for pigs to fly. Far more unlikely. One after another rookie leaders returned to the planet and reunited with their parents. It was evident that those who had awakened fourth-tier and fifth-tier soldiers now had parents surrounding them. At this moment they each wore warm smiles like benevolent elders, inquiring after the well-being of these geniuses and enthusiastically recommending their own children to one another. Originally separated, the parents gathered around these geniuses, forming one group after another. Only Li Wuchang stood alone, appearing out of place. Watching this scene, a hint of loneliness flashed in Li Wuchang's eyes. Once he too had enjoyed the treatment of being surrounded by stars, a genius adored by many. Unfortunately, all that had dissipated like smoke. While he was lost in thought, Li Feng had already emerged from the teleportation portal. With a tall and upright posture, sword-like brows and starry eyes, he exuded a powerful aura as he walked, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The parents and teachers did not recognize Li Feng. However, the fellow students from the same school were fixated on him. Though Li Feng had never actively boasted his identity, had still been exposed by Zhou Ping, Zhang Su, and others. At that moment, any rookie leader from Super Xiong E High School had their eyes set on Li Feng. They were well aware of Li Feng's dazzling achievements in the rookie assessment. 30 Monster Siege events, 29 first kills, and 1 highest kill count. First to slay the boss, first to complete the dungeon, and the first to establish a castle. He topped the score leaderboard, breaking a record that had stood for 500 years. His score reached a terrifying 3.65 billion. The previous record was only 57.86 million, barely a fraction of his total. Each of these achievements, when isolated, would be enough to astonish anyone. When all these accomplishments were concentrated in one person, it was nothing short of an unprecedented earthquake. More and more gazes fell upon Li Feng. Even under the scrutiny of thousands of eyes, Li Feng remained calm. He scanned the crowd and quickly spotted Li Wuchang, who stood alone. Little uncle, I'm back. Li Feng approached Li Wuchang, beaming. It's good that you're back. You've brought me an enormous surprise. I thought you wouldn't last the first 3 days. Li Wuchang also smiled, giving Li Feng's shoulder a hearty pat. Li Feng felt a bit speechless, saying, little uncle, can't you have a little faith in me? Li Wuchang chuckled. This is already my utmost confidence in you. I even doubted whether you could survive the first day. Upon hearing this, Li Feng was utterly speechless. Seeing Li Feng full of energy, Li Wuchang felt increasingly delighted. He knew that Li Feng must have achieved great gains in the novice assessment. He felt happy for Li Feng. Thinking of this, Li Wuchang asked, how did you find this novice assessment? What was your score? Li Feng nodded, a smile appearing on his face. It was just so-so, but I gained quite a lot. Starting today, I am officially a lord, and I will protect you from now on. After saying that, Li Feng patted Li Wuchang's shoulder with a brotherly demeanor. You little brat, you've grown wings, and dare to talk to me like this. Li Wuchang feigned anger, grabbing Li Feng's ear. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I was wrong, uncle. Let go quick. In that moment, Li Feng no longer resembled a formidable figure, but a mischievous child being scolded by a parent. This scene left the novice lords of Chaoxiong City in a state of shock. This was a person who had broken world records, a prodigy likely to become a divine lord in the future. To think he was being pulled by the ear like this. Unbelievable. Someone excitedly took out their phone to capture. When Li Feng truly became a supreme lord in the future, this would be the most precious piece of gossip, a legendary story. It could even be kept as a family heirloom for future generations. After a while, Li Wuchang finally released his grip and said with such a big mouth, if I didn't know better, I'd think you scored first in the novice assessment. Tone it down a bit in the future. Li Feng rubbed his red ear and said, you guessed right. I accidentally got first place. In an instant the surrounding air seemed to freeze. The parents around them looked at Li Feng, their faces filled with astonishment. First place in the novice assessment. A competition with at least 1 million participants in a single zone. This meant he had surpassed over 99,000 other novice lords. If this were true, it would be nothing short of an earthquake. Chaoxiong City's foundation was not deep. While there were noble families of lords, they were nowhere near the powerful families like the Yulin Fong or Hikohi. The last time Chaoxiong City produced a first place in the novice assessment was over 50 years ago. Li Wuchang was also stunned. His first reaction was that Li Feng was lying. The surrounding parents might not know, but how could he not? Li Feng awakened a type of troop that was one of the 3 waste types the Great Needle Bee. Just lasting until the end was already remarkable. How could he possibly score first in the novice assessment? He was very angry because Li Feng had actually lied to him. He was about to scold Li Feng when suddenly the teleportation passage emitted a humming sound. Then before everyone's eyes it began to twist and ultimately transformed into a massive luminous screen. At the same time, the middle-aged man with a buzz cut who had previously hosted the Lord Festival appeared and announced loudly, this novice assessment is officially over. Next, the will of heaven will reveal the assessment scores and rankings and distribute rewards. Please check for yourselves, novice lords and their families. His voice resounded clearly over the school, reaching everyone's ears. Just as he finished speaking, text appeared on the luminous screen. Ranking for Zone 023 Novice Assessment Rankings, first place, Li Feng, Master of Natural Disasters, points, 365113258. 73rd place, Sun Yun, Adorable Elf, points, 335362. 156th place, Zhou Yong, Phantom Hunter King, points, 183593. 395th place, Wang Chen, Return to Dragon, points, 175933. In the same city, almost everyone would be transferred to the same zone. The eliminated lords had no idea, but the remaining novice lords were all in this Zone 023. Boom. Everyone instinctively looked at the first place as if struck by lightning. Li Wuchang was no exception. He stood there in a daze, unable to close his mouth. His gaze quickly scanned the luminous screen. He had once been a formidable lord with physical attributes far beyond that of ordinary people. He glanced over thousands of names, and there was only one person named Li Feng. It turned out Li Feng really had not. He truly was the first place in the novice assessment. Just that long string of numbers was dazzling. Was this really the... Seeing Li Wuchang's dumbfounded expression, Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Uncle, my score is quite good, right? I didn't embarrass you, did I? Upon hearing this, Li Wuchang numbly nodded. He hadn't yet recovered from the shock. Not to mention that Li Wuchang had... Everyone present was in shock. Even the middle-aged man with a buzz cut who was used to great storms looked bewildered. 365 million points. Is this even a score that a person can achieve? Boom. Suddenly the sky darkened and a blood-red giant hand descended, targeting Li Feng. Half a month ago, powerful lords from abroad had sneaked into Long Country. Count Erlkoff was one of them. After exchanging information with his spies, he chose to lie in wait in Chaoxiong City. He never expected to actually find what he was looking for. In his original plan, if that tyrant named Li Feng really was in, he wouldn't show himself, but would contact Li Feng privately, throwing out chips to entice him to join the Empire of the Rising Sun. But now whatever plans he had, they could roll aside. 365 million points, this was terrifying. 500 years ago, the Lord Gerda only had over 50 million points, and he eventually grew into a divine lord. With Li Feng's score, it was evident that becoming a divine lord in the future would not be difficult. He couldn't sit still any longer. He decided to act and capture Li Feng forcibly, bringing him back to the Empire of the Rising Sun. First he would take him back, then slowly cultivate their relationship. In the words of Long Country, first turn raw rice into cooked rice. Count Koff thought to himself. Impudence. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. But the middle-aged man with a buzz cut who had fought in the Endless Continent for years reacted immediately. His figure suddenly appeared in front of Li Feng, bursting forth with dazzling golden light, and he struck out with a powerful punch. Boom. The enormous blood-red hand was shattered by the blow. Humph. In the shadows, Count Koff grunted, a trace of crimson spilling from the corner of his mouth. Get lost. Just then a loud shout echoed like thunder cracking in the sky. Golden feathers fell from the clouds, ultimately transforming into a 10-meter-tall, 12-winged golden angel in midair. The angel swung the massive broadsword in its hand, striking down heavily. Humph. In the shadows, Count Koff grunted, a trace of crimson spilling from the corner of his mouth. Get lost. The middle-aged man with a buzz cut looked greatly changed upon seeing the 12-winged golden angel. Having traversed the Endless Continent for decades, he was a powerful lord, otherwise he could not preside over a city. Yet even he felt helpless in the face of this terrifying sword. Just when he thought he was doomed, a calm voice echoed through the heavens and the earth. Birdman, go back to your nest. As soon as the words fell, a flying sword came soaring from the distance. The sword, not large, only about 3 feet long, easily deflected the broad sword held by the angel. A tremendous force erupted, distorting the surrounding void. The angel's 12 wings flapped madly, and its massive body was forced to fly backward for hundreds of meters before it finally steadied itself. Whoosh! A pale blue flying sword flew from the far sky, hovering steadily in the air. On top of the sword stood a figure. The man wore a gray-blue Zhongshan suit with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly gazing at the angel. Feng Qiong, it's you old immortal. A voice of surprise came from among the angels. In the next moment, the angel gradually faded away. In the position where its heart once was, a golden-haired old man floated in midair, looking gravely at the newcomer. Feng Qiong. Upon hearing this name, many powerful lords couldn't help but breathe heavily. This was a genuine overlord, the strongest being beneath the divine lords. His most glorious achievement was single-handedly annihilating 3 12th-tier lords who had allied against him. Sam Wells, I didn't expect the giant of the Free Federation to come in person. You really take this seriously. Feng Qiong smiled slightly, while looking at the golden-haired old man. Hearing this, the middle-aged man with a buzz-cut's expression stiffened. He had heard of the name Feng Qiong. He was an old fellow who had lived for nearly 2,000 years and was nearing the end of his lifespan. Yet no one dared to underestimate him, for he was also an overlord. As Feng Qiong stated, this man was indeed a giant of the Free Federation. Wells stared deeply at Feng Qiong, knowing that his plan to forcibly take Li Feng had collapsed. Not to mention that he was already old and frail, no match for Feng Qiong. Even if he were stronger than Feng Qiong, it would be useless. All Feng Qiong needed was to delay for a moment, and the Divine Lord of the Dragon Kingdom would be able to intervene. Thinking of this, he changed his strategy. Little guy, your name is Li Feng, right? Are you interested in joining my Free Federation? As long as you are willing to join, we will provide you with abundant resources, top-tier troops, and even grant you the eligibility to recruit at an epic tavern. As long as you have enough gold coins, you can recruit heroes without any extra fees. Since force was not an option, he resorted to enticing with benefits. As soon as Wells finished speaking, there was an immediate collective gasp from the crowd. The conditions offered by Wells were exceptionally generous. Especially the last point. Even a powerful lord like the middle-aged man with a buzz cut was tempted. At that moment, Count Kafu, who had been the first to act, also made his appearance. He was a black-haired white man wrapped in a large cloak with blood-red eyes intensely fixated on Li Feng. His strength was even inferior to that of the middle-aged man with a buzz cut, making him even less likely to be Feng Qiong's opponent. However, he also had no intention of making a move. Instead, he imitated Wells, offering Li Feng generous benefits and sincerely inviting him to join the Empire of the Setting Sun. Before Li Feng could respond, one figure after another appeared, each presenting lucrative conditions. In just a few minutes, representatives from at least dozens of countries or international factions emerged. The conditions they offered were enough to make even ordinary lords drool, especially some small nations that were eager for strong individuals promising to dedicate their entire nation's resources to cultivate Li Feng. At this moment, those novice lords who had just returned from the Endless Continent along with their parents looked at Li Feng with envy, wishing they could take his place. These conditions were just too generous. They stirred their hearts. Feng Qiong also looked at Li Feng, preparing to present the official conditions from the Dragon Kingdom. Before he could speak, Li Feng already said loudly, "I'm sorry everyone, but I don't want to join any factions or national organizations. I just wish to develop independently." With those words, Li Feng rejected everyone. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Accepting the resources from these big shots and joining their countries or factions would be akin to selling himself to them. While enjoying the benefits, he would also have to work for them to repay the debt. Of course, for a genius like Li Feng, they would take special care not to interfere too much. But ultimately, it was still a contract of servitude, which Li Feng disliked immensely. Moreover, he was a very carefree person, unable to tolerate the constraints of rules that would be too uncomfortable. Thus, even though some of the conditions offered by those big shots tempted him greatly, he still decisively refused. Of course, the key point was that Li Feng had enough confidence. He believed that even without the resources provided by these countries and factions, he could still thrive in the Endless Continent, rising rapidly and growing strong, eventually becoming invincible. As soon as his words left his mouth, everyone was immediately stunned. Such generous conditions had even tempted. This young man in front of them showed no hesitation at all and directly rejected the offer. Wells, undeterred, spoke up. "Little guy, you might not realize the preciousness of the Epic Tavern. Oh, it has a chance to recruit epic heroes. Ordinary lords not only need 10 times the recruitment costs, but also have to make advance reservations to apply for eligibility. And child, you don't need to pay extra costs or make advance reservations. You just have to meet the capital requirements to recruit at any time. This is a benefit that even overlords would envy." After saying this, Wells fixed his gaze on Li Feng. In his view, Li Feng must not have understood the value of the Epic Tavern. Now, after he had explained, Li Feng would realize how immense this benefit was. Indeed, following Wells' words, all the novice lords and their families on the field immediately swallowed hard. Among them, there were indeed some who previously did not understand the worth of the Epic Tavern. Now, after hearing Wells' explanation, they were instantly captivated. Many gazed at Li Feng with burning desire, wishing they could replace him and agree to Wells' conditions. Wasn't it just leaving the Dragon Kingdom to join the Free Federation? In the face of absolute benefits, these were nothing at all. In the spotlight, Li Feng slowly spoke, "Not interested. In the eyes of some powerful lords, no amount of abundant resources or top-tier troops can compare to the recruitment qualification of an epic-level tavern. Heroes are far more precious than troops. Especially epic-level heroes who not only enhance the combat strength of their troops, but once fully developed can effortlessly obliterate numerous 12th-tier troops with a mere wave of their hand. High-quality heroes are not only exceptional commanders, but also formidable combat forces. Just as Wells mentioned, this condition would entice even the overlords. Every overlord possesses a tavern, but not every overlord owns an epic-level tavern. However, what is considered the most precious condition in the eyes of the world is to leave Feng utterly insignificant. Abundant resources and top-tier troops, or even the collective strength of small nations, seem far more attractive to him. Recruitment qualifications for an epic-level tavern. Heroes can be recruited anytime without an appointment. No middleman taking a cut. Sorry, but Li Feng is simply not interested. He possesses a divine-level tavern. The conditions promised by Wells are already within his grasp. Wells' expression changed, and he persisted. Child, please think it over again. In your Dragon Kingdom's words, missing this opportunity means there won't be another one. Count Kafo interjected. Child, the conditions Mr. Wells spoke of can also be met by our empire of the setting sun. Moreover, I must inform you that the scale of the Dragon Kingdom is too vast with far too many top-tier lords. While it may seem there are many resources, the resources that can be freely utilized are definitely fewer than those of our empire. At that moment, a figure as burly as a bear nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, Count Kafu's words reflect my thoughts as well. The resources available to our bear country far exceed those of the Dragon Kingdom. In an instant, representatives from several smaller nations began to speak. Naturally, the conditions they offered were not as generous as those from larger nations, yet they pounded their chests, pledging to give Li Feng their utmost support. However, Li Feng still shook his head. I appreciate the goodwill of all the big shots, but I've grown accustomed to my laid-back lifestyle here and have no desire to move. Rejected again. The representatives from various countries exchanged glances, bewildered, unable to comprehend why Li Feng was so resolute. If it were Fang Qiong who had offered them equivalent or even more favorable terms, it would be understandable. Yet from start to finish, Fang Qiong had not spoken, nor had he presented any conditions or promises. It seemed as though Li Feng was determined to reject them. His desire for independent development was not merely a polite refusal, it was genuine. Child, I will give you one more chance. Are you really not considering joining my free federation? Wells spoke again, this time devoid of his previous enthusiasm. His words were cold, carrying an implicit threat. The other representatives also maintained a similar demeanor, their icy gazes fixed on Li Feng with a hint of murderous intent lingering. If he cannot be of use to me, then he must be destroyed. If he were merely an ordinary overlord, I could overlook it. But judging by Li Feng's final score, he is very likely to become a divine lord in the future. The Dragon Kingdom has remained powerful throughout history, possessing the highest number of divine lords, constantly suppressing other nations. Now it truly cannot afford to have any more. At that moment, a face appeared in the sky. It belonged to a young man with golden hair and blue eyes, exuding an intimidating aura without any visible anger. As soon as he appeared, he overshadowed the heavens, causing even the clouds to shy away from obscuring his face, dispersing in fear. Everyone trembled at the sight of him. Even the immensely powerful Fang Qiong found it hard to breathe at this moment. He was indeed formidable. As long as the divine spirits did not intervene, he was the strongest. But now the divine spirit had emerged. Lord Adams. Wells looked at Adams and immediately bowed in greeting. What a good seedling, let me observe him up close. As he spoke, a beam of golden light descended from the sky, aiming to envelop Li Feng. Li Feng calmly gazed at the heavens, showing no signs of panic. Since he dared to refuse, he naturally had his reasons. Where does his confidence come from? Naturally, it stems from the land beneath his feet. Adams, you have overstepped your bounds. A voice ancient and powerful resonated, and five-colored lightning emerged, effortlessly shattering the golden light. You dog, this is the Dragon Kingdom. Your paw has reached too far. Another young voice chimed in. In the next moment, a silver divine dragon burst forth, baring its fangs and claws as it charged at Adams. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted, and the heavens appeared to be a mirror, revealing massive cracks. With a resounding bang, it shattered completely. It transformed into a pitch-black abyss, seemingly intent on swallowing the entire land. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by, and the fragments vanished, leaving the void restored to its original state. Ling Xin, are you attacking me as soon as you arrive? Are you declaring war with my free federation? Adams spoke. His gaze penetrated the void, locking onto two figures concealed among the stars. Divine spirits are far too powerful. Even if they restrain all their strength, they are still too heavy for the Earth Star to bear. Thus, once they break through to become divine spirits, they will be repelled by the Earth Star. Their true forms can only appear in the starry sky, unable to return to the Earth Star. What walks on the Earth Star most of the time are merely their avatars. Who gave you the audacity to come to my Dragon Kingdom and snatch people? The middle-aged man known as Xin responded with a counter-question, and a massive silver divine dragon transformed into a long spear in his hand. Adam's expression turned cold. They merely had two divine spirits, yet their nation had them too. As expected, more gazes soon turned towards the starry sky. These were the divine spirits. They were both male and female, young and old. As expected, more gazes soon turned towards the starry sky. These were the divine spirits. They were both male and female. This country has too many powerful figures, and the number of divine lords is excessive. Currently the world is still in balance. However, should the Dragon Kingdom gain one or two more divine spirits, the balance could very well be shattered. Although for them the journey should be in the endless continent, where there are more unknowns and more enemies. Right now external pressure is not heavy, so they are also very concerned about internal balance. Ling Xian, there is no need for us to fight. Once divine spirits engage in battle, it will be cataclysmic. You only need to hand over this young man to avoid a calamity. What do you say? With more divine spirits behind him, Adams felt bolstered. Rumble. A magnificent great wall spanned across the stars, dividing space and interrupting time. A figure appeared atop the great wall, tiny, yet causing the Western gods to reveal solemn expressions. Then let us fight. We do not accept any threats. A towering figure emerged, clad in a bright yellow dragon robe adorned with a massive character. Hee, how could such a grand spectacle be without me, the general of heavenly strategy? My beloved grandson claims I am the first bachelor, but I have not acted in so long, and today, let me hunt a divine spirit for fun. One after another magnificent figures appeared. Boom. A divine kingdom emerged from the void. The divine gates opened, revealing a densely packed array of troops within. Once one becomes a deity, their territory will detach from the endless continent and transform into a corporeal kingdom. The deity could reflect their divine kingdom at any time and summon their troops. The middle-aged man named Xian had quite a fiery temper and was the first to project his divine kingdom. There was a clear tendency for conflict to erupt at any disagreement. Upon witnessing this scene, Adams and the other Western deities immediately turned pale. As a divine lord, although his own combat power was strong, he was still fundamentally a lord. Taking matters into his own hands was merely child's play. However, once it escalated to a war between troops, it became serious. The troops were the foundation of the divine lord's power. They were the source of their strength. Thus, as soon as the Dragon Kingdom deity named Xian reflected his divine kingdom, all the Western deities felt an immediate urge to retreat. Indeed, they did not wish for another divine lord to arise from the Dragon Kingdom. However, they valued their own feathers more and were unwilling to go to great lengths for an uncertain future. If the deities go to war, it will surely shatter the stars and lead to endless calamities. Since you are unwilling to hand over this young man, then so be it. After saying this, Adams cast a deep glance towards the direction of Earth. After all, he is just a young lad with a long road ahead. Whether he can reach our heights in the future is still uncertain. A boundless golden light erupted from Adams. Once the light faded, his figure had vanished. The remaining Western deities exchanged glances before ultimately leaving helplessly. Since Adams chose to retreat, they naturally would not foolishly charge in to become scapegoats. Soon this corner of the cosmos returned to silence. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave. The figure atop the great wall gradually faded. Before disappearing, he turned to cast a deep glance at the middle-aged man named Xian. I will slip away as well. Xian felt a chill run down his spine as his spear transformed into a silver divine dragon, carrying him deep into the starry sky. What a buzzkill. Blowing hot air only to run away when it's really time to fight. We'll take our leave too. The figure dressed in a bright yellow robe also vanished. The other Dragon Kingdom deities remained silent, shaking their heads as they departed. Only an old man in a Taoist robe named Ling remained. He emanated a purple glow from between his brows, and a miniature version of himself emerged from it, gradually growing larger. Whoosh. In the next moment, a figure appeared before Li Feng. Upon seeing the suddenly appearing Taoist elder, Feng Qiong quickly jumped off his flying sword and respectfully bowed. I have met Zhang Tianshi. The buzz-cut middle-aged man also bowed. He looked up to find Li Feng standing still and hurriedly extended his large hand to press Li Feng's head down. At this moment, the lord of Chaoxiong City, accompanied by a group of prominent figures from Chaoxiong City, hurriedly approached Zhang Tianshi and all bowed in greeting. The novice lords and their families in the playground did not recognize Zhang Tianshi, but they knew the city lord. Seeing such a big figure as the city lord bowing, the others also followed suit. Quick rise. Zhang Tianshi waved his hand, then looked Li Feng up and down. After a long moment, he kindly said, Child, do you wish to join Tinglong? Upon hearing this, many people exchanged glances, puzzled. Only a few high-ranking figures who had touched that level changed their expressions dramatically. Tinglong was the top genius collective of the Dragon Kingdom. As the saying goes, dragons rise from the abyss, soaring to the heavens. Anyone who could enter Tinglong was indeed the best of the best. Once entering Tinglong, one would not only receive guidance from powerful lords, but also gain access to various precious resources, troops, and items. Even top-tier treasures such as war artifacts could be obtained. It is said that over half of the geniuses who emerged from Tinglong became top lords, and several divine lords also originated from Tinglong. Beside him, Li Wuchang's breathing quickened. He had heard whispers of Tinglong before, but he never expected that his nephew would have a chance to enter it one day. He looked at Li Feng, eagerly hoping he would agree. I do not wish to. A crisp voice rang out in the playground. In an instant, everyone widened their eyes, staring blankly at Li Feng. Brat, what nonsense are you spouting? This is a rare opportunity. Quickly take back what you just said. Li Wuchang could no longer hold back, and raised his hand to deliver a light smack to Li Feng's head. Li Feng winced in pain, but remained steadfast. Zhang Tianshi did not get angry at Li Feng's rejection, instead smilingly asked, "Can you tell me your reason?" Li Feng nodded and said, "I do not like being unfree." Upon hearing this, the group of prominent figures beside him couldn't help but twitch their mouths. For this reason. What nonsense was that? Tenglong was highly coveted, and many prominent figures were envious, wishing to place their descendants into it, but found no way in. Unexpectedly, what they dreamt of was outright rejected by Li Feng for a reason that hardly counted. After saying this, Zhang Tianshi patted Li Feng on the shoulder and vanished with Fang Qiong. "Tianshi, is this really okay?" At the top of a tall building, Fang Qiong looked at Zhang Tianshi with confusion. After saying this, Zhang Tianshi patted Li Feng on the shoulder and vanished with Fang Qiong. "Tianshi, is this really okay?" At the top of a tall building, Fang Qiong looked at Zhang Tianshi with confusion. "He is from the Dragon Kingdom, and that is enough. As for the rest, we do not need to concern ourselves too much." After saying this, Zhang Tianshi clasped his hands behind his back, gazing at the deep sky. Suddenly, as if a thought struck him, he asked, "I remember that the Awakening Ground instance is about to open, right?" Fang Qiong, though confused, nodded. Zhang Tianshi slowly said, "Give him a slot." Upon hearing this, Fang Qiong was shocked, quickly saying, "Isn't this inappropriate? We only received 5 keys to instances this year, and the slots have already been reserved for those geniuses within Tenglong. Now suddenly allocating a slot, those little ones' backing forces might be dissatisfied. Tianshi, after all, Li Feng rejected joining Tenglong. I do not recommend giving him such internal resources." Zhang Tianshi waved his hand and said, "Do not forget, Tenglong is only for cultivating geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom, not for serving a specific family or organization. Even if Li Feng did not join Tenglong, he is still a genius of our Dragon Kingdom and is qualified to receive these resources. Do you understand?" As he finished speaking, Zhang Tianshi cast a cold glance at Fang Qiong. The strong pressure made Fang Qiong's breathing become rapid. He realized that this esteemed Tianshi was angry. Initially, Tenglong was indeed established to nurture the top geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom. However, it has long since some matters are known to these divine lords, they just choose to turn a blind eye. But once it comes to principal issues, they will never tolerate it. Stupid boy, do you know what you have missed? After Zhang Tianshi and Fang Qiong left, Li Wuchang immediately summoned his anger and questioned. Seeing Li Feng with his head down in silence, his own anger gradually subsided. He sighed, "Forget it, you are already an adult, the decision was made by you. Just don't regret it later." In this parallel world, the legal age of adulthood in any country is 16. Congratulations, Li Feng, for ranking first in this novice assessment and bringing glory to our school. After discussions among the school leaders, it has been decided to award you 10 million Longhua coins as a scholarship. At that moment, the principal of the high school approached, grasping Li Feng's hand tightly. The principal, who usually stood high above, was now smiling brightly, unwilling to let go of Li Feng's hand. Even now, he still felt a bit unreal. A genius had actually emerged from his school, startling even the gods. It was not hard to imagine how terrifyingly high Li Feng would reach in the future. And as Li Feng's alma mater, the high school, would naturally bask in the glory, its status rising alongside. It was not hard to imagine how terrifyingly high Li Feng would reach in the future. And as Li Feng's alma mater, the high school, would naturally bask in the glory, 10 million Longhua coins was the highest reward he could offer. This was definitely not a small amount, enough to turn an ordinary person into a millionaire instantly. With a population of 1 billion in Longhua, there would be no more than 100,000 people who could possess assets worth millions. This, sure enough, a gasp of cold air arose. The vast majority were shocked by the principal's grand gesture. At that moment, the city lord of Chaoxiong City also arrived, showering Li Feng with compliments and adopting a very humble demeanor. To become a city lord, one must at least be a 9th-tier lord. At this stage, he was indeed much stronger than Li Feng. However, Li Feng's future would definitely surpass him, so he dared not act arrogant. Look, the reward from the will of heaven is out. At that moment, a shout attracted everyone's attention. Including Li Feng, everyone looked towards the glowing screen. Ranking of Area No. 023 Novice Assessment, ranking first place. Li Feng, Disaster Controller Reward, Mythical Building Blueprint 1, 7th Tier Unit Blueprint 1, 7th Tier, Gem, 1 Teleportation Scroll 100. 73rd place. Sun Yun Super Cute Elf Reward, Legendary Building Blueprint 1, 5th Tier Unit Blueprint 1, 5th Tier, Gem, 1 Teleportation Scroll 20. All these rewards would be directly sent to the personal backpacks of each lord. However, on Earth, personal backpacks, to view the specific building blueprints, one would have to wait until entering the Endless Continent again. In addition, there are the 7th Tier Unit Blueprints and Gems. The second 7th Tier Unit was also obtained. After leaving the Novice Assessment, those second-generation lords would receive family resource support, significantly boosting their strength. However, even some top-tier families typically only provide a few 7th Tier Unit altars to their descendants. After all, the higher the tier of the unit altar, the more precious it is. Even top-tier families cannot produce a large number of high-tier units for their descendants all at once. After all, a family needs hundreds of years to accumulate enough resources to train their successors. And a family that has accumulated resources for several hundred years would have thousands, or even tens of thousands of people. Therefore, unless an extremely remarkable heir emerges, even a top family cannot afford to nurture all their descendants at any cost. Li Feng, on the other hand, did not need to rely on anyone, and had already obtained 2 7th-tier units, enough to rival the descendants of top-tier families. As for the final teleportation scroll, by simply inputting a coordinate, one could disregard distance and instantly teleport to the destination. The endless continent is vast and continues to expand endlessly. For lords with significantly different ages, relying solely on their own journey to reach each other's territories would be futile. This is where teleportation scrolls come into play. Thus, the month-long novice assessment finally came to a conclusive end. Li Wuchang took Li Feng and left. As they passed in front of Wang Yong, Li Wuchang suddenly smiled broadly. "Wang Yong, my nephew is doing well, right?" As he spoke, he patted Wang Yong's shoulder. Previously, he had been humiliated, though he did not express it outwardly. He was extremely frustrated inside. He never expected Li Feng to be so impressive that he regained face in front of Wang Yong. Wang Yong's face turned dark, and he was left speechless. He merely shot a fierce glare at Wang Chun before quickly leaving. He did not possess the same composure as Li Wuchang. Staying longer would risk him losing control. Huh? Li Wuchang laughed heartily. All his frustration dissipated as he returned home with Li Feng. "Xiao Feng, did you awaken an S-grade talent?" Upon returning home, Li Wuchang eagerly asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Having once been a high-tier lord himself, he knew a thing or two. It would be impossible for Li Feng to secure first place in the novice assessment solely relying on the big needle bee. He shattered the record with 365 million points. Thus, in his view, Li Feng could only have awakened an S-grade talent. S-grade achievement was impossible, and SS grade was too high for him to imagine, so he firmly believed that Li Feng had awakened an S-grade talent. "Yes, I awakened an S-grade talent, blessing of the insect god, and along with some good luck, I activated a special relic and gained tremendous benefits." Li Feng nodded, speaking calmly. "An SS-grade talent is far too extraordinary, though anyone who awakens it inevitably becomes a deity, and a powerful one at that. Once it becomes known that he awakened an SS-grade talent, it will undoubtedly cause a huge upheaval. It might even trigger a divine war. This is far more shocking than earning 365 million assessment points. After all, while 365 million points are terrifying, awakening an S-grade talent plus activating a special relic is something outsiders can accept. For 500 years, the Lord of God had been a living example. He did not awaken any talent, and even his unit was merely a 4th-tier bloodthirsty bat. Yet because he accidentally activated a special relic, he ultimately amassed over 50 million assessment points, winning the top spot and setting a record that had not been broken for 500 years. Thus, Li Feng had long made up his mind. Whenever anyone asked, he would say he awakened an S-grade talent and was fortunate enough to activate a special relic. Sure enough, Li Wuchang firmly believed what Li Feng said, marveling at his luck. Their conversation, as expected, fell into the ears of several influential figures who were eavesdropping. And all of this was within Li Feng's calculations. His words were not only meant for Li Wuchang, but also for those hidden in the shadows. Haika City, a beautiful mountain located on the outskirts. Here it is a source of pride for the locals of Haika City, a place frequently discussed during tea breaks and meals. In the grand scheme of the Dragon Kingdom, Jinxia Mountain is not particularly famous. Yet for the locals of Haika City, it is a sacred place. This is solely because a top-tier family's ancestral land is situated within Jinxia Mountain. Over the centuries, this mountain has given rise to one powerful lord after another. At the summit of Jinxia Mountain stands a massive estate sprawling across a vast area. Within the estate, ancient pavilions stand tall. Some of these pavilions are nestled against the mountainside, some stand before cliffs, while others are built within bamboo groves. He Wei's home is located in a 3-story pavilion. He Wei is not an ordinary descendant of the He family, but an important heir of this generation. With a 6th-tier soldier awakened and an 11 talent, he is a rare genius in the history of the He family. Half a month ago, he was expelled from the Endless Continent along with 4 other fated individuals. This incident not only shook the world, but also triggered an earthquake of magnitude 18 within the He family. Countless high-ranking members of the He family were alarmed. At this moment, within He Wei's home, a group of senior members gathered. The oppressive atmosphere enveloping the room made it difficult for the younger generation present to breathe. At this moment, a middle-aged beauty seated at the head of the table spoke up, asking He Wei, "Are you certain? Is the Li Feng who expelled you the same as the one from Superhero City?" He Wei immediately looked over, his expression filled with reverence. This middle-aged beauty is the current head of the He family, the direct granddaughter of the family's ancestor, and a powerful 12th-tier lord. He Wei stood with his hands lowered, respectfully replying, "Yes, esteemed head of the family, the names and territory match." The middle-aged beauty nodded, her authoritative gaze sweeping across the room before asking, "Everyone present is a pillar of the He family. What are your thoughts?" Upon hearing this, a gaunt old man scoffed, a mere lowly commoner daring to expel the He family's contemporary heir from the Endless Continent, making the He family a laughingstock, deserves to die. The old man known as He Yu is the nephew of the He family's ancestor, and has a higher seniority than the middle-aged beauty. At this moment a boy who appeared to be only 15 or 16 shook his head, and said, "Third uncle, I think you are getting old and confused. That little fellow has already drawn the attention of the divine beings. If we act against him it could bring catastrophic disaster to the family. That figure from Longhu Mountain is not one to provoke." The rest of the He family's senior members nodded in agreement, clearly more in favor of the boy's opinion. The old man immediately became displeased, exclaiming, "So you mean we should swallow this anger? They've publicly slapped us in the face, and you expect us to bear it?" As the old man's words rang out, everyone fell silent. "You ancestor esteemed elders, he is merely a commoner. Why must we trouble the elders? Not only would this leave us with the reputation of bullying the weak, but it could also provoke the wrath of the divine." At that moment a young man standing beside He Wei suddenly spoke. Seeing the group turn to look at him, he immediately bowed respectfully. "Esteemed elders, according to the news I just gathered, this commoner merely stumbled upon a special ruin by chance, allowing him to shine in the early stages. Now that the novice assessment has concluded, he will officially enter the endless continent. How can a mere commoner without background compare to our illustrious He family? I suggest we provide He Wei with more resources to help him grow stronger quickly, and then he can personally reclaim our honor. This way we can showcase the strength of the He family and restore our face, and being a competition among contemporaries, I believe the figure from Longhu Mountain won't have much to say." The young man known as He Shang is a descendant of the He family from 5 years ago, possessing extraordinary strength among the younger generation, making him the most outstanding among them. It is precisely for this reason that he is qualified to attend as an observer. A group of high-ranking members exchanged glances, ultimately agreeing to He Shang's suggestion. Meanwhile, at the ancestral grounds of the Feng family, Feng Xiong privately met with Feng Song. Upon learning that he had added Li Feng as a friend and reached a cooperative intent, he was immediately overjoyed. Feng Xiong privately met with Feng Song. Upon learning that he had added Li Feng as a friend and reached a cooperative intent, he was immediately overjoyed. Such items are treasures in the eyes of ordinary lords, rare to find. But for Feng Xiong it was just an ordinary tool. He naturally felt no reluctance. Feng Song left with great satisfaction. Because of his connection with Li Feng, he was not only personally received by the ancestor, but also obtained more resource support, which was a series of fortunate events. This made him even more determined to build a good relationship with Li Feng. On this day an unusual calm was not destined. New novice lords emerge every year, and this year's particular strength stands out. Although Li Feng's 365 million assessment points dominate the field, many powerful novice lords are rising from various nations. Among them several individuals have even surpassed the 100 million mark. This has shocked the whole world, and everyone is paying attention. Furthermore, some media claim that this is a brilliant era and surely divine lords will emerge among these young individuals. Some organizations even conducted a ranking based on the situations of a few individuals. This year has seen many outstanding young talents, and these organizations primarily listed 100 individuals. This ranking is also known as the World Monstrous Talent List. Rank 1 Free Federation John Thompson, Awakened Soldier Type 6th Tier Diamond Earth Dragon, Awakened Talent S Level Details, Unknown Novice Assessment Battle Record. Rank 2 Sakura Country Miyamoto Haida, Awakened Soldier Type 6th Tier. Rank 3 Bear Country Ivanov, Awakened Soldier Type 6th Tier. Rank 10 A Dragon Kingdom, Li Feng, Awakened Soldier Type 1st Tier Big Needle B Awakened Talent S Level Blessing of the Insect God Novice Assessment, 1st place points. These organizations truly deserve to be world-class institutions. They managed to gather such extensive information in just a few hours. Hundreds of prodigies from around the world. However, they managed to collect so much comprehensive news. Regarding Li Feng's ranking there was much controversy. Some believe that Li Feng's assessment points are unprecedented and his achievements are quite remarkable, thus, he should rank first. But others argue that Li Feng awakened merely the most useless Big Needle B soldier type, and that his impressive results are due to luck in opening a special ruin. His place at 10th is already inflated, and he should be expelled from the top 10 rankings. Online and offline discussions about Li Feng are fervent and continuous. As the person involved, Li Feng also saw this ranking that same night. He secretly thought to himself as expected. The words he had previously spoken to Li Wuchang were indeed overheard, but otherwise this ranking would not have featured the S-level talent blessing of the insect god, nor the suspicion of having entered a special ruin. On the morning of the next day, Li Feng woke up from a beautiful dream. After a month, he once again enjoyed a good night's sleep in his own room. Although the large bed in the castle was softer and more comfortable, he had lived in this room for over a decade, and still found it much cozier. After getting up, Li Feng had breakfast with Li Wuchang. He did not mention the Lord's origins. He planned to give his uncle a huge surprise later. Xiaofeng, always remember what I told you, the most dangerous thing in the Endless Continent is not the monsters in the wild, but other lords. This time after entering the Endless Continent your beginner protection period will completely end. You must be very careful, you have refused all attempts to recruit you, so no one will be there to protect you. Do not provoke the members of those powerful factions. Perhaps they are not your opponents, but as the saying goes, if you strike down the small the big will come. Behind them, there are even stronger lords who might expel you from the endless continent at any moment. I was expelled in this very manner. Li Wuchang solemnly warned him. He had repeated this many times since last night. Although he knew it was for his own good, Li Feng found it overwhelming and felt like running away. Just then a phone call came in, unexpectedly rescuing Li Feng. Upon answering, he heard the principal's cheerful voice. The principal informed Li Feng that the amount of 10 million was too large, and that the various application procedures would take several days. He hoped Li Feng could be patient. At the same time, he flattered Li Feng indirectly, and hoped that Li Feng could grace the Lord's festival next year. Although he was sending money to Li Feng, he spoke in such a humble manner that it made Li Feng feel a bit embarrassed. Li Feng had to agree to attend the school event at next year's Lord's festival. Immediately the principal on the other end was overjoyed and laughed heartily as he hung up the phone. Xiao Feng, you are young and easily dazzled by some honors in front of you, but remember, what they are praising is your future, not your present. You cannot become complacent. You must seize the time to become stronger. Otherwise, everything you have now is hollow. Seeing Li Feng hang up the phone, Li Wuchang reminded him again. Li Feng nodded in understanding, saying, I understand, uncle. After bidding farewell to Li Wuchang, Li Feng prepared to return to the endless continent. Once he became a formal lord, he would no longer need external assistance to open the teleportation portal. A mere thought would allow him to travel back and forth between Earth and the endless continent. With a thought, a small vortex appeared at the center of Li Feng's brow. Following this, his entire body distorted strangely before being entirely absorbed into the small vortex. After watching Li Feng leave, Li Wuchang sighed deeply. Over the years, he had played both father and mother, raising Li Feng from a young child to this age. Seeing Li Feng step into a more dangerous realm, how could he not worry? In the endless continent, under normal circumstances, lords do not die. The worst case is that their lord's altar is destroyed and they are expelled from the endless continent. But this is not absolute. Some special items can directly kill a lord, making them unable to revive. This is also the fundamental reason he urged Li Feng not to offend members of powerful factions. Ordinary lords might not possess such special items. However, those powerful factions definitely do. It's just that these special items are extremely rare and are one-time use items. Not everyone has the qualifications to be targeted. If Li Feng were just an ordinary lord, Li Wuchang wouldn't worry. But on the contrary, Li Feng was too dazzling, even recognized by the entire world as one of the top-tier geniuses. Once Li Feng offends those powerful factions, to eradicate the root cause, they would certainly use those special items. A strange vortex appeared. Following this, Li Feng's figure expanded amidst the distortion before finally manifesting. As soon as he steadied himself, a prompt echoed in his mind. Welcome back to the endless continent. From today on, you are a formal novice lord. Please feel free to explore this. At this moment, a large gray ant approached. It was Mint, whom Li Feng had appointed as the castle steward. During the novice assessment period, Mint had diligently managed the castle, keeping everything in order. Li Feng had always been very reassured about this steward. As soon as he arrived, Mint prostrated on the ground, apologizing to Li Feng. Amidst Mint's series of sounds, Li Feng understood its meaning. It was about the Lord Wang Chang he had previously captured going missing. Mint believed it was its negligence and came to apologize to Li Feng. In this regard, Li Feng did not blame Mint. After the novice assessment ended, no matter where the Lord was, they would be unconditionally teleported back to Earth. This was beyond their control. Upon reappearing, they would only show up at their respective lords' altars. Li Feng was not concerned about Wang Chang's disappearance. The coordinates for the novice assessment were arranged according to each competition area. Now officially entering the endless continent, the territory's coordinates would naturally change. It would be utterly impossible to find Li Feng's territory using the previous directions. Li Feng, currently, he had a total of 29 heroes within his territory. These heroes possessed intelligence that rivaled or even surpassed that of humans. Thus, even if Li Feng were to leave for a day, everything in the castle would remain in order. After watching Mint depart, he eagerly took out a blueprint from his backpack. Tower of Creation level mythic effect units and heroes entering the corresponding tower layer can continuously gain experience points and have a chance to break through their inherent quality, raising their potential limit. The highest limit is mythic. Li Feng took a sharp breath, astonished. This Tower of Creation was no less impressive than a mythical tavern, and perhaps even surpassed it. After all, a mythical tavern does not always recruit mythical heroes. The chance is only 1 in a million. Yet this Tower of Creation can cultivate troops and heroes at no cost. An epic hero who spends a long time in the Tower of Creation might suddenly experience an epiphany. The same applies to troops. A 6th-tier troop that lingers in the Tower of Creation might break through to 7th tier. Moreover, they were extremely precious, but the subsequent 3 types of materials were all mythical grade. Moreover, they were extremely precious and difficult to obtain, even with money. Li Feng shook his head helplessly, murmuring, "It seems he already guessed my predicament." Just then he received a message. Upon opening it, he saw a voice call initiated by Feng Song. As soon as he connected, Feng Song's voice came through instantly. "Crazy man, you finally logged in. I've been waiting for you for so long." After adding each other as friends, in just a few days Feng Song traversed the journey that would typically take a normal person several months, or even years, if one were to discuss the secret behind it. It was thick skin, and still more thick skin. By the way, I heard you declined to join. However, I guess you're currently worried about the resources for a mythical grade building. This time I returned home, I begged my elders to secure 30 million units of basic resources for you. I've sent them along with the Lord's essence. Aren't I a good brother? Fong Song spoke rapidly and enthusiastically. After saying this, he reclined in a grand armchair, chuckled. His influence wasn't that great. Begging his elders could not easily procure 30 million units of basic resources. In reality, Fong Qiong was aware that Li Feng had refused to join Tenglong, and specifically took resources from his private stock to give to Fong Song for Li Feng. As an ancient being who had lived for over 1,000 years, Fong Qiong was well aware of Li Feng's needs. However, no matter how cunning Fong Qiong was, he could not have anticipated that his descendant would be so calculating as to take all the credit for the favor. This was indeed a case of borrowing flowers to offer to the Buddha. If Fong Qiong were to find out, he might just clean house. Isn't it too much? With such a large sum of resources, aren't you afraid I might not pay you back later? Li Feng hesitated. This resource was not a trivial amount. As the saying goes, a short hand is soft when taking from others. He dared not accept these resources lightly, fearing hidden traps. What's there to worry about? We are brothers who share life and death. I trust your character, and I also believe in your strength. Even without my support, you can quickly gather 30 million units of basic resources. Fong Song's tone was filled with indifference towards the resources along with trust in Li Feng. Of course, his earlier words were mere banter. Having known Li Feng for only a few days, how could he genuinely trust his character? But as he stated later, he believed in Li Feng's strength, thus these resources were an investment in him. He was convinced that every investment made now would yield tenfold, or even 100-fold returns in the future. Li Feng remained silent for a moment. He wasn't a naive newcomer. He quickly understood Fong Song's intentions. This resource was an olive branch extended to him, as well as an investment in his future. Having realized this, he felt a sense of relief in his heart. Li Feng was not one to be overly sentimental, and promptly said, "All right then, I won't stand on ceremony, and will accept it." Ha ha ha, now that's more like it. After a hearty laugh, Fong Song continued, "I guess you're still worried about mythical grade materials and mythical grade gems. What I'm about to say next will definitely be of great help to you." Hearing this, Li Feng's eyes lit up, signaling Fong Song to continue. "Here's the thing, although you declined to join Tenglong, Zhang Tianshi holds you in high regard and has decided to offer you a slot for a special instance. My ancestor specifically asked me to notify you. My ancestor said that this is a world-class instance that contains immense opportunities for creation. You can obtain the mythical grade materials and mythical grade gems you desire, provided you don't get eliminated beforehand." Fong Song finished in one breath. The more Li Feng listened, the brighter his eyes became. He had just been preparing to slowly accumulate resources over time, and then find a mysterious merchant to exchange for mythical grade resources. He never expected that before he could even take action, a turning point had seemingly appeared. "Li Feng, I must remind you that this year Lungwa's luck has been poor, securing only 5 slots. You'll be facing 95 foreign genius lords, most of whom are likely to enter from the monster list. There will definitely be fierce battles, so be cautious." Fong Song offered one last piece of advice, leaving Li Feng with a coordinate. The location of that This special instance was located in a specific area of the Endless Continent. Even with the instance key, one must go in person to enter. Afterward, the two chatted for a while longer before ending the voice call. "Does it open in 7 days?" That was the activation time of the special dungeon as told to him by Fong Song. Before ending the call, Fong Song also shared additional information with Li Feng. The newly released World Prodigy list featured over half of its ranked geniuses slated to enter that special dungeon. Encounters among them would inevitably erupt into brutal life-or-death clashes. Li Feng had shattered the score record, amassing a staggering 365 million points, drawing intense attention from across the realm. Several prodigies on the list had publicly issued warnings should they meet Li Feng on the Endless Continent, they would weigh their options carefully. Some even harbored innate hostility toward Longwa, such as prodigies from the Free Federation or Sakura Nation. A few went so far as to declare Li Feng unworthy of sharing the prodigy list with them, vowing to crush him utterly and expel him from the list entirely. Fong Song thus warned Li Feng with certainty if they crossed paths inside the special dungeon, those prodigies would target him without hesitation, and urged him to remain vigilant. Li Feng heeded Fong Song's counsel. These prodigies were no ordinary lords. 1 or 2 could be dismissed, but in numbers, even a powerhouse like Li Feng risked catastrophic failure. After all, global institutional analyses suggested that more than half of the top 20 prodigies possessed S-rank aptitudes, a truly terrifying prospect. A lord awakened with an S-rank aptitude was hailed as sovereign, a rarity occurring only once every decade, or even longer. Yet this year such geniuses emerged like spring bamboo shoots after rain, prompting media worldwide to dub it the Radiant Golden Age, a phenomenon unprecedented in Terra's millennia-long history. Nonetheless, the sheer influx of prodigies diffused attention away from Li Feng, sparing him from standing too conspicuously above the rest. Having finished his reflections, Li Feng turned his gaze toward the Crimson Tavern nearby. Whoosh! In the next instant he materialized before the Crimson Tavern. Body-shifting techniques were nothing short of divine gifts for the indolent. Previously, when attempting to recruit heroes, he had been forcibly teleported back to Terra. He pushed open the gilded salon door. Tinkling. A delicate wind chime at the entrance swayed softly, emitting a clear crystalline chime. The moment he stepped inside, Li Feng found himself enveloped in boundless void. Then a cold mechanical voice resonated. Select the hero race you wish to recruit: human, beast, beastman, goblin, insectoid, undead, dragonborn, elf. Li Feng murmured softly, insectoid. After paying 1 million gold coins, the void gradually dissolved, and the surrounding scene solidified into tangible reality. Soon Li Feng stood within a uniquely grand tavern. Its scale dwarfed ordinary taverns by hundreds, or even thousands, of times. The dominant motif was crimson vaulted ceiling, ambient lighting, flooring, all bathed in deep red. It was a perfect embodiment of the name Crimson Tavern. Within its vast expanse, crimson-hued insectoid waiters glided seamlessly among patrons. They served thick, viscous, vividly hued elixirs to insectoid heroes seated throughout the tavern. As a mythic tier tavern, each recruitment summoned no fewer than 10, and no more than 20, heroes. Their quality was predetermined upon recruitment, the sole variable being their racial affiliation. Whether due to it being his first recruitment or sheer fortune, this time yielded the maximum count: 20 heroes, and their quality. The pinnacle, mythic tier. 20 mythic tier heroes stirred Li Feng's deepest longing. He longed to claim them all. Alas, he could take only one. Li Feng scanned the surroundings. To his left, a 100-meter-long centipede tore savagely at a black ox towering several dozen meters high, all while guzzling a bizarre emerald green ale bubbling ominously. Before him, a scorpion with a diameter of 100 meters conversed in shrill chittering tones with an insectoid bartender. A ghost, a demon scorpion kin to Li Feng's first insectoid hero Skarna, though immeasurably larger. In that instant, the other 19 insectoid heroes paled into insignificance. Li Feng saw only the primordial space beetle. Across all primordial space beetle. Li Feng gasped aloud. As a unit, the primordial space beetle ranked among mythic tier troops. As a hero, it was exclusively mythic tier. In that instant, the other 19 insectoid heroes paled into insignificance. Li Feng saw only the primordial space beetle. Across all races, any entity mastering spatial manipulation was invariably mythic tier, no exceptions. And among mythic tier units, or heroes, those who wielded space itself stood unchallenged at the apex. Without hesitation, Li Feng selected the primordial space beetle. Upon confirmation, the surroundings faded once more. Only the silhouette of the primordial space beetle remained steadfast. Soon Li Feng and the beetle reappeared within the void. A colossal transdimensional portal opened. Li Feng departed the Crimson Tavern alongside the primordial space beetle. Chitter, chitter, chitter. Back on the second floor of his castle, the primordial space beetle approached Li Feng and knelt low, its mountainous form pressing reverently to the ground. Rise. Li Feng gently tapped its silvery carapace, signaling that no formal obeisance was required. Thrilled, he opened the primordial space beetle's information panel. Primordial space beetle. Name: Spurth. Race: insectoid. Tier: mythic hero. Rank: tier 1. Health: 20000. Attack: 2000. Defense: 1000. Skills. Spatial Dominion. Spurth is blessed by space itself. Born with innate command over spatial energy, enabling effortless manipulation at will. Spatial Essence. Spurth possesses primordial spatial essence capable of amplifying any space-affiliated unit, the magnitude and duration of enhancement varying per unit. Insectoid Aegis. As a mythic tier insectoid hero, Spurth empowers all insectoid troops, up to 1 million units simultaneously. As a mythic tier hero, Spurth's prowess was beyond dispute. Even at tier 1, his base attributes surpassed those of an equivalent tier epic hero by more than double. Upon reaching his ultimate form, he would rival divine lords themselves. Even divine lords rarely commanded more than a handful of mythic tier heroes. Li Feng, still in his nascent stage, already possessed one. News that would ignite envy across countless realms. Spurth's first skill granted mastery over spatial energy, offensive, defensive, or supportive, enabling fluid, intuitive application of spatial forces. His second skill, in essence, amplified any entity possessing spatial attributes, be it troop, hero. Nodding in satisfaction, Li Feng retrieved a blueprint. The 7th tier troop schematic awarded for ranking first in the trial. It depicted an undead unit, Shadowbone Spike. Designed as an assassin unit, it possessed stealth capabilities, capable of slipping unseen through armies to decapitate enemy commanders in silence. Li Feng activated his innate talent, converting the schematic into an insectoid variant. The resulting unit retained full stealth proficiency, still an assassin-class troop. Shortly thereafter, a sepulchral troop, Altar, rose beside the 7-colored star Ladybug. You have produced 10 shadow scorpions, consuming 5000 gold coins. Moments later, 10 scorpions manifested, ethereal yet palpable. His mirror replication talent activated. 10 became 100. True to its assassin nature, the shadow scorpion was diminutive, no larger than a clenched fist. Many tier 1 insectoid troops dwarfed it in size, yet bulk was antithetical to assassination. Shadow scorpion. Race: insectoid. Rank: 7th tier unit. Level 1. Health 80000. Attack 15000. Defense 5000. Skill Stealth. The Shadow Scorpion suppresses its aura, concealing its form, and entering stealth mode. In stealth mode, movement speed is reduced by 50, and any damage taken is reduced by 50. Attacking or being attacked will cause it to exit stealth mode. Shadow Strike. The Shadow Scorpion swiftly lashes its tail, inflicting significant damage on the enemy. If the Shadow Scorpion attacks while in stealth mode, the damage is doubled. Ambush. If the Shadow Scorpion deals damage from behind, the damage is also doubled. Truly a skill befitting an assassin. All three skills can be deemed assassination techniques. Approaching the enemy stealthily, and then launching a Shadow Strike. This strike deals double damage. In addition, there is the Ambush passive skill, which doubles damage dealt from behind the enemy. This means that ideally the Shadow Scorpion can inflict up to quadruple terrifying damage. This damage is already comparable to that of a 9th tier unit. Taking the head of an enemy general amidst 1,000 troops is no joke. Especially since the Shadow Scorpion is not too large, it can easily weave through gaps between enemy units. Unpreventable. After reviewing the information on the Shadow Scorpion, Li Feng felt both delighted and cautious. If he has such units, other lords might also possess them. Next, he needed to find a way to acquire units that could protect him closely. Li Feng immediately thought of the 9th tier unit Born Spirit Tortoise. This is a very special beast type unit. Not only does it have high health and defense, but it can also merge with other beings, sharing its health and defense with them. Li Feng quickly opened the trading market. Now that he has become an official lord, the trading market is no longer limited to a certain arena, but is open to all planetary lords. After searching, he indeed found a lord selling the Born Spirit Tortoise. The price is steep, a full 2,000 gold coins. This is not the price for a unit blueprint, but for a single Born Spirit Tortoise. Looking at this price, Li Feng's face twitched. It was too expensive. Summoning a 9th tier unit only requires 2,000 gold coins. This is equivalent to a 10-fold increase. However, considering its rarity and the fact that summoning a 9th tier unit requires a cooldown of 10 days, even possessing a castle requires a cooldown of 5 days. Taking all of this into account, the price of 2,000 gold coins doesn't seem so outrageous. Li Feng clicked in and found that there were indeed too many buyers. To purchase now, he would need to pay a deposit of 1,000 gold coins, and then wait in line. He looked at the queue, which had already reached 5 digits. If he wanted to cut in line, it would cost a flat price of 2 million gold coins. Damn, this is going to take ages. Li Feng cursed and decisively backed out. Subsequently, he checked multiple times and found that other lords selling the Born Spirit Tortoise had similar situations to the first one. However, this also made Li Feng smell an opportunity. The insect race also has such units, though they are far less famous than the Born Spirit Tortoise. If he could obtain this special insect unit in the future with the insect race's disaster summons having no cooldown, he would make a fortune. After closing the trading market, he opened the chat channel. The chat channel is divided into 2 types. One is the world channel, where all planetary lords can communicate. The second is the regional channel, which covers a vast area, allowing only the lords within this region to communicate with each other. Li Feng clicked into the regional channel. The area he is in is numbered DXG 3074, is showing a total of several million lords. This is the true, endless continent. The earlier novice assessment was merely child's play. From today onward, we will see whether dragons or insects prevail. Those so-called prodigies were just temporarily ahead in the novice assessment. Our cosmic nation has 3 individuals entering the prodigy list this time. It won't be long before they become divine lords. Our cosmic nation is destined to rise and become a prominent power on the planetary stage. What is your cosmic nation compared to us? The great Hiroshi from Sakura Nation is ranked 2nd. He will surely lead us to rise and become a top-tier power. In this novice assessment, the most dazzling one is our Dragon Nation's Li Feng. Additionally, we have 5 other lords on the prodigy list. This is a prosperous era for our Dragon Nation. Boastful as ever, if that Li Feng has the guts, let him come out, and see if our John from the Free Federation won't make him. What trash John? I've never heard of him. My Ivanov from Bear Nation is the strongest. Shut up. My prodigy from the Sun Never Sets is the strongest. No one else holds a candle to him. Nonsense, let's have a contest if you're capable. The regional channel was filled with the chatter of lords from various countries. Not only boasting about their own countries, but also belittling others. The atmosphere was quite charged. The conflicts between nations have always existed, enduring year after year. If it weren't for the presence of stronger external enemies, the countries of the planetary realm would have already erupted into wars of annihilation. This DXG 3074 area is newly established this year. For the coming year, outsiders cannot enter, preventing seasoned lords from competing for resources with us novices. During this year, I must seize the opportunity to harvest resources and develop quickly. I have not joined any organizations or factions, and after a year I will surely be targeted by various major organizations and factions. Li Feng muttered to himself, then quickly ascended to the watchtower on the 3rd floor of the castle. Soon troops of unit, 1,000,000 needle bees were divided into 30 squads, each led by a hero. 29 squads were responsible for exploring the map, while the chief steward remained at the base to guard it. As for Li Feng, he also wanted to stretch his muscles and decided to personally lead a squad. This time he chose to have it was also a good opportunity to test Spite's strength. Soon the 29 squads of units set off in grand formation. Just as they left the castle, Li Feng noticed a horde of ferocious monsters rushing toward the wall. This was a group of third-tier ferocious rabbits numbering over 100. Such a number was nothing to Li Feng. He was just about to test Spite's strength when he unexpectedly found monsters delivering themselves to him. Li Feng patted Spite's silver-white shell and said, "Spite, it's your turn." Swish, 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 swish. Upon receiving the order, Spite immediately sprang into action. A series of half-meter-long crescent-shaped spatial blades shot out, hitting each ferocious rabbit accurately. Your hero has killed a ferocious rabbit. Your hero gained a small amount of experience, and you received 10 gold coins. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Feng nodded. Clearly this was the application of the skill known as spatial power. Just as Li Feng was about to issue an order for the giant needle bees to carry back the corpses of the ferocious rabbits, Spite continued to activate his skill. One by one, silver human hands appeared, scooping up all the corpses of the ferocious rabbits and bringing them before Li Feng. Li Feng marveled, how convenient. Subsequently, he and Spite together began to dissect the corpses of the ferocious rabbits. After completing this, Li Feng led the team onward. After walking just a few hundred meters, he discovered another group of monsters, several hundred fourth-tier monsters, with a few fifth-tier monsters mixed in. Moreover, from the hints of the kills, it was evident that the other teams were also encountering various monsters. Some teams had even discovered several mineral veins and were frantically gathering resources. In addition, they had gathered a small amount of wild-grown vegetables, fruits, and even spiritual herbs. This truly was the endless continent where resources were abundantly plentiful. At the same time, Li Feng began to understand why the novice assessment lasted for a month. If novice lords were directly teleported to the endless continent, the probability of the novice lords being completely wiped out would undoubtedly exceed 99%. Only a few lords like Li Feng could develop within the short 3-day protection period. After advancing 20 to 30 kilometers, Li Feng saw a cave. Inside that cave, he had killed a third-tier elite monster, a druid, and also achieved the first kill of a world boss. Originally, this cave was only 1 or 2 kilometers away from his castle. Now, due to the terrain being extended, it was unexpectedly 30 kilometers apart. The reason he could recognize this cave at a glance was primarily because Li Feng had left a giant needle bee inside the cave. At that time, he thought that if the cave refreshed an elite monster or a world boss one day, he would be able to know immediately. Unfortunately, a month had passed, and there had been no activity in this cave. However, Li Feng did not recall the giant needle bee allowing it to continue guarding the cave. Perhaps one day there would be a delightful surprise. Li Feng led the team eastward. Along the way, he had killed thousands of monsters, and the gold he collected from just his team exceeded 100,000. Not to mention he had as many as 29 teams like this. It could be said that now at every moment he was receiving a massive influx of gold and resources. This couldn't help but make him exclaim that this place was simply paradise, as the resources were overwhelmingly abundant. In contrast, the regional channel was filled with countless lords complaining about their hardships. Monsters surrounded their territories high in numbers and rank, causing them to suffer immensely. Although they had gained some resources and gold in the morning, their troop losses were significant. Income minus expenditure was almost equivalent to working in vain. Additionally, on the school's communication channel, many people tagged Li Feng seeking support. However, Li Feng ignored all of this. Firstly, he wasn't that familiar with them. Secondly, he wasn't a kind person. Helping classmates was fine, but only if it was convenient. He wouldn't deliberately take care of them. After being tagged multiple times with no response, a classmate started to sarcastically criticize Li Feng. What first in the novice assessment? What top 10 on the monster list? He's just a heartless bastard. A selfish little person will eventually face retribution. Ugh, I am ashamed to associate with him. As for these comments, Li Feng casually glanced at them without any emotional fluctuation. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the day had passed. Unknowingly, the team, led by Li Feng, had advanced 400 to 500 kilometers. At this moment, he finally stepped out of the valley's range and arrived at a vast green grassland. What he did not know was that shortly after he left the valley, a lord had discovered his whereabouts. Over 100 kilometers away from the valley, there was a castle. At this moment, a dozen or so lords were gathered inside the castle. Among them were those of various colors, clearly from all over the world. They all belonged to a world-class faction, and through the faction's special means, after officially entering the endless continent, their territories had clustered in adjacent areas for convenient joint development and combat. At that moment, a blonde youth excitedly ran in through the door and said, "Everyone, we've found a fat sheep." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look. A black-haired youth asked, "What fat sheep?" If Li Feng were present, he would certainly recognize that this black-haired youth was the lord who had ambushed him on the 4th day of the novice assessment. Due to his brother Qianlong Chun, who had also joined this world-class faction and had become one of the commanders of this small. The other commander was a gray-haired girl, a destined individual who had awakened a 6th-tier troop. The blonde youth glanced at the gray-haired girl, and after she nodded, he began to speak. "Last night, didn't we discover a valley to the west? I had been having my hero keep an eye on it, and just now my hero reported that a large number of troops have come out of the valley. Seeing this, Chun Hu's expression darkened. Although he was one of the commanders of this small team, it was clear that the members did not respect him. It was not because Chun Hu was not strong, on the contrary his Qingyan Tiger was among the top tier and the 5th tier troops. The reason for the disrespect was mainly because he was expelled from the Endless Continent on the 4th day. On the surface no one said anything, but behind his back everyone resented Chun Hu. Li Feng. Every time he thought of Li Feng, Chun Hu gritted his teeth in hatred. He wished he could draw out his tendons, peel off his skin, devour his flesh, and drink his blood. He secretly vowed, I hope I don't run into you. Otherwise I will definitely kill you. Clearly Chun Hu was still unaware of Li Feng's current proud achievements. The moment the novice assessment ended, he had brought the Lord Source given to him by Chun Long into the Endless Continent. This was also why these lords from various countries gathered in this area. Their backing forces had arranged for them to cluster based on Chun Hu's territorial position. At this moment the gray-haired girl Doris asked, how many lords are there and how many troops? The blonde youth hurriedly replied, I didn't see any lords, but in terms of troops there are at least tens of thousands, though they are all just giant needle bees. There shouldn't be any issues. Duosi asked with caution, are you certain your hero did not mistake them? Tens of thousands of great needle bees, not some other bee-type units. She felt puzzled and a little bewildered. Who would summon tens of thousands of such worthless troops as great needle bees? Even second-generation nobles with family fortunes would not waste resources so extravagantly. The blonde youth shook his head decisively and said it is impossible to be mistaken. My hero is a centaur, a born archer. Sight is its finest trait, and I even shared its vision to confirm it myself. A fair-skinned youth of Latin descent spoke up, summoning tens of thousands of great needle bees. This man must be out of his mind. I could single-handedly crush him. He turned to Duosi and requested, let me strike. My rank 5 unit, the red-blood toad, happens to relish feasting on bees and similar small insects. He licked his lips, a bloodthirsty smile on his face. Duosi declined and said slowly, great needle bees in such numbers remind me of one person. Who? Duosi answered, Li Feng, the 10th on the world prodigies list and the Lord of Longhua. The moment she spoke the air fell instantly silent. Everyone exchanged glances. Then many eyes ignited with a fierce light, their blood boiled, and their warlike fervor flared to unprecedented heights. The Latin-descended youth licked his lips with excitement, and said, if it truly is him we stand to gain greatly. The others nodded eagerly. Their organization had indeed placed a massive bounty on Li Feng. Should they capture Li Feng alive, they would receive resources on the scale of billions, epic tavern recruitment slots, blueprints for high-tier units, rare artifacts, and even war treasures. As the saying goes, wealth sways the heart. At that moment the majority had been consumed by greed, and did not pause to consider whether they could truly defeat Li Feng or seize those rewards. Li Feng, is it really you? Unlike the others, Chun Hu harbored no greed, only a burning hatred. Li Feng, is it really you? Unlike the others, Chun Hu harbored no greed, only a burning hatred. At the thought of the promised spoils, Duosi, the gray-haired girl, lost her composure, her breathing quickened, and her proud chest rose and fell. She cast a glance around and asked, shall we strike? The blonde youth nodded. Meat on the plate will not be left to go. Of course we will attack. Count me in. Me too. A dozen or so young lords from various nations all agreed to join the assault. Unexpectedly, he discovered a grove of spiritual fruit trees. In deserts, water yields oases, on the grassland, abundant water forms groves. Half an hour after leaving the valley, Li Feng came upon this grove. At first he had thought it an ordinary stand of trees, but upon entering a fragrant scent greeted him, and the branches hung heavy with fruit of many different hues. Several great needle bees flew down from the trees, plucking fruits of varying colors and presenting them to Li Feng. The fruits were only about the size of a walnut. Tier 1 spiritual fruit. Effect: when a lord consumes one, all attributes increase by 1. A lord can consume up to 10 of them. Beyond that, no further benefit is gained. This was a rare boon capable of amplifying a lord's personal power, though only up to 10 fruits per tier. Of course this applied only to Tier 1 fruits. Spiritual fruits also have tiers like units. Tier 2, Tier 3, and even mythic level fruits exist. Each tier allows consumption of up to 10 fruits, and the higher the tier, the greater the attribute gains they confer. Li Feng detected deeper within the grove the presence of Tier 2 and Tier 3 fruit trees. This discovery promised a sudden leap in his strength. Although such gains might not radically alter his overall standing, the exquisite sensation of growing stronger is one no lord can resist. He was no exception. With that thought, Li Feng plucked a milky white fruit and placed it in his mouth. At the first bite, rich juices exploded, filling his mouth. A faint cream aroma lingered, but more than that, there was a flavor he could not describe. In short, it was delicious, truly exquisite. Far more delectable than the fruits of his spirit field, he began devouring them, eating 10 fruits in quick succession, each a different color. Each fruit offered a unique experience, constantly assaulting his palate. He marveled that books had not lied. The taste of spiritual fruit defied description, as if it belonged only to the heavens. After 10 fruits, his stomach felt uncomfortably full, otherwise he would have eaten more. Just as he was about to command the harvesting of every fruit, a great needle bee flew over, the scout he had dispatched. Within a 3-kilometer radius of his army, Li Feng had sent out more than a dozen scout teams. This scout approached from the left front, where trouble had arisen. He immediately shared that B's vision. In its sight, a black mass of troops sprawled ahead, their numbers at least in the tens of thousands, perhaps approaching 100,000. How could he be so sure they were organized units? Because that army comprised many races, mechanical constructs, humans, orcs, beasts, insects, and the like. A monster horde would never present such a strange mixed assortment. Only an army under a lord could assemble forces so racially diverse. Li Feng ordered the scout to fall back into the main force and close the shared vision. Are they coming for me, or for this grove, he wondered, but he felt no fear. Though their numbers exceeded as half of them were merely Tier 1 units, and not to be feared. Units of the same tier can vary wildly. Li Feng's Great Needle Bees, amplified by 3 war artifacts, each surpassed an ordinary Tier 6 unit. Soon Duosi and the other lords led a large contingent rushing in, and quickly began to flank, surrounding Li Feng's army in front of the grove. Seeing this, Li Feng was sure they were coming for him. If their goal had been the grove, they would not have immediately surrounded him and taken on a posture of siege. At that moment, a host of units stepped forth from the opposing army. Seated atop them were lords of many different... Indeed, they are all giant bees. I never expected someone would summon tens of thousands of such worthless troops. What a peculiar mindset. Are all you people from the Dragon Nation this amusing? At this moment, a yellow-skinned man sitting on the back of a 5th-tier troop spoke. Upon reaching the latter part of his sentence, he couldn't help but tease Chun, who beside him. His words were full of mockery towards Chun, who showing no signs of concealment. Nakamura-saki, do not associate me with those lowly commoners. I am not like them. Chun, who was not the least bit angry at the derision from this lord of the Sakura Nation towards the Dragon Nation. What angered him was that Nakamura-saki included him in that association. Then Chun, who looked towards the densely packed giant bees ahead, his eyes flashing with a cold, murderous intent. He clearly remembered that before entering that misty area he had indeed seen the giant bees, and his Qingyan tiger had even killed several of them. On the way here he learned through several mouths that the one who eliminated him, Li Feng, had initially summoned giant bees. This was unacceptable to him. Naturally, he was eliminated by a useless person who awakened a worthless troop. At this moment, a blonde youth said with joy, I didn't expect an unexpected surprise. There is a grove of spiritual fruits here. So many spiritual fruits are enough for each of us to reach our limits, and the excess can be sold for a large amount of resources. A black lord laughed heartily. Ha ha, it seems even the heavens are aiding us. A group of lords laughed recklessly as if they had already determined that Li Feng was theirs. At this moment, the densely packed giant bees parted, revealing an enormous silver beetle carrying Li Feng. Everyone, what good news has made you so happy? Share it with me, so I can also feel joyful, Li Feng asked with a smile, sitting calmly on the back of the beetle. The blonde youth looked at the beetle, which resembled a small mountain, and couldn't help but change his expression, saying, so big. Could it be a mythic-level hero? Nakamura-saki frowned. I seem to have some impression, but I can't recall it clearly. The other lords also furrowed their brows, trying hard to remember. Even though the insect race has a wide variety, and even if the space ancestor bug is the top-tier insect race, not everyone could recognize it at a glance. After thinking for a while, they decided to stop pondering. Even if it were a mythic-level hero facing their combined strength, it would still be insufficient. Unless this mythic-level hero was of a very high tier. But that was clearly impossible. This area is still a new zone. Even if a big figure would be generous enough to grant a mythic-level troop to future generations, it could only be of the first tier. Anything above that would not be feasible. Therefore, even if this is a mythic-level hero, it would only be of the first tier. Das's focus was primarily on Li Feng. After careful recognition, she affirmed, that's right, it's him. He is Li Feng. Their target was never to kill Li Feng, but to capture him alive. Saying this was also to lower Li Feng's guard lest he choose to commit suicide upon realizing the disadvantage. Nakamura-saki shouted, Dragon Nation person, I advise you to surrender. In that case, I can guarantee with my integrity that I will only plunder your resources and not harm you or your troops. Their target was never to kill Li Feng, but to capture him alive. Saying this was also to lower Li Feng's guard lest he choose to commit suicide upon realizing the disadvantage. If Li Feng were to commit suicide, he would resurrect at the Lord's altar, and their generous rewards would be lost. At this time, Chun Hu also shouted, Li Feng, do you still remember me? The humiliation of you eliminating me in the newbie assessment will be repaid today. Hearing this, Li Feng looked at Chun Hu with a puzzled expression. Who are you? Boom. Chun Hu's rage surged wildly, nearly driving him to explode. During this month, he had been thinking about revenge, viewing Li Feng as his mortal enemy. Yet the other party did not. During this month, he had been thinking about revenge, viewing Li Feng as his mortal enemy. Yet the other party did not even recognize him. Chun Hu roared, shut up. Who are you calling compatriots? A lowly commoner like you is not worthy to be compared with someone of noble blood like me. Li Feng's expression immediately darkened. He could disregard the arrogance of other foreigners as they were enemies. But Chun Hu was the same, displaying such a despicable face. This inevitably reminded him of the previous world he had traversed. Those privileged individuals viewed ordinary people as commoners. A female driver publicly slapped a retired soldier without facing any punishment, displaying an extremely arrogant attitude. There were many such examples in his previous life. His hatred for Dragon Nation people who considered themselves superior even surpassed that of the Sakura Nation people with whom he had a blood feud. The blonde youth arrogantly stated, "Dragon Nation person, stop talking nonsense, and quickly give up your resistance, or don't blame us for being rude." Li Feng sneered, "Rude. A bunch of insignificant mutts daring to boast and bark. Then let's battle." With a whoosh, troops began to surge out from behind Li Feng. They were thousands of flying mantises along with hundreds of explosive muscle mosquitoes, corpse explosion bugs, 7-colored star beetles, and shadow scorpions. His most formidable combat power was naturally carried close at hand. The first to act were the flying mantises. They vibrated, their wings flew out from the army and charged straight into the enemy ranks. Wherever they passed, there was no enemy that could withstand a single blow. All were cut down. With the enhancement of 3 war artifacts and a mythic-level hero, the 6th-tier troops' power reached an extreme level. The giant bees followed closely, swarming into battle. Witnessing this sudden scene, Dosi and the other lords were stunned. What is going on? This is not how the script was written. In their script, they should have been the ones striking with high status, making Li Feng roll. How did it turn into Li Feng striking first? Moreover, those flying mantises were incredibly ferocious, causing their low-tier troops to panic. At this moment, Dosi could no longer maintain her ladylike demeanor, shouting, "Fuck! Kill all of this Dragon Nation." The other lords immediately ordered an attack. At the same time, they retreated towards the rear of the army, protected by their own troops. As lords, they could not place themselves in the dangerous front line to avoid any accidents. At the same time, they felt very displeased that Li Feng dared to take the initiative against them. They would make Li Feng pay the price. Then they were dumbfounded. Impossible, this is unreasonable. The Latin American boy who had previously insisted on single-handedly defeating Li Feng exclaimed in shock, his entire face contorted with disbelief. He had previously boasted that his red-blood toad loved to eat small insects like bees. Consequently, he commanded his 5th-tier red-blood toad to attack Li Feng's giant bee. However, the outcome chilled him to the bone. He watched as the giant bee casually struck a few times, and his red-blood toad. A cold notification echoed in his ears. "Your red-blood toad species has been killed by another lord." The chilling sound of notifications continued to ring in his ears, plunging him into despair. Not just him, but the other 10 or so lords also wore horrified expressions, because they too were hearing similar alarming notifications. War treasure, he possesses a war treasure of 6th tier or above. Finally, one of the lords reacted, letting out a gasp. Capture him alive and make him hand over the war treasure. One lord immediately turned greedy and commanded his troops to charge at Li Feng without a second thought. They wanted to capture Li Feng alive, as one of the rewards offered by their backing forces was the war treasure. In the endless continent, the allure of war treasures for lords was immense. However, this was evidently wishful thinking. The giant bees formed a massive ring around Li Feng, attacking the enemies, while also blocking any troops attempting to assault him. This was merely the first defensive line, and it was the weakest one. Behind the giant bees, hundreds of explosive muscle mosquitoes surrounded Li Feng, serving as a second layer of defense. The third line of defense consisted of 2 7th-tier species, along with the final line of defense, a mythical hero capable of manipulating space. One could say that Li Feng was as secure as a fortress. Too weak. Watching the one-sided slaughter, Li Feng shook his head. At present, his strongest firepower was undoubtedly the 7-colored star beetle, which would harvest enemy troops in swathes once unleashed. Besides that, he also possessed the naturally lethal species shadow scorpion. Once the shadow scorpions acted, the opposing lords would meet a swift demise if they lacked any special means. In other words, as long as Li Feng wished, he could end this absurd war at any moment. However, he refrained from doing so. To Li Feng, these weaklings were simply not worthy of his full effort. Moreover, after killing monsters for so long, it had become rather tedious. Slaying some troops was a delightful diversion. As time passed, the lords finally began to regain their composure. They had no choice but to calm down. Against Li Feng's troops, theirs felt as fragile as paper ruthlessly slaughtered. "Li Feng, we admit defeat. Oh, would you kindly let us go?" At that moment, the gray-haired girl Doris spoke softly. Seeing this, the other lords also chimed in, pleading for mercy. "I don't like how you're acting now. I preferred the defiant demeanor you had moments ago." Li Feng shook his head, expressing, "Li Feng, don't go too far. We are lords of the Tai Alliance. If you dare to kill us, you will be opposing the alliance, and your fate will be dire." One lord mentioned their backing, attempting to threaten Li Feng. Tai Alliance. Li Feng raised an eyebrow, for he indeed recognized this alliance. It was a world-class institution that did not belong to any country. Any world-class institution must have at least one divine lord among its ranks. Having seen these lords of various skin colors, earlier Li Feng had already harbored suspicions. Now it merely confirmed his conjectures. Li Feng recalled the moonlight grass he had consumed earlier. The institution that tested and published its specific values was none other than the Tai Alliance. Li Feng held no fondness for these world-class institutions. They revered bloodline theories, believing themselves to be noble elites, while regarding the remaining 99% of humanity as inferior beings whom they deemed fit to trample upon. Moreover, these world-class institutions had always strived for this objective. Aren't you self-proclaimed elites? How is it that you plead for mercy from someone like me, an inferior being? Li Feng scoffed coldly, his gaze icy. Li Feng, you are different. You share the same noble bloodline as us. If you are willing to join our Tai alliance, the alliance leader will surely meet you personally and grant you abundant resources. Doris chimed in, attempting to entice him. However, it was evident she was unaware that Li Feng had already rejected numerous invitations from countries and world-class institutions before. Otherwise, she would not have stated such a thing. No need for further words, and none of you will escape today. Li Feng was resolute in his intent to eliminate this group. So what if it was a world-class institution? So what if it had divine lords? He could spend the next year developing steadily in this area. He was confident that a year later he would be able to face any top-tier lord, or even a hegemon. As for divine lords, he feared them even less. The moment he became a divine lord, not only would he be expelled by the Earth Star, but he would also be cast out by the Endless Continent. The battlefield of divine lords lay in the vast cosmos. No matter how powerful they were, they could not directly strike at Li Feng. Once Li Feng became a divine lord, if the leader of the Tai alliance dared to provoke him, they would face annihilation. Shen Hu's eyes turned red. Then let's fight him. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. No one dared to respond. They also wanted to fight, but the issue was that they truly couldn't match him. They had attempted several times to breach Li Feng's defenses. Yet the fortitude of that defense left them feeling hopeless. Even if some troops managed to break through the giant bee's line, they would be easily intercepted by the even more powerful explosive muscle mosquitoes. Moreover, they vaguely noticed a group of troops surrounding Li Feng that had yet to make a move. Finally, Doris, who was in command, spoke. Let's flee. This guy is too strong for us. We are simply no match for him. Everyone scatter and escape. As many as can get away should try. Her words evidently held more weight than Shen Hu's. The lords immediately commanded their troops to charge recklessly at Li Feng while they sought to withdraw with their core troops. Want to escape? Did you ask me? Li Feng had been watching them closely and smirked. Whoosh. In the next moment, a swarm of flying mantises surged forth. As sixth-tier flying troops, they were incredibly fast, easily intercepting Doris and the others. The faces of the group turned pale with terror as they helplessly watched their strongest core troops fall to the flying mantises. Shen Hu's expression was one of sheer panic. Although he could be resurrected, the moment of death was too painful, and he truly did not wish to experience it again. He quickly shouted, Li Feng, spare me. Otherwise my brother will definitely not let you go. Li Feng paused, finally recalling Chun Hu as he remembered the line. When Chun Hu was about to be destroyed at the Lord Altar, he had uttered this phrase. However, while he remembered, Li Feng had no intention of sparing him. Swish. The sides of the flying mantises sliced through the air, decapitating all the lords, including Ch. Without the command of the lords, the remaining troops immediately froze in place. Li Feng waved his hand, and the great needle bees surged forward like a splendid wave of death, sweeping towards the remaining troops. This one-sided massacre lasted for about half an hour before finally coming to an end. It concluded with Li Feng's complete victory. 100,000 enemy troops were entirely wiped out by Li Feng. Your troops have slain the mechanical brutal bear species, earning a small amount of experience, and you have gained 25. Your troops have slain the frenzied earth dragon species, earning a small amount of experience, and you have gained 50 gold coins. Li Feng was overjoyed. Among the 100,000 enemy troops, although half were first tier, the other half were almost all above the third tier. This allowed him to earn several 100,000 gold coins. As for losses, only a few hundred great needle bees unfortunately perished. In a war of this magnitude, Li Feng's numbers were still less than a third of the enemies. In this situation, not only did Li Feng wipe out the enemy, but his losses were merely a few hundred first-tier great needle bees, which could already be considered a miracle. It is not an assessment for beginners. He does not need these lords to hoard assessment points for him. Therefore, he decided to directly annihilate them and seize all their existing resources. As for the spiritual fruit forest, it was not going anywhere, so he would deal with it after eliminating the enemy. Soon he spent 2,000 gold coins to outline a teleportation passage. Compared to the gold coins he had just acquired, this expense was negligible. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away from the battlefield, inside a castle, a group of lords had long since revived and gathered in Door's castle. Their lord altars were very close, with the farthest being no more than 500 meters away. Inside the castle, the atmosphere was quite heavy. No one spoke, only angry flames burned in their eyes. More than a dozen of them had joined forces, yet were pushed back by a single person. And it was a yellow-skinned dragon descendant at the bottom of the disdain chain. It was truly a great humiliation. A black girl spoke up, we must take revenge. Anyway, we already know his approximate location. Notify the alliance, and let the veteran lords eliminate him. Upon hearing this, a white girl mocked, so you mean that your intelligence is negative? Don't you know that no outsiders are allowed in the novice area for a year? The black girl became furious, staring fiercely at the white girl. Do you want to fight me? The white girl showed no fear. Let's fight. I'm not afraid of you. Just then Nakayama Saki suddenly said, where is Chun Hu? Why hasn't he come yet? After saying this, she glanced around and calmly said, everyone, I have already informed the alliance and my brother about everything that just happened. My brother said he will come quickly and the Alliance will also send reinforcements. During this time we will focus on steady development, and once the Alliance reinforcements and my brother arrive, we will work together to capture Li Feng alive. As soon as Doris spoke, the black and white girls immediately fell silent. They did not dare to offend Doris. Doris's brother was also a member of the World Prodigy list, ranked quite high at 19th. Just then Nakayama Saki suddenly said, "Where is Chunhu? Why hasn't he come yet?" Upon hearing this, the others realized that one of them was missing. The black girl said, "Don't mind that waste, he's just a piece of trash eliminated in the novice assessment. If it weren't for his brother supporting him, he wouldn't have the right to join us, let alone stand on equal footing with Sister Doris." The other lords twitched their mouths, but remained silent. They already knew that Chunhu had been eliminated by Li Feng. Deep down they questioned whether they would meet the same fate as Chunhu if they encountered Li Feng in the novice assessment. Doris waved her hand, and said, "Everyone go back. Focus on developing in peace for the next few days and wait." Boom. Before she could finish her sentence, a violent explosion rang out. Doris' expression changed, and she quickly led everyone to the observation platform. In an instant, everyone held their breath. One lord murmured, "God, I can't be dreaming right." At this moment, everyone felt cold all over. Their bodies even twitched due to overwhelming fear. A massive army appeared in their sight with a gigantic silver-white beetle prominently visible at the core of the army. The earlier explosion was the defensive measure of Doris and her companions. They possessed a special arrow tower that could release fiery explosive balls. Just now a great needle bee flew past and triggered the defense of the arrow tower. "Not bad, this city defense looks decent." Li Feng surveyed the area and nodded. "Attack the city." In the next moment, he shouted loudly. In an instant, tens of thousands of great needle bees surged out, a dark mass sweeping towards the castle. Boom, 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 boom. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, various defensive structures began to unleash their power. A large number of fiery explosive balls and arrows flew out, aiming to eliminate the great needle bees. But the great needle bees were tough, especially resilient, ignoring the damage and charging straight towards the castle. You destroyed other lords' arrow towers. You gained 200 wood, 200 stone, 200 iron blocks. You destroyed other lords' fiery explosive arrow towers. You gained 500 wood, 500 stone, 500 iron blocks, 50 fiery explosive wood, 1 fiery explosive arrow tower blueprint. After sacrificing over 100 great needle bees, all the arrow towers were completely dismantled. Of course, there were also gains. Over 100 arrow tower blueprints, including 8 fiery explosive arrow tower blueprints. This was an elite-level arrow tower with each fiery explosive ball capable of dealing 1,000 damage to enemies. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to inflict such heavy losses on Li Feng's forces. In this large-scale siege, losing just over 100 first-tier troops was considered a significant loss by Li Feng. If other lords knew Li Feng's thoughts, they would be thoroughly shocked. Damn Chunhu, that bastard, he must have known this would happen beforehand, so he ran away without notifying us. Nakayama Saki gritted her teeth. At this moment, her resentment towards Chunhu far exceeded her resentment towards Li Feng. Just then the great needle bees had already arrived. They attacked the castle madly. In no time the castle was already in ruins. Boom. Ultimately the entire castle collapsed. Boom. Amidst a cacophony of intense noise, the once grand castle began to collapse, massive debris crashing to the ground, sending clouds of dust swirling. You have destroyed the castles of other lords, and you have gained wood 4,000, stone 4,000, 2 iron blocks 4,000, castle blueprint 1. Hearing the notification sound ringing in his ears, Li Feng's eyes brightened. A castle blueprint, what good fortune. This could fetch at least 1,000,000 gold coins at auction. It was highly sought after. Before long the castle, now a heap of ruins, vanished from sight. This is the Endless Continent, a wondrous world where anything that appears unnaturally will gradually disappear once destroyed. With the castle's destruction, various altars previously hidden beneath the second underground layer were exposed to the air. Li Feng immediately spotted the Lord Altar of Duosi. Upon it a radiant glow swirled and fluorescence was drawn from the void. This signified that the Endless Continent was reconstructing Duosi's body, a harbinger of her impending resurrection. Swish! A flying mantis soared above the Lord Altar, its cold blades slicing through the air, effortlessly splitting the Lord Altar in two. You have destroyed the Lord Altar of other lords, and you have gained wood 100, 3120, stone 250, 7432, iron blocks 958674, food 180, 0725, gold coins 135, 5072. So wealthy. Compared to the few fated individuals Li Feng had previously slain, this was immensely richer. However, Li Feng understood. This wealth included rewards from Duosis ranking in the novice assessment along with resources bestowed by her backing forces. Only a day had passed since the novice assessment, and Duosi had yet to fully convert these resources into her. If it had been delayed any longer, perhaps there would have been little left. This was why Li Feng had rushed over at the first opportunity. Unexpectedly, there is legendary level resource. What a delightful surprise. At that moment, a stone crackling with purple lightning appeared in Li Feng's hand. This is a purple thunderstone, a legendary resource. If this purple thunderstone were integrated into a standard arrow tower, it could elevate its quality potentially up to the legendary level. Furthermore, each attack from the arrow tower would carry this purple lightning possessing greater destructive power. Generally constructing these special arrow towers like the Dragon Breath Arrow Tower Li Feng had previously obtained requires corresponding blueprints. But that is for lords lacking a war technology tree. Li Feng possessed a war technology tree allowing him to integrate such special materials into arrow towers without needing any blueprints. This could also be applied to walls. The effect would be the same as if integrated into the arrow towers. You have destroyed the military altar of other lords, and you have gained first-tier military blueprint Goblin Mechanic 1. You have destroyed the military altar of other lords, and you have gained third-tier military blueprint Savage Rabbit 1. Soon all of Duos' military altars were also annihilated by Li Feng. She alone possessed over 30 military altars, contributing to Li Feng 8 first-tier military blueprints, 5 third-tier military blueprints, 3 fourth-tier military blueprints, and 1 fifth-tier military blueprint. Unfortunately, after the 6th-tier military altar was destroyed, it did not yield any military blueprints. 6th-tier military blueprints were considered quite precious resources on the Endless Continent. Even if Li Feng had no use for them himself, he could sell them for several 100,000 gold coins without a problem. Subsequently, Li Feng systematically destroyed the altars of other lords. You have destroyed the Lord Altar of other lords, and you have gained wood 503120, stone 307432, iron blocks 558674, food 801234, gold coins 555072. You have destroyed the Lord Altars of other lords. The altars of these more than 10 lords were almost all clustered together, saving Li Feng a considerable amount of gold. Did someone escape? After dealing with everyone, Li Feng raised his brow slightly. Among those more than 10 people, if others had fled, he might not have noticed. But Chun Hu Li Feng had a significant impression of this fellow from the Dragon Kingdom, who shared the same origin as himself. He then picked up the revenge compass to check. On the compass there were no coordinates present. This situation could arise from 2 possibilities. The first possibility is that Chun Hu's Lord Altar has been destroyed, hence naturally there are no coordinates for him. The second possibility is that Chun Hu used some special means to render the revenge compass unable to detect his coordinates. Li Feng leaned towards the second possibility. After all, the revenge compass is merely a 4th-tier war treasure, not a war artifact. There are many ways to shield the detection of the revenge compass. Li Feng wore a look of regret. What a pity, it doesn't matter that the others escaped, but the one I most wanted to kill is this guy. He left behind a squad of 100 giant hornets to lurk in the vicinity. He now understood that for large powers the source of the Lord was not precious. The other party could return at any time. Li Feng could speculate that the forces behind them would not rest easily. There would surely be more people coming to hunt him down, leaving a squad of giant hornets to monitor this area. They could provide him with an early warning at a critical moment. As for food, Li Feng had no concerns at all. The giant hornets were essentially bees capable of feeding on pollen. The abundance of flowers and plants here ensured they would never go hungry. After completing all this, Li Feng led the main force back through the teleportation portal. He needed to deal with that grove of spiritual fruit trees. When the time comes, planting them all in his spiritual field would be another significant financial gain. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away in a desert, a gray-haired white youth stood on the shoulder of a 10-meter-tall giant, coldly gazing ahead. On the battlefield, several hundred meters ahead, hundreds of 10-meter-tall gray-skinned giants were wreaking havoc. Their opponents were none other than thousands of military units. They had been developing well, with everything progressing in a positive direction. However, not long ago, suddenly hundreds of gray giants appeared without a word, began slaughtering their military unit. They had been developing well, with everything progressing in a positive direction. However, not long ago, suddenly hundreds of gray giants appeared without a word, began slaughtering their military units. These were giant military units. Even the weakest of them was a 7th-tier soldier. Even if their numbers were only 1% of their military, they were not something they could contend with. Jellard stood on the giant's shoulder. Is this the Dragon Kingdom Lord? Utterly pathetic. His face bore an unmistakable expression of mockery. At that moment, he suddenly received a call request. Upon connecting, the first words from the other party sent him into a furious rage. Gerard, your sister has been killed in the Endless Continent. Hearing this, Gerard was furious. He quickly opened his friends list, and found that indeed Doris was no longer there. Fuck, which bastard did this? I swear I will make him pay in blood. Gerard roared, his eyes filled with murderous, and on the other end of the call, the response came. It's that lord from the Dragon Kingdom, Li Feng. Upon hearing this, Gerard's expression turned grim. I have already initiated a gathering in the Alliance channel. You will personally lead the attack against Li Feng. Remember, do not kill him. The Alliance wants him captured alive. Gerard replied coldly, I understand. He then hung up the call. His gaze turned menacing as he looked at the 6 Dragon Kingdom lords ahead, along with their army of over 10,000 soldiers. Dragon Kingdom people. He gritted his teeth. In the next moment, his army no longer stood by, and all launched their attacks. He alone commanded over 100,000 soldiers. At the moment Gerard revealed his full ferocity, the 6 Dragon Kingdom lords despaired. They couldn't even defeat 100 gray giants, let alone an army that outnumbered them tenfold. Gerard, don't get too proud. Our Dragon Kingdom also has geniuses on the world monster rankings, especially Lord Li Feng. Once you encounter them, you will experience the taste of despair. One of the Dragon Kingdom lords shouted. Having seen the world monster rankings, he immediately recognized Gerard. As he watched his side's army about to be annihilated, even their lord's altar at risk, he roared. Li Feng, I just happened to be going to eliminate him. He should be the pride of your Dragon Kingdom, so just wait for me to destroy that pride and break your kingdom's backbone. Gerard spoke coldly. Not long after, the 6 Dragon Kingdom lords were overwhelmed by his army, completely destroying their lord's altar. Afterward, he opened the internal channel of the Alliance. The once quiet Alliance channel was bustling with activity at that moment. This was because a high-ranking member of the Alliance had personally sent a message to all. Yax's Mechanical Demon King, all members, all new lords this year, please gather at coordinates XXXYYY. The Dragon Kingdom, Lord Li Feng, ranked 10th on the world monster rankings, has been spotted in this area. Gerard will lead you to attack and capture him alive. Regardless of success, each participant will receive 1 million gold coins and a level 5 troop blueprint. Those who perform exceptionally will receive a level 6 troop blueprint. Boom. This statement ignited the internal channel of the Tai Alliance. I can't believe I get to fight alongside Gerard. This is my utmost honor. Even if there are no rewards, I will participate in this battle. Haha, I didn't expect to be able to besiege Li Feng. If the operation succeeds, I can boast about it for a lifetime. I hate the Dragon Kingdom the most. My mother was only guilty of embezzling a few billion. She merely froze a few hundred lowly peasants and was captured by the Dragon Kingdom. Since that's the case, let's capture Li Feng and make the Dragon Kingdom hurt deeply. I'm in a similar situation to you. Let's work together to capture Li Feng. Various comments flooded the Alliance. From some of the comments, it was clear that many of the lords were from the Dragon Kingdom. However, they harbored even more hatred for the kingdom than the foreigners. Gerard quietly closed the Alliance channel. Seeing so many people responding to the call, he let out a sigh of relief. Despite his outward arrogance and disdain for everything, he still felt apprehensive at the thought of facing Li Feng alone. In the novice assessment, his final score was just over 50 million, not even a fraction of Li Feng's. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he truly felt an innate fear of Li Feng. His only confidence now was that his number of level 7 troops should far surpass Li Feng's. After all, summoning a level 7 troop required a 3-day cooldown, and even with a castle it still took a day and a half. The reason he had so many gray giants was that the Alliance's higher-ups rewarded him with a special item. After destroying all 6 Dragon Kingdom lords' altars, Gerard took out a silver-white scroll from his backpack. This was a teleportation scroll. Simply inputting the coordinates allowed instant teleportation to that location. Of course, the teleportation scroll wasn't omnipotent. Fictional coordinates could not be teleported to. Special coordinates also could not be teleported to. Currently, all coordinates within the DXG 3074 area were special coordinates. Non-new novice lords from this year could not teleport. Otherwise, the high-ranking members of the Tai Alliance would have teleported directly here without needing to gather this year's novice lords in the Alliance channel. At this moment, Li Feng had already returned to the Spirit Fruit Grove. He was unaware of the major movements within the Tai. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care much. Gather all the Spirit Fruits first, and then uproot the Spirit Fruit trees. Just make sure not to damage these Spirit Fruit trees. Li Feng ordered his troops. These were all money trees. Damaging even one would cause him great distress. The task of collecting the fruits was assigned to the giant needle bees. With tens of thousands of giant needle bees, their efficiency was astounding. They swept through like locusts, and all the spirit fruits on the trees vanished. The explosive muscle mosquitoes followed behind the giant needle bees. Once they had harvested all the spirit fruits, they used their brute strength to uproot the spirit fruit trees. This grove of spirit fruit trees wasn't very large. There were about 1,000 trees, but only 33 were true spirit fruit trees. Among them were 21 first-tier spirit fruit trees, 9 second-tier spirit fruit trees, and 3 third-tier spirit fruit trees. Each spirit fruit tree bore 10 spirit fruits. Having just eaten, Li Feng did not consume the second-tier and third-tier spirit fruits, and planned to eat them later. Thus his total harvest was 200 first-tier spirit fruits, 90 second-tier spirit fruits, and 30 third-tier spirit fruits. The market price for first-tier spirit fruits is 100 gold coins each. The market price for second-tier spirit fruits is 500 gold coins each. The market price for third-tier spirit fruits is 100 gold coins each. Most importantly, spirit fruits are highly sought-after commodities, and there's no worry about them not selling. In other words, just like that, Li Feng earned 95000 gold coins. Not to mention, he also uprooted the spirit fruit trees to plant them later, ensuring a continuous supply of gold coins. Readers who can see this must enjoy the Lord genre. Are there any favorite troops? I will arrange them for everyone. In the dead of night, Li Feng returned to his territory with his troops. In his original plan, he intended to explore the surroundings for a few more days to unlock the map and gather resources. However, the transplantation of the spiritual fruit trees could not be delayed. Li Feng feared that if too much time passed, these spiritual fruit trees would wither, and it would be a loss. Therefore, he hastened back and finally returned to his territory late at night. Upon returning to the castle, Li Feng headed straight for the underground second floor. Near the spiritual fields there were always numerous human priests managing the area. In terms of farming, the insectoid troops were far less deft than the human troops. Now Li Feng had recruited 500 human priests who were bustling about in and out of the castle. Under the management of the insectoid hero men, every aspect of the castle was well taken care of. Especially this epic spiritual field, which Li Feng valued greatly. The number of human priests responsible for managing the spiritual field exceeded 200. Under Li Feng's watchful gaze, a group of human priests unearthed some fully mature ogre potatoes from the spiritual field, clearing a patch of land. Ogre potatoes have become the primary food source for Li Feng's troops. Firstly, as one of the most common vegetables in the endless continent, obtaining their seeds is very easy. Li Feng's troops often discover wild ogre potatoes during their explorations in the wild and gather a pile of seeds. Secondly, ogre potatoes have a high yield and excellent cost-effectiveness. Compared to other vegetables, the overall yield of ogre potatoes ranks among the top 3, making them extremely cost-effective. Thirdly, ogre potatoes provide a strong sense of fullness. For every 100 giant needle bees, the daily food requirement is merely 10 units of ogre potatoes. If it were meat, for every 100 giant needle bees, at least 25 units would be consumed. Currently, over 90 of the crops planted in Li Feng's spiritual field are ogre potatoes. It is these ogre potatoes that allow him to sustain the food consumption of 1,000,000 giant needle bees. While Li Feng was lost and thought the spiritual fruit trees had already been transplanted into the spiritual field. After being uprooted, these spiritual fruit trees instantly appeared sickly, looking as if they might wither at any moment. Now, having just taken root in the spiritual field, they frantically absorbed the nutrients from the soil. The somewhat yellow leaves instantly turned a vibrant green, performing a miracle of life. Li Feng snapped back to reality, watching this scene with satisfaction. A first-tier spiritual fruit tree requires a month from sprouting to bearing fruit, and finally to maturation. With the enhancement of the spiritual field, this time was reduced to half a month. A second-tier spiritual fruit takes twice as long to mature as a first-tier spiritual fruit. A third-tier spiritual fruit requires 3 times the time of a first-tier spiritual fruit. This means that every 3 months, these spiritual fruit trees will contribute 1260 first-tier spiritual fruits, 270 second-tier spiritual fruits, and 60 third-tier spiritual fruits. The total profit amounts to 3.21 million gold coins. Converting it, this equates to a daily income of 35600 gold coins. Compared to Li Feng's usual harvest of hundreds of thousands or millions of gold coins, this amount indeed seems modest. However, it is costless and stable. As long as Li Feng's territory is not forcefully taken from him, he is essentially making money every day. After completing all this, Li Feng chose to teleport back to Earth. In his room, it was empty. Li Wuchang had joined a training institution specializing in imparting knowledge of the endless continent to the children of wealthy families. For those wealthy individuals, it was naturally impossible for them to visit in person. Instead, they required the teacher to come for home tutoring. This home visit could last from 3 to 5 days, or even up to 10 days, or half a month, during which Li Wuchang would not be home. After Li Feng entered the endless continent, Li Wuchang immediately left. Thus, after obtaining the source of the Lord, Li Feng did not hurry to return to Earth, knowing that Li Wuchang would not be home in the near term. Originally, he had planned to explore for a few more days and return to Earth after coming back to the castle, just as Li Wuchang would be returning at that time. However, he did not expect that the transplantation of the spiritual fruit trees would disrupt his schedule, causing him to return home several days earlier. He entered Li Wuchang's room with familiarity. He opened the wardrobe and found a safe hidden in a corner. This was where Li Wuchang stored his valuables. After entering the password, the safe slowly opened. A slightly yellowed photograph came into view. It featured a young Li Wuchang smiling brightly alongside a young couple. That young couple was none other than Li Feng's parents. In Li Feng's mother's arms, a baby in swaddling clothes was quietly staring with wide eyes, curiously observing the world. It's an old photo from over a decade ago. It should have been thrown away, Li Feng murmured, unconsciously recalling that young couple. When he was very young, they disappeared during an exploration mission and have not been heard from since. Over the years, Li Feng's memories had gradually faded, and the images of the two had all but dimmed in his mind. The only remnant was this slightly yellowed, old photograph. Below the photograph was a thick album. Flipping it open, there were pictures of Li Feng from different periods. As he looked through, Li Feng couldn't help but smile. Since he could remember, he had always been unwilling to pose for photos. After traveling here, this attitude had remained unchanged. It could be seen that in the album, Li Feng was always expressionless, even somewhat reluctant. At the bottom of the album was a woman's makeup box. This was a makeup box that had been very popular 10 years ago, the first gift Li Wuchang gave to his first love. However, fate was not on their side. Li Wuchang's first love tragically died in a car accident, her life forever frozen at the age of 18. The cause of the accident was simply to buy Li Wuchang a birthday gift. Earth is not like the endless continent. There is no such thing as resurrection. Once dead, one is dead. After that incident, Li Wuchang was greatly affected and never dated again. With a silent sigh, Li Feng gently placed everything back, carefully tidying it up. Then he took out the source of the Lord. A white orb of light illuminated the dark wardrobe. Li Feng gently placed it in the safe and slowly closed it. The light gradually faded, returning to darkness. After doing all this, Li Feng wrote a note and placed it on Li Wuchang's desk, indicating that the other party should open the safe for a surprise. After finishing all this, Li Feng returned to his room and had a good sleep. The next morning, after a simple breakfast, Li Feng teleported back to the Endless Continent. On the Lord's altar, bright light flickered. Li Feng's figure suddenly appeared above the Lord's altar. Suddenly, he raised his brow slightly. He heard the notification sound by his ear indicating that his large Needlebee unit had been killed by other lords. He immediately contacted the castle's steward Mond across the void and was informed that everything in the castle was quiet. Other than the occasional wandering monsters from the wilderness, no other battles had occurred. Li Feng murmured, so quick to act. His first thought was of the Tai Alliance. He immediately shared the vision of the large needle bees that had been near Dosi and the others' territory. Originally a team of 100 large needle bees, only about a third remained now. They were scattered in all directions, following a wave of troops from a distance. Through the vision of the large needle bee, Li Feng saw a dark mass of units forming a grand torrent advancing in one direction. After careful identification, Li Feng confirmed that the direction these people were heading was indeed his territory. Roar! At that moment a roar erupted. A massive creature swooped down from the sky, casting a large shadow. Looking up, he saw a flying dragon that resembled bronze. Its body was 7 to 8 meters long with a wingspan exceeding an astonishing 15 meters. Li Feng instantly recognized it as a 7th-tier bronze flying dragon. There are many types of flying dragons, among which the most iconic are the bronze flying dragon, silver flying dragon, and golden flying dragon. On the fierce dragon's head stood 2 black boys who gazed coldly at the large needle be shared through Li Feng. At this moment, one of the black boys frowned and said, another one of those annoying bugs. This Li Feng's unit has been trailing us. He's detected our movements in advance. It doesn't matter if he finds out in advance. The other black boy waved his hand dismissively. Our raiding team has a full 500 troops and 2 major 7th-tier units backing us. Even if he knows we're coming, what can he do? He can only wait in despair to die. Hearing this, the first black youth relaxed his brow, smiling and nodding in agreement. You're right, I was being overly. After saying that, he patted the dragon beneath him, signaling it to attack. Roar! The bronze flying dragon opened its massive mouth, flames blazing within. In the next moment, a breath of dragon fire erupted, engulfing the large needle bee. With the enhancement of war artifacts, the large needle bee was indeed strong. But it also depended on the opponent. Against the 7th-tier bronze flying dragon, the large needle bee had no power to resist. After 3 seconds of forced blood locking, it was immediately killed. Retrieving the shared vision, Li Feng began to check the combat units of the castle. The Tai Alliance's actions were too rapid. Most of his large troops were still out exploring the map. Of course, that was the majority in terms of numbers. His true elite units were all inside the castle. There were around 60 to 70,000 large needle bees, over 1,000 explosive muscle mosquitoes, fire centipedes, flying mantises, and 100 each of the 7-colored star beetles, shadow scorpions, corpse explosion, worms, monkey ants, and explosive flame earthworms. The other heroes and units were still out exploring in the wilderness. They were too far from the territory to return in a short. Li Feng was not concerned about this. He currently had nearly 10 million gold coins at his disposal, ready to recruit units for battle. In a defensive war, as long as his gold coins were not exhausted, he would be invincible. Notify everyone to prepare for battle. Li Feng instructed the 2 heroes still in the castle, as well as all the units. Soon the entire castle entered a state of war readiness. On the city walls, swarms of insectoid units gathered, their eyes fixed hungrily on the front. A group of large needle bees flew high, overlooking below. Through their vision, they could vaguely see the horizon turning dark, as if a storm was brewing. Shadows were everywhere in the sky and on the ground. That was the army of the Tai Alliance, with a number of 5,000, overwhelming and terrifying. Before today, the largest scale of war Li Feng had encountered was in the hidden dungeon of Zombie Town. At that time, he had to face 200,000 zombies. However, in terms of both quantity and quality, the raiding army of the Tai Alliance was far more powerful than those in Zombie Town. Of course, Li Feng was no longer the same as before. At this moment, he had also come to the top of the city walls, hastily constructing arrow towers. During this time, he had harvested a considerable amount of elite quality resources, even some legendary quality resources. Now elite quality arrow towers were rising from the ground. In addition, 3 legendary quality arrow towers also appeared. 1 Dragon Breath arrow tower, and 2 Purple Lightning arrow towers. During the novice assessment, Li Feng had killed a dragon boss and obtained 80 units of Dragon Breath iron. At that time, he did not have a war technology tree and could only rely on blueprints to build the arrow towers. Therefore, the 50 units of Dragon Breath iron had been stored in the warehouse until today, when Li Feng finally took them out. From the Purple Lightning stones seized from Dosi, he had a total of 60 units, just enough to construct 2 Purple Lightning arrow towers. The Purple Lightning arrow towers resembled blocks of purple jade carved into shape. At the top of the arrow tower, a round orb floated and slowly rotated, with purple arcs continually flashing on it. Like the Dragon Breath Arrow Tower, the effective range of the Purple Lightning Arrow Tower was also 400 meters. Once the enemy steps into the range, the Purple Lightning Arrow Tower will summon Purple Lightning to strike down, randomly attacking 10 targets within range. Each attack would deal 1,000 points of damage and has a chance to inflict a paralysis effect. Each attack costs 1 gold coin. In terms of damage, the total output of the Purple Lightning Arrow Tower is not as high as that of the Dragon Breath Arrow Tower. After all, the Dragon Breath Arrow Tower deals 100 points of damage per second with its area attack. However, the Purple Lightning Arrow Tower has a chance to inflict paralysis on the enemy. In Li Feng's view, the Purple Lightning Arrow Tower, which has control effects, is far more precious than the Dragon Breath Arrow Tower. From the previous shared vision, it could be seen that the opponent had a 7th tier bronze flying dragon. This type of 7th tier flying unit, if not restricted, would cause significant casualties to Li Feng's units. Now with the Purple Lightning Arrow Tower, he could perfectly counter these troublesome bronze flying dragons. Everything is ready, just waiting for the enemy to come to the door. With 500 units, the new novice lords of the Tai Alliance must all be here. If I can catch them all in one net, their alliance higher-ups will surely feel the pain. From today onwards, I have established a grudge with the Tai Alliance. Once I have enough strength in the future, I will certainly settle the score with them. The sounds of units being killed echoed in his ears. From a continuous stream at the beginning to the very few left at the end. It wasn't that currently Li Feng's friend list only had Feng Song. Crazy guy, something big has happened. As soon as the video connected, a holographic projection of a young boy appeared beside Li Feng, looking extremely anxious. Calm down, take your time to explain. Li Feng said softly, his calm tones seemingly possessing a certain magic that eased Feng Song's emotions. Feng Song spoke rapidly. I received news from the ancestor that the Tai Alliance has gathered over 100 new lord candidates, leading hundreds of thousands of troops to cause trouble for you. I have a territory teleportation scroll here. You need to teleport your territory away quickly, or else. Suddenly his words came to an abrupt halt. The movement of hundreds of thousands of troops was quite significant. He could already clearly hear the rumbling footsteps and the slight tremors of the city walls. He looked into the distance, his expression changing dramatically. At the end of his line of sight, a vast army of troops was advancing towards them. The most striking among them were the hundreds of gray giants located at the rear of the army. Standing 10 meters tall, their enormous bodies exuded a terrifying pressure even from a great distance. Then Feng Song saw the bronze dragons soaring in the sky. Although their numbers were fewer than the gray giants, there were still about 20 or 30 of them flying freely above the army. It's over, there's no time left. The territory teleportation would take at least half an hour and couldn't be interrupted by an attacking force, otherwise it would be disrupted. Given the speed of the enemy's advance, they would reach the city within 10 minutes at most, and it was already too late. Feng Song's face turned pale, as if it was him, not Li Feng, who was about to face the onslaught. Crazy guy, if things get really bad, you should teleport away from the Endless Continent quickly. As long as the Green Mountains remain, you don't have to worry about firewood. It's just a matter of losing some resources. With your S-level talent, it won't be hard to start over. Seeing that Li Feng did not reply, Feng Song sighed, internally thinking that Li Feng was silently blaming himself. This was understandable. He knew that breaking the point record had rewarded Li Feng with a mythical level building. That was a building, not a blueprint, and could not be relocated temporarily. If the territory were destroyed, Li Feng would permanently lose a mythical level building, which would be a huge loss. Not to mention, during the newcomer assessment period, Li Feng had consistently led the way, recruiting 29 heroes and a large number of troops, all of which would go up in flames. Feng Song spoke solemnly. Crazy guy, if you trust me, just transfer all the resources on you to me first. After you return to the Endless Continent, I will return everything you. I guarantee it by the name of the Feng family. As he spoke, Feng Song raised 3 fingers seriously. This was not merely a personal guarantee, but one made in the name of his family. As a successor of the Feng family, if he failed to keep his promise, the family's reputation would suffer greatly. To preserve their reputation, the Feng family's higher-ups would not only compensate Li Feng generously, but might even expel Feng Song from the family. This promise was not something to be made lightly. One could imagine how much Feng Song valued Li Feng. Li Feng was aware of this and felt a warm sensation in his heart. Regardless of whether Feng Song was befriending him for future interests, this alone was enough for Li Feng to establish a deep friendship with him. Don't worry, I don't see these people as a threat, or just keep an eye on things, Li Feng reassured Feng Song. Feng Song was slightly taken aback, feeling that this scene seemed familiar. Before long he remembered. It was just like when they first met in Zombie Town. At that time he even looked down on Li Feng, believing he was unreliable. But in the end, Li Feng had slapped his face hard with reality. Remembering this, he fell silent. After returning to Earth, he had briefly investigated Li Feng's background, and knew that Li Feng was no fool, who in fact he was a top student. Since Li Feng was so confident, he wanted to see where Li Feng's confidence came from. Feng Song began to silently observe Li Feng's territory. Not only did he notice, but even Feng Song, a successor of a top-tier family, couldn't help but be taken aback. The tens of thousands of large needle bees created an illusion of blocking out the sun. Moreover, for some reason Fong Song felt that even though these large needle bees were not very big, they seemed like a horde of ferocious beasts, causing his heart to race. Are they war treasures? If there were a 4th tier or higher war treasure to enhance them, this number of large needle bees might really hold their own against the Tai Alliance's 500,000 troops. He looked up at the dense army of troops ahead. While 500,000 was indeed a large number, at least 2/3 of them were 1st to 3rd tier troops. If Li Feng had tens of thousands of 4th tier troops, he wouldn't be afraid at all. Then he noticed over 1,000 flying. These were very famous 6th tier troops among the insect race, and their overall strength ranked among the top of many 6th tier troops. This number of flying mantises was truly terrifying. As for the other troops, although they appeared to be of high tier, his knowledge was limited, and he couldn't fully identify them. Next were the tower defense buildings. Above the city walls, rows of arrow towers were lined up. A rough count showed there were at least over 1,000. The elite quality arrow towers numbered nearly 20. Moreover, there were even 4 legendary quality arrow towers. Legendary quality arrow towers could withstand even 7th tier troops, not to mention the thick city walls that provided an extremely high defensive capability. Fong Song felt that he had already discovered the source of Li Feng's confidence. On the other side among the Tai, Gerard was chatting and laughing with a black teenager. The black teenager named Fei Li, although not on the world monster rankings, was the top candidate in a certain region and one of the leading figures of the Tai Alliance this year. His status was slightly inferior to Gerard's. The 20 flying dragons soaring in the sky were his troops. Fei Li was very unwilling not to be on the world monster rankings. So as soon as he heard that they could attack Li Feng, he eagerly led his troops to teleport over. If he successfully defeated Li Feng, he could achieve fame in one battle. Perhaps he would even make it onto the list and become a figure in the spotlight of the world. Moreover, Li Feng was also the top candidate in a certain region, having broken the point record, so he must have a lot of good things on him. As far as he knew, the lord who broke the point record would surely be rewarded with a ready-made mythical level building. Although his bronze dragons were fewer in number than Gerard's gray giants. In terms of mobility, they were far superior. At that time, he only needed to destroy the mythical level building first. If luck was on his side, he might be able to obtain the blueprint for the mythical level building. At that time, it would be a dual gain in fame and fortune. The more he thought about how he would soon achieve both fame and fortune, the brighter the smile on Fei Li's face. Fei Li, what joyous thought has you smiling so broadly? Here to share? Gilade smiled as he looked at Fei Li, whose grin bloomed like a chrysanthemum. Nothing much. Just the thought of fighting shoulder to shoulder with you, a peerless genius, thrills me. I could boast about it for the rest. Fei Li laughed heartily, every word a compliment. Since appearing on the World Prodigy list, Gilade had been lavished with praise these last 2 days, and had grown immune to flattery. Still, it depended on who offered it. Being praised by a genius who had nearly made the Prodigy list nonetheless stirred a private pride in Gilade. At that moment, a pale-skinned lord rode back on a blazing lion from ahead, and fell into step beside them. Gilade, Fei Li, a thick fog has appeared ahead. We suspect Li Feng possesses a mist tower. Though a device can confirm his territory lies ahead, fighting within the mist could leave us at a disadvantage. The Pale Lord spoke to them with respect. Do not worry. Elder Yakisi anticipated this, and specially sent me a device. Saying so, Gilade pulled a crystal orb from his pack. It was about the size of a tennis ball. Through its transparent shell, a tiny sacred light angel hovered within. Is that the sacred light crystal orb? Fei Li widened his eyes in astonishment as he stared at the orb. Indeed. It is the epic grade sacred light crystal orb. Its holy light can dispel all mist and darkness. It would be ineffective only if the opposing mist tower were of mythic rank. Gilade said with pride. According to Elder Yakisi's intent, the device was a gift to him. Even after the campaign, he could keep it. As they talked, the army reached the edge of the mist. Sacred light crystal orb, dispel the fog. Gilade shouted flamboyantly. The orb shot into the sky and erupted in blinding holy light. 100 Maturtle sacred light angel 3 pairs of radiant wings cast endless brilliance, banishing all the magical fog conjured by the mist tower. A vast wall loomed into view before the lords of the Tai Alliance. Above the battlements, tens of thousands of giant needlebees hovered in dense formation. Atop the wall above the central gate, 2 young men stood side by side, looking up at the angel in astonishment. A sacred light angel is a high-ranking angel, the pinnacle of 12th rank units. Had a true 12th rank unit appeared, even a single one, Li Feng would hardly have been able to defend against it. Fortunately, Li Feng recognized it as an illusory projection rather than a real sacred light angel. At this stage, the newly born region could not yet produce units above the 9th rank. At the very least, it would be months before the will of heaven permitted the emergence of epic units. A fog-dispelling device. Li Feng understood at once. The magical mist shrouding his domain had been driven. He frowned. Without question, with the magical fog as cover, his side would have fought with greater ease and suffered. But now that the mist had vanished, his casualties would undoubtedly be much larger. As for defeat, Li Feng did not even consider it. He only felt sorrow for his units. Fei Li pointed to Li Feng on the wall. Gilade, look at that Longwell Lord. His mist tower has been pierced. He looks distraught. He's probably already thinking about how to flee. Ha. Hearing that, Gilade's lip curled in a mocking smile, and he nodded noncommittally. He cannot escape. With the heaven and earth net in place, he is destined to be captured alive. Saying so, Gilade produced a net that shimmered with golden light. It was a single-use special device capable of sealing the space of an entire area. While sealed, no lord could teleport away. Even a suicidal return to Dixing would fail. The heaven and earth net would ensnare the soul and hold it fast for a full day. The device was exceedingly precious. It was the secret treasure of some divine lord within the Tai Alliance. Such a gem was typically reserved to deal with top-tier lords, or even overlords. That the Tai Alliance employed it against Li Feng showed how highly they valued him. To the Alliance leadership, it was a thoroughly worthwhile investment. Li Feng's future was at least that of an overlord. He might even contend for a divine lordship. Capture him alive and use divine means to recondition his soul, and the Tai Alliance's strength would swell dramatically. So urgent was the threat that the divine lords of the Tai Alliance had already altered their divine realm coordinates, fearing reprisals from Longwo's divine lords. Gilade opened the improvised chat group. All members, the target is in sight. Organize your units and launch the assault. The campaign to subdue Li Feng begins now. Boom. In the chat, hundreds of novice Tai Alliance lords boiled with hot blood. The group was aflame with excitement. Li Feng stood among the world's top 10 prodigies. If they succeeded, it would be a feat to boast of forever. Charge. Capture Li Feng alive. Tai Alliance invincible. Ha ha, I already see the future. I stand atop the ruins of Li Feng's domain, trampling that prodigy beneath my feet. I can already see Li Feng's despair hear his agonized wails. With Gilade's declaration of attack, lords from all directions mobilized their forces and sent them charging toward Roar. The fastest of them were the bronze flying dragons cleaving the sky. At Phalos' command, they burst to full speed, instantly arriving several hundred meters before the wall and entering the purple thunder arrow tower's firing range. Boom. Clearski thunder. Thick purple bolts as broad as water buckets formed above the bronze flying dragons and auto-tracked, striking them down. 20 purple bolts fell upon 20 bronze flying dragons. Each dealt only 1,000 points of damage, insufficient even to pierce the dragon's defenses. Seeing this, a trace of disdain crossed Phalos' face. He failed to notice the faint purple arcs clinging to every dragon, subtly slowing them. More purple bolts struck the bronze flying dragons. Just as they were about to hover above the wall, their bodies stiffened, and the huge creatures plummeted in free fall. Attack! At Li Feng's command, the primed 7-color star scarab struck at once. Hundreds of enormous multicolored light arrows flew forth. Their piercing damage inflicted grievous wounds on the bronze flying dragons and sharply reduced their defenses. Whoosh! A rain of 7-colored arrows filled the sky, enveloping the bronze dragons. No! At the rear of the army, Phalos' disdain vanished. He let out a gut-wrenching roar. Phalos' eyes widened in disbelief, unable to trust what he saw. His bronze wyvern was about to descend upon the city wall, launching an attack on the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom. However, before it could unleash its power, it suddenly stiffened. The massive dragon body crashed heavily against the top of the city wall, becoming a live target for the 7-colored star darts. That aside, the bronze wyvern actually had a high immunity to paralysis effects. Even when besieged by hundreds of 7-colored star darts, it would not face immediate life-threatening danger. After all, this was a unit with the bloodline of a giant dragon, inherently possessing extremely high health and defense. But then something happened that broke Phalos' defenses. One by one, fireflies that emitted dazzling green light, even in the daytime, flew into the mouth of the bronze wyvern. These were 4th-tier self-exploding fireflies. Li Feng had not used this unit for a long time because his strength had expanded too rapidly. Later, any enemy he faced was not worthy of him deploying such a disposable unit. However, today, in order to quickly eliminate these troublesome 7th-tier flying units, Li Feng deployed the self-exploding fireflies. Logically, even if they self-exploded inside the skull, 4th-tier self-exploding fireflies shouldn't have caused too much impact on the bronze wyvern. After all, their defensive power was several times that of the Malayan Bear King. However, under the triple amplification of war artifacts, mythical units, and the castle, their attack power was unprecedentedly formidable. Moreover, the skills of the 7-colored star darts reduced the bronze wyvern's defense by half. Boom, 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 boom. When the violent explosions erupted from the heads of 20 bronze wyverns, if someone could see the health bar of the bronze wyverns, they would find that it had instantly diminished by about 1/10. After multiple amplifications, their attack power exceeded 2,500 points. Furthermore, self-explosions dealt 5 to 10 times the damage, which was unimaginable. Even the tough-skinned bronze wyvern could not withstand this terrifying damage. The bronze wyvern that was almost recovering from the paralysis immediately fell into a brief state of unconsciousness. As a cost, 20 self-exploding fireflies permanently vanished. In the face of the self-explosion mechanism, locking health was utterly useless. Clearly, there was no bug hindering Li Feng. Meanwhile, a large number of 7-colored arrows continued to rain down, and the health bar of the bronze wyvern kept decreasing. At the same time, thick purple lightning rained down above them, and after several strikes it would leave them in a paralyzed state. Should they show any signs of waking up, Li Feng would command another batch of self-exploding fireflies to fly into their skulls. And then there was nothing left. In less than a minute after losing 60 self-exploding fireflies, all 20 bronze wyverns perished. Your unit killed the bronze wyvern. Your unit gained a small amount of experience, and you received 2,500. Your unit killed the bronze wyvern. Your unit gained a small amount of experience, and you received 2,500. The summoning price for a 4th tier unit is 50 gold coins, and these self-exploding fireflies were all summoned by Li Feng before he obtained the mirror copy, so each one was at the original price. 60 fireflies meant a loss of 3,000 gold coins. However, this loss was insignificant compared to the enormous gains. As all the self-exploding fireflies had detonated, the arrow tower did not distribute experience points, so the experience points from these 20 bronze wyverns were evenly divided among the 7 colored star darts, resulting in a level increase for all of them. For every level gained by the unit, all attributes increase by 10 from the base level. The increase for 7th tier units is quite substantial. Just the base attack power increases by 1,200 points. With the amplifications from the castle and mythical heroes, that became an increase of 3,000 points in attack power, drastically boosting their strength. At the same time, Li Feng also gained 5,000 gold coins. The gains far outweighed the losses, bringing a broad smile to his face. In contrast to Li Feng's joy, Fei Li, the master of the bronze wyverns, was utterly miserable. No. Fei Li roared in pain, resembling a wounded beast. He was not like Gerald, who had received significant attention from the upper echelons of the Tai Alliance. To summon these 20 bronze wyverns in advance, he had exhausted his entire fortune, and even borrowed a considerable amount of gold coins from the Alliance, just to acquire the items necessary for summoning a 7th tier unit ahead of time. A month of hard work was wasted in this moment, and he would have to toil to pay off his debts in the future. Who could understand his pain? Li Feng, damn Li Feng, I will definitely kill you. In that moment, Fei Li completely lost his reason, letting out a beast-like roar. In response, Gerald glanced at Fei Li with some sympathy. Then he turned his head, looking solemnly at the young man in black casual clothing on the city wall. He suddenly felt that this raid might not go smoothly. Originally, he wanted the Grey Giant to follow behind the bronze wyverns and charge at Li Feng's city wall. But after witnessing the fate of those 20 bronze wyverns, he immediately abandoned this dangerous idea. Let these cannon fodder go first, Gerald thought to himself. At this moment, the Alliance army was already at the city. Even with 20 bronze wyverns perishing before their eyes, the lords of the Tai Alliance were already in a position where they could not retreat, having to push forward despite the odds. Crash! The army of units surged towards the city wall like a tide. 500,000, what a terrifying number, densely packed together, creating a sea of units that seemed endless. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 dragon breath arrow towers began to unleash their power. The dragon heads at the top opened their metallic mouths, spewing forth scorching dragon breath. 2 thick flames swept through the army of units. With a terrifying damage of 10,000 per second, the front line of cannon fodder units perished instantly, without any struggle. At the same time, purple lightning struck down. Although it only dealt 1,000 damage, it was more than enough to annihilate cannon fodder units. Your dragon breath arrow tower killed a goblin, you gained 1 gold coin. Your purple lightning arrow tower killed a goblin, you gained 1 gold coin. At the back of the army, Gerald watched the scene unfold before him, his lips twitching. Under the attacks of 4 legendary arrow towers, especially the Dragon Breath arrow tower, every meter the army advanced cost hundreds or thousands of cannon fodder. Fuck, how does this guy have 4 legendary arrow towers? A yellow-skinned lord couldn't help but curse under his breath. Due to the drawing lots reason, his low-tier units were almost all at the very front of the army. The sounds of units being killed echoed in his ears. From a continuous stream at the beginning to the very few left at the end. It wasn't that his units had become tougher, but that they had been completely exhausted. As the price of this advance, fully 1/5 of their troops had perished. Though these were merely low-tier expendable units, 1st and 2nd rank cannon fodder, as the price of this advance, fully 1/5 of their troops had perished. Though these were merely low-tier expendable units, 1st and 2nd rank cannon fodder, their loss still pained many lords deeply. Yet this was not what truly captured Li Feng's attention. His eyes locked instead on a cohort of spectral knights galloping wildly, each bearing a lord atop their steeds, halting precisely 200 meters before the wall. Without delay, those lords drew from their personal inventories 10 colossal siege engines, catapults. Boom, boom, boom. Before Li Feng could even issue orders to destroy the massive boulders, soared through the air and slammed into the wall with earth-shaking force. Though the wall possessed over 10,000 hit points, it now bore grotesque, jagged fissures under such terrifying damage. 2 ordinary quality arrow towers were struck directly by falling boulders and shattered instantly into splinters. The sheer impact sent violent tremors rippling through the entire rampart. So they truly hold me in high regard, bringing out siege weaponry of this magnitude. Li Feng murmured softly to himself even as he directed his elite-tier arrow towers and violet thunder arrow towers to open fire upon the catapults. 200 meters, exactly within the optimal firing range of those elite towers. As for the Dragon Breath arrow towers, they were Li Feng's ultimate weapon against waves of expendable troops. He simply had no spare capacity to deploy them now. Even as disposable troops, their sheer numbers would pose grave danger if they ever breached the gates. Ha 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 ha. With these catapults pounding relentlessly, it won't take long before we blast a gaping breach in his wall, allowing our legions to pour straight through. A white-skinned lord astride a blazing lion chuckled beside Gerald. Hearing this, Gerald nodded faintly, then added firmly, "Stay vigilant. If Li Feng attempts to repair the wall, rain devastation upon him, without mercy." The white-skinned lord nodded again. If such instructions were unnecessary, they would have watched for it regardless. If Li Feng lacked the war technology tree, repairing damaged fortifications would require either his personal intervention or sending troops laden with construction materials. Either method demanded proximity to the damaged sections, and any who approached would face relentless bombardment from the catapults. As for the fate of those 10 catapults, Gerald and his allies cared not at all. From the moment they were wheeled onto the battlefield, their destruction was already ordained. Yet their formidable durability ensured they would deal catastrophic damage to Li Feng's walls and towers before finally crumbling. This would dramatically ease the pressure on the advancing army. Just as all believed victory was assured, something utterly absurd occurred. Without a single soul approaching the wall, the shattered ramparts miraculously reassembled themselves. Simultaneously, the arrow towers standing atop them restored themselves to pristine condition. Impossible. Shock froze every onlooker. Jaws dropped, minds blanked. What unfolded before them shattered their fundamental understanding of reality. He possesses the war technology tree, but that defies precedent. No novice in any prior assessment has ever obtained it. And having refused affiliation with any faction, he could not possibly have received such a boon from a senior lord. Gerald's mind raced. He instantly deduced the war technology tree. Yet precisely because he had his bewildered... I recall now, the special novice assessment 50 years ago also featured a lord who acquired the war technology tree during the trial itself. Bang! At that very moment, one catapult exploded violently into rubble, then vanished entirely. With one by one the remaining 9 followed suit, disintegrating, then dissolving into nothingness. This spectacle darkened Gerald's expression further. Even if Li Feng's possession of the war technology tree exceeded expectations, it changed little. It merely meant higher attrition among the siege forces than originally projected. Yet inexplicably, Gerald sensed this punitive expedition would end in utter catastrophe, a prospect he could not accept. His most elite troops had been committed entirely to this campaign. Should his entire host be annihilated, the losses would be catastrophic. This expedition must succeed. Failure is unthinkable. Gerald clenched his resolve inwardly. Roar! Over 100 ash-gray giants, each towering 10 meters tall, roared in unison. Upon Gerald's command to launch the final assault, the high-tier troops of all allied lords surged forward, led by the gray giants. Already growing impatient, Li Feng's lips curled upward as he observed the charge. To prevent his enemies from despairing and fleeing with their elite forces, he had restrained himself for far too long. He had allowed only passive defense, never ordering his troops to initiate offensive action. Attack! Li Feng commanded. VVVRRRR. Hornet-like warriors beat their wings, furiously streaking forward like arrows loosed from bows. Bulky mosquitoes remained steadfast at Li Feng's side, guarding against treacherous surprises. Had he lacked such elite guardians, Gerald and his allies would have unhesitatingly aimed their catapults at Li Feng himself, not at that unguarded stretch of wall. Thousands of sky-soaring mantises surged after them, swiftly overtaking the hornets. They bypassed low-tier troops entirely, fixing their sights solely on the Alliance's elite formations. Meanwhile, hundreds of monkey ants leapt from the battlements, charging headlong across the ground toward the vast surging Alliance host. On the wall, ranged units, the fire-burning centipedes, blazing earthworms, and 7-colored star ladybugs, stood poised ready to unleash devastation at a moment's notice. Shadow scorpions, however, Li Feng held in reserve. With holy light crystal spheres, active shadow scorpions, even while cloaked, would be instantly exposed. Moreover, lacking flight capability, they could neither bypass the frontline cannon fodder nor strike directly at enemy elites. In such circumstances, remaining stationed upon the wall, adapting fluidly to unfolding chaos, was the wiser strategy. At this moment, Li Feng bared his fangs completely. His ally Fong Song swelled with exhilaration. His enemies, the lords of the Tai Alliance, trembled with dread. They watched in horror as sky-soaring mantises plunged into ranks of 4th-tier and higher troops, and slaughtered mercilessly. Amplified repeatedly, their attack power surpassed 4500, half that of an average 7th-tier unit. What did that signify? Unaugmented, even standard 4th or 5th-tier troops could not withstand a single strike from a sky-soaring mantis. They cut through enemy lines like tigers among sheep, relentless, unstoppable. Gray giants lunged to intercept, but as airborne warriors, the mantises possessed extraordinary maneuverability, rendering the giants utterly helpless. Their targets were never the giants, but rather 4th through 6th-tier troops. Only a handful of unlucky mantises were snatched midair and crushed to pulp within giant palms. Yet far more continued their slaughter, darting, slashing, and carving bloody paths deep into the heart of the Alliance. Yet this was not what terrified the lords of the Tai Alliance most. What truly filled them with dread was witnessing their own elite troops, meant to serve as mere cannon fodder, being effortlessly slaughtered by the Beedrill. They watched in horror as two colossal tides, their own legions and the swarming Beedrill, collided head-on. Instantly their advancing tide began receding at a visible staggering pace. No command had been issued to retreat. Their forces simply could not advance fast enough to match the Beedrill's relentless slaughterous speed. It was utterly absurd. A unit branded as worthless, a force destined for annihilation, had reversed roles with their own elite army. War artifacts. Garrett's expression hardened instantly, his mind leaping to that conclusion. As a top-tier prodigy ranked on the World Prodigy list, he was also the undisputed champion of his own region. He had shown brilliantly within his region, securing the first clear reward from a high-difficulty dungeon, and among those rewards lay a 6th-tier war artifact. That very 6th-tier war artifact, combined with other rare opportunities, enabled him to amass tens of millions of points, catapulting him to 19th place on the global prodigy list. Garrett's brow furrowed faintly. Truth be told, he had anticipated this much. After all, Li Feng's astronomical point total alone spoke volumes. Moreover, through intelligence gathered from the Tai Alliance, more precisely from his elder sister's eliminated faction, he knew Li Feng commanded 20 to 30,000 Beedrill. Thus, long before departure, Garrett had meticulously prepared every countermeasure. In his estimation, even 20 or 30,000 Beedrill, each rivaling 6th-tier units, would still pale before his Grey Giants and Phaley's Bronze Dragons. Yet from the very outset, reality shattered his script. He had grievously underestimated Li Feng's strength. After all, both were regional champions, both had cultivated their power for just 1 month. Logically, Li Feng's city defense should have been roughly comparable to his own. Instinctively, Garrett measured himself against Li Feng and assumed parity. It was the arrogance of a prodigy of a regional sovereign, a hubris swiftly proven catastrophic. The sheer thickness of the walls and the 1,000 ordinary arrow towers were tolerable. Even the number of elite arrow towers fell within acceptable bounds. But 4 legendary arrow towers, and more astonishingly an advanced war technology tree, far exceeded all expectations. Furthermore, recalling the earlier slaying of the Bronze Dragon, Garrett realized something chilling. The 100-odd 7-colored star ladybugs lining the ramparts were also 7th-tier units. He could summon over 100 Grey Giants only because he had joined the Tai Alliance, and earned the favor of its upper echelons who granted him rare precious artifacts. Yet Li Feng had refused all recruitment offers. How then had he summoned over 100 7th-tier units? And worse, those Beedrill were no longer 20 or 30,000. They now numbered 60 or 70,000. Then there were the 1,000 6th-tier sky mantises, each revelation deepening Garrett's shock. Damn it, Phaley, you imbecile. For before him tens of thousands of Beedrill had already encircled his Grey Giants. He whirled around and shot Phaley, a man frozen in disbelief, a venomous, searing glare. For before him tens of thousands of Beedrill had already encircled his Grey Giants. He whirled around and shot Phaley, a man frozen in disbelief. All 3 of their abilities were purely physical attacks. 2 single-target strikes, and 1 area effect war stomp. None held meaningful lethality against Beedrill, small, agile airborne units. The true counter to such swarms should have been the Bronze Dragons. With unmatched mobility and breath attacks capable of scything entire swathes of Beedrill, they were ideally suited to dominate the skies. Yet due to Phaley's reckless haste, the sole effective counter had been obliterated prematurely, igniting Garrett's fury beyond measure. In that moment, Garrett nearly drew his blade to cleave Phaley in two, because amid the Beedrill's assault, the first Grey Giant had already fallen. After minutes of desperate struggle, it had slain barely 100 Beedrill. Damn, damn, damn. Garrett roared, inwardly, grief piercing his heart like a blade. Now retreat was impossible. Even knowing full well that annihilation loomed, he had no choice but to press forward. To flee mid-battle carried consequences far graver than death itself. It would shatter the trust of the Alliance's highest authorities, slashing future resource allocations in half. Dying here would erase a month's labor. But the fault lay elsewhere: incomplete intelligence, Phaley's rashness. These were the true causes behind this punitive expedition's collapse. With that thought, Garrett raised a scepter, a symbol of supreme authority, high above his head, and bellowed, "Charge! Charge without hesitation!" A thunderous roar erupted as legions surged forward like an unstoppable flood, steadily closing the distance toward Li Feng's citadel. As over half the Beedrill engaged the Grey Giants, vast gaps opened in the sky, allowing the Alliance's ground forces to pour through unimpeded. Time bled away. Hundreds of thousands of troops overwhelmed even 4 legendary arrow towers. 10 minutes later, the Alliance's vanguard stood at the city gates, hammering relentlessly upon walls and portals. Every arrow tower on the ramparts blazed with fury. Dragon breath, violet lightning, explosive fireballs, and torrents of arrows rained down upon the invading host. Units fell by the second. Yet against such overwhelming numbers, those losses were negligible. Crucially, these units possessed no sentience. They were biomechanical weapons forged by the world's will. A lord's command sufficed; even certain death would not make them flinch. Otherwise, with casualties exceeding 50%, any intelligent race's army would have shattered into panic and rout. Instead, they pressed onward, undaunted, unbroken. Kill. Li Feng's voice cracked like thunder. His long-prepared ranged forces unleashed their fury. Seven-hued arrow volleys, searing flame rays, and cascading fireballs poured from the battlements without cease. Though numerically smallest, the seven-colored star ladybugs delivered devastating efficiency. Blazing attack speed, crushing damage, and area effect skills made them deadlier than either flame ray or fireball units combined. Beneath the walls, corpses piled higher and higher, mountains of fallen warriors. Death came so swiftly that respawn rates couldn't keep pace with slaughter. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions ripped through the Alliance ranks. From the ramparts, corpse bomb mosquitoes hurled cadavers downward, only for corpse explosive beetles perched upon their shoulders to detonate them midair. This battlefield, akin to a monstrous meat grinder, was the corpse explosive beetles' zenith. Their kill rate ranked second only to the seven-colored star ladybugs, perhaps even rivaling them. It's over. My troops have been nearly depleted. I should never have coveted the Alliance's bounty. I regret it. This is impossible. How could we over 100 lords joining forces with an army of 500,000 be defeated by a single person? I've completely collapsed. The advantage I painstakingly accumulated during the novice assessment has been wiped out in one blow. Not every lord possesses Gerald's mindset. As the siege battle, which had lasted for several hours, was about to come to an end, the participating lords began to wail and some lords were so terrified that their faces turned ashen, collapsing onto their troops. They had arrived full of... Now they were all disheveled like stray dogs. In truth, they were not much better than stray dogs at this moment. In response to the Alliance's call, they had spent everything for this expedition, nearly exhausting over 90% of their troops. Then they watched helplessly as nearly all their troops were decimated beneath Li Feng's walls. Among them, the vast majority were not chosen ones and would not benefit from the favor of fate. This failure had plunged them into the depths of despair. It was easy to imagine that for the next year they would lag behind other lords, making it difficult to turn the tide. The endless continent is vast, but most resource points have been mined by others or occupied by stronger lords. If they cannot gather as many resources as possible in this novice zone within a year, their growth will be indefinitely prolonged, even leading them to become indistinguishable from the masses. This is not their wild imagination, but an ironclad fact. It's about to end. Li Feng stood atop the wall, his gaze calmly surveying the battlefield below. This siege battle was the longest war he had commanded, lasting several hours. As time went on, the conflict became increasingly stalemated. Firstly, the cannon fodder of the Alliance had been completely exhausted, leaving only stronger high-tier troops. Secondly, as the numbers drastically decreased, the battlefield became more open. The remaining elite units of the enemy began to attempt guerrilla tactics, and the terrifying area damage of the Dragon Breath arrow towers could no longer be realized. Moreover, the slightest misstep could injure their own troops. Therefore, Li Feng had long since shut down the Dragon Breath arrow towers. Without the assistance of the towers, the efficiency of killing enemies naturally decreased significantly. Fortunately, after several hours of battle, it was finally coming to a conclusion. On the battlefield, only a few high-tier troops remained stubbornly resisting. Through the global overview of the war technology tree, Li Feng could see the lords of the Tai Alliance frantically fleeing under the protection of their respective high-tier troops. However, as long as they did not escape the boundaries of Li Feng's territory, he could see them. Shadow Scorpions, kill those. This was Li Feng's first command for the Shadow Scorpions to take action. Now there were no more hordes of troops in front of the lords of the Tai Alliance, and the Shadow Scorpions could finally come into play. Upon receiving the order, over 100 Shadow Scorpions immediately sprang into action. Despite their small size, their speed was far greater than that of the previous bronze dragons. Thanks to the Holy Light Crystal Ball, they did not choose to conceal themselves, boldly charging towards the lords. As 7th tier troops, their speed was so fast that they quickly caught up to the fleeing lords. Soon a sharp-eyed lord noticed the Shadow Scorpions heading straight for him. Furious, he shouted, "Damn Dragon Kingdom. Even if this expedition fails, you shouldn't humiliate me with such trash." He did not recognize the tier of the Shadow Scorpions, merely guessing their low-tier status based on their size. The next moment, the flame line beneath this white lord erupted in fury. It opened its massive maw, condensing a fireball over 3 meters in diameter, and shot it towards the Shadow Scorpions. Whoosh! Just as the White Lord thought the Shadow Scorpions were doomed, a relatively small shadow tore through the massive fireball and charged straight towards the White Lord. Up! The White Lord let out a terrified scream, his body involuntarily falling from the back of the flame lion, landing in a rather sorry state. Before he could get up, the sharp tail of the Shadow Scorpion had already pierced his body. Although he had already broken through to the 1st tier, making him significantly stronger than an ordinary person. Faced with the attack of a 7th tier troop, he was utterly defenseless, being instantly killed. With his death, a pile of items fell to the ground, items that had burst forth from his resources after he perished. Meanwhile, the flame lion, which had initially been poised to attack the Shadow Scorpion, suddenly appeared dazed and confused. A casual attack from the Shadow Scorpion had instantly killed this powerful 6th tier troop. The gap between legendary troops and elite troops was immense, so vast that the latter could not withstand even a casual blow from the former. After the last Gerald was slain, this expedition was completely over. On the surface it seemed that Li Feng had achieved a Pyrrhic victory. Almost 70,000 large needle bees had dwindled to only a few thousand. Over 1,000 flying mantises were reduced to less than 100. Even the wall beneath his feet had been breached multiple times. The resources Li Feng consumed to repair these breaches amounted to over 1,000,000 units. Yet only Li Feng himself knew that this was a great victory. The troops and resources lost in this war were compensated many times over by the slaughter of the 500,000-strong army. Not to mention the various resources, blueprints, and items that burst forth after defeating the lords. The gold coins earned from killing their troops alone exceeded 5 million coins. Yet only Li Feng himself knew that this was a great victory. The troops and resources lost in this war were compensated many times over by the slaughter of the 500,000-strong army. For the other lords, no matter how many resources they obtained, if the number of troops lost was too great, it would still not be worth it. After all, summoning troops incurs significant time or item costs for the other lords. Even if it was just a first-tier troop, losing tens of thousands still represented a massive time cost. Therefore, in the minds of the lords of the Tai Alliance, although Li Feng had won against them, it was still a Pyrrhic victory, as his remaining troops were few. Little did they know that as long as Li Feng had enough gold coins, he could summon back all the lost troops in an instant, not to mention, he possessed the ability to mirror copy at just 1/10 of the cost.